A splitting headache tore through Mork. He struggled for a long while before he finally managed to pry open his eyelids, which felt as heavy as if they had been welded shut. A dim, shadowy cabin was the first thing to enter his field of vision. The planks of the ship had been blackened by seawater corrosion, beads of water seeping through the gaps and pooling into a muddy puddle on the floor. The sea breeze carried a choking stench of cheap rum laced with a faint yet unmistakable tang of blood. A single breath of it was enough to make his stomach churn violently. Bracing himself against the icy floor, Mork sat up. Before he could ride out the wave of dizziness, two torrents of memories surged forth, like an out-of-control tsunami, crashing and intertwining in his mind. One set of memories belonged to Mork, a seasoned corporate drudge from the 21st century who squeezed into the subway for a 9-to-5 grind. Every day he danced between KPIs and the endless tug-of-war with demanding clients, his only solace after work being chasing the One Piece manga. 3 days earlier, while crossing the street, he had been looking down at the latest spoiler pages, grumbling about how much longer Oda would drag the story out. Distracted, he failed to notice a truck roaring toward him, emblazoned with the words "De Yun" on its side. In the most literal sense, he had been knocked into a stroke of fate and sent straight into reincarnation. The other set of memories belonged to this vast blue sea, to an 11-year-old boy named Mork, who shared his name. The boy had lived in a small village in the East Blue, his days poor yet peaceful. But just yesterday, a band of vicious pirates had landed and plundered everything. He had been dragged onto their ship, destined for a distant slave auction market. Mork's lips twitched violently as a wave of utter despair shot up his spine and crashed into his skull. He had transmigrated, and of all worlds he had landed in the world of One Piece. It was not as if he had never fantasized about countless thrilling openings after transmigration. Perhaps he would have possessed the body of a gifted new recruit in the Navy, soaring all the way up under the shelter of headquarters, or by chance boarded some legendary pirate ship, instantly catching the captain's eye and rising to become an elite first mate, or at the very least awakened on a private island as a young master with inherited estates and a novice system package in hand, lying back as he strolled to the pinnacle of life. Yet when it was his turn, he had drawn the hell difficulty, started on Nady trial in the pirate's lower deck prison. Mork lowered his head to inspect his own thin, frail limbs, an 11-year-old body, scrawny and shriveled, looking utterly malnourished. In an instant he sobered up. On this sea, the vast majority of pirates had greed and brutality etched into their bones. Arson, slaughter, plunder, and slave trading were their daily fare. Falling into their hands as a powerless orphan with no backing his fate was something he dared not even imagine in detail. Clinging to a final shred of extravagant hope, Mork lowered his voice and called out again and again in the cramped cabin. "System. Hey, System. Honored System, are you there? Could you hurry and deliver a novice gift pack? I'll take a sign-in function too." He called until his throat turned hoarse, yet only his own faint echo drifted back and forth within the cabin. No cold mechanical chime, no translucent panel appearing out of thin air, no sign whatsoever of a heaven-sent cheat. His fantasy completely shattered, Mork resignedly rubbed his throbbing temples as harsh reality loomed before him. He had crossed alone into the world of the Sea King, without a system, without backing, without any innate abilities. A textbook 000 start. I have to escape. If I stay here, I'll end up on the chopping block sooner or later. Gritting his teeth, Mork braced himself against the mottled, damp boards and slowly stood up, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the crude prison cabin. Thick, solid wooden planks walled him in on all sides. The only way in or out was a single battered wooden door secured with an old-fashioned iron lock mottled with rust. Fortunately, these pirates had never taken a scrawny, half-grown child seriously. They had neither tied him up with ropes nor shackled his hands and feet with heavy chains. The spacious prison cabin was utterly empty. Apart from him, there was not a single other soul. The other captured villagers had either been transferred to different compartments or had already met with a gruesome end, their bodies fed to the sea. Mork tiptoed to the wooden door, pressed his ear tightly against the cold planks, held his breath, and strained to catch any sound outside. In the very next instant, a cacophony of noise surged in like a rising tide. Rough shouts, furious curses, the clanging of clashing blades, and a succession of dull explosions layered atop one another, merging into a single tumultuous roar. They're fighting out there. Mork's heart leapt into his throat as two possibilities spun rapidly through his mind. Either the Navy had received intelligence and launched a siege, or two bands of pirates were turning on each other, waging a bloody battle over treasure. Whatever the case, for someone trapped in a prison cabin like him, it was both an unseen-a-lifetime chance to escape and a lethal crisis where every step could mean death. In a chaotic melee, blades knew no eyes. Cannonballs whistled past, and stray blasts of force flew everywhere. A single misstep, being grazed by a stray bullet or an errant slash, and his life would end here on the East Blue. As he was racking his brains over how to pry open the rusted lock, a deafening boom erupted without warning. A violent shock wave tore through the hull. The old wooden door slammed inward under the blast of compressed air, and the rusted iron lock snapped free, shooting across the room before crashing heavily onto the solid floor. Caught completely off guard, Mork was flung back by the rushing air, stumbling 3 steps before landing hard on the floor. Rubbing his tingling arm, he felt a surge of wild joy flare up in his eyes. The tightly locked gateway to freedom had been blown open. Outside the battlefield was utter chaos. Everyone was locked in combat, and no one would spare a glance for an insignificant child in the hold. Was this not an escape opportunity delivered by the heavens themselves? A gift of fate. Miss it once, and he would likely remain imprisoned here forever. Mork did not dare hesitate for even a heartbeat. He bent down, lowered his profile, and slipped out of the prison, hugging the wall as he moved quickly. The deck above had already become a brutal battlefield. Marines in blue and white uniforms were locked in combat with pirates whose ragged clothing and feral expressions radiated murderous intent. Desperate screams, savage roars, and the clatter of weapons colliding melded into a deafening roar that pounded at the eardrums. Mork crouched in the shadow at a corridor corner, holding his breath so tightly he did not even dare exhale. With this frail 11-year-old body rushing onto the deck would be no different from marching to his death. Forget fighting to survive. Any random swing of a blade from either side could cleave him in two. Staying alive had to be his foremost principle. He needed to find a hidden corner and lie low, then wait for the battle to reach its conclusion before seeking a path to survival. Pressing his back against the cold wall, he slipped only through the dim corners where no one was watching, intent on finding a locked storage room or an unused cabin where he could hide. In his panic, he turned two narrow corridors in quick succession and suddenly came upon a room veiled by a heavy burlap curtain upon which a crude skull flag had been embroidered. Could this be the pirate's treasure room? A thought flashed through Mork's mind. After a wary glance around to ensure no pursuers were close, he lifted the heavy curtain in one motion and slipped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, his pupils dilated abruptly, and he froze where he stood. The spacious room was crammed with wooden chests of all sizes and coarse burlap sacks. Gleaming gold coins, crystalline jewels, and finely crafted jade artifacts lay scattered across the floor, the dazzling radiance of their riches almost too bright to look at. In one corner stood a collection of ancient-looking ornaments. Any single piece would fetch a sky-high price in a town in the East Blue. This was a true pirate treasure room, a chamber brimming with wealth enough to drive countless pirates into a frenzy. In peaceful times, Mork would have been unable to resist stuffing his arms full of gold coins to use as seed capital for his journey across the seas. But now, with cannon fire outside and battles raging without pause, no amount of gold or jewels mattered unless he lived long enough to enjoy them. Moreover, whether the Navy emerged victorious or the pirates turned the tide, there was no conceivable way the wealth in this treasure room would end up belonging to a nameless nobody like him. He swallowed hard, forcefully suppressing his yearning for fortune, then decisively turned around, intending to hide behind the towering stacks of chests and wait out the battle. Sabo's warship had already closed in. A Revolutionary Army soldiers shouted as they jumped aboard the Spatula, engaging in fierce close quarters. The source of the smell was the old wooden table standing at the very center of the room. Resting alone upon the tabletop was a bizarre-looking fruit. Its deep purple skin twisted and curled, covered in dense spiral patterns, utterly unlike any ordinary fruit in the world. Mork's breath caught abruptly, his pupils contracting wildly. No matter how strange its shape, he could recognize at a glance this treasure, unique to the world of One Piece. A devil fruit, the rarest extraordinary treasure on the entire sea. Whoever ate such a fruit would awaken a unique special ability and gain power far beyond that of ordinary people. The price, however, was brutally steep. The sea itself would reject them. For life, they would be landbound, and once submerged in seawater, their strength would vanish, and they would sink helplessly to the ocean's depths. Mork could not help inwardly cursing. This pirate captain's heart was absurdly big, leaving a devil fruit worth a king's ransom just lying out on the table. At this moment, that devil fruit was destined to be intercepted by him. Just then, hurried, chaotic footsteps accompanied by the pirate's coarse curses echoed down the corridor, drawing closer and closer to the room. Search every cabin one by one. I just saw that little brat running this way. Once we catch him, we'll flay him and rip out. The footsteps drew ever nearer, only a few meters from the treasure room. Every nerve in Mork's body went taut as he found himself trapped with nowhere to go. Gritting his teeth, he steeled his heart and snatched up the purple devil fruit from the table. Either way, he was staring down a dead, and he might as well gamble everything on this one throw. Even if the power he awakened turned out to be a despised, useless fruit, at least it would grant him some ability, better than remaining unarmed and at the mercy of these madmen. With a death or glory resolve, he sank his teeth into the fruit and took a huge bite. The instant the pulp touched his tongue, the color drained from his face at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh was bitter and astringent, saturated with a pungent rot that tasted like a rotten egg left to fester for half a month, mashed together with bitter herbs and forced down his throat, an extremity of foulness. The rumor that devil fruits were the most revolting food in the world truly lived up to its name. Suppressing the violent urge to vomit, Mork held his breath and swallowed several mouthfuls of the pulp, secretly glad that he knew the plot of One Piece well enough to remember that one only needed to eat part of a devil fruit to awaken its power. If he had been forced to choke down the entire fruit, the pursuers would not have needed to catch him. The bizarre flavor alone might have knocked him unconscious. Moments later, a warm current rose from his abdomen, slowly spreading outward as it flowed through the veins of his limbs and bones. The warmth smoothed the taut strings of his nerves one by one. A flood of crystal-clear information about an ability branded itself directly onto his soul, imprinting itself in Mock's mind without obstruction. Paramecia type, clone fruit. Ability rules can permanently copy the ability's combat techniques, various move frameworks, Haki systems, and combat experience templates of any target within line of sight. Once copied, the abilities are retained forever, and the ultimate power they can display is determined by the user's own physical condition and future training foundation. Derivative ability can condense spiritual power to create exclusive clones. The maximum number of clones depends on the strength of one's spiritual power. Mock stood there in a daze for a full 3 seconds before an explosion of sheer ecstasy surged through him. The clone fruit. A god-tier devil fruit capable of permanently replicating another's entire combat found. With this clone fruit, as long as he personally witnessed a powerhouse make a move, he could turn that person's lifetime of painstakingly honed techniques, Haki, and combat experience into his own. Who would have thought that a hell difficulty start in a prison cabin would be followed by drawing the ultimate trump card cheat that the entire internet dreamed of? Heaven's arrangement, it seemed, was truly a case of suppressing first and then soaring high. Mock was still immersed in the euphoria of obtaining a god-tier fruit when a booming hearty roar tore through layers of decking and echoed across the entire pirate ship, making even the wooden crates in the room tremble. Ha ha ha. You lot of small-time crooks, surrender at once to Garp. Garp. The wild grin on Mock's face froze in an instant. His smile congealed as the blood in his veins seemed to halt. Monkey D. Garp. The hero of the Marines, grandfather of Luffy, a universally acknowledged top-tier powerhouse on this sea, the legendary figure who had forced the pirate King Roger into dire straits multiple times. Why would he be on this pirate ship? Having just picked up an enormous gift, Mock had not yet had time to dream about dominating the seas before he was thrust into another life-and-death dilemma. If news that he had eaten a clone fruit were exposed, the world government would undoubtedly drag him off to Vegapunk's lab to be dissected. He wailed inwardly in despair. Senior, please have mercy on a weak little newbie who's just transmigrated. The ventilation window of the treasure room was only the size of a palm. Mock held his breath, his fingertips gripping the rough wooden frame as he cautiously stuck out half his head to peek at the deck. At the center of the deck stood a figure as imposing as an iron tower. His short, graying hair bristled upward, and his Navy uniform hung open at the chest, revealing knotted muscles. This was none other than the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp. Garp was fighting barehanded, his fists swinging with ferocious force. Any pirate merely grazed by the wind of his punches was sent flying like a shell blast, crashing into the ship's rail and fainting on the spot, without even a groan, with who knew how many bones shattered. This was no mere naval suppression of bandits, it was a one-sided massacre. And the most outrageous part was yet to come. Garp's steps shifted slightly as he casually executed Shave, one of the Navy's 6 styles. Only a hazy afterimage remained where he had stood, while his real body had already flashed into the deepest cluster of pirates. A faint black sheen surfaced over his fists, armament Haki. As a steel blade slashed toward him, Garp neither dodged nor retreated, but simply reached out his bare hand to seize it. With a metallic clang, the fine steel longsword was crushed into 2 pieces in his grip. While Mock stared fixedly at Garp, silently ranting in his mind, the warm power that had only recently awakened in his Dantian suddenly began circulating on its own. An almost imperceptible, invisible ripple swept across his eyes. In the next instant, every movement Garp made on the deck, the angle of each punch, the subtle shifts of his footwork, the paths along which his Haki flowed through his meridians, the core secrets of the 6 styles' power, even the battle instincts etched into his very bones, and the reflexes forged through countless life-and-death fights. Everything was recorded into Mock's mind like a high-speed engraving without a hair's breadth of deviation. The infinite Tsukuyomi, the binding of every human consciousness into a single perfect dream world. Brute, not missing a single detail. Mock felt a thunderous boom inside his skull as a torrent of combat memories surged in like a flood released from a dam. It was as if an entirely new, instinctively familiar system of power generation had appeared out of nowhere throughout his limbs and bones. The full set of the Navy's 6 styles, Shave, Iron Body, Paper, Art, Moonwalk, Tempest, Kick, and Finger Pistol, along with each method of cultivation, advanced techniques, and combat variations, all stood out with crystal clarity. Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and even Conqueror's Haki. Damn, even Conqueror's Haki. Mock was utterly stunned. Happiness had struck so abruptly, he had thought he would at most copy a bit of hand-to-hand technique. He had never expected to directly download the entire cultivation folder of Garp's past and present lives in one go. Instinctively, he raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and mimicked the exact punching method Garp had just used for a straight punch, swinging it forward with force. A faint gust of air whispered from his fist. The strength was mediocre, and the speed ordinary. Forget splitting mountains and rocks. If he hit an adult pirate, the fellow would at most frown. Just as expected, Mork withdrew his hand without the slightest surprise. He had already anticipated this result. The clone fruit's description had been crystal clear. What it copied was the framework, templates, and experience. The ultimate power depended entirely on one's own physique and cultivation foundation. Right now, he was just an undernourished 11-year-old skinny child with hardly enough strength to truss a chicken. He possessed a complete set of top-tier martial manuals, yet his physical foundation was so poor, blood strength and stamina all lagging far behind, that no matter how good the techniques were, he could not unleash their true power. It's fine, no need to panic. Mork quickly adjusted his mindset, the corners of his lips even lifting slightly. Others who wished to learn the Navy's 6 styles or cultivate Haki could not even find the threshold. How many years would they have to grind before they touched the doorway? Many elite Marines spent their entire lives without mastering all 6 styles. Yet here, he was having started off with the standard answers and full mark solutions in hand. All that remained was relentless practice, endless drills to raise his physical attributes. The battle on the deck ended even faster than Mork had imagined. Those pirates who had planned to come capture him had probably fled long ago once they heard Garp was personally leading the mission. Within just a few minutes, the chorus of screams gradually faded away. Garp was about to turn and order his men to clean up the battlefield and tally the prisoners when his gaze swept casually around and happened to land on the small, shrinking figure at the treasure room window. Their eyes met. Mork was speechless. He was doomed. His heart sank as he yanked his head back at lightning speed, pressing his back against the icy wall while his mind raced frantically. What should he do? He had been discovered. The secret of the clone fruit absolutely could not be exposed. It was his greatest trump card in this world and the foundation of his future survival. To others it might be just a moment, but he had fully unleashed 5 seconds of effort. Moreover, it was unavoidable, making it an ultimate weapon for unknown battles, and then Celestial Dragons Yonko and the Revolutionary Army alike would treat him as prized prey. Forget roaming the seas, he would not even have a peaceful day, chased endlessly wherever he went. He had to find a reasonable excuse to conceal his true ability. A clone body fruit. The answer sprang instantly into Mork's mind. Paramecia-type fruits that created clones were not rare. Several such ability users had appeared across the seas, their functions middling, mostly used for reconnaissance and support with low combat power and little to provoke greed or suspicion, perfect for disguising the core ability of cloning. Adding a touch of amnesia on top, half truth and half lie, would be the easiest for others to believe. He quickly adjusted his expression, rubbing his forehead as his brows drooped and his gaze filled with confusion and frightened timidity. Just as he finished arranging his expression, the curtain at the treasure room door was yanked aside. A tall, burly silhouette blocked the entrance, almost completely cutting off the light outside. A massive shadow fell over the room, saturating it with pressure. Garp strode into the treasure room. His gaze swept casually over the piles of gold, silver, and jewels scattered across the floor without the slightest ripple in his eyes. Clearly he did not care for such wealth. His gaze finally settled on Mork huddled in the corner, and his tone unconsciously softened a little. "Brat, were you captured by this group of pirates?" Mork shrank his neck slightly and lifted his head, his eyes blank and a little flustered. His voice was thin and trembling. My name is Mork. I can't remember much. When I woke up, I was already in the cabin." Garp scrutinized him for a moment. The child was small and skinny, dressed in tattered cloth with smudges of grime on his face. He did not seem to be lying. Just as Garp was about to nod, his nose twitched slightly. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Mork. "On you, there's a strange scent, the aura of a devil fruit. Did you eat a devil fruit?" Mork, however, deliberately feigned hesitation, scratching his head with a thoroughly bewildered look. "Just now, when I was running around, I saw a strange fruit on a table. I was starving and ate it. After I finished, it seemed like I could split off another self. I don't really understand what's going on either." As he finished speaking, he gently activated his fruit ability. A flash of white light shimmered at his side, and a duplicate identical to him appeared. Garp glanced at the clone and nodded in understanding, his suspicion dissipating. So it was merely a clone-type fruit, not particularly rare. Over the years, several such users had emerged on the seas. Their abilities were ordinary and posed almost no threat. Those former users had long since vanished, most likely dead somewhere on the vast ocean. Garp turned to glance at the boundless sea outside the window, then looked back at the lonely, helpless Mork and pondered for a couple of seconds. This sea area had just been cleared of pirates, and there were no proper villages or towns nearby. Leaving such a small amnesiac child on the open sea would be far too dangerous. "In that case, you'll follow me for now." Garp waved his large hand, making the decision on the spot. "When we get back to land, I'll arrange a place for you." Mork's heart burst with joy, and he nearly laughed out loud on the spot. He had succeeded. Outwardly, however, he maintained his timid demeanor, nodding quickly and thanking softly. "Thank you, Uncle." "Uncle?" Garp was momentarily taken aback, then threw his head back and laughed. "You brat, your tongue's pretty sweet. I'm old enough to be your grandfather." Clearly in a good mood, Garp turned to leave the room, chatting idly over his shoulder with a hint of exasperated fondness. "Funny thing is, my own good-for-nothing grandson also sneaked a bite of a devil fruit not long ago, and now yells every day about becoming a pirate. It's enough to drive me mad. This time I'm heading back precisely to look for him." Grandson, devil fruit. Mock's ears instantly perked up. Luffy, monkey D. Luffy. As a child, Luffy had mistakenly eaten the gum-gum fruit, or rather as later officially revealed the human fruit mythical model Nika. Thinking of it, Chopper was truly pitiful. Among all the human mythical models, he alone had the ordinary civilian form. The less said the better. So the current point in time was precisely the beginning of Luffy's childhood arc. The year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, the start of the year with 10 full years to go before the main story in Windmill Village began. He had actually landed right at the very dawn of this great era. Mock lowered his head, desperately hiding the brilliance surging in his eyes as his heart pounded wildly. He had opened by cloning Garp's complete combat template, and next he would follow Garp to Windmill Village, meeting Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, as well as the gentle and beautiful Makino. Wait, Makino. And later there would be Nami, Robin, Boa, Hancock, Perona. The women of this world were innumerable and dazzling. Mock's heart instantly swelled with delight, almost causing him to float away. While he was still secretly fantasizing about his future happy life, Garp had already reached the doorway and turned back to beckon him. Let's go, kid. Don't just stand there in a daze. We'll head back to the warship, first find you some clean clothes, and get you something to eat. Got it. Coming. Mock responded, quickly dispelled his clone, and hurried after him. Following Garp across the ravaged deck, Mock watched as Navy soldiers methodically cleared the battlefield, escorted prisoners, and tallied the loot. Seeing the raggedly dressed child at Garp's side, the others were curious, but no one dared to ask questions. When they reached the rail, Mock looked up at the Navy warship anchored not far away. The dog-headed figurehead was particularly striking, exuding awe on the open sea. The dog-head warship truly lived up to its name. He followed the Navy soldiers up the gangway and stepped onto the warship's solid deck. The salty, damp sea breeze blew against his face, ruffling the stray locks on his forehead. Before him stretched a boundless azure ocean. Waves rolled and surged, and the distant horizon melded seamlessly with the sea in a magnificent line. A sudden sense of unreality washed over him. Just a few hours earlier, he had been an ordinary office worker in the 21st century, squeezing onto subways, revising proposals, and calculating rent, running himself ragged for a handful of wages. Now he had crossed into the world of One Piece that he had longed for, eaten a clone fruit with limitless potential, and by a twist of fate latched onto the thigh of the Navy hero Garp. Ahead lay the tempestuous Grand Line, an era where heroes rose in droves, overflowing with adventures, legends, and romance beyond counting. Sasuke smiled gently. But the next moment he sensed that deep within the castle, the fluctuations of the world of One Piece. Mock tightened his still somewhat slender fist, the corner of his mouth slowly lifting into a wild grin. This time he had no intention of being a mere background character or nameless extra. Since he had come, he would live a life that blazed brilliantly. He would become strong, stand at the summit of this vast ocean, see every landscape, and meet all those characters who had dazzled an entire generation in the manga. As for whether he would become a marine or a pirate, Mock had yet to decide. The Navy had too many rules, too restrictive and stifling, while pirates were too chaotic, mired in constant bloodshed and trouble. He would take things one step at a time. For now, the most important task was to leverage Garp's resources to hone his body, transforming the top-tier templates in his mind into real strength of his own. He lowered his head to look at his small hands, his eyes filled with expectation and sharp resolve. Windmill Village, MT. Corvo, the Three Brothers. I am on my way. The moment Mock stepped onto the deck of the doghead warship, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. The large dog-headed statue at the bow grinned and stuck out its tongue. Its carefree and unrestrained style was a perfect replica of Captain Carp. From a distance, one might mistake it for a sightseeing ship from an amusement park. Who would have thought that aboard this ship sat the Iron Fist Carp, who could corner the pirate King Roger? What are you dawdling for, kid? Let's go. A loud call suddenly came from behind, followed by a hand the size of a fan heavily thumping his shoulder. Mock nearly knelt down on the spot, feeling an immense force radiate from his shoulder, causing half of his body to go numb. He staggered forward a couple of steps before steadying himself. Goodness, is this the strength of a naval hero? A casual slap felt like being crushed by a heavy truck. Mock thought to himself, I have experience, while desperately suppressing any dissatisfaction on his face, obediently following Carp into the cabin. Along the way, the naval soldiers saw Carp and promptly halted, standing at attention to salute. When their gazes swept over Mock, there was a hint of uncontrollable curiosity. After all, a child who could be personally brought onto a warship by Vice Admiral Carp could be considered lucky. Carp arranged for him to stay in a small single cabin on the lower deck, furnished with just a wooden bed and a small table. The furnishings were quite simple, but the location was secluded with few people passing by. You'll be staying here for half a month. Carp scratched his graying short hair. We just passed through the West Sea and need to return to East Sea's Windmill Village while clearing out pirate dens along the way. The journey will take about 15 days. 15 days. With the clone fruit in hand and the Navy's proper training conditions, after half a month of practice, won't my strength soar? He immediately put on a well-behaved and understanding expression, nodding repeatedly. Thank you, Uncle Carp. I will definitely be good and not cause you any trouble. Ha ha, trouble is not a worry. Garp laughed heartily, casually reminding him to join the new recruits for basic training tomorrow before turning and striding away. As a vice admiral of the Navy, Garp was usually busy with military affairs, so personally arranging accommodations for Mork was already quite a show of kindness. Once the cabin door closed, Mork immediately dropped his obedient facade, collapsing onto the wooden bed and letting out a long sigh. Ooh, the first step of the game is stable. He reclined on the bed, crossed his legs, and his mind raced as he began to plan his developmental path ahead. The clone fruit had already replicated Garp's entire combat system, essentially putting a complete leveling god. Now the only shortcoming was that his 11-year-old body was too weak, and he couldn't unleash his god-level skills due to insufficient attributes. The urgent matter was to drastically increase his physical strength, completely transforming the template in his mind into his own power. Right, and there was that silent aide he caught a glimpse of on the deck. Bogart. Mork tapped his fingers on the bed's edge, memories flooding back. This man was Garp's exclusive aide, a master swordsman whose skills were renowned throughout the Navy headquarters. If he could also replicate his swordsmanship, wouldn't that be a dual success in both body and swordplay? Thinking of this, Mork's mouth almost stretched to his ears. He lay on the bed, his mind filled with visions of a bright future, until his stomach growled twice, pulling him back. Forget it. Not being proactive about eating indicates a problem. Let's fill my stomach first. He got up and headed out, asking for the location of the mess hall before sauntering over. The food on the warship was surprisingly good, with bread, meat, soup, and smoked meat all available. Plenty to fill one up. Mork was in a growth phase and had just gone through a series of adventures, so his appetite was astonishing. He clutched a tray and gorged himself until his belly was round before leisurely making his way back. On the way back, he just happened to bump into a group of newly trained naval recruits, each one drenched in sweat and moaning as they walked. Have you heard? Starting tomorrow, we'll be doing weighted runs. The commander said we need to build our stamina during the voyage. Well, if we have to, then we have to. It's better than fighting pirates. Mork overheard and paused for a moment, silently reminding himself. Starting tomorrow, I have to participate in training and must not appear too extraordinary. An 11-year-old child who was just rescued from pirates and lost his memory. If I come out swinging harder than soldiers who have trained for 3 to 4 years, even a fool would see there's something off. Conceal my strength. I must conceal my strength. Develop cautiously and definitely don't draw attention. A quiet night passed. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the assembly whistle echoed throughout the entire warship. Mork rubbed his drowsy eyes, changed into the small Navy training uniform he had prepared in advance, and arrived. The officer leading the group was a burly man with dark skin and a fierce expression. Upon seeing a half-grown child mixed in with the squad, he was momentarily taken aback. When he learned that it was specially arranged by Vice Admiral Garp, he said nothing further, only assigning him the lightest training load. Run 20 laps around the deck, and after that do punching and kicking training. The officer instructed expressionlessly. Yes. Mork obediently responded, shrinking to the back of the line and starting to run with the group. He deliberately slowed his pace, taking 2 steps, and then gasping for breath, appearing weak and on the verge of collapse. After barely 2 laps, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he looked as if he might faint. The Navy soldiers running alongside couldn't help but feel pity, thinking this child must have suffered greatly after being taken by pirates. He was so weak and still insisted on training. It was truly pitiful. No one knew that Mork was internally complaining. Acting was exhausting. With his current ability to replicate Garp's life-returning stamina control technique, running these 20 laps was no different from a leisurely stroll after a meal. He couldn't even be bothered to sweat. Yet he still had to pretend to be exhausted. This acting deserves an Oscar, right? As he ran, he casually glanced around, and suddenly spotted a tall figure quietly practicing swordsmanship on the other side of the deck. The person wore a Navy colonel's uniform and a wide-brimmed military hat, with a stern face and a steady demeanor like a mountain. It was Garp's aide, Bogart. The sword in his hand seemed to come alive, thrusting, slicing, flicking, sweeping. Each motion was executed with precision, without a hint of excess. Mork's gaze instantly became fixated. Here it comes. The top-level swordsmanship template delivered right to his doorstep. Almost the moment he focused, the clone fruit quietly activated. An invisible wave swept through his eyes, capturing every angle of Bogart's sword, the nuances of his wrists, power, the trajectory of the sword chi, and countless swordsmanship experiences honed in real battles. A complete top-tier swordsmanship system was recorded in just a few seconds, permanently archived. Mork's heart burst with joy, nearly laughing out loud. On just the second day of boarding, he had snagged a top-tier swordsmanship for free. He suppressed his excitement, continuing to feign a breathless demeanor as he ran laps. The morning training soon came to an end. Mork, exhausted, leaned on his knees, gasping for air with beads of sweat on his forehead, all of which he had secretly forced out, fully committed to his act. The leading officer walked over, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a much gentler tone. Good job, kid. It's great that you could hold on through the first training. Take it slow, there's no need to push yourself too hard. Thank you, officer, Mork replied, panting, his voice slightly shaky. Once the officer turned to leave, he slowly straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and muttered softly, everyday training doesn't take much effort, but acting is quite taxing. He strolled toward the mess hall ready to eat and replenish his strength. With no training scheduled for the afternoon, he could hide in the cabin to thoroughly study his clone abilities. Previously, to avoid detection by Garp, he had only randomly created a basic clone. He needed to explore what this clone could do and to what extent it could be developed. The warship was much quieter in the afternoon. Most soldiers were either resting or on watch, and there were hardly any people passing through the lower cabins. Mork locked the cabin door, sat on the wooden bed, took a deep breath, and focused on activating the power of his devil fruit. Clone. With a soft hum, a figure quietly formed opposite him, looking exactly like him, wearing the same training uniform down to the expressions on their faces. Mork raised an eyebrow, and the clone mirrored him. Mork tilted his head, and the clone tilted its head as well. Interesting. With a thought, Mork commanded the clone to break from its synchronized state and act independently. It walked to the wall and stood with its legs apart, striking the basic fighting stance from Garp's system, executing the movements flawlessly. Try throwing 100 basic punches. Mork issued the command in his mind, leaning back against the head of his bed, watching with great interest. Without a word, the clone began to throw punches at the air. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The movements were standard, the speed consistent, and the strength stable. From the first punch to the 50th, there was not the slightest deviation. As Mork watched, he gradually furrowed his brow. He could clearly feel that with each punch thrown by the clone, his own stamina was slowly depleting. The fatigue felt exactly like he was throwing punches himself. However, strangely, the clone showed no signs of fatigue. Its speed and strength remained constant throughout, as if it were an unwearied machine. Oh, Mork suddenly became intrigued. The clone itself doesn't tire, but only consumes the original stamina. Does that mean as long as the original stamina holds up, the clone can keep practicing indefinitely? He patiently waited until the clone finished all 100 punches steadily, and he felt slightly out of breath before he commanded merge. With a whoosh, the clone transformed into a faint white light, instantly merging into his body. The next second, Mork's entire body jolted, frozen in place. Countless subtle insights flooded into his mind as if he had been enlightened. Each of the 100 punches thrown by the clone had imprinted every detail of force application, muscle engagement, and feedback of strength control into his consciousness. It was as if he hadn't just observed the clone punching, but had personally practiced 100 times. Not just, he clenched his right fist, feeling a slight soreness in his arm. The originally slender arm had gained a minuscule but undeniable increase in strength. The increase was minor, almost negligible, but it was indeed a growth. His physical strength had increased alongside it. Mork sprang upright from the bed, eyes wide, nearly shouting. What the heck? This is possible. He had thought the clone was merely a tool for menial tasks, useful for providing cover during battle, at best a helper. Never did he expect that merging after the clone practiced could completely feedback all the training results to the original. Skill proficiency counts, and even increases in physical strength. This is not just a clone fruit. This is clearly an invincible AFK training cheat. While others trained for 8 hours a day, at most needing to sleep and rest to recover stamina, he could just create a clone while sleeping, letting it practice all night, then merge and collect experience upon waking. While others trained 8 hours a day, he could train 24 hours a day without neglecting eating or sleeping. A wave of intense ecstasy surged through his nerves, and Mork pinched himself hard, barely managing to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Auto-leveling. This was simply the ultimate dream for all lazy people. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately initiated the second round of testing. This time, he commanded his clone to undertake basic swordsmanship training, focusing on the 3 core foundational sword techniques, slash, thrust, and flick, honing them repeatedly. In the next moment, the clone picked up a wooden stick as a sword and replicated the trajectory of the techniques. Each move was executed with precision, as if measured by a ruler, perfectly replicating Bogart's swordsmanship template without any extraneous movements. Mork leaned against the headboard, marveling inwardly. Time flowed by second by second. At first, Mork counted the techniques with enthusiasm, but gradually, he felt his stamina depleting at a steady yet persistent pace, accompanied by waves of emptiness in his stomach. About an hour passed, and he felt his body growing weak, his hands and feet feeling lightheaded. I can't go on like this. If I keep practicing, I'll collapse from exhaustion. Mork quickly focused his mind and called out, withdraw. In a flash, the clone transformed into white light and merged back into his body, and with a bang, a surge of profound insight flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Countless details in his mind were polished to a smoother state. The once somewhat clumsy framework of swordsmanship now flowed seamlessly. Meanwhile, he felt soreness and tension in his arms, waist, and even calf muscles. Without needing to look, he knew that his physical condition had improved slightly. It really works. I can truly enhance my physical body. Mork clenched his fists, nearly bouncing with excitement. However, just 3 seconds later, reality dealt him a blow. He leaned against the table, sat down, rubbed his growling stomach, and frowned. It felt great, but he was also truly exhausted. After just 2 hours, he had drained most of his stamina. If he wanted his clone to practice all night with his current physical reserves, he wouldn't last until dawn. He would be completely exhausted and faint before midnight. So this auto-leveling feature consumes stamina, huh? Emoku pondered, stroking his chin. Without enough stamina, no matter how powerful the feature, it can't operate at full speed. He needed to figure out a way to solve the stamina recovery issue. Otherwise, practicing a few hours a day would lead to Suddenly someone knocked on the hatch. Emoku, the rear admiral wants you on deck, came the voice of a Navy soldier. Coming. He quickly responded and got up to head out. On deck, he saw Garp leaning against the ship's railing holding a large piece of roasted meat, with bones gnawing on it with greasy lips, while a jug of wine sat nearby, exuding an air of leisure. Seeing Emoku approach, he waved his greasy hand. Kid, come here. Emoku obediently walked over, still wondering how this old man could eat so much considering he had just finished lunch not long ago. How did the morning training feel? Want to join the Navy? Garp asked, chewing on a large piece of meat. His words, I'm a bit tired, Emoku said, scratching his head awkwardly. My legs are weak from running too long, but I really want to That's normal. With your small frame, you're no different from a chick. You need to train hard. Garp swallowed the meat in his mouth, waved his hand casually, and said, from today on, it'll take an hour each day for your fundamental physical training methods. And there's also life return, but how much you can grasp depends on yourself. Life return. Emoku's heart jolted. He almost laughed out loud. Wow. Just as I was about to sleep, someone hands me a pillow. I was worried about my slow stamina recovery and insufficient energy, and Garp directly delivered life return to my doorstep. As a seasoned fan, he was all too aware of the bug that life return had. This was a divine skill that could freely control bodily cells and efficiently digest and absorb food. As long as he mastered it, the food he consumed could instantly convert into stamina and energy, replenishing him at an astonishing speed. With the combination of his clone auto-leveling, wouldn't that mean eating, recovering stamina, infinite auto-leveling? Although he already had a complete clone of the life return template in his mind, having someone demonstrate it step by step would surely be faster than figuring it out himself. Emoku's face instantly displayed a mix of confusion and delight. Really? Thank you, Uncle Garp. I will definitely study hard. Garp laughed heartily, finding the child more and more likable. He taught in a very casual manner, without any structured approach, saying whatever came to mind, sharing the entry-level secrets of life return and the pathways for circulating energy, all at once to Emoku. Garp finally reminded him, you're still young, laying a solid foundation is the most important. Don't think you can become a master in one bite, it's easy to lose your way. Okay, I remember. Emoku nodded vigorously, eager to put it into practice. Once Garp strolled away, Emoku turned and dashed towards the mess hall. Just in time for dinner, the mess hall was bustling with steam, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. Emoku carried a tray and directly heaped it with 3 large plates, whole grain bread, smoked meat, and potato soup piled into a small mountain. He found a corner with no one around, sat down, and began to devour it. Several Navy soldiers who had just finished training passed by with their trays and were left dumbfounded by the sight. Am I seeing things? That's the kid the rear admiral brought back. With his tiny frame, can he eat this much? His appetite is bigger than mine. Goodness, how many days has he been starving? Better not let him overeat. Emoku completely ignored the gazes of others, shoving food into his mouth, while quietly activating life. As soon as the food entered his stomach, it was rapidly broken down and digested by an invisible force, converting it into pure energy and stamina that surged through his body. The stamina he had depleted from earlier practice began to replenish at a visibly rapid pace. After a few spoonfuls of soup, the fatigue he felt melted away significantly. After finishing a piece of smoked meat, the soreness in his limbs vanished without a trace. Wow, this is amazing. Emoku thought to himself in disbelief. In his past life, eating takeout for work left him unsatisfied after a long time, and he only gained fat. Now with life return activated, whatever he ate was instantly converted. Eating was like recharging and mealtime was training. Could there be anything more comfortable than this? Perfect. The stamina issue is completely resolved. Emoku contentedly wiped his mouth, casually grabbing a large bag of bread and jerky as a late night. Perfect. The stamina issue is completely resolved. Emoku contentedly wiped his mouth, casually grabbing a large bag of bread and jerky as a late-night snack, swaying back to his cabin. With the stamina issue addressed, next came the moment to witness the miracle of auto-leveling. Returning to his room, he locked the hatch and drew the curtains. Emoku took a deep breath, focused his mind, and activated his fruit ability, causing a clone to form once again, standing steadily in the clearing. Tonight's mission: 1,000 repetitions of basic punches, 1,000 repetitions of basic sword techniques, interspersed with practicing strikes against iron blocks and shaving techniques. He commanded his clone to train overnight in his mind, then lay down on the bed with the bread and jerky he had just brought. The clone, expressionless, immediately began its actions. Throwing punches, swinging the sword, standing in stance, practicing strikes, each move was executed meticulously, cycling endlessly without fatigue. Emoku lay on the bed, clearly feeling his stamina slowly but steadily depleting. However, he was not the least bit anxious. He reached for the jerky beside him, took a couple of bites, and with life return activated, his stamina instantly replenished. Stamina running low. Not a chance. With provisions at hand, he could refill at any time. This is what life is all about. Moku yawned and slowly closed his eyes. The next morning before dawn, Moku woke up on time. He first grabbed some jerky from beside him, ate a few pieces to replenish the stamina he had expended during the night, then focused his gaze and concentrated his mind. Merge. Boom. A massive surge of insight flooded into his mind like a divine revelation, invigorating his spirit. His arm muscles had tightened considerably, with his originally slender arms becoming slightly more defined. This was an entire night of pure training time. Can increase in the power within. His arm muscles had tightened considerably, with his originally slender arms becoming slightly more defined. This was an entire night of pure training time, equivalent to others practicing tirelessly all night long, and it was high-efficiency training with 100 focus, 0 slacking, and 0 errors. Only with Moku's clone auto-leveling combined with Life Return's infinite stamina recovery could he so freely exploit the benefits of clone training. Awesome. Moku jumped off the bed and threw a punch at the air. Whoosh! The wind from his punch howled, and the force was over twice as strong as yesterday. He then tried to activate the iron block, instantly tensing his muscles hard as fine iron. Although he was still only at the beginner level able to block ordinary strikes, the speed of his progress would shock anyone. At this rate, he'll reach Windmill Village in half a month, and I should at least be at the level of an ordinary elite Navy soldier, right? In the following days, Moku fully activated the dual mode of acting Emperor auto-leveling. During the day, blending in with the new recruits, he was always the hard-working, but average kid, training just enough, neither too much nor too little, occasionally pretending to be exhausted and catching his breath. In the training gaps, he would occasionally run in front of Garp to gain presence. Uncle Garp, your punches are incredible. Just watching them feels powerful. Occasionally, when he saw Bogart practicing swordsmanship on deck, he would also approach him, putting on a humble and eager demeanor, asking a couple of basic sword techniques, perfectly playing the role of the eager junior. Occasionally, when he saw Bogart practicing swordsmanship on deck, he would also approach him, putting on a humble and eager demeanor, asking a couple of basic sword techniques, perfectly playing the role of the eager junior. Although Bogart was taciturn, he would patiently answer a few questions. As night fell, once the cabin door was closed, it became his stage. The clone would go online on time and train through the night. Body techniques, swordsmanship, and the basics of the 6 styles were practiced in rotation, never stopping. Moku lay beside eating and sleeping. Training and sleeping went hand in hand with absurdly high efficiency, making life incredibly comfortable. In just 5 short days, Moku's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. His once weak frame had solidified, visibly gaining muscle, and his entire spirit was different. That afternoon, Garp, having nothing to do, casually strolled over to observe Moku's training. After watching a set of basic punches, the old man's eyes gleamed. He had always thought this kid had decent potential, but he never expected such rapid progress. In just a few days, he had become proficient in basic body techniques, and even the iron block had been mastered. This progress was much faster than many new Navy recruits. Good kid. You've got something. Garp laughed heartily without greeting, and with a fist clenched, he swung toward Moku's shoulder. The force was well controlled, intending only to test his skills without causing harm. Moku reacted swiftly, instinctively activating the iron block, simultaneously sidestepping and unconsciously using a technique to deflect power. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Moku staggered slightly, but ultimately remained steady. Not bad. Really not bad. Garp's eyes lit up more and more. Your rate of progress is faster than I was in my day. So your clone fruit has a training support effect. Moku secretly chuckled, but on the surface he pretended to be perplexed, scratching his head. I don't know why, but at night when I sleep, I let the clone ponder the techniques in my mind, and when I wake up it feels like I've learned a lot. Half-truth, perfectly shifting the responsibility onto the clone fruit. After all, outsiders wouldn't know the specific abilities of the fruit, and how to explain it was entirely up to him. Upon hearing this, Garp understood immediately. So that's how it is. The clone can independently deduce techniques, essentially doubling his brain power, leading to a significantly faster understanding of techniques compared to ordinary people. Moreover, this child inherently had good talent and solid foundations. It was only reasonable for him to progress. Garp was grinning from ear to ear and directly declared, from today on, I'll personally teach you the complete set of Navy's 6 styles. Within half a month, I'll solidify your foundation. Moku was overjoyed, almost bursting with happiness, but pretended to be astonished, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Uncle Garp. I will study hard and never let you down. I will definitely put in my best effort to meet your expectations. 8 days had passed since Mork boarded the Doghead warship. By estimated voyage, Windmill Village still lay 7 days ahead, a span neither long nor short, just enough for him to further hone his strength under Captain Garp's personal tutelage. Ever since Captain Garp had personally taken charge of his training, Mork's apprenticeship had rocketed forward at breakneck speed. Each morning the old man unfailingly devoted 1 hour to intensive instruction on deck, rough, unrefined, and profoundly intuitive, prioritizing visceral comprehension over verbal explanation bordering on mysticism. Iron Body has but one core principle: hold firm. Conceive yourself as iron and you are iron. And shave. Push hard with the soles of your feet. Faster rhythm, greater speed naturally follows. Life return is even simpler. Eat when hungry, digest when needed. In Finger Pistol demands precision above all. Miss your mark and no amount of ornate practice matters. Each time Mork listened to Captain Carp's lectures, he inwardly raged with exasperated commentary. And so this pedagogy boiled down to enlightenment through sheer intuition. Did it? Only because I began with a perfect clone of the master template could I grasp each lesson instantly. In complaints aside, outward deference remained non-negotiable. Mork always wore an expression of sudden epiphany, eyes sparkling, nodding vigorously. Ah, I see now. Uncle Carp, the moment you spoke, everything clicked. You're truly extraordinary. And flattery flowed freely from his lips, coaxing hearty laughter from Captain Carp and fueling ever more enthusiastic instruction. Inexperience, proved honeyed words, opened every door. In the afternoons, Vice Admiral Bogart occasionally joined them, silent, austere, gripping a wooden sword as he demonstrated techniques with unwavering focus. Thrust, slash, parry, sweep. Each motion executed with surgical precision, as if measured by calipers, blade light subdued, even the whistle of air suppressed, its lethal edge concealed, yet palpable. Mork watched with rapt attention. Not to replicate the template for the entire elite swordsmanship system had already been etched into his memory on his first day aboard when he'd witnessed Bogart practicing, but to absorb the subtle, ineffable nuances no textbook could convey. Observing live demonstration functioned like cross-referencing answers against a flawless solution key, revealing gaps in his solitary study and doubling his learning efficiency. He would occasionally step forward, feigning earnest curiosity. Vice Admiral Bogart, should the wrist sink slightly. Though reserved by nature, Bogart possessed quiet patience for diligent youths, pausing each time to demonstrate the movement slowly twice over, sometimes offering terse yet profound insights into its essence. By day, Mork was the ship's undisputed prodigy, diligent, respectful, astonishingly swift in progress. Soldiers and officers alike praised him as a rising star beyond compare. But once night fell and his cabin door clicked shut, Mork shed all pretense entirely. His two clones assumed their duties without delay. Clone 1 dedicated itself exclusively to physical combat, repeatedly refining the biomechanical intricacies of the Navy's 6 powers against empty air, from the precise muscular control of iron body to the explosive footwork frequency of shave, relentlessly polishing every micro-detail, tireless and exacting. Clone 2 mastered swordplay, wielding a wooden blade scavenged from storage, striking with thunderous force, replicating Bogart's form with absolute fidelity, stroke for stroke, without deviation. In the original, he reclined on his bunk pillows stacked high with bread and dried smoked meat. When hunger struck, he devoured a few bites. Life return surged at full capacity, transmuting food into pure, potent stamina, fueling both clones' nocturnal rigor. For others, sleep meant rest and recovery. For Mork, it meant dual-layered experience accumulation, strength ascending steadily, even in slumber. This privilege surpassed even his former life's passive salary, effortless, exhilarating, sublime. At first light, as the clones dissolved, torrents of technique, insight, and muscle memory flooded his consciousness, and his physical resilience climbed steadily, tangibly. That visceral, unmistakable sensation of growing stronger, more potent than any year-end bonus, left him intoxicated. In just 3 days, Mork's power surged dramatically. His iron body had reached peak novice mastery. A fresh recruit's strongest punch landed upon him with no recoil, barely registering as discomfort. Shave had evolved from fleeting bursts of 2 or 3 steps into sustained fluid displacements spanning 7 or 8 meters, his form flickering afterimages crisp and distinct. Though he lacked Captain Carp's terrifying instantaneous vanishing against peers, his prowess constituted overwhelming dimensional superiority. And most astonishing, however, was his appetite. Now he consumed the equivalent of 4 burly men in a single sitting. Bread, smoked meat, thick stew vanishing into an abyssal void, leaving him utterly unsatiated. The ship's chief cook had memorized him well. Each time Mork appeared, he presented the largest tray, without prompting, muttering, "Such appetite for one so young. You're nearly rivaling Admiral Carp himself." Mork merely grinned, offering no explanation. And what of it? Hunger meant power. This was life return operating at peak absorption efficiency. Did they even comprehend that? That dawn, Mork leaned casually against the rail after completing his morning run with the recruits. Panting theatrically, he pondered whether to add Finger Pistol to tonight's regimen, reviewing all 6 powers fundamentals, when a bellow erupted from the crow's nest carried across the warship on the salt wind. Report to the Admiral. A pirate vessel sighted 3 nautical miles to port, currently assaulting a merchant ship. In pirates. Mork's ears pricked upright, his alertness surged to full intensity. An opportunity had arrived. Would this crew include a devil fruit user? If so, another ability template awaited effortless acquisition. The thought alone sent shivers of delight down his spine. Captain Carp, who'd been gnawing a bone on deck, sprang upright instantly, tossing the stripped clean bone into the sea with a booming laugh. "Oh, bold indeed. Pirates of the East Blue now dare rob beneath my very gaze." And he craned his neck toward the crow's nest. "Identify the crew." "Sir, their sail bears a buffalo emblem. The Buffalo Pirates. Captain Anderson's Zoan-type devil fruit user, Buffalo model, notorious in these waters with a bounty of 3 to Buffalo Pirates. And Anderson is it. Captain Carp cracked his knuckles, the sharp pops echoing across the deck, his expression utterly dismissive. Perfect. Idle hands need occupation. Let's clear them out. Signal full speed. Close in. Aye, sir. And the messenger sprinted off, the warship pivoted sharply, surging forward toward the pirate vessel. Navy sailors scrambled into action, drawing blades, forming ranks, transforming the relaxed atmosphere into one of taut lethal readiness, thick with martial gravity. Suddenly Captain Carp turned and beckoned Mock over. Boy, you're coming too. Mock blinked, pointing at himself, feigning stunned disbelief. Me. Nonsense, Carp scoffed, utterly matter-of-fact. Practice without combat is hollow artifice. No matter how polished, it remains mere spectacle. We've caught fortune today. Come ashore with me. Observe, learn, broaden your horizons. Join the boarding party. Mock's heart soared, nearly bursting with elation. His first genuine battlefield engagement since reincarnation. Finally. Not confined to witnessing battles only in manga panels, he now stood poised to engage real combat, to grind true experience firsthand. Granted, these were mere East Blue foot soldiers, but authentic steel and steel warfare, nonetheless ideal for testing the fruits of his relentless overnight cultivation. Internally euphoric, he adopted a timid, hesitant tone. But, am I capable? Those pirates look fearsome. Fear nothing. Carp waved a massive hand, radiating indomitable confidence. With me present, injury is impossible. Consider it mere exposure. Stand behind me, watch closely, and witness true battlefield combat. Thank you, Uncle Carp. Mock bowed deeply, eyes shimmering with manufactured gratitude. Standing beside the formation, his mind raced ahead. And behind him. Unthinkable. In this rare sanctioned chance to accrue battle experience demanded active participation, not passive observation, to honor the countless nights his clones had labored until dawn. Yet overt brilliance must be avoided. Subduing a few grunts would suffice. Projecting the image of a promising but raw talent, never revealing the secret of his clone fruit. Stealthy growth remained the paramount doctrine. And soon the Doghead warship closed in on the battlefield. On the distant horizon, a battered pirate sloop loomed before a merchant vessel, the crooked buffalo insignia on its sail glaringly prominent. Pirates shrieked as they swarmed the merchant ship, cries of terror, curses, and splintering would echoed across the water. Chaos reigned. In spotting the Navy vessel, the pirates panicked, frantically attempting to reverse course and flee. Too late. In Captain Carp, snorted voice resonating like temple bells, close range, board. The vessels converged swiftly. The moment their rails locked, disciplined sailors surged across, battle cries erupting like thunder. Carp, cloak billowing, leapt onto the pirate deck like a falling mountain. Crunch. Instantly crushing two hapless pirates beneath him, their bodies convulsing silently, mouths frothing, unable even to scream. Boy, follow. Mock drew a deep breath and vaulted after him. Knees boots struck the swaying deck, immediately assaulted by waves of coppery blood, sour sweat, and fermented liquor, flooding his sinuses. Clashing steel rang sharp, pirates screamed in feral rage, wounded men wailed in agony, blinding flashes of blade and steel assaulted his vision. In chaos, absolute unrelenting chaos. This was real pirate warfare. No stylized techniques or heroic monologues, only desperate bloody struggle, where a single misstep meant grievous wound or death. Mock steadied himself, residual nerves dissolved, replaced by fierce anticipatory excitement. And after such prolonged training, it was time to test his mettle, time to prove what he was truly made of. No sooner had he found his footing than a leering, guttural chuckle sliced through the din. Well, what's this? A little brat. Has the Navy run dry of men, sending babes to war? He's tender, fair-skinned. Sell him to the slave markets. Fetch a fine price. Three knife-wielding pirates emerged from the fray, zeroing in instantly on Mock, the lone adolescent amidst seasoned fighters. Their faces twisted with menace, steel blades slick with crimson, eyes gleaming with predatory greed, clearly marking him as the softest target, the easiest prey. Mock's lips twitched. And seriously, dozens of armed Navy sailors stood nearby, and yet they chose him, a child, as their first quarry. So piracy's sacred tradition truly was cowardice cloaked as bravado. In his past life's games, even mobs prioritized tanking aggro first. They, however, excelled at pinpointing fragile backline targets. Neener, sarcasm notwithstanding, Mock didn't retreat an inch. And instead, he stepped forward, calm, unblinking, meeting their gaze heated. The trio roared with derisive laughter, assuming the boy had frozen in terror. The whelp dares approach. He seeks death. The lead pirate, a scarred brute, snarled, raised his steel, and brought it down in a vicious overhead cleave, wind whistling fiercely, aimed straight at Mock's skull. No hesitation, no mercy, intending outright execution. Nearby sailors gasped, lunging to intervene. Too late, shouting in unison, watch out. The blade descended in a flash, but Mock stood rooted, eyes serene, untroubled. Months of iron body and shave refinement demanded a live trial. These three blind fools would serve perfectly. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his lips. Then his feet shifted, and his form blurred. The cold gleam of the steel knife sliced through the air, landing swiftly above Mork's head. The gust generated by the blade sent his loose hair flying, and just as the nearby naval soldiers gasped in surprise, Mork moved. Shave. With a powerful push against the deck, his figure suddenly slid sideways half a meter, narrowly evading the heavy downward strike. The steel knife slashed through the air and struck the wooden deck with a loud crack, embedding itself half an inch deep. The scarred pirate who swung the knife stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief, clearly not expecting a mere half-grown child to dodge his full-force strike. Not only was he stunned, but the nearby naval soldiers who were about to rush in to help were also dumbfounded. That speed. Was that Shave? The Shave from the Navy's 6 styles. An 11-year-old child can actually use the Navy's 6 styles. Mork had no time to care about theirs. In the moment of evading the attack, he kept his feet moving forward, using the momentum from Shave to propel himself forward, twisting his waist, shrugging his shoulders, and delivering a powerful punch, the whole set of movements flowing seamlessly. His fist, though not large, carried a significant weight, landing squarely on the belly of the pirate on the far left. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The pirate didn't even have time to scream, his steel knife clattering to the deck as he clutched, his belly curling up like a boiled shrimp, twitching twice before losing all combatability. One punch took down one. The remaining 2 pirates were stunned, frozen in place with their knives raised, unable to react for a while. What just happened? How could this thin-armed, thin-legged child take down one of their brothers with a single punch? Damn it, you little brat. Another pirate, reacting the quickest, cursed angrily and swung his steel knife in a diagonal slash from the side, the angle vicious and cunning, aimed straight at Mork's arm. Mork remained calm, firmly planting his feet, slightly tilting his body as he focused his mind. Iron block. He brought his left arm across to block in front of him, his muscles tensing and hardening, instantly taking the knife directly. Clang. A crisp sound erupted as metal clashed. The steel knife struck his arm as if hitting solid iron, sparks flying, leaving only a faint white mark on his skin. The pirate's pupils constricted suddenly, his face turning pale, his hand gripping the knife, hilt trembling. What kind of monster is this? This is not an ordinary child. Taking advantage of his moment of shock, Mork formed a palm with his right hand and struck down at the carotid artery on the side of his neck. If you come any closer, I won't hold back. Mork flexed his wrist, walking forward while bantering. Come on, big brother, weren't you just fierce? You wanted to If you come any closer, I won't hold back. Mork flexed his wrist, walking forward while bantering. Come on, big brother, weren't you just fierce? You wanted to take me. If you come any closer, I won't hold back. Mork flexed his wrist, walking forward while bantering. Come on, big brother, weren't you just fierce? You wanted to take me to the slave market for a good price, right? He spoke lightly, yet his steps did not falter, relentlessly closing in. The pirate was cornered, panic setting in as he shouted and lunged forward with his knife. Mork shook his head. With such a psychological state, how could he be a pirate? Wouldn't it be better to go home and farm? He effortlessly sidestepped the blade, lightly tripping his opponent while gently pushing on the back. The pirate had charged too fiercely, his center of gravity shifted forward, losing balance and crashing down hard face first onto the rough deck, knocking out 2 of his front teeth, blood flowing freely. Mork stepped forward, placing a foot on his back, applying just enough pressure to keep him pinned down. Stay still, surrender, and you won't be killed. The entire process took less than a minute. 3 armed adult pirates were cleanly taken down by an 11-year-old. The surrounding naval soldiers were stunned. They had just been worried about this child getting into trouble, yet he had resolved the situation in a flash. Is this still a child? He could fight better than many new recruits who had served for a year. Mork noticed the astonished gazes around him, feeling secretly pleased while putting on a show. He immediately leaned on his knee, bent over, and gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, looking utterly exhausted. So tired. Almost couldn't win. Keep acting. If the Oscars had a pirate division, they would definitely award him a little golden statue. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the other side of the deck. Damn Navy. Die. A massive black water buffalo charged out from the cabin. Covered in thick, rough hide with large, sharp horns, its hooves thudded against the deck. It was Anderson, the captain of the water buffalo pirates, a user of the nyo fruit in its water buffalo form. Transformed into his full beast form, his brute strength was astonishing, sending the naval soldiers in his path, flying, their cries echoing as no one could stop him. Captain Carp, be careful, the soldiers shouted, quickly dodging. Mork looked over at the sound, his heart. Is this the power of a Zoan-type devil fruit? After transforming, he did look intimidating. With this size and defense, he could indeed dominate the East Sea. What a pity, why did he have to run into Carp? Just as he thought that, his gaze coincidentally met the reedied water buffalo. In that instant of eye contact, the clone fruit activated without warning. Animal type, nyo fruit, water buffalo form, ability framework, comprehensive enhancement of physical strength, significant increase in stamina, enhanced self-healing ability, additional defensive boosts. Ability to choose whether to trigger transformation. Mork was momentarily stunned, frozen in place as a storm of emotions surged within him. What? Devil fruits can be cloned too. He had always thought that the cloned fruit could only replicate techniques, Haki moves, and combat experience. Never had he imagined that the abilities of a devil fruit could also be fully duplicated. This was way more outrageous than copying techniques. Moreover, he focused and felt the changes in his body. A warm current was gradually spreading through his limbs, the muscle soreness from the earlier battle rapidly fading, and his expended stamina was recovering at an astonishing speed. No need to transform, just passively enjoying the benefits of a Zoan-type physique. Mok's breathing quickened, elation nearly bursting from his chest. What a huge gain. Wait, why am I saying again? He initially thought that the Zoan-type fruit's transformation was too ugly. If he had to use it in the future with a cow head and cow face, it would ruin his handsome image in front of beautiful women. But now he could gain the physicality, recovery, and defense of the Zoan-type without transforming or exposing his. That was equivalent to having a permanent buff that lasts 24 hours. This was clearly an all-attribute enhancement. While he was immersed in the joy of having a godly buff for free, Garp's hearty laughter echoed through the air, overpowering the surrounding noise. Huh. With such tough skin and thick flesh, just right for an old man like me to stretch my muscles. Garp strode towards the charging Anderson, not flinching or avoiding. His right hand clenched into a fist, a layer of black Haki, covering his arm instantly, without flashy moves or unnecessary actions, just a simple straight punch. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed. The water buffalo Anderson, who had seemed like an unstoppable force just moments ago, was sent flying by this punch. His massive body soared several meters through the air, crashing hard against the sturdy ship's side, collapsing a large section of the hard wooden bulwark, splintering wood everywhere. As the dust slowly settled, Anderson had reverted to his human form, lying in the wreckage, frothing at the mouth, completely unconscious. One punch, and he was done. The entire area fell silent for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers from the naval soldiers. Vice Admiral is mighty. Vice Admiral Garp is too strong. Mok stood by, watching in disbelief. A devil fruit user with a bounty of several million was treated like a punching bag by Garp, taken down with just one punch each. Is this the true worth of a naval hero? No wonder even Roger was chased all over the sea by him. The battle ended quicker than he had imagined. With the captain taken down in one punch, the remaining pirates lost their will to fight, either throwing down their weapons to kneel and surrender, or futilely resisting for a moment before being swiftly dealt with by the naval soldiers. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Garp clapped his hands, turned to Mok, and strode over with a "Kid, you did well just now." He sized up Mok, growing more and more pleased. First time on the battlefield you stayed calm and collected, and you took down 3 pirates. You used iron block and shave quite adeptly, much better than many new recruits. Mok scratched his head, pretending to be shy, and smiled bashfully. It's all thanks to Uncle Garp's good teaching. I was just swinging randomly. It was just luck. Garp laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Don't give me that. You're hiding quite a bit. Your progress is faster than I. Mok chuckled lightly, not responding. Hiding. This was just the beginning. If he really went all out, this group of little pirates wouldn't even be enough for him to warm up. Of course those thoughts were kept to himself. It was impossible to say them out loud. Developing quietly was the way to go. The more Garp looked at this kid, the more he found him appealing. Good talent, high comprehension, not arrogant or rash, sensible, and capable 100 times better than his own two. Luffy and Ace, those two brats, were both wild and uncontrollable. If left with no supervision at Dodon's place, who knows what trouble they would cause. Mok, on the other hand, was sensible, strong enough, and older than the two. If he stayed behind at Dodon's base, he could help keep an eye on those two little rascals, encourage them to train, teach them some basic fighting skills, and also allow Mok to consolidate his strength in the mountains. With that thought, Garp made a decision, looking at Mok. Kid, I have something to discuss with you. Uncle, go ahead. When we arrive at Windmill Village, I'll drop my grandson Luffy off at Dayton's place, and my other grandson Ace is also living there. Garp said earnestly. I want you to stay there too at Dodon's base. Help me keep an eye on those two brats, encourage them to train, teach them some basic fighting skills, and keep them from messing around every day. What's wrong with that? Garp's eyes widened, his tone leaving no room for doubt. You're older, you're the big brother, it's only natural for you to take charge. It's settled. What's wrong with that? Garp's eyes widened, his tone leaving no room for doubt. You're older, you're the big brother, it's only natural for you to take charge. Dodon's place is spacious with high mountains and dense forests, much more convenient than on the warship. Once you've trained, well, I'll come back to pick you up and take you to the naval headquarters for further training. Mok immediately put on a serious expression, nodding earnestly, his tone firm. Uncle Garp, don't worry. I will make sure to supervise them well in their training, and I won't let you down. Garp was very satisfied, laughing heartily twice before turning to arrange for the subsequent cleanup of the battlefield and the escorting of prisoners. Mok stood in place, gazing at the sparkling sea in the distance, unable to suppress the wild grin spreading across his face. It was done. Next up was the pirate life at Kobo Mountain. He quietly felt the physical enhancement brought by the Nyo fruit within him, his whole body warm and full of energy. Even his breathing had become much smoother, and his heart felt overjoyed. Hey, kid, what are you dawdling for? Let's go back to the warship. Tonight we'll celebrate with extra food. Carp's loud voice called from afar. Coming. Moku replied, collecting his thoughts, and quickly following after him. After eliminating the water buffalo pirate crew, the dog-headed warship adjusted its course, sailing towards wind. The muscle soreness from the recent battle was visibly dissipating, even his breathing felt longer with energy unprecedentedly abundant. To Mock's surprise, as he focused on activating his fruit ability, he discovered that he could actually create 3 clones. With his enhanced physique, his mental capacity also surged, increasing the number of clones from 2 to 3. Mock couldn't help but feel ecstatic, almost unable to suppress a grin. Perfect. This was a painless enhancement, a tremendous value. Just as he was secretly reveling in this, heavy footsteps approached from behind, followed by a firm slap on his shoulder. Kid, what are you thinking? You look so sneakily pleased. Mock jolted, quickly regaining his composure, scratching his head with a silly grin. Nothing. It's just my first battle against pirates. I'm a bit excited and haven't calmed down yet. Excitement is good. Garp laughed heartily, his voice booming. A man should grow through real combat. I see you have potential. Starting today, you won't train with the new recruits anymore. Mock's heart stirred, but he feigned confusion, blinking. Huh? Who will I train with then? Of course with me. Garp patted his chest, his voice loud enough to make ears ring. In the mornings, he'll personally teach you, and in the afternoons Bogart will accompany you for sword training. Mock's eyes instantly lit up, his face reflecting a surprised expression as he repeatedly bowed. Really? I will practice hard, I won't slack off. Wow, he had directly upgraded to top-tier unknown tutoring. Garp would teach him martial arts while Bogart would specialize in swordplay. Such treatment was rare, even the genius trainees at Navy headquarters might not enjoy this. Truly, compliments pave the way to good fortune. Alright, enough of that. Let's get started early tomorrow, don't oversleep. Garp waved his hand, his face full of smiles, clearly pleased. I promise not to slack off. Mock patted his chest in assurance. Slacking off? That would never happen in his lifetime except when using clones for training. The next morning, just as dawn broke, their exclusive training officially began. Garp stood firmly in a stable horse stance, watching Mock across from him, his voice booming. Let me be clear, my teaching isn't about finesse. The more you get hit, the more you'll learn. Are you ready? Mock's heart sank. Oh no. Garp's teaching style, it couldn't be pure target practice, could it? So I'm here to be a human punching bag. He quickly took a defensive stance, cautiously saying, Uncle Garp, please go easy on me, my body is still weak and can't take too much. Don't worry, I know my limits. Garp reassured him, but then suddenly lunged forward, his fist rushing towards Mock's face with a whoosh. Is this what you call knowing limits? Old man, do you have a misunderstanding of going easy? Complaining aside, he didn't slow his movements. Mock exerted force and activated shave, swiftly dodging half a meter to avoid the punch. Hey, quick Garp's eyes lit up, his assault continued without pause, his fists raining down like a storm. Each punch was delivered with control, perfectly matching Mock's limits, forcing him to respond with all his might, leaving no time to catch his breath. As Mock absorbed the blows, he simultaneously used shave to evade, his mind racing as he compared the full set of fighting templates he had cloned, breaking down Garp's every move. Garp was increasingly astonished. This kid's rate of progress was simply absurd. Good lad, you've got some skills. Garp fired up, increased his intensity, infusing his techniques with armament Haki. His fist shrouded in a faint black aura, the sense of pressure skyrocketing. Feel it carefully. Haki is intangible, it's just a force. Once you channel it into your fist, you've succeeded. Mock couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. So your Haki teaching resembles the imparting of martial arts in novels. It's all about enlightenment, right? Only I have ready-made cultivation methods and complete templates in my mind. If someone else were here, even if they listened for 3 days and nights, they wouldn't grasp the threshold. Would they think you were discussing metaphysics? Despite his inner complaints, his body was honest. Taking the beating as an opportunity, he quietly guided his internal chi, slowly operating according to the clone methods, refining his perception bit by bit. The entry-level perception of armament Haki was just a hair away. Under Garp's relentless pressure, combined with the life-and-death thrill of actual combat, that thin veil of understanding was suddenly shattered. Boom! A faint black aura quietly enveloped his fist. Although it was barely visible, it was indeed the manifestation of armament Haki. Oh! Garp's eyes gleamed, immediately retracting his fist and stepping back, laughing heartily as he observed Mock's fist. Good lad. Have you touched the threshold? Mock pretended to be out of breath, retracting his Haki, scratching his head with a silly grin, feigning confusion. Huh? Really? I was just trying what you said, thinking I shouldn't embarrass you, and unexpectedly it worked. Garp was all smiles, continuously patting his shoulder. A genius. Truly a genius. Your Haki comprehension is so high. Mock was nearly brought to his knees by the shoulder pats, his shoulders numb to the point of losing sensation. The entire morning's training flew by in a cycle of getting hit, gaining insight, getting hit again. By noon, Mock was drenched in sweat, appearing exhausted, though in reality, he felt invigorated. With the recovery power of the bulbul fruit combined with the digestive ability of life restoration, after consuming some cured meats and 2 large cups of rich soup, he regained most of his stamina. Fortunately, Garp's warship was well stocked with supplies, and the food was abundant. Otherwise, with his appetite, he would have drained the mess hall dry. In the afternoon, it was time for Bogart's exclusive sword training. The cold-faced vice admiral approached carrying 2 wooden swords, tossing them to the ground with a serious air, stating, "Basic sword forms 1,000 repetitions." Concise and to the point, not a single unnecessary word. Mork picked up the wooden sword without further ado. He assumed his stance and began practicing. Bogart, originally standing with his arms crossed, frowned as he watched. He picked up another wooden sword and assumed his stance. "Come at me." Mork wasted no time charging forward with the wooden sword. Bogart remained stationary, effortlessly deflecting all of Mork's attacks with light movements, not even shifting his feet. He offered casual advice while fighting. "Too many openings, your strikes are too slow, draw your sword faster. Your footwork is off, sidestepping just half a foot can avoid it, no need to take hits." While engaged in the fight, Mork silently took note, his mental swordplay template continuously optimizing and improving, filling in many previously overlooked practical details. After about a quarter of an hour, he exhausted himself and stopped, leaning on his knees and breathing heavily. Of course, this was all an act. If he truly fought with all his might, he could easily continue for another half hour, but he couldn't let his character break. Bogart observed him, his usually cold face revealing a rare hint of approval as he nodded. "Your fundamentals are solid and you're progressing quickly." To have this cold-faced vice admiral say very good is far more difficult than getting Garp to praise me 10 times. Mork chuckled. "It's all thanks to Colonel Bogart's excellent teaching." Bogart said nothing in reply, merely nodding, and dropped the line, "Continue tomorrow," before turning to leave decisively and without any hesitation. Mork watched his departing figure, stroking his chin and murmuring, "His swordsmanship is truly impressive, but he's a bit too cold, like a block of ice. When the opportunity arises, I should challenge my Hawk. Cloning the swordsmanship template of the world's greatest swordsman would be truly amazing." Of course, that was just a thought. Currently, he wasn't even worthy to carry Mihawk's shoes. He needed to focus on steady development and wait until his strength was sufficient to say more. Thus days passed quietly yet fulfilling. Each morning he trained martial arts with Garp, polishing the 6 styles and gaining insights through combat. Each afternoon, he practiced swordsmanship with Bogart, deconstructing techniques and learning practical skills, making rapid progress in swordplay. By day, Mork played the role of a diligent and scholarly genius, sweet-talking and being considerate, winning the affection of everyone aboard, making him a beloved and hardworking child. At night, after securing the cabin door, he would completely let loose. 3 clones would log in on time, each fulfilling their respective roles. Clone 1 reviewed the morning's martial arts and 6 styles, breaking down the details of the techniques Garp had taught, refining his striking techniques down to the last muscle movement. Clone 2 focused on the afternoon's sword techniques, meticulously implementing Bogart's pointers repeatedly, honing his sword strikes to perfection. Clone 3 specifically refined Haki, circulating his chi according to the methods, steadily enhancing the density and control of armament Haki. The main body lay on the bed, holding some jerky and bread, munching whenever hungry, with life restoration working at full capacity, plus the bulbul fruit stamina boost. His endurance was maximized. In the past, with 2 clones, he would easily tire out by the late night. Now, with 3 clones working together, he could easily last the entire night without even blinking. After a night passed upon merging with the clones, a wealth of martial insights, muscle memory, and Haki refinement results surged into his mind, visibly raising his strength with each passing day. The feeling of getting stronger while lying down was simply 1,000 times more exhilarating than lying down to scroll through short videos in his past life. Sometimes Mork would wake up in the middle of the night observing his 3 diligent clones training and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. In his previous life, working 996, exhausted like a dog, earning a meager salary while having to watch the boss face. Now it was great. He could sleep while others trained for him, gaining strength day by day with top-notch mentors. How could the gap between people be so vast? Of course, he didn't forget his main objectives. Whenever he had spare time, he pondered the storyline of Windmill Village, planning how to arrange things upon arrival. He needed to gradually connect with Luffy, Ace, and Sabo without being too abrupt to avoid arousing suspicion. Also, the gentle and beautiful Makino would be someone to visit often when going down the mountain to buy supplies. Who doesn't love a gentle big sister? Lost in thought, Mork couldn't help but chuckle, nearly drooling. Only when his clones ran low on stamina did he hurriedly nibble on some jerky to replenish his energy and continue his grinding. With each passing day, the journey shortened, bringing him closer to Windmill Village. Meanwhile, Mork's strength quietly climbed to a level far beyond everyone's expectations during the unobserved nights. The days at sea were so monotonous they could drive a person mad. The daily routine of sea breeze, splashing waves, and the salty scent combined with Captain Garp's devilish training that treated no one as human went on in a relentless cycle. Mork estimated the time and calculated that there was only 1 day left in their journey. They were soon to arrive at the renowned Windmill Village in the East Sea. On that morning, the scorching sun poured down on the ship's deck, heating the wooden planks. Mork was already stretching his wrists and ankles, ready to face a new round of devilish training. But today, Captain Garp did not start the training directly as he usually did. Instead, he stood firmly in the center of the training ground, arms crossed. A pair of sharp eyes locked onto him, and then he gently raised his chin. After practicing for so many days, Garp's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority. Whether you're a mule or a horse, it's time to take you out for a walk. Today we will test the results of your training. After speaking, he casually gestured to the side. You come here. With steady footsteps, a tall figure stepped out. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, and upright like a pine tree. His skin was a sun-kissed wheat color, and his eyes were sharp as blades, exuding a seasoned and elite aura just by standing there. Hudson, a veteran of my personal guard, Garp introduced simply with a hint of approval in his tone. He has served for 5 years, fought against pirates, sailed the high seas, and possesses ample combat experience. He is more than capable of taking down a pirate with a bounty of 300,000 to 400,000 in the East Sea. You two will spar a bit, keep it light, don't go all out. I want to see how much real skill you've accumulated from your intense training over the past few days. Mock's heart skipped a beat. He thought finally it has come. Since unlocking Garp's fighting experience, mastering the basic 6 styles, and having enhanced his physical strength with the bulbul fruit, he had long been itching to find a proper opponent to test himself. Mock immediately stretched his limbs, his wrists and ankles cracking, wearing a seemingly harmless smile on his face. No problem, Uncle Garp. Brother Hudson, please go easy on me. I'm just a beginner and afraid of getting hurt, he said, politely showing his typical cheekiness. Hudson smiled, gently nodding slightly at Mock, his tone very polite. You're too modest, little brother. I will control my strength and won't harm you. Yet Hudson's true thoughts were entirely different. After all, Mock was just an 11-year-old, half-grown child. Regardless of how extraordinary his talent was and how much Garp valued him, his age limited his physical strength, combat experience, and explosive power. In his eyes, this kid was at most a bit more solid in fundamentals than his peers with slightly faster speed. In terms of actual combat prowess, he could not possibly compare to a seasoned elite soldier like him. He planned to hold back a little, putting on a show of sparring for the sake of the Major General. The two quickly assumed positions. The surrounding Navy soldiers noticed the commotion and stopped their tasks, gathering around. Everyone was eager to see how much real skill this genius boy, who had been specially trained by the Major General, truly begin. Garp commanded sharp and decisive, officially starting the sparring. Hudson maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, not striking first, but instead assumed a solid defensive stance, slightly raising his hand to signal Mock to attack. Seeing this, Mock did not hesitate. He suddenly unleashed a surge of power, his explosive speed pouring out. Shave. A light sound echoed. Mock's original position was instantly empty as he broke through the air resistance, and in an instant reached Hudson's front. The observing Navy soldiers only saw a black shadow flash by hardly catching his trajectory. Mock clenched his right fist, infused with solid physical strength, and drove it toward Hudson's chest, delivering a steady and heavy blow. Hudson's pupils suddenly constricted, the calmness on his face disappearing almost entirely as a storm brewed in his heart. He never expected that an 11-year-old child's speed could be this astonishing. In a rush, he had no time to gather strength for a counterattack, instinctively raising his arms to cross in defense, bracing to take the punch. Bang! The dull and heavy sound of the collision exploded on the deck. A strong impact reverberated through his arms and spread throughout his body. Hudson's arms went numb, and he stumbled back uncontrollably, the wooden planks under his feet trembling slightly. Such speed, such power. Hudson was shocked. All contempt vanished from his heart. He finally realized this kid truly had strength. The next moment, he shouted sharply, his gaze turning fierce as he unleashed a powerful counterattack. Facing the oncoming fierce assault, Mock remained calm and unflustered. To him, the punches that appeared lightning fast and unavoidable seemed as slow as if played in slow motion. Let's not forget, he had completely replicated Garp's decades of combat experience in his mind. Hudson's battle patterns were riddled with flaws in the face of Garp's experience. Mock's footwork constantly changed as he performed, his figure flickering like a ghost weaving through the gaps, and the opponent's heavy punches were either dodged with precise sidesteps or blocked with careful raises of his hands, executed with perfect control. Occasionally, when he couldn't evade an attack in time, he activated Iron Block, hardening his body instantly to take the heavy blow without budging. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of rapid collisions between fists and feet echoed across the deck. The two exchanged blows rapidly with a quick shift between offense and defense, leaving the observing Navy soldiers in awe. The crowd erupted in excitement, a chorus of gasps echoing. Did I see that right? Is this for real? That kid Mock is actually going head-to-head with Lieutenant Hudson. My goodness. Lieutenant Hudson is the top elite of the Major General's personal guard. This kid is only 11, right? 11. His combat ability is utterly outrageous, simply monstrous. The noisy discussions reached Mock's ears, but he remained unfazed, even wanting to laugh. These Navy brothers truly had not seen the world. This was just the beginning. He hadn't even gone all out. He hadn't even used 30% of his strength. Whether in speed, strength, or combat skills, he was deliberately holding back, precisely controlling the force and rhythm of each attack. The goal was simple: to create a seemingly even match, and then struggle to win at the end. This would perfectly showcase the results of his training over this period, satisfying Garp without being too shocking and scaring everyone into silence. After more than 10 minutes of entanglement, neither could gain the upper hand. But the more they fought, the more alarmed Hudson became, feeling increasing pressure on his scalp. He had originally thought that with his rich combat experience, he could soon figure out the boy's patterns and secure the victory. Yet after over 10 minutes, he was utterly bewildered. Every punch, every change of tactics, every test he made seemed to have been predicted by the opponent in advance. Mork always dodged, blocked, and countered at the most precise moments, leaving no openings. This sense of combat and on-the-spot reaction was even more sophisticated than his own inexperienced soldier of 5 or 6 years. Hudson found it increasingly difficult, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. It was about time to end this. Mork quietly judged that continuing was unnecessary. With a thought, Mork immediately adjusted his rhythm, deliberately exposing what seemed like a major opening. His breath slightly disordered, and his movements showed a hint of clear hesitation. In Hudson's eyes, this was a clear sign that the boy was exhausted and vulnerable. A perfect opportunity for victory. Hudson's eyes brightened, showing no hesitation as he seized the moment to step forward, throwing a punch straight at Mork. Now's the time. A glint of cunning flashed in Mork's eyes as his body suddenly sank, executing a maximum sidestep. Using shave, he ghosted around Hudson's side in an instant. He tightened his elbow, precisely pushing against the weak spot at Hudson's waist. Simultaneously, his other hand moved like lightning, accurately gripping Hudson's wrist, leveraging his punch's inertia to twist and pull, using his opponent's strength against them. Not good. Hudson exclaimed, his balance completely lost. He stumbled several steps forward, nearly falling onto the deck. When he gritted his teeth to steady himself and hurriedly turned around, he was immediately stunned. In the center, Mork had already retracted his fist and stood tall. The deck fell into a brief silence with a pin drop audible. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the Just a few seconds later, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Great. That was beautifully done. Mork actually won. He defeated Lieutenant Hudson. This move was so smooth. Using the opponent's strength against them is simply textbook level. Garp beamed, striding forward and giving Mork a hearty pat on the shoulder. Good boy. Well done. All that hard training with me wasn't in vain. After saying this, he turned to Hudson, whose expression was complex, teasing him with a smile. What do you think? The kid I picked didn't embarrass himself, right? Hudson smiled wryly, shaking his head, completely convinced, his tone filled with admiration. Major General, I must say this child cannot simply be described as a genius. He is truly a monster. His combat awareness and on-the-spot prediction are stronger than even I, an old soldier. Give him another 2 years to develop, and I would have no strength to fight back in front of him. Garp laughed heartily, looking quite proud as he scrutinized Mork and delivered his final authoritative evaluation. With your current overall strength, even in the weakest EC, you are already enough to match a pirate with a bounty of 300,000 berries. At the age of 11 to have such combat ability, I have never seen a second in all my years in the Navy. 300,000 berries. It's worth noting that the EC is recognized as the weakest sea among the 4 seas, with overall combat power at the bottom, and many captains of small to medium-sized pirate crews don't even reach 300,000 in bounty. At just 11 years old, Mork achieved this rating based solely on his physical prowess and basic martial arts, which was simply against the odds. If it were anyone else, they would have jumped up in excitement by now. But Mork merely scratched his head, revealing a shy and somewhat embarrassed grin. Yet deep down he was calm, without a single ripple, even feeling a bit disdainful. 300,000 berries. This rating of 300,000 was merely his starting point. After the sparring ended, the gathered Navy soldiers gradually dispersed, and the deck returned to calm. Garp earnestly cautioned him a few more times, advising him not to become arrogant or complacent, to maintain his mindset and continue training hard, and not to forget himself in moments of success. After finishing, he cheerfully turned to leave, his gaze toward Mork, growing increasingly satisfied. Mork leisurely leaned against the cool ship railing, letting the gentle sea breeze wash over him, dispersing his sweat and fatigue. He raised his eyes to gaze into the distance where the clear sea stretched infinitely. At that moment, as the sun set, the sky was awash with colorful clouds, painting the azure sea a rich golden, shimmering beautifully. There was just one more day. Tomorrow he would arrive at Windmill Village. The next day, Mork was waiting at the bow of the ship early in the morning. As he watched the coastline of Windmill Village drawing closer, his heart was filled with anticipation. The deck of the Doghead warship thudded against the wooden pier of Windmill Village with a thump, swaying a couple of times before coming to a stable stop. The salty sea breeze mingled with the scent of wheat and greenery, and as it rushed towards him, Mork instinctively took a deep breath. Having drifted at sea for nearly half a month, he finally set foot on solid land, feeling a sense of surreal dislocation. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Kapu placed his large palm on Mork's shoulder, this time applying just the right amount of force, unlike before when he would send people staggering. The old man clearly had returned home, his mood particularly bright, his voice 3 times louder than during their days at sea. Mork hurried to keep up, following Kapu into the village. The stone path was smoothed by the sea breeze, lined with small wooden houses. The walls were painted in a milky white, and wildflowers of unknown varieties adorned the window sills. Occasionally a cat sprawled in the sun by the wall, lazily lifting its eyelids upon hearing footsteps. 3 giant windmills stood not far from the village entrance, their massive wooden blades slowly turning in the sea breeze, the creaking sound audible from a distance. The scene he had seen in comics now unfolded vividly before his eyes. Mork stared at the windmills for a long time, a wave of surreal disorientation washing over him. In his previous life, while staying up late in a rented room chasing updates, he never dreamed he would one day actually stand on the land of Windmill Village. Vice Admiral Kapu, you're back. A fisherman carrying a fishing net greeted him with a smile, his dark face full of familiarity. Oh, today's catch is good. Kapu waved his hand, laughing in response, exhibiting none of the airs of a vice admiral, just like a retired old man visiting home. The villagers they encountered along the way, whether elderly women with white hair or children running and playing, all greeted Kapu with smiles. Some handed him freshly baked wheat cakes, while others cheerfully asked how long he would stay, this time creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. Mork quietly followed beside him, acting as a good-natured background figure, but internally, he was silently criticizing. So the naval hero in his hometown is just a beloved neighbor. Who would have thought that this old man munching on wheat cakes and dropping crumbs was the naval hero who chased Roger across the seas, capable of knocking out pirates with bounties in the millions? After walking for about 10 minutes, a small tavern with a wooden sign reading "Parties Bar" appeared at the end of the road. The wooden door was partially ajar, warm yellow light leaked through the gap, and the rich aroma of meat mixed with the scent of wheat wafted far away. This was the place. Mork's heart skipped a beat. This was Makino's tavern, the place where Luffy spent most of his childhood. Kapu pushed the door open casually, making a creaking sound as he entered, his voice booming. Makino, I've returned. The people inside the tavern clearly hadn't expected his sudden arrival. Behind the bar stood a young woman with deep green hair tied with a headscarf, wearing a clean checkered apron, holding a plate of freshly cooked venison stew. The steam obscured her features, making her look as gentle as a spring breeze. It was Makino. She paused for a moment upon hearing the voice, then broke into a soft smile, setting down the plate and walking quickly over. Mr. Kapu, how did you come back early? I thought you wouldn't arrive for a few more days. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Mork behind Kapu, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, but she didn't inquire further, merely bending her eyes gently. Who is this child? Come sit, come sit. The dishes are freshly made and still warm. Mork obediently stepped forward, slightly lowering his head, his voice soft. Hello, Sister Makino, my name is Mork. His gaze swept over the dishes Makino was serving, as well as the neatly arranged stew, wheat cakes, and pickled vegetables on the table. Almost instantly, the cloned fruit within him trembled slightly. An invisible wave quietly swept through. Life skill template entry completed. EC homestyle stew technique, honey wheat cake, fermentation process, fruit wine brewing, formula seafood soup, cooking time. A complete culinary framework is permanently stored. A plethora of cooking details instantly engraved itself in his mind, from ingredient handling to seasoning ratios, from heat control to plating techniques, all clear and intact. Mork's heart blossomed with joy. In the future, while cultivating on the mountain, he would no longer have to gnaw on hard bread and tasteless smoked meat. With these culinary skills, let alone the bandits of the Dadon family, even the gluttons Luffy and Ace would have to call him Big Brother, right? Plus, when he descends from the mountain, he could show off to Makino, increasing his favorability. Wouldn't that be great? He suppressed the delight bubbling within him, maintaining a shy and obedient demeanor as Makino led him to the table, the soft touch of her fingertips sending a small ripple through his heart. A gentle older sister indeed. Just as he was secretly feeling pleased, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a small figure sprawled on the inside of the table. The child had a head full of messy black hair, wearing a slightly old straw hat, and was having a great time playing at the edge of the table. His arms stretching long like rubber bands, swinging around, sometimes circling the table, and sometimes reaching for the sugar jar behind the bar, murmuring to himself, utterly absorbed in his play. Monkey D. Luffy. Mork's gaze fell on his elongated arms, and instinctively the cloned fruit activated again. He had only intended to glance at him, yet the next second the information flooding into his mind caused him to freeze, nearly losing grip of the cup in his hand. Paramecia-type rubber fruit ability framework, entire body rubberization, immunity to blunt force limbs, free extension, basic physical resistance enhancement. Mork's mind buzzed, leaving him momentarily dazed. What is this? Paramecia-type rubber fruit. This can't be right. What about my Grand Zoan-type human mythical beast Nika form? This is a legendary fruit concealed by the world government for 800 years, renamed and hidden away. Mork's mind buzzed, leaving him momentarily dazed. What is this? Paramecia-type rubber fruit. His brows furrowed tightly for a moment before quickly relaxing, showing no signs of abnormality on the surface, but internally a storm was already brewing. 3 thoughts raced through his mind. The first possibility: the fruit hasn't awakened yet. Luffy was only 7 years old, having just eaten the fruit for a short time, unable to even master basic stretching. With Nika's powers locked deep within, the cloned fruit could only scan the currently manifested surface attributes, unable to read the deeper essence. The second possibility, the world's will, or rather Emu, has some special means to shield the fruit's true information. Even the devil fruit encyclopedia has been tampered with. Perhaps the fruit itself carries a layer of disguise buff, and any external probing can only see the facade of the rubber fruit. The third possibility is that his cloned fruit is inadequate. The Zoan type's level is too high, being the legendary sun god, exceeding the current cloned fruit's reading limit, unable to penetrate the deeper essence. Each of the three speculations made sense, and Mork couldn't determine which was correct. He quietly raised his eyes and glanced at Luffy again. The clone fruit activated once more, but the feedback received remained unchanged. Clearly a Paramecia-type rubber fruit, with not a hint of the Zoan type. Interesting. This is truly fascinating. Mork lowered his eyelids, concealing the shock and curiosity in his eyes. It seems that the world of One Piece is far deeper than what he had learned from comics in his previous life. The secrets that even the cloned fruit can't decipher. This Nika fruit's origin is likely greater than one could imagine. However, he wasn't in a hurry. There is still plenty of time. In the future, staying with Luffy every day would provide ample opportunities for slow verification. Once Luffy develops his second and third gears, or even awakens, he can scan again, and he will surely find clues. He silently buried this matter deep in his heart, revealing not a hint of it. Grandpa. Only then did Luffy realize Kapu was there, instinctively shrinking his neck, his elongated arms swishing back, nearly knocking over the plates on the table. He clearly seemed a bit afraid of Kapu shifting his, but on the stool, his gaze flickering, yet he couldn't help but be curious, sneaking glances at Mork. Luffy pouted, mumbling softly, "Shanks and the others are my friends. And you dare to talk back?" Kapu plopped down in the main seat, grabbing a piece of stew and shoving it into his mouth, juices trickling down the corners of his mouth. "How many times have I told you to stop mixing with pirates? Well, this is broken now. You can't swim right." Luffy pouted, mumbling softly, "Shanks and the others are my friends. And you dare to talk back?" Kapu raised his hand and delivered a slap thud on Luffy's head. Luffy's rubber head dipped sharply, then bang, sprang back like a spring. He hugged his head and cried, "That hurts. Grandpa, you're too heavy-handed." Mork watched from the side, his mouth twitching. Goodness, even a rubber head can be struck to the point of shouting in pain. Kapu's strength is truly outrageous. The Iron Fist of Love lives up to its name. So the Iron Fist doesn't discriminate, right? The same force to beat pirates, the same force to hit grandsons. Only Luffy can withstand this, being a rubber man and a member of the monkey family. If it were an ordinary child, this blow would surely knock some sense into them. All right, mister. Kapu, Luffy is still young. Makino smiled, trying to mediate, handing Luffy a piece of honey wheat cake, and then giving one to Mork as well. "Here, eat up, it's freshly baked and sweet." Mork quickly accepted with both hands, saying thank you. With such kindness, it's no wonder Luffy, Ace, and Sabo all love Makino so much. The meal was lively and cheerful. Kapu was completely focused on eating, piling up plates one after another, his appetite even more exaggerated than Mork's. Makino sat beside them, occasionally adding dishes and soup, listening to Kapu recount stories from the sea, her lips always curved in a gentle smile. Luffy couldn't sit still, taking a few bites before wriggling around, his gaze constantly darting towards Mork, utterly curious. Halfway through the meal, Garp wiped his mouth and finally got to the point. "Makino, this time I intend to send Luffy to Dayton at Corbo Mountain. I've already spoken to that mountain bandit woman, asking her to look after this little brat. No, I don't want to go to the mountains." Luffy hated bandits because of the Bandit King Sig. He exploded on the spot, jumping up from the chair, nearly hitting his head on the beam. "I don't want to live with bandits. I want to stay in the village." "What pirate king?" Garp glared, raising his hand for another smack, causing Luffy to crouch on the ground, cradling his head. "At such a young age, why not learn something good? What's so great about being a pirate? Just honestly go to the mountains to train your body, and in the future become a Navy officer." "I don't want to be a Navy officer. I just want to be the pirate king." Luffy retorted, his neck stretched defiantly, tears welling in his eyes, yet he refused to back down. Mork, sitting quietly beside them, nibbled on a biscuit, watching the drama unfold. This grandfather and grandson duo, one wanting his grandson to be a Navy officer, the other determined to be a pirate, was truly remarkable. With Garp's teaching method, the more he hit, the more rebellious Luffy became. It was strange if he listened. If he spoke nicely, it might have worked, but with daily Iron Fist education, it only pushed the child toward becoming a pirate. Just as he was thinking, Garp suddenly pointed at Mork and smiled at Makino. "By the way, this kid is Mork. I found him on the way. He has no parents and lost his memory, so I adopted him as my god grandson. He'll stay with Luffy at Dodon's place, so he can keep an eye on Luffy and have a companion." Mork was taken aback. Wow, he suddenly gained a vice admiral as a grandfather, and Luffy and Ace directly became his brothers. Makino looked at Mork with tenderness, her eyes filled with pity. "So that's how it is. What a poor child. From now on, treat this place as your own home. Feel free to come down to play anytime." "Thank you, Sister Makino." Mork obediently responded sweetly. Luffy also forgot to be angry with Garp and leaned beside Mork, his eyes sparkling. "So you are my brother. Do you have a devil fruit too? Let me tell you, my gum fruit is amazing. I can stretch really long." As he spoke, he was about to demonstrate by stretching his arm. Mork smiled and nodded. "I also have one. It's the clone fruit, which can create a person exactly like me." after saying that he concentrated creating a perfect clone that stood beside him also looking obedient. Wow, so awesome. Luffy's eyes widened, rushing over to touch the clone's arm, then Mock's arm. Excited, you have two of you. That's so cool. It's even more fun than my stretching. He kept asking Mock all sorts of questions, sometimes asking if the clone could fight with him, and sometimes asking if they could climb trees together. Mock patiently answered each question, his acting skills top-notch, perfectly portraying a forgetful, gentle, and slightly shy teenager. After they finished eating, Garp stood up, grabbed Luffy by the scruff of his neck with one hand, and waved at Mock with the other. Let's go up the mountain to Dodon's house. I don't want to go to the mountains. I don't want to live with bandits. Grandpa put me down. Luffy flailed his arms and legs, continuously wailing. Unfortunately, his little strength was like that of a chick in Garp's hand with no room to struggle. Mock followed behind, quietly criticizing in his heart. At least this was the future 4 Emperor Pirate Straw Hat Kid. Can't you show a bit of respect? Of course he dared not say it out loud. If he really angered Garp, a punch wouldn't be worth it. The three walked along the winding mountain road deeper into Corbo Mountain. Garp strode swiftly and steadily, carrying Luffy, as if he were a sack of cotton, without any effort. Luffy wailed all the way, nearly losing his voice. Seeing Garp ignoring him, he gradually quieted down, drooping his head dejectedly. Mock, however, was quite relaxed. The passive buff of the bull fruit was fully activated. Stamina and physical strength were maxed out, making the walk along this mountain path feel like walking on flat ground, without even breaking a sweat. He walked while observing the surrounding terrain, quietly memorizing the route. He would have to frequently come down the mountain to buy things and visit the tavern for meals, so he needed to remember the way. After walking for about half an hour, a group of wooden houses built against the mountainside appeared in a clearing ahead. Outside the houses were scattered hunting bows, animal skins, and chopped firewood, and a dozen rugged mountain bandits leaned against the stone steps at the door, each showing an impatient expression. At the forefront stood a tall and burly woman, her orange hair disheveled, a look of impatience on her face, hands on her hips. Upon seeing Garp's figure, she rolled her eyes dramatically. It was none other than Dayton. Garp, why are you here again? Dayton shouted loudly from afar. One ace is enough to give me a headache, and now you bring Luffy. And you brought another one. This is a den of bandits, not a daycare. Though she complained vehemently, she stepped forward, and her gaze fell on Luffy and Mock, fierce, but without malice. The nearby bandits also glanced over, their eyes landing on Mock, whispering among themselves. Who is this little kid? I haven't heard that Vice Admiral Garp has a second grandson. Life in the mountains is tough. He'll probably cry to go home in a couple of days. Mock listened to their discussions without a ripple of emotion in his heart. These bandits. Combined, they wouldn't be enough to take him on with one hand. They looked fierce, but were actually soft-hearted fools. Had come to know that with time. Garp set the two kids down, laughing heartily, patting Dayton on the shoulder. What's the trouble? These two kids can eat and grow just right to help you hunt and work. He pointed at Mock, seriously saying, this is Mock, my adopted grandson, who will stay here with Luffy and Ace. This child is sensible, has good strength, and can help you manage these two mischievous monkeys. Dayton pouted, clearly not believing that this half-grown kid could be that impressive, but she didn't refute him. She dared to banter with Garp, but truly didn't dare to directly refuse this naval hero. After all, the evidence from the past misdeeds of her bandit group was all in Garp's hands. Got it. Dayton impatiently waved her hand. Let them stay. It's just a matter of extra bowls and chopsticks. But let me make it clear, if they cause trouble, I won't take responsibility. With you watching over them, I'm at ease. Garp nodded, reminding her a couple of times to ensure safety and not let the kids run around before he planned to leave. He had military duties and couldn't stay long. After dropping off the kids, he had to return to the warship and continue patrolling the East China Sea. Before leaving, Garp pulled Mock aside and lowered his voice. Kid, I'll leave Luffy and Ace in your care. You're older, keep a close watch on them and don't let them cause big trouble. Don't neglect your training. I'll come back to check on your progress in a while. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will definitely take good care of my two younger brothers and train well. Mock nodded seriously. Garp patted his shoulder with satisfaction, turned and strode down the mountain, quickly disappearing at the end of the forest path. The yard fell silent. Dayton crossed her arms, sizing up Mock, and Luffy, her voice gruff. All right, come in. I've arranged rooms for you. From now on, you must follow the rules of the mountains. No running around, no causing trouble. Do you understand? Luffy pouted, unwilling, but he didn't retort. He secretly glanced into the house, seemingly searching for something. Mock's gaze, however, passed over Dayton, landing in the corner inside the wooden house. In the dim light, a black-haired boy sat alone at a wooden table, holding a half-eaten animal leg, silently eating with a cold expression. The boy had sharp features and tightly pressed lips, exuding an air that made others keep their distance. Though only 10 years old, his gaze was steady, like a little adult, radiating a wild energy. Poor Gasti. Ace. Mock's heart skipped a beat. This was Fire Fist Ace, the boy who died under a kindness fist during the Marineford War to save Luffy. He was the child who carried the bloodline of Roger and spent his life searching for a sense of existence. At this moment, he was just a stubborn and aloof 10-year-old, harboring the secret of his identity, with all his defenses up, unwilling to get close to anyone. Mock looked at him softly, sighing in his heart. When he watched the Marineford War in his past life, he felt sad for Ace's death for a long time. Now that he was here, this tragedy must not happen. As if sensing his gaze, Ace suddenly raised his head. Their eyes met. Ace's gaze was cold, filled with scrutiny, and guard like a little beast whose territory had been. He did not speak, merely glanced at Mork before lowering his head again, continuing to gnaw on the animal leg, as if the two people in front of him were not worth his attention. Mork also did not approach to strike up a conversation. Stubborn children can't be rushed. There would be plenty of time in the future living under the same roof every day. They would eventually become familiar. After all, his position as the older brother was already secured. Deiden led the two inside, calling for Megura and Dogura to arrange rooms for them. Mork followed behind, his gaze sweeping across the entire stronghold, quietly calculating in his heart. The place was spacious enough, and there was open land behind the mountain, just perfect for training. In the evening, he would create 3 clones, one for practicing the 6 styles of body technique, another for swordsmanship, and the last for honing his Haki, maximizing efficiency. During the day, he would train Luffy and Ace in physical abilities, while also enhancing their rapport. Occasionally, he would go down the mountain to visit Makino's tavern to improve their meals. The secret of the gum-gum fruit could also be slowly explored and tested. The mountain wind blew through the trees, carrying a refreshing scent of grass, and would lifting the hem of the youth's clothes. Mork clenched his fists, feeling the abundant power within him along with the countless secrets and futures hidden in his mind. Deiden stood at the door, arms crossed, her face drawn long as she stared at the 2 half-grown children in front of her, her lips twitching. Before leaving, Garp told her, "Listen closely, Deiden. Mork is the oldest among the 3 kids. From now on, he will be Luffy and Ace's older brother. Keep an eye on them, don't let them run wild every day." Deiden wanted to retort. After all, as the leader of a mountain bandit, why should she help take care of children? And take care of 3. But just as the words were about to leave her mouth, she caught sight of Garp's fist clenched tightly, making cracking sounds, and that inscrutable smile in his eyes forcing her to swallow her words. A wise man avoids immediate losses. I got it. You're so naggy. She waved her hand impatiently, as if conceding. Garp then let out 2 satisfied laughs, and turned to leave the mountain. Now that he was gone, the mess was all left to her. Dadaon's gaze swept over Mork, then over Luffy, who was peeking curiously into the mountain, finally landing on the boy in the corner of the room, who was always wearing a cold expression. Ace had not said a word the entire time. Since Garp walked in and said Mork would be the older brother, he had just sat there gnawing on a piece of meat, not even lifting his eyelids. It was as if the matters discussed in the room had nothing to do with him. Whatever older brother business, he simply did not acknowledge it. Mork stood in the yard observing everyone's reactions, his heart clear. Ace's character was rather awkward in the original work. Suddenly being dropped with an older brother to manage him, it would be strange if he showed a good face. He also did not rush to join in to make his presence felt. Dealing with such an awkward child required a slow approach. It's like petting a cat, you have to stroke it gently. If you rush, it will surely scratch you. Aunt Deiden, Mork spoke first in a well-behaved tone. You can assign me any chores in the future. I can chop wood and fetch water. I'm older, I should do more. Deiden was taken aback. She had thought he would be just like Luffy, a troublemaker, or like Ace. She didn't expect him to be so sensible right off the bat. Clearing her throat, she maintained a stern face and waved her hand. All right, you don't need to busy yourself. Just take care of those 2 little ones, and don't let them cause trouble. Though she spoke sternly, her tone softened considerably. Luffy beside her had no patience to listen to their conversation. His mind had already flown into the mountains, his eyes darting eagerly towards Ace. Yesterday he had heard there was an older brother named Ace in the mountains, someone formidable, a skilled hunter. He had long wanted to play along. Moreover, although Mork appeared to be a child, he was an adult at heart. To Luffy, Mork was just boring. As for the mountain bandits in Luffy's eyes, they were no different from the mountain bandit King Sig. By the way, which version translated him as Nire Bear? Taking advantage of Deiden talking to Mork, Luffy tiptoed and stealthily moved towards Ace. Getting close, he tilted his little face up, eyes shining brightly. Ace, let's go play in the mountains. Let's go catch wild boars. Ace finally lifted his eyelids. He shot a cold glance at Luffy, said nothing, stood up, threw the gnawed bone aside, picked up the water pipe from the corner, and turned to walk out the door. The meaning was abundantly clear. He didn't want to engage. Luffy, however, was undeterred, happily following behind, running and shouting, "Hey, Ace, wait for me. I'm going to." The 2 children quickly disappeared into the dense woods, their figures vanishing from sight. Deiden watched their backs, stomping her foot in anger. Those little rascals. Don't run into the mountains. Luffy, you come back too. Though she shouted, the mountains were tall and the trees dense, there was no echo at all. All right, Deiden. Megura came out of the house smiling as he tried to smooth things over. Ace goes hunting in the mountains every day, and Luffy can learn something by following him, it's fine. As he spoke, he turned to Mork, his attitude gentle. You must be Mork, right? And Megura, feel free to talk to me if you need any. You must be tired from the journey, why not go rest in the house? Thank you, Uncle Megura, I'm not tired. Mork smiled, his gaze sweeping over the pile of firewood and the half-filled water barrel in the yard. It's just right, I have nothing to do. He'll chop some wood and fetch a couple of buckets of water. With that, he walked over to the wood pile, picked up the axe, and weighed it in his hands. The weight was just right, very handy. With the passive buff from the Nyo fruit, this bit of physical labor felt like a warm-up for him, not even breaking a sweat. Magura was about to stop him when he saw Mork swing the axe down with a crack. The wood as thick as a bowl was split cleanly in two decisively and neatly. His movements were so steady he hardly looked like an 11-year-old child. Wow, quite strong, Magura exclaimed, momentarily stunned, then laughed. All right, take your time, rest if you get tired. Mork nodded, not pausing in his work. The axe swung quickly and steadily, and before long a tall pile of firewood had formed nearby. As he chopped wood, he couldn't help but grumble in his heart. In his past life, he worked 996 laboring for his boss every day and still had to do housework after work. Now, having crossed over to One Piece, living under someone else's roof at the start, he still had to work hard to gain favor. It seemed that no matter where you are, the fate of a worker can't be escaped, right? But grumbling aside, he didn't delay in his work. He knew very well that staying at Dodon's place and being sensible was always a good idea. Lying around waiting for food would not only make Dayton resentful, but even the mountain bandits would have opinions. Doing some odd jobs could earn him everyone's goodwill, a surefire deal. Moreover, he lifted his eyes towards the deep mountains. Ace was probably hunting in the mountains now, with Luffy following him around. That way he wouldn't always think of himself as a decorative vase who dropped down thanks to Garp. However, even if he did encounter them, he wasn't in a hurry to strike up a conversation. He would first demonstrate a few moves so that this kid could understand what true skill was. That way he wouldn't always think of himself as a decorative vase who dropped down thanks to Garp's connections. After finishing the wood, he picked up the water bucket and went to the mountain stream to fetch water. Running back and forth 3 times, he filled the water barrel to the brim, even filling the spare wooden bucket beside it. Throughout the process, his face remained unchanged, his heart steady, and he didn't even breathe heavily. Magura, watching from the side, was a bit dumbfounded. This child looked clean and delicate, yet how was he so strong? He was capable even more than many young mountain bandits. By the time Mork finished, it was already afternoon. After resting for half an hour, Mork said goodbye to Dayton, saying he was going to stroll in the mountains and practice his skill. Dayton initially wanted to remind him to be careful, but the words got swallowed before they could leave her mouth. This child was sensible and steady, much more reliable than Luffy, so she shouldn't worry too much. She merely responded with an which counted as her agreement. Mork picked up a short knife he had found in the hideout and slowly made his way into the forest. The afternoon sun poured down through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, filling the air with the fragrance of grass and earth. He didn't venture deep, finding a secluded clearing with sturdy trees surrounding him, providing a good view. First he practiced shave. Suddenly pushing off the ground, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing next to a tree several meters away. Swish, swish, swish. With several consecutive flashes, he darted between the trees, stepping on the uneven ground, yet moving as steadily as if he were on level ground. The terrain of the mountains was far more complex than the deck of a warship, riddled with pits, roots, and vines, perfect for honing his positional precision. Before, he practiced on the deck where the environment was too uniform. Now, practicing in the woods, his agility with shave was improving rapidly. After practicing shave for half an hour, he stopped to practice iron body. Iron body. Instantly his muscles tensed, his whole body felt as if it had been cast in iron solid. He approached a tree as thick as a bowl, took a deep breath, and rammed his shoulder directly into the trunk. Bam! A dull thud echoed, the trunk shook and leaves fell like rain. Mork stood still, feeling not the slightest pain in his shoulder. The iron body, which could not be broken by ordinary swords, felt like a mere scratch when hitting a tree. He nodded, very satisfied with his current strength. After practicing for a while longer, he would be able to try combining iron body with armament Haki, and his defense would reach another level. Next was swordsmanship. The short knife was drawn, its cold light flashing. He executed slashes, thrusts, sweeps, and cuts, each move precise and swift, perfectly replicating Bogart's techniques. The blade light darted among the trees, the sound of the wind suppressed to a minimum the sword light contained without any excess momentum. Unlike those wild and flashy moves, these were genuine military killing techniques, each strike aimed directly at vital points, simple and effective. The more Mork practiced, the more skilled he became. Before, when he practiced in the air, he always felt something was missing. Now in the mountains, using leaves and branches as targets, each slice was precise enough to cut through the leaves without hitting the branches. When he returned to the base, the sky was still bright. The mountain bandits were all stunned to see him dragging 2 huge wild. Did this kid really hunt 2 wild boars? Are you joking? How old is he? How could he handle 2 wild boars alone? This strength is just absurd. He just dragged 2 wild boars back. Magura hurried over to help take the boars, both astonished and delighted. Mork, you are incredible. You went into the mountains for an afternoon and brought back 2 wild boars. Just lucky I happened to encounter them. Mork smiled modestly and added, Uncle Magura, I know a bit about roasting meat. How about I prepare it tonight? You can roast meat. Magura was even more surprised. All right, then we will be enjoying your cooking tonight. Dadon came out to see the 2 plump wild boars on the ground, looking at Mork with a completely changed expression. This child is not only sensible and capable, but also so skilled at hunting. Garp really sent over a treasure. Consider it a meal expense for Ace and Luffy. She didn't say anything, but turned around to go inside, bringing out the hidden salt and spices. The meaning was clear, agreeing to let Mork show his skills. Mork didn't hesitate, rolling up his sleeves and getting busy. He processed the wild boar, cut it into pieces, marinated it, started a fire, and skewered it, his movements fluid and graceful. The spice ratios and control of the heat were all done according to the top-notch culinary skills of Clone Magino. In no time, a rich meaty aroma filled the entire base. The mountain bandits all gathered around, their noses twitching, their eyes fixated on the grill. Wow, the meat I roasted before can't even compare to this. Mork, this kid is impressive. His skills are exceptional. When the roast meat was ready, everyone tasted it and was instantly amazed. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, savory and flavorful, even the fatty parts were not greasy, and each bite was bursting with juice. It was at least 10 times better than any roast meat they had eaten before. Dadong took a bite, said nothing, but his eating pace quickened. Inside, he was secretly wondering, where did this kid come from? Sensible, capable, and can cook. Garp really didn't let her down. Mork himself ate a lot as well. Life Return was fully at work. The meat he consumed was quickly digested and transformed into pure physical strength and energy flooding into his limbs. Half of the 2 wild boars had already gone into his stomach. The nearby mountain bandits were left dumbfounded. Goodness, this appetite is just outrageous. Looking so thin and small, how can he eat so much? So hunting well is because of his big appetite, huh? Mork didn't care what they thought. A person who eats a spirit of eating, only by eating can one become stronger. With the dual enhancement of Life Return and the ox fruit, the more he ate, the faster he grew. This was just the beginning. Once he had more clones, his appetite would surely increase. While he was eating, footsteps were heard outside the yard. Luffy, covered in mud with hair as messy as a bird's nest and grass clippings on his face, came running back excitedly. He smelled the meat aroma from afar, his nose twitching and his eyes lit up instantly. It smells so good. What is this deliciousness? He rushed into the yard, saw the meat on the grill, and lunged forward to grab it. Slow down, be careful not to burn yourself. Mork smiled as he handed him a skewer. Luffy took it, blew on it twice, and took a big bite, his face shining with oil as he mumbled, delicious. Better than what Magino makes. Mork secretly laughed. It wasn't better than hers. At best, it could be considered on par. This was the essence of Magino's cooking, perfectly replicated. Luffy had been wild in the mountains all afternoon and was famished. How could the roast meat not taste good? Brother Mork, you are amazing, Luffy said while eating. You are great at hunting and roasting meat too. He was completely sold on the roast meat, calling him brother with ease. Mork smiled and glanced in the direction of the mountain path. Luffy was back, but Ace was still missing. Does this kid stay in the mountains until this late, every day? Just as he was thinking, a figure appeared at the end of the small path in the woods. A young man holding a water pipe with a mountain deer slung over his shoulder stood tall and walked with steady steps. It was Ace. He evidently smelled the meat aroma, as well, his brows slightly furrowed as he quickened his pace. Upon entering the yard, he saw Mork standing by the grill, surrounded by the mountain bandits, chatting and laughing. Ace's footsteps paused for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had only been gone a short while, and this newcomer had already blended in with everyone. He said nothing, shouldering the mountain deer directly to a corner, placing the catch down, before turning to enter the house. Ace, come eat some meat. Brother Mork's roast is super delicious, Luffy shouted to him, while holding up a meat skewer. Ace paused in his steps. He turned his face, shot Mork a cold glance, and spoke in a tone lacking warmth, no need. After that, he walked straight into his room and shut the door. He didn't even give Mork a proper look. The mountain bandits felt a little awkward. Magura tried to ease the situation. Alright, that's just Ace, don't mind him. We'll eat our own. Mork didn't mind. It was only the first day, one couldn't expect someone to come in and treat you like a brother right away. Take it slow. After all, there's plenty of time to change his mind. Moreover, when Ace looked over just now, there was clearly curiosity in his eyes. Just being stubborn. After dinner, the sky had darkened. The mountain bandits dispersed to rest, and Luffy with a round belly leaned against the threshold, yawning. Mork walked over and ruffled his hair. Luffy, don't rush to sleep. Uncle Carp asked me to teach you basic training. Starting tonight, we'll practice for an hour every evening. Huh, more training. Luffy's face immediately fell somewhat reluctant. He had played hard all day and was now so tired his eyelids were fighting. If you train well, you'll become stronger and can become the Pirate King. Mork slowly threw out the killer line. Luffy's eyes lit up immediately. Right? To become the Pirate King, I need to get stronger. I'll practice. He immediately jumped up full of energy. Brother Mork, hurry and teach me. Mork secretly smiled. This kid could only be tamed by those 3 words, Pirate King. He took Luffy to the empty space in the yard, starting to teach the most basic stances and punches. These were the basic combat techniques taught by Carp, standard movements with clear power delivery, most suitable for Luffy's current situation. However, Luffy couldn't sit still and wanted to move after only 2 or 3 minutes. Mork didn't scold him, he coaxed him each time with phrases like, after practice I'll teach you a new move, and you'll be able to knock out big mountain bandits in the future. Through coaxing and cheating, he managed to keep Luffy going for an hour. Despite Luffy being mischievous, once he focused, he learned quite quickly. After all, he was the protagonist with talent that was evident. A set of basic straight punches. After practicing a few times, he got the hang of it. Not bad, let's call it a day for today. Mork looked at the time. It was about right. We'll continue tomorrow night. Alright. Though Luffy was dripping with sweat, he was very excited, waving his fists. I'll definitely become super strong in the future. After saying that, he yawned and ran back to his room to sleep. The yard quieted down. Mork was just about to head back inside when the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing by at the edge of the woods. It was very fast and disappeared in an instant. Mork's lips curled up slightly. Ace. How long had he been hiding there watching? Was he curious about the basic moves or about his own strength? He wouldn't point it out, pretending he didn't see, and turned back to his room. Exposing it would be pointless. A stubborn kid sneaking a look should be treated as if one doesn't know, giving him a bit of face. One day when he couldn't help it, he would naturally come over. In fact, Ace had been standing behind the tree for quite a while. He had originally gone back to get something, but just as he reached the forest edge, he heard the sounds of punches and kicks from the yard. Curiosity got the better of him, and he stopped to take a distant look. Once he looked, he found it hard to look away. The moves Mork was teaching Luffy looked simple, but were filled with principles. The angles of punches, the stances of footwork, and the methods of power delivery through twisting the waist and sending the shoulder were completely different from the rough style he had honed through fighting and battling beasts in the mountains. This was true military combat skill. Did Garp teach him? Ace felt a bit uncomfortable inside. He always thought he was strong enough, the beasts in the mountains were no match for him. But seeing these techniques taught by Mork today made him realize that there were so many nuances to fighting. Could this newcomer really be that formidable? He bit his lip, feeling a bit unwilling, yet couldn't help wanting to watch a little longer. Just when Mork looked this way, he snapped back to reality, quickly dodging behind the tree, his heart racing a bit. He bit his lip, feeling a bit unwilling, yet couldn't help wanting to watch a little longer. Just when Mork looked this way, he snapped back to reality, quickly dodging behind the tree. Ace stood in the shadow of the tree, silent for a while, then turned around silently back to his room. He shut the door, leaning against the door panel, replaying the moves he had just seen in his mind. For some reason, he raised his hand and mimicked the moves in the air. It seemed definitely more fluid than his own rough style. He shook his head, suppressing that thought. Just a flashy display. When it comes to real fighting, it still depends on true skill. But that hint of curiosity in his heart quietly began to sprout. Meanwhile, Mork returned to his room, locked the door, and blew out the oil lamp. The room was pitch black with only a little light from the moon outside. He didn't go to sleep immediately. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he calmed his mind and slowly activated the ability of his devil fruit. After hunting wild boars during the day, practicing moves, and replenishing energy from eating, he faintly sensed signs of a breakthrough in his mental power. Previously, he could only divide into 2 clones. While training today, he felt that his mental power was much fuller than before. He decided to try and see if he could break through to create a few more clones. Mork took a deep breath, focused his mind, and with a thought said, "Clone." Buzz, a faint trembling sound rang. In the darkness, 3 identical figures slowly coalesced, quietly standing at both sides of the room. 3 clones. Mork gave instructions to the 3 clones. Number 1 refined the details of the Navy's 6 powers, focusing on practicing the basic thrusting technique. Number 2 honed swordsmanship fundamentals, and Number 3 enhanced physical fitness. The 3 clones nodded simultaneously without any hesitation. Clone number 1 stood to the left side of the room, adopting a fighting stance, practicing punches and kicks slowly and accurately. Clone number 2 picked up the wooden sword placed in the corner and began practicing sword techniques, while clone number 3 engaged in squat, sit-ups, and push-ups. Mork then laid down on the bed, covering himself with a blanket. The main body only needed to maintain the existence of the clones, and the rest was sleep. By the next morning, when he fused with the clones, he would directly receive the results of a whole night of training. Listening to the faint sounds of punches and kicks, and the swish of the wooden sword cutting through the air, Mork felt quite pleased. This efficiency was more absurd than using a cheat code. He intended to tell others that this was the normal development of the clone fruit. After all, clones as a fruit type could assist in training, which made sense. However, the true capability of the clone fruit and his actual cultivation progress must be kept tightly concealed. The deeper the hidden cards, the more useful they would be at critical moments. In the dark, Mork gazed at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting far away. He had no clues about the secret of the rubber fruit. Ace's tragedy was still waiting in the future, and Sabo had yet to make his official appearance. But that was alright. Now that the start was stable and his training speed was at maximum, everything was still on time. He closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. The days in Corbo Mountain had only just begun. Once he develops for a few more years, this East Sea will be a place he can freely walk through. Just thinking about meeting Magino when he comes down the mountain or encountering Nami at sea makes him feel delighted. The mountain wind blew through the window cracks, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. In the room, the clones were still tirelessly training. The moonlight spilled onto the young man's face, quiet and peaceful. No one knew that this seemingly ordinary 11-year-old boy was rapidly becoming stronger at a terrifying speed. In the year 1510 of the Hyuan calendar, in April, it has been exactly 3 months since Mork moved into the Dadong household. Life in the Kelbo Mountain can be described as both monotonous and lively. Every day before dawn, Ace would sneak into the deep mountains with a water pipe, never showing his face until nightfall. Luffy was always a persistent little tail, and the first thing he did upon waking was to look for Ace chasing after him tirelessly all over the mountains, happily getting bruised and battered. The mountain bandits hunted when they needed to and fished when they felt like it. A life was rough around the edges, but peaceful. Mork perfectly integrated into the rhythm, becoming the universal patch of the Dadong family. Chopping firewood and fetching water during the day, managing the base, was routine. Every few days he would venture into the mountains to hunt a wild boar or catch a few mountain chickens, then return to personally cook to improve their meals. With cooking skills honed from replicating Marquino's techniques, his status in the Dadong family soared. In the past, the bandits would treat him politely. Now, they would greet Mork from afar with smiles, just to secure a few extra pieces of roasted meat at dinner. Dadong never spoke of it, but he would unconsciously glance at Mork during meals, hoping he would come up with something new today. Mork was well aware of this. If you wanted to stay comfortably in the bandit lair, you first had to win over their stomachs. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Eating his cooking daily meant that even if he caused a little trouble in the future, Dadong would likely show some leniency and refrain from reporting him to Garp. Of course, he never neglected his training. In these 3 months, with 2 clones training day and night, combined with the enhancements from the Nyo fruit ability and the efficient recovery from life restoration, his strength underwent a tremendous transformation. He had mastered all 6 styles of the Navy, including shave, iron, block, paper drawing, finger gun, gale step, and moon step, each effortlessly executed. Though he had yet to reach the level of Garp's masterful prowess, he was more than capable of dealing with pirates with bounties in the millions in the East Sea. His armed color Haki had also stabilized at the introductory level. Although it could only cover his hands and feet, it was enough to prevent ordinary blades from inflicting any harm. His swordsmanship had progressed rapidly. The template from Bogart was meticulously refined, each move sharp and precise. When it came to actual combat, he was more reliable than many swordsmen who had roamed the world for over a decade. The only issue was Ace's attitude. 3 months had passed, and this awkward kid no longer wore a perpetual cold expression. Occasionally, when they met at mealtime, he would grunt as a greeting. However, he had yet to utter the words "Big Brother" even once. Mork was not in a hurry. He had figured out that Ace was like a stubborn donkey. The more you tried to coax him, the more he resisted. The closer you got, the more he held back. If you ignored him and focused on your own business, he would sneak over to observe you. During these 3 months, while Mork practiced his punches and swordplay in the courtyard, he had often caught glimpses of this kid's figure peeking from behind trees and rooftops. Every time he was discovered, he would immediately pretend to be passing by, stubbornly maintaining his aloof demeanor. Mork chose not to point it out, treating it as if he hadn't seen anything. After all, once this kid truly accepted him, he would acknowledge it without needing to say a word. As for Luffy, he had already become adept at calling him Big Brother with ease. Every night, he practiced basic punches and kicks with Mork for half an hour, and afterward, he could enjoy delicious food, living a blissful life. Although he still couldn't sit still fidgeting after 10 minutes of practice, he was kept engaged by Mork's coaxing and trickery, allowing him to build a solid foundation. One early morning, just as the dawn light began to break, Mork had just finished integrating the training achievements of his 2 clones and was warming up when he saw Luffy sneak out of the room, looking like a thief fixated on Ace's door. Before long, Ace emerged from the door with the water pipe in hand, his steps light as he headed straight down the mountain. The direction was clearly not towards the usual hunting grounds in the deep mountains, but rather towards the direction of the Goa Kingdom. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he quickly hunched down, stealthily following behind. His sneaky demeanor resembled that of a little secret agent. Mork raised an eyebrow as he stood in the courtyard. What was this kid up to now? Normally, when Ace went into the mountains to hunt, Luffy would follow openly. Why was he sneaking around today? He pondered for a moment, but didn't think too much of it. Being a kid, he probably wanted to pull off some surprise, or was worried that Ace would find him annoying and wanted to follow discreetly. After all, Kelbo Mountain was not that big and nothing serious could happen. He shook his head and turned to grab his axe, heading to chop wood first. He still had a pile of chores to do in the morning and needed to find time to practice Moon Step in the afternoon. Recently, he had just mastered Moon Step, and it was perfect for honing the stability of his suspension using the mountain winds. Once proficient, he could directly use Moon Step to go to Windmill Village without needing to walk the mountain paths. Just imagine when he lands in front of the Marquino Tavern, how impressive would that be? Wouldn't the gentle big sister's eyes light up with admiration? As Mork chopped wood, he found himself lost in thought, his lips unconsciously curling up. Just thinking about it was delightful. However, by the afternoon, as dusk approached, Ace and Luffy had still not returned. At this time, even if Ace had gone hunting far away, he should have started heading back, not to mention Luffy, who would have been starving and rushing back to demand food. Gradually, unease began to rise in Mork's heart. Something felt off. Too off. Luffy was a glutton, and when it was mealtime, he was always the most eager. There was no way he would delay for so long. Unless something happened. He put down what he was doing and found Megura to ask. Megura also looked a bit worried. Ace has had nights when he didn't come back, but Luffy has never followed him for this long. The Goa Kingdom over there doesn't seem very peaceful. Goa Kingdom. Mork's heart sank. Ace headed that way in the morning, and Luffy followed. That was the confirmed location. The name popped into his mind in an instant. In the original story, Ace and Sabo hid treasures at the garbage end, and later they were found by Burgess with Luffy being caught. Damn, the plot actually caught up at this moment. Mork's expression changed slightly. He had been so focused on his own training that he almost forgot about this. That Burgess guy, a cadre of the Sapphire Pirate crew, was ruthless and loved to flay people's skins with a bounty of 3 for million berries. If Luffy fell into his hands, what good could come of it? Uncle Magura, I'm going to look for them. Mork's tone turned serious. They might have gone to the garbage mountain in the Goa Kingdom. If Luffy fell into his hands, what good could come of it? Uncle Magura, I'm going to look for them. Mork's tone turned serious. No need, more people would just be a bigger target. Mork shook his head. Him fast, he'll find them and come back. Without waiting for Magura to respond, he picked up a short knife from the corner and propelled himself forward, activating Shave in an instant. With a whoosh, his figure disappeared at the gate of the courtyard. Magura only felt a blur in front of him. The person was gone, and he stood there dazed for a while, unable to regain his senses. Wow, this speed is terrifying. No wonder Major Carp values this kid so much. He's truly a monster. Meanwhile, at the garbage, and a little earlier, mountains of garbage stretched as far as the eye could see, with discarded wood, rusty iron, and rotting food piled haphazardly together, emitting a pungent, acrid smell. Flies buzzed all around, and sewage flowed through the troughs, splashing black mud with every step. Luffy followed closely behind, Ace weaving through the garbage for a long while, nearly overwhelmed by the stench. He covered his nose, his little face scrunched up, wondering in his heart what Ace was doing in such a wretched place. It was dirty and smelly with no place to play. He didn't dare to get too close, fearing that Ace would discover him and send him back, so he could only keep his distance. He watched as Ace skillfully navigated through the garbage pile and entered the woods. He found a giant dead tree, quickly climbed up it in a few moves. Luffy hurriedly hid behind the garbage pile and craned his neck to look up. To his surprise, Ace was not alone in the tree. There was also a blonde youth wearing a grand hat with windbreak glasses, dressed in a neat little jacket, looking clean and tidy in stark contrast to the garbage mountain. The two squatted on a sturdy branch with a wooden box in front of them, counting the gold coins and berries inside, their heads huddled together as they whispered about something. Luffy blinked. They hid this much money. His eyes widened in disbelief. So much money, how much meat could that buy? Just as he was about to call out to them, he heard a commotion of footsteps in the distance, along with raucous laughter. Kukuku. Search carefully. Those two brats must be hiding nearby. Daring to steal from our Sapphire Pirate crew, they must be tired of living. Luffy's heart tightened, and he quickly pulled his head back. Pirates. Were they looking for Ace and the others? Ace and Sabo in the tree also changed their expressions instantly. It's Burgess. Sabo whispered, his expression grave. How did he find this place? I don't know. Ace tightened his grip on the water pipe, his expression icy. Let's hide well and not get discovered. The two quickly covered the wooden box and moved to a denser area of leaves, holding their breath. Soon a group of fierce-looking pirates came searching. The leading man was tall and thin, with a scar running across his cheek, playing with a sharp machete in his hand, his eyes as venomous as a snake. It was Burgess. Behind him were a dozen subordinates, each armed with steel blades, their faces brutish as they turned the area upside down. Luffy hid behind the tree, not daring to breathe. Although he was mischievous, he knew these people were bad. However, the place he was hiding was not very concealed and could be easily spotted. Before long, a pirate walked over and immediately spotted Luffy curled up in a ball. Boss, there's a kid here. Hearing this, Burgess turned his head, his sinister gaze landing on Luffy. He strode over, looking down at Luffy, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. Oh, where did this little brat come from? You seem to know those two wild kids. Luffy pursed his lips defiantly, refusing to speak. He would never betray Ace. Not talking. Burgess chuckled coldly, reaching down as if to pick up a chick, grabbing Luffy by the back of his collar and lifting him up. No worries, we'll have plenty of time for you to talk later. Take him away. He carried Luffy and turned to walk deep into the garbage mountain shantytown. The pirate subordinates stopped searching and followed their leader back. After all, if they caught this little brat, wouldn't those two kids have no choice but to show up? Ace and Sabo from the tree had a clear view of everything happening below. Ace clenched his fists, his legs already raised, ready to jump down and fight desperately. Don't act impulsively. Sabo urgently grasped his arm, tightly lowering his voice. If you go down now, it's like sending your head to the guillotine. You won't save Luffy, and both of us will end up in trouble, losing all the treasures we've gathered. What should we do then? Just watch him get beaten to death. Ace's eyes turned red, his voice lowered to a near whisper, a fierce aura surrounding him as his knuckles turned white. Sabo furrowed his brows, his mind racing. First, we need to move the treasure to a more secluded place. If that little brat can't hold on and spills, at least our money will still be safe, and we won't lose everything. He won't say anything. Ace blurted out instinctively. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt uncertain with. Though Luffy had consumed a devil fruit and gained powers, he was still only 7 years old. How could he possibly withstand the torment of a ruthless person like Burjimi? What if the pain became unbearable and he inadvertently spoke? The two exchanged glances, both reading the anxiety in each other's eyes. Ultimately, reason prevailed. They carefully moved the wooden boxes, slowly climbing down the other side of the tree, crouching low to transfer the treasures into the more concealed forest. While moving the boxes, Ace's heart was in disarray. That kid Luffy, so foolish and stubborn, wouldn't really hold out. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. The wooden box almost slipped from his grasp and landed on his foot. He cursed Luffy for bringing this upon himself, for secretly following them to seek death, yet his knuckles turned white, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. In his entire life, he had rarely been this flustered. The last time when facing the Mountain King, a great tiger, he had nearly been knocked off a cliff. He had never felt this chaotic before. The two worked hard for quite a while, and finally managed to hide the treasure securely. Sabo said in a low voice, "You stay here and keep watch. He'll go check the situation in the shantytown and see how that little brat is doing. I'm going with you." "No way, too many people will expose us." Sabo shook his head. "He'll go alone. You stay here to keep an eye on things, so if there's any movement you'll be there to respond." After saying that, he pressed down his hat, hunched over, and silently made his way toward the shantytown, disappearing in just a few moments. Ace crouched behind the ruins, his heart racing, feeling like he had a rabbit thumping around inside him. Every second felt excruciating. He didn't know how long had passed when hurried footsteps approached and Sabo returned. His face looked grim, his tone urgent and heavy. "Luffy is locked in the innermost dilapidated wooden house. Bogart has been beating him, forcing him to reveal our whereabouts and the treasure." "Did he say anything?" Ace's head shot up, his voice tight. Sabo shook his head, his expression complicated. "No. That kid has an incredible stubbornness. He was beaten black and blue, yet he didn't cry out. Not a single word left his mouth." Ace's body trembled. He opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. It felt as if something had struck his heart hard, leaving it both sore and constricted, suffocating. That idiot kid who followed him everywhere, impossible to shake off, the troublemaker who always shouted about wanting to be Pirate King, had been beaten so badly, yet still didn't utter a word. "No way, we have to save him." Ace suddenly stood up, grabbed the iron pipe by his feet, and walked out with reddened eyes. Sabo quickly grabbed him. "There are over a dozen of Bogart's men, all armed with knives. How can we fight? Charging in is a death sentence. Even if it means death, we have to go." Ace's voice was hoarse as he shook off Sabo's hand. "He was captured because of us. We can't just leave him there to die." Sabo was also sweating profusely, anxious. He understood the reasoning, but they couldn't just watch their brother go to his death. He gritted his teeth and picked up the pipe too. "All right. Let's go together. Worst case, we fight them, Hedon." The two made up their minds, gripping their makeshift weapons tightly, crouching low, ready to rush into the shantytown. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from a nearby pile of ruins, soft, yet clearly audible to both of them. "With what?" "With these two broken pipes in your hands. Not even enough to be used as a side dish for them." The two jumped in surprise and quickly turned around. They saw a young boy standing on top of the ruins, tall and straight, gripping a short knife, brows slightly furrowed, looking down at them. It was Mork. "What are you doing here?" Ace was taken aback for a moment, then frowned, speaking with an aggressive tone. "This isn't your business. Hurry back to the mountain. Don't come along and cause trouble." He was awkward, disliking this unexpected older brother, but it wasn't right to let him follow them to death. "Luffy is my brother. How is it not my business?" Mork raised an eyebrow, leaping down from the ruins, gracefully landing silently. He had followed the trail to the garbage hill, and as he approached the shantytown, he found these two impulsive fools ready to jump into the fire pit. Fortunately, he arrived in time. If he had been a moment later, these two hotheads would have sent themselves to their doom. Sabo examined Mork, confusion in his eyes. He had heard Ace mention that a grandson of Rear Admiral Garp named Mork had come to the Dayton family. Is this the one? He looked only a few years older than Ace, with delicate skin. Could he be reliable? "Do you have a plan?" Sabo asked, his tone tentative, trying anything as a last resort. Mork didn't answer directly, instead asking back, "What's the situation inside? How many men does Bogart have? What's Luffy's condition now?" "Over a dozen henchmen, all armed with knives. Luffy is locked in the innermost room, beaten badly, but still conscious." Sabo spoke rapidly. "Bogart is still pressuring him about the treasure." Mork nodded, quickly calculating in his mind. Bogart, with a bounty of 3 berries, skilled with knives, and having spiked brass knuckles, was ruthless. His men were just ordinary thugs, no real threats, relying on their numbers. He could charge in alone and handle it but he had to ensure Luffy's safety to avoid forcing Bogart to act in desperation, using Luffy as a hostage. Moreover, this was also a chance for Ace and Sabo to prove themselves, so they wouldn't always think they were invincible and recklessly risk their lives. In just a few seconds, the plan was set. He looked at the two and spoke decisively. "Listen, while split into 3. He'll charge in through the front door, drawing everyone's attention and clearing the minions. You two go around to the back of the house, and when I make a commotion, break the window and rescue Luffy first, then take him to a safe place to hide. After rescuing him, come out and help me. The 3 of us will work together to deal with Bogart." Ace furrowed his brows tightly. "You will charge in alone." The most formidable aspect was the combination of armament Haki with his physical strength. He had secretly tested it recently, when he fired an old. If something went wrong, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Garp. "Don't worry, these thugs can't hurt me." Mock's tone was calm, yet filled with confidence. You guys move quickly, just rescue Luffy, and don't worry about anything else. Sabo stared at Mock for a few seconds, seeing his determined expression devoid of any joking manner. He gritted his teeth. All right. Well, do it your way. He grabbed Ace and said urgently, there's no time to hesitate, saving Luffy is the priority. Ace pursed his lips, glanced at Mock, and finally nodded firmly. Let's go. The three of them immediately sprang in. Ace and Sabo crouched low, using the cover of garbage heaps and broken wooden planks to sneak toward the back of the wooden house, their movements light and silent. Mock stood still, weighing the short knife in his hand, flexing his wrist, knuckles cracking. It had been 3 months since Head had a real fight. It was a perfect opportunity to practice against these pirates. He wanted to see how effective his 3 months of grinding away had been. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly exerted force with his legs. Shave. Whoosh. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, charging straight toward the front door of the wooden house, moving so fast that only a blur remained. The 2 pirates guarding the entrance were still chatting, while smoking, completely oblivious, only sensing a flash before them. One pirate barely managed to shout half a word before Mock was already in front of him. His elbow slammed hard into the pirate's stomach. Bang! The pirate's eyes bulged, the cigarette fell from his mouth, and he almost spat out his lunch, doubling over on the ground, twitching twice before going still. The other pirate was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. He screamed and swung his steel knife. You little brat, looking for death. Mock didn't dodge or avoid, raising his left arm. Iron block. A crisp clang resounded. The steel knife struck his arm with a solid thud, like hitting refined iron, sparks flying, leaving only a faint white mark, not even breaking the skin. The pirate was left stupefied, frozen in place, holding his knife. What kind of monster is this? An 11 or 12-year-old kid with a body this tough. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Mock swiftly turned his right hand and smashed the back of his short knife onto the pirate's neck. A muffled thud echoed. The pirate's eyes rolled back, collapsing straight down unconscious. In just 2 seconds, the 2 guards were taken care of. Mock kicked the wooden door. Bang! The already dilapidated wooden door was kicked open, crashing violently to the ground. He strode inside, his aura fully unleashed. The room was dimly lit, a blend of moldy and bloody smells, overwhelming, choking. Burjimi was lounging in a chair, playing with a glinting little knife, staring at Luffy on the ground with an impatient. Luffy was tied to a central pillar, covered in wounds, his clothes torn, his face bruised, and blood at the corner of his. Yet he gritted his teeth, not uttering a single word, tears welling in his eyes, staring defiantly at Burjimi. Hearing the door being kicked open, the pirates in the room froze, turning in unison to look. Burjimi also frowned, his piercing gaze falling on Mock, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. Who are you? Where did this little brat come from? Here to beat you up. Mock's tone was calm as his eyes quickly scanned Luffy, relieved to see he was still conscious and hadn't sustained life-threatening injuries. Fortunately, he hadn't arrived too late. Just you. Burjimi let out a derisive laugh as if he had heard a great joke, mocking. Are kids these days really this unaware of their own limits? Get him. Kill this little brat. The remaining dozen pirates drew their knives, roaring as they charged forward. The steel blades glinted coldly, attacking Mock without holding back. Mock, be careful. Luffy shouted anxiously, struggling fiercely, but the ropes were tightened around him. Mock smiled at him briefly, not pausing in his steps. Shave. His figure vanished in an instant. The leading pirate swung his knife, but missed, not realizing before a heavy kick struck the back of his neck. The pirate flew forward, smashing his face into the ground, losing 2 teeth and bleeding profusely. Mock weaved through the crowd, his speed leaving behind trails of afterimages. Using shave and paper drawing alternately, every slash of the knives missed by mere inches, not even brushing against the corners of his clothes. When an unavoidable attack came, he simply used iron block to withstand it unscathed. His short knife targeted the joint's neck and lower back with precision. Each strike was accurate, and the pirate's hit would immediately collapse, howling in pain, losing all combat ability. So fast. What in the world is this monster? The pirates were both frightened and amazed. After fighting for so long, they couldn't even touch him, while their own men lay sprawled all over the ground, their numbers dwindling. Burjimi, sitting in his chair, began to grow increasingly sullen, his gaze darkening. This little brat was not simple. That speed. Was it the Marines' 6 styles, Shave? How could that be? How could such a young child know the Marines' 6 styles? A subordinate of Garp. In just a matter of seconds, over half of his dozen subordinates had fallen, lying around in disarray. The remaining few were so scared that they retreated repeatedly, keeping their distance, not daring to charge forward. Is this it? Not even enough for a warm-up. At that moment, bang! The window at the back of the wooden house was violently shattered, splinters flying everywhere. 2 figures leaped. At that moment, bang! The window at the back of the wooden house was violently shattered, splinters flying everywhere. 2 figures leaped, and it was Ace and Sabo. Luffy. The 2 rushed over and quickly cut through the rough hemp ropes. Luffy grimaced in pain, but still managed to grin, revealing a row of white teeth. How are you? Can you walk? Sabo quickly supported him. I'm fine. My body is tough. Luffy nodded, gritting his teeth. Get him out first. Ace, holding a metal pipe, stood sideways in front of the 2, turning to glare at Bertram. Seeing the hostage he had captured being rescued, Bertram's face darkened completely. Well, he slowly stood up, his tone sinister. Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, then none of you will leave. Just right to skin all of you and present you as a gift to Captain Bertram. Before he finished speaking, his figure flickered, moving with such speed that it left an afterimage as he charged straight at Ace, who was closest to him. The knife gleamed with a cold light, aiming directly for Ace's throat, completely disregarding the child in front of him. Ace's pupils constricted, and he had no time to think, instinctively raising the pipe to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying. The tremendous force transmitted through the pipe, numbing Ace's arm, and causing pain in his palm, forcing him to retreat 2 steps, before he steadied himself, his chest heaving violently. So strong. Is this the true power of a pirate? Not at all comparable to the beasts in the mountains. Is that all you got? Bertram sneered, his attacks relentless, each one aimed at vital points. Ace gritted his teeth and barely defended himself, but in terms of strength and combat experience, he fell significantly short, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. Sabo helped Luffy to lean against the wall and charged in with a steel pipe, the two of them teaming up to press Bertram. But even with 2 against 1, the situation remained unchanged, still being suppressed by their opponent. Bertram had long been accustomed to bloodshed, and the 2 boys were relying solely on their sheer grit, quickly sustaining several minor injuries. Kukuku. 2 wet behind Thier's kids dare to fight me. Bertram laughed coldly, suddenly feinting a move, forcing the 2 back, his right hand spiked gauntlet, slicing through the air towards Ace's face. Ace had nowhere to evade, his pupils suddenly narrowing, every hair on his body standing on end, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. Luffy, watching from the wall, felt a surge of anger and shouted, "Ace!" Sabo's expression changed dramatically, wanting to rush to help, but was a step too late. Just at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ace, moving like the wind. Mork raised his hand, his right arm's muscles instantly tensing as a layer of black armament Haki enveloped it. Iron block, armament Haki. Bang! The spiked gauntlet smashed hard against Mork's forearm, causing Bertram to feel a numbness in his fist, the massive recoil traveling up his arm, forcing him back half a step. He abruptly looked up at the boy in front of him, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock, his voice cracking. Armament Haki. How is that possible? A child this small can use armament Haki. Where on earth did this monster come from? Had enough. Mork's tone was calm, but his eyes turned icy. You hit my brother, did you ask me first? Before his words fell, he suddenly tightened his left hand, fingers closing like a spear. Finger gun. Whoosh. The fingertips moved like lightning, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, heading straight for Bertram's shoulder. Bertram's expression changed drastically as he exerted all his strength to dodge to the side, but it was still a moment too late. Swish. The sharp finger gun grazed his shoulder, tearing through flesh and leaving a deep gash that nearly exposed bone. Damn! Bertram was both alarmed and furious, clutching his wound and retreating a few steps, glaring fiercely at Mork. Who exactly are you? Able to skillfully use the Navy's 6 styles and also wield armament Haki. When did such a person appear in the East Sea? What I am you are not worthy to know. I could easily take you down, even finish you with 1 move. But I won't. Some grudges must be settled by Ace and Sabo themselves, some hurdles they must cross on their own. I just need to hold the line and ensure these 2 kids are safe. Bertram's face flickered between green and white, his expression unstable. Fight. He couldn't grasp the mysterious boy's strength, and if it came to blows, he would likely be the one to fall. Run. If he fled like a coward, how would he maintain his reputation in the East Sea? His eyes darted, catching a glimpse of the weak Luffy by the wall. Unable to defeat the stronger one, he couldn't capture the smaller one. First, he would grab the weakest kid as a hostage, and as long as he held on to Luffy, these kids would certainly hesitate. With that thought, he suddenly sprang into action, exerting great force to dash towards Luffy by the wall. Despicable. Ace and Sabo's expressions changed dramatically. Just as Bertram's claws were about to grasp Luffy's collar, Mork's cold voice rang out, slowly laced with mockery. You are truly useless when given a chance. Gale kick. He lifted his right leg and kicked fiercely at the air. A pale white arc of slashing energy appeared out of nowhere, heading straight for Bertram. Bertram's hair stood on end, an intense sense of impending death enveloping him. He had no time to think, forcibly halting his forward momentum and throwing himself to the side with all his strength. Boom. The gale kick struck the wooden wall fiercely, directly creating a hole the size of a person's, splinters flying everywhere. Bertram lay sprawled on the ground in a disheveled state, covered in dirt, his heart pounding wildly, his back drenched in cold sweat. What exactly is this brat? A genius secretly nurtured by the Navy. He was truly frightened, now losing any sense of luck. This strength is probably not much weaker than their Captain Bertram. He dared not think any further, neglecting even his fallen subordinates, scrambling to his feet and rushing out the door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Trying to run. Ace's gaze sharpened, raising the pipe and preparing to chase him out. Don't chase him. Mork reached out to stop him. Luffy is seriously injured. We need to prioritize getting him back. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. Ace paused, glancing at Luffy before finally stopping. Sabo hurried over, supporting Luffy on either side with Ace. Although Luffy was in pain, gasping for air, he still smiled brightly. Brother Moke, you were amazing just now. You scared off the bad guys in one blow. And Ace Sabo, you guys are super awesome too. Idiot, who told you to sneak over? Ace shot him a glare and scolded, though his tone was not as harsh. Next time you run off like this, I'll break your legs. I just wanted to see where you were going, Ace. Luffy scratched his head, grinning foolishly, completely unconcerned by the threat. Moke watched this scene, a faint smile on his lips. Let's go, we should head back. Dawn will be worried sick. Moke said, leading the way out. MHM. Ace and Sabo supported Luffy, on either side, slowly following behind. When they returned to Dodon's house, the sky had already turned completely dark. Dayton was anxiously pacing back and forth, muttering, where did those little brats run off to? Seeing the few of them push open the door, especially noticing Luffy, who was covered in injuries, and staggering, she exploded on the spot. You little brats. How did you get so hurt? She rushed over, carefully taking Luffy from Ace's arms. Quick. Magura, go get the medicine box. Dorgula, boil some hot water. Hurry up. Dayton carried Luffy inside, placing him on the bed diligently, treating his wounds. Who did this to you? How could someone do this to such a small child? Are they tired of living? Dayton, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. Luffy chuckled, still wanting to raise his hand to gesture, but Dayton shot him a glare. Shut up. You're hurt this badly, and still talking back. You're not allowed to go down the mountain again. Dayton said fiercely, yet her fingertips were gentle, making sure to apply the medicine lightly. Moke stood by, briefly explaining what had happened, omitting the details of his use of 6 styles and armament Haki, stating only that they happened to encounter some pirates, and the brothers teamed up to drive them away. After Dayton listened, her expression grew even darker. The Sapphire Pirates. Berger. She gritted her teeth, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. These scoundrels dare to act wildly near Corbo Mountain. Do they really think our Dayton family is easy to bully? It was then that Dayton noticed Sabo standing beside A. The blonde boy was dressed in a neat little jacket, though a bit dusty. It was clear he was not a child from the mountains. Who is this? Dayton frowned, pointing at Sabo. His name is Sabo, he's my friend. A stepped forward, his tone firm, leaving no room for negotiation. He's going to live here. Live here? Dodon's voice shot up by 8 degrees. This is a bandit den, not a daycare. Another one. I can barely manage you little brats. Sabo took a step forward, bowing slightly, his tone very polite. Madam Dayton, sorry to trouble you. I can help with chores, I won't be a freeloader. Who needs you to help? Dayton scoffed, her expression impatient. She looked Sabo up and down, noticing his delicate skin and well-dressed appearance, clearly a child from a noble family in the city. Why would a good, noble young master come to a bandit den? Thinking back to how he had just shared hardships with Ace and Luffy, the words of refusal stuck in her throat. She couldn't really just kick the child out, it's dangerous at night. Alright, Dayton, Magura laughed, trying to mediate. It's just adding a few more bowls and chopsticks. Sabo seems like a sensible kid, just right to keep Ace and the others company. Yes, it will be livelier with more kids. Dorgula also chimed in to persuade. Dayton huffed, her face stern, putting on a reluctant expression. It's fine for him to stay. But let me be clear, if he causes any trouble, I won't be responsible for it. He must also work. Don't think you can live like a young master here. Thank you, Madam Dayton. Sabo hurriedly bowed and thanked her again. After a long night of chaos, Luffy's wounds were treated. He ate a bit and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Sabo was also assigned a room sharing with Ace and Luffy. Moke returned to his room, just preparing to separate his clones for training, when there was a gentle knock at the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? Moke raised an eyebrow. It's me. Ace's voice came from outside. Moke walked over and opened the door. Ace stood at the door, head lowered, holding something wrapped in oil paper. Is there something? Moke leaned against the doorframe, crossing his arms, smiling at him, deliberately teasing. Ace pursed his lips, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, he suddenly looked up and shoved the item in his hand. It was a large piece of dried premium beast meat, looking very good, with evenly distributed fat. It must have been his secret stash from hunting, which he usually couldn't bear to eat. Today. Thanks. Ace's voice was muffled, his gaze drifting elsewhere, not daring to look Moke in the eye. And, about Luffy, thank you very much. Moke took the beast meat, weighing it. Is this it? Just a thank you. Ace's face stiffened, suddenly feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger glaring at him. What else do you want? How about calling me big brother, and let me hear it? Moke said slowly. Ace's face turned red instantly, his neck stiffening, unable to spit out a word. You. Alright, I was just joking. Moke laughed, waving his hand. We're all family, no need for thanks. As long as you're fine. He paused, looking into Ace's eyes, his tone becoming serious. But don't be so impulsive in the future. Think about the consequences before acting, don't rush in blindly. If something really happens, what will you do? Ace was taken aback. He thought Moke would seize the opportunity to pin him down or mock him for being reckless. He didn't expect it to pass so lightly, with no lecturing or boasting, only genuine concern. He raised his head and looked at Moke. Ace pursed his lips, his voice very soft, yet clear like a mosquito buzzing, but every word distinct. I understand, big brother. After saying this, he turned and ran quickly, darting back to his room, slamming the door shut. Moke stood at the door, stunned for 2 seconds, then chuckled softly. Early the next morning, the yard of the Dadon family was in chaos. Luffy, wrapped in white bandages, bounced around, his eyes darting about. In yesterday's battle at the Garbage Mountain, Mock's ghostly speed and fluid movements along with his ability to shatter walls with casual kicks far exceeded his understanding of what it meant to be powerful. However, he felt a bit awkward about completely submitting to this older brother who had dropped in unexpectedly. He couldn't shake the feeling that if he had been better prepared yesterday, he might have been able to exchange a few blows with Burjimi instead of being thoroughly beaten and relying on someone else to rescue him. Sabo sat on the stone steps lightly tapping his knee with his fingers lost in thought. Mock's instantaneous speed and his body that could withstand a steel blade were definitely not something one could achieve through mere practice. He was very curious about the true extent of this older brother's power who looked only a year older than them. After bouncing around for a while, Luffy saw that the two weren't talking, and with a glint in his eyes, he suddenly shouted, "Hey, how about we have a match against Mock, big brother? Let's see if the three of us can take him down." As soon as he said this, Ace immediately lifted his head, his eyes shining as Sabo also stopped tapping his knee, a flicker of interest crossing his gaze. A match? 3 against 1. It seems worth a try. Ace curled his lips, pretending to be indifferent as he scoffed, "TCH, what's there to compare?" Yet despite his words, he unconsciously took a half step forward, his body being quite honest. Sabo smiled and smoothed things over gently, saying it's just for a friendly spar, we'll keep it light. It's also a chance to see how we measure up against big brother Mock. The two played off each other, their little thoughts clearly visible. They were itching to test their skills, but couldn't bring themselves to suggest it. Luffy was the most enthusiastic, turning and sprinting toward Mock's room, shouting as he ran, Mock, we want to fight 3 against 1. Inside, Mock was sipping porridge when he heard this and nearly choked, coughing several times before recovering. What the heck? I risked my life yesterday to save you from pirates, and now you're forming a team to challenge me. Is this how it is on my first day as your big brother? These little brothers are too hard to handle. He put down his bowl and stepped outside, only to see 3 kids lined up in the yard, all staring at him with various expressions. Ace was puffing out his chest, wearing a proud expression that said, "I'm not the one who wants to fight, it's all Luffy's idea." Sabo smiled, but his eyes were eager. Luffy was the most eager, waving his fists and bouncing high, worried that Mock might refuse. "You 3 want to fight?" Mock raised an eyebrow, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, smiling and teasing, "I'll say this up front, if you lose, no crying." "Who's gonna cry?" Ace exploded, rushing to the corner to pick up a steel pipe, shouting defiantly, "The 3 of us are gonna— You dare to accept? What's there to be afraid of?" Mock chuckled, rolling his wrists, making cracking sounds. "Let's go to the empty lot behind the mountain. Don't fight in the yard. If you break the pots and pans, Dadon will chase after us and scold us." Just then Dadon came out of the house, overhearing this, and rolling his eyes dramatically, hands on his hips, shouting, "You little rascals, better not try to wreck my house. I'll break your legs." The 4 of them headed toward the back mountain. The morning sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, and the air was filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. Luffy bounced ahead while Ace and Sabo flanked him, silently adjusting their breathing and loosening their muscles, quietly getting into the zone. Mock trailed behind, secretly amused. 3 little kids want to gang up on me. Your big brother here is a ruthless one who practices at triple speed. 3. Please, even 10 wouldn't be enough to warm me up. Of course, he only thought this in his head. He could never say it out. If he did, it would completely shatter the kid's self-esteem. During the match later, he planned to hold back a bit, wanting to show off his strength while maintaining his big brother's authority without scaring them. They soon arrived at a clearing in the woods. The surrounding trees were sturdy and the ground was flat and spacious, just right for a natural arena. The 4 of them stood firm, each taking their stance. Luffy bounced out first, shaking his bandaged rubber arm. "Mock, we're coming for you. Watch out. Bring it on." Mock casually stood in the center of the arena, hands stuffed in his pockets, his posture relaxed. "You 3 can come at me together. Don't hold back. If you can touch my clothes, I'll consider it a win for you." As soon as he said this, Ace's face immediately darkened. How arrogant. He dared to stand there with his hands in his pockets while fighting them. He was underestimating them too much. "Arrogant," Ace growled, pushing off the ground, fiercely charging at Mock with the pipe. Raised high, the pipe whistling through the air, aimed directly at Mock's shoulder with great force. He wasn't going all out, but he used about 70 to 80% of his strength, just trying to force Mock to take the fight seriously. Sabo moved swiftly, circling around from the other side, his pipe sweeping diagonally toward Mock's lower body, the angle tricky. The two actually coordinated quite well, one attacking from above and the other from below, perfectly blocking any escape routes. Luffy wasn't going to be left behind either. He shouted, "Rubber bullet," extending his fist from the front. 3 attacks arrived simultaneously, their coordination impressive. Mock's eyes lit up. Not bad, huh? No wonder these 3 brothers can make a name for themselves in the future. Their synergy is innate. While he praised them in his heart, he remained completely unflustered. Shave. With a whoosh, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a faint afterimage. Ace's pipe, Sabo's sweep, and Luffy's rubber punch all struck empty air, their strength dissipating as the 3 stumbled forward half a step. The 3 stared in surprise at each other. "Where did he go?" "I'm right here." Mock's voice came from the side, tinged. He stood just 3 steps away, still with his hands in his pockets. "Your speed is too slow. Step it up a notch." "Damn it." Ace gritted his teeth, feeling a little embarrassed, and turned to charge again. The pipe swung fiercely attack after attack, powerful and heavy. Sabo followed closely, always looking for openings to strike. Luffy meanwhile provided long-range distractions, swinging his rubber arms back and forth, focusing on surprise. For a time the arena was filled with the sound of pipes slicing through the air and Luffy shouting. But no matter how they attacked, Mork navigated effortlessly. His footwork was unpredictable, looking so close, yet impossible to touch. Ace's pipe seemed fierce, yet it couldn't even graze the hem of Mork's clothes, each strike narrowly missing. Sabo's surprise attacks were even more futile. It was as if Mork had eyes in the back of his head, anticipating his movements long before they happened. Luffy's child version of Rubber Bullet was even worse, all wild punches that Mork easily dodged with a slight tilt of his body. After just a few minutes the three were panting, heavily drenched in sweat, their arms sore. In contrast, Mork stood there calm and composed, not even breaking a sweat. Is this all you've got? You've been fighting for a while and haven't even touched me. That's not acceptable. You need to practice more. Stop, just dodge. If you have the guts, take my punch, Heaton. Ace was fired up, his pride stung. Alright, I'll oblige. Mork smiled this time, not dodging, just standing in place, beckoning to Ace with a finger. Upon seeing this, Ace's eyes lit up, thinking his provocation had worked. Gathering all his strength, he shouted loudly, the pipe smashing down towards Mork's shoulder with all his might. Bang! A heavy thud echoed. The pipe struck Mork's shoulder solidly. However, Ace felt no joy. Instead, his expression changed drastically, his pupils shrinking. It felt like he had smashed against steel. The immense recoil shot up through the pipe, leaving his hands numb and his palms aching. Mork shrugged, appearing completely relaxed, as if nothing had happened. Not bad, but the force was a bit lacking. As he spoke, he lightly flicked his fingers, striking the middle of the pipe. With a crisp sound, Ace felt a force travel along the pipe, and the pipe flew from his hands, embedding itself into a nearby tree with a thud. The arena fell silent instantly. Ace stared at his empty hand, stunned. Just a flick. The pipe was sent flying like that. Sabo felt a sinking sensation in his heart as well. The gap was too large. They weren't even on the same level. Not to mention 3 against 1, even if they brought 3 more, they probably still wouldn't even touch him. He gritted his teeth, but didn't back down. Instead, he tightened his grip on the pipe, quickening his pace, trying to stab Mork in the back, while he was talking, aiming for a surprise attack. Mork seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without even turning his head, he took half a step to the side, perfectly avoiding the incoming pipe with precision. At the same time, he lightly raised his elbow. Thud! It collided perfectly with Sabo's arm, hitting the nerve. Sabo felt a tingling sensation in his arm, his strength instantly diminished by more than half. The pipe fell from his hand with a clatter, his whole arm unable to lift. 2 moves, 2 opponents down. He hadn't used any aura or clones at all. Just pure technique, a crushing defeat. Now only Luffy remained in the arena. The little guy was momentarily stunned, glancing at the pipe lodged in the tree, then at the fallen pipe on the ground, and finally at the calm and composed Mork. Instead of being afraid, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Big Brother Mork is amazing. He shouted, not only not retreating, but rather charging forward with open arms, his rubber arms stretching long, wanting to hug Mork's waist. Mork was amused, reaching out to grab Luffy by the collar. It was like picking up a kitten, effortlessly lifting him up. Alright, the match is over. Mork placed Luffy down, clapped his hands, and spoke in a flat tone, you guys lost. Ace looked at the pipe still trembling on the tree, and then at his numb palm, the last remnants of his defiance fading away. He had originally thought that even if Mork was strong, it couldn't be that extreme. After all, he was just a year older. But once they really started fighting, he realized Mork hadn't even been serious. The gap was so vast that it was despairing, yet he couldn't feel even a hint of jealousy. Sabo picked up the pipe from the ground, brushed off the dust, and walked over to Ace, giving a wry smile and shaking his head. I accept defeat willingly. He truly admired Mork. Not just his strength, but also his composure and demeanor. It's no wonder Admiral Garp could trust him with Luffy and Ace. Ace bit his lips, silent for a long time, his fingers gripping and then relaxing. Ultimately, he stepped forward, looked up at Mork earnestly, his eyes free of the previous awkwardness and resistance, replaced only with genuine recognition. Big brother. His voice was not loud, but clear, resonating firmly. Mork raised an eyebrow and smiled. It wasn't easy, but they finally made it. He patted Ace on the shoulder, his tone encouraging, yet practice hard from now on. You all have plenty of room to improve. Of course, I will definitely surpass Big Brother Mork. Luffy shouted with his fist raised high, bouncing with excitement, and then become the Pirate King. Just you. You've got a long way to go. You can't even stand properly. Ace scoffed, but it wasn't as harsh as before. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the 4 boys. Suddenly Luffy's eyes brightened as he clapped his hands. Hey, let's become sworn brothers. Suddenly Luffy's eyes brightened as he clapped his hands. Hey, let's become sworn brothers. Drink the oath wine. From now on we'll be true brothers. Luffy's eyes sparkled. The 4 of us together, sailing the seas, adventuring and exploring the whole world. Sabo's gaze shifted slightly towards Ace. Ace looked at him, then at Mork, finally resting his eyes on Luffy's face. The youthful passion of the boys was easy to ignite. Sailing, adventure, brotherhood. These words were precisely what they yearned for at their age. Him and Sabo spoke first. No, I'm fine, let's do it. Ace pouted, his ears slightly red. Who wants to be your brother? It's just just to join in the fun. Stubborn on the outside but honest on the inside, that was him. Mork watched the three boys feeling warm inside. Sworn brotherhood. He had shed countless tears over that scene while reading comics in his past life. Now it was his turn to be part of it. From a spectator to a participant. He took a deep breath and nodded with a smile. Okay, let's become sworn brothers. The four of them acted swiftly. Ace ran back to Dodon's house and stealthily retrieved the fruit wine Dayton had hidden. Low in alcohol sweet something Dayton was usually reluctant to drink. He also found 4 coarse earthen bowls, tucked them into his clothes, and ran up the mountain. Dayton shouted from behind, "You little rascal, dare to steal my wine." But Ace didn't care, running as fast as he could. Back in the clearing, the 4 bowls were lined up in a row. Luffy clumsily poured the wine, spilling more than half. The liquid was a light amber color, fragrant with fruit, sweet to the nose. How do we make the oath? Luffy scratched his head, forgetting the procedure. I think we need to introduce ourselves and drink together. Sabo thought for a moment and replied. And we have to swear? To share our fortunes and misfortunes. Luffy added. The 4 boys stood side by side, facing the vast mountain forest, their expressions turning serious. Mork spoke first, his voice clear. I'm Mork. Port Gas D. Ace. Sabo. Monkey D. Luffy. In unison the 4 declared, today we become sworn brothers, sharing fortunes and misfortunes from this day forth. As the words fell, they lifted their bowls simultaneously and drank it all. The fruit wine was sweet, with a hint of tipsiness sliding down their throats and warming their hearts. Yay. Luffy threw the bowl up, jumping high. From now on we are true brothers. Ace and Sabo also laughed, their youthful faces bright with vitality. By the way, we need a name. Luffy began to brainstorm again, just like a pirate crew. We need a flashy name. A name. Mork raised an eyebrow. Yes, using the initials of our names. Luffy counted on his fingers. Mork M, Ace Sabo S, Luffy L. MESL. Mork's mouth twitched. This name sounded like a second-rate sports brand. It was better than ASL though. MESL sounds super cool. Luffy was ecstatic, clapping his hands in approval. Ace pondered for a moment and nodded. It's fine. I think it's good. It clearly represents the 4 of us, Sabo chimed in. Majority rules. Mork gave in. Fine, MESL it is. Better than Luffy's idea of rubber meatball brotherhood. The 4 of them played around for a while before heading back with the empty bowls. On the way back, they chatted and laughed, the atmosphere more harmonious than ever. Ace no longer kept his distance, occasionally chatting with Mork. Sabo also completely let go, interjecting occasionally. Luffy was the most boisterous, chattering nonstop, planning where to adventure when they set sail. Mork walked alongside, listening to the 3 boys' dreams, a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. It was nice. Really nice. Watching their stories from behind a screen. In his past life, he was always an outsider. Now he had become the older brother, the M in MESL. From here on, let's walk this path together. After the oath, Mork officially initiated the training plan for everyone. Previously he only focused on Luffy, but now Ace and Sabo joined in as well. He took the training system replicated from Garp, broke it down, and adjusted it to fit the intensity appropriate for 10-year-old children. After all, they were at a growth stage, and overly intense training could harm their foundation. Every morning before dawn, the 4 would get up on time. First they would run 5 laps around Kelp Mountain to build endurance. Then it was on to basic physical training, push-ups, frog jumps, horse stance, none omitted. In the morning they practiced basic combat techniques, correcting their punching and kicking postures, slowly steering their wild styles back on track. In the afternoon they had free time. Ace and Sabo could go hunting for real combat, while Luffy could play around, but they had to return in the evening for a debrief. In the evening they would take half an hour to teach them the basics of life, return showing them how to control their bodies and efficiently absorb nutrients. Mork's teaching methods were 1,000 times more reliable than Garp's. Garp was figure it out yourself, while Mork was open it up, knead it, and feed it to you. Every movement was explained clearly, how to exert force where mistakes are likely to occur and the consequences of training incorrectly. He would demonstrate the techniques, personally, precisely controlling the force enough to give them pressure without actually hurting them. Most importantly, Mork also took care of the meals. After every training session, he would cook personally. Using his top-tier culinary skills combined with nutritional knowledge from life return, he made varied nutritious meals. From stewed venison, roasted wild boar, honey oat cakes, to vegetable soups, every meal was different. Not only were they delicious, but they also provided a ton of energy. The 3 boys trained hard every day, collapsing from exhaustion, but when mealtime came, they were instantly revitalized, their bellies round. Dodon's mountain bandits also benefited, mooching off meals every day, all looking rosy and gaining weight. I must say, Mork, your skills are exceptional, Magura mumbled through a mouthful of roasted meat. Exactly, with you around, we don't want to cook ourselves. Yadogura nodded in agreement. Dayton sat at the head of the table, not saying much, but his spoon never stopped moving. He was secretly pondering. Garp didn't just send over a grandson, he sent over a treasure. Able to fight, responsible, can cook, and keeps those 3 rascals in check. It was simply a godsend. Besides physical training, Mork deliberately added theory classes. After dinner every night, he would set up a small table in the yard to explain Haki to the 3 boys. After all, they were still young, and their physical strength wasn't enough, forcing them to practice Haki could harm their bodies. However, laying the foundation and building awareness ahead of time was perfectly fine. Haki comes in 3 types. Moke sat on a stone bench holding a small twig to draw on the ground. The first type is, in simple terms, it's like putting on an invisible armor which enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities and can even hit Logia users. Luffy raised his hand. Is it like how your shoulder feels hard, Moke bro? Yes, pretty much, Moke nodded. The second type is observation Haki, he continued, which enhances perception. It allows you to sense the presence of those around you and predict their attacks. When mastered, you can even hear what the other person is thinking. Sabo's eyes lit up, so during a fight you can know in advance what the opponent is going to do. Exactly, Moke smiled. Yesterday during the spar, I was able to dodge your sneak attacks because of my observation Haki. Ace bit his lip, his heart suddenly understanding. No wonder. No wonder he dodged every sneak attack. It turned out he had this ability. The third type is Conqueror's Haki. Moke paused. This one is special, it's innate, and cannot be acquired through training. 1 in 100,000 might possess it. Those with kingly qualities can stun the weak-minded simply with their presence. Wow, kingly qualities. Luffy's eyes widened. I must have it. I'm going to be the pirate king. Phew. Ace scoffed, but he felt a little envious inside. Kingly qualities. He also wanted to know if he had them. Moke watched the 3 boys' enthusiastic expressions and added with a smile, no need to rush. Haki will come naturally. Once your physical foundation is solid, you will grasp the concept. For now, focusing on the basics is more important than anything else. Got it, big brother. The 3 responded in unison. After the oath and sparring, Moke's words were taken with utmost sincerity by the boys. When he said to train hard, they truly committed to it, not slacking off at all. Days passed like this, filled with training, eating, and playing, vibrant and lively. Ace's aggression had diminished significantly, and he smiled more often. Sabo had fully integrated into the bandit group, no longer as reserved as when he first arrived. Luffy was still as loud as ever, but he had become more considerate, enduring the hardships of training without calling for a break. Moke watched them grow little by little, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was like raising a small version of himself, watching the 3 future leaders take shape under his guidance, which was quite enjoyable. One deep night, the moon hung high in the sky. He paused, his steps instinctively lightening his movements. The window wasn't closed tightly, and the moonlight shone through the gap, illuminating the sleeping boy's face. Inside, he paused, his steps instinctively lightening his movements. The window wasn't closed tightly, and the moonlight shone through the gap, illuminating the sleeping boy's face. Ace lay on his side, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he were having a bad dream. The usual arrogance and stubbornness had faded, leaving only the youth's innocence. Moke stood outside the window, quietly watching for a moment. Memories of the Marineford War surged the cannon fire of Marineford, the smoke filling the sky, Akainu's magma fist, and Ace lying in Luffy's arms, smiling and saying, I have no regrets anymore. That scene, he didn't know how many tears it had brought to people back then. Even now, thinking back, Moke felt a tightness in his chest. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning slightly white. In the past, he was a spectator, powerless. But now it was different. He was Moke, Ace's older brother. He had the clone fruit foresight advantages and over a decade of training time. 2 days had passed since the Brotherhood ceremony, and life on Kelpop Mountain had returned to its usual rhythm. The only change was that Ace's indifference had softened a bit. He would occasionally engage in a few words with Moke. Although most of the questions were about training techniques, at least he was no longer wearing that awkward expression of who are you. That evening, Moke weighed the grilled meat wrapped in oil paper in his hand, looked up towards the back mountain, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Great Ace had gone missing again. At this time, Ace would usually be back at the base with his catch. But today it was almost dark, and there wasn't even a shadow in sight. Luffy squatted at the entrance of the yard, muttering that Ace must have sneaked off to hunt wild boars again. Sabo also put down his book, looking a bit worried. You 2 go back for dinner first. The meat is warming in the pot, Moke said, patting Luffy on the head, tucking the jerky into his cloak. He'll go find him. Hurry up, Moke. There's stewed venison tonight. If you take too long, you'll eat it all. Luffy shouted, looking up at him. You're the only one who can eat that much. Moke chuckled and flicked Luffy's forehead before turning and disappearing into the woods. He knew full well that Ace was most likely sulking somewhere. The kid looked unruly, covered in spikes, but inside, he was more sensitive than anyone else. Ace always pondered over Roger, over bloodlines, and whether he should even exist in this world. He was clearly a gentle and kind boy, yet because he bore the blood of the Pirate King, he had lived in scorn and disdain since childhood, spending his life searching for the answer to whether his existence had any meaning. In the end, he even lost his life at Marineford for this obsession. Such a sin, Moke muttered as he walked over the fallen leaves in the woods. He was clearly a gentle and kind boy, yet because he bore the blood of the Pirate King, he had lived in scorn and disdain since childhood, spending his life searching for the answer to whether his existence. He was clearly a gentle and kind boy, yet because he bore the blood of the Pirate King, he had lived in scorn and disdain since childhood, spending. He followed the path in his memory towards the cliff at the back mountain, an open, secluded spot, Ace's favorite place. Sure enough, as he turned past a patch of bushes, Moke spotted that familiar figure. The boy wearing a faded coarse cloth shirt was squatting on a large rock at the cliff's edge with his back to him, knees bent, arms resting on them, chin resting on his arms, gazing blankly at the distant sea. The light of the setting sun fell on his profile, softening the usual arrogance, leaving only an air of silence that belied his age. Even as Mork approached, he remained oblivious. "What are you thinking so intently about?" Mork casually tossed a piece of jerky which landed perfectly in Ace's arms. Ace snapped back to reality, instinctively clenching his fist. Upon realizing it was Mork, he slowly relaxed, his ears turning slightly red. "It's nothing." "You're so stubborn," he said, picking up the jerky and weighing it, then frowned. "Why are you here?" "Somebody went hunting and disappeared. A Luffy is about to tear down the yard, claiming that a tiger carried you off." Mork shrugged, sitting down beside him on the sun-warmed rock. "If I didn't come looking for you, would you have returned by yourself?" Ace pouted, not arguing back. He unwrapped the oil paper, and the aroma of meat wafted out instantly. It was honey-glazed venison jerky, crispy on the outside and tender inside, salty and sweet, Mork's specialty. "I see," he mumbled, not as combative as usual. The two of them sat side by side, making small talk about there was no deliberate probing, no pretense, just two ordinary boys chatting about inconsequential things. The wind blew from the cliff, carrying the salty scent of the sea and the fresh aroma of grass. Ace's shoulders gradually relaxed, shedding the usual tension and guard. Mork noticed this and nodded silently. It was about time. The moment had come to address the serious matter. He picked up a piece of jerky, chewing leisurely, and casually mentioned, "By the way, I went down the mountain today to buy some spices and ran into a few guards from the Gaia Kingdom at the tavern by the village." Ace's movements paused ever so slightly. He said nothing, just lowered his eyes, waiting for Mork to continue. Those guys had drunk too much and were rambling on. Mork's tone was flat, devoid of emotion. They were saying things like the remnants of Pirate King Roger should die and the spawn of that demon should be strangled in the cradle. It was quite unpleasant to hear. As soon as the words fell, Mork distinctly felt the person beside him stiffen instantly. The air seemed to freeze. Ace's grip on the jerky tightened, his knuckles turning white, the pads of his fingers turning blue from the pressure, and even his joints stood out. The temperature around him seemed to drop suddenly. A wave of suppressed hostility quietly surged up, even his breathing became heavier. It was a mix of anger, inferiority, and a deep-seated fear. Mork didn't turn to look at him, just gazed at the distant sea, continuing, "I found it ridiculous at the time. A group of people who had never even seen Roger were more indignant than anyone else. What do they know?" Ace's voice suddenly broke through. It was hoarse with a barely perceptible tremor. Mork turned his head and saw the boy with his head down, the strands of hair obscuring his eyes, making it impossible to discern his expression. Only his clenched jaw and slightly trembling shoulders betrayed his current emotions. "They don't understand anything." Ace repeated, his voice growing quieter, as if he were speaking to himself or so. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes slightly red, but his gaze carried a fierce determination of giving up. "Then they aren't wrong either. My life is a mistake from the start." As soon as the words came out, he froze, as if surprised that he had said them. He quickly shut his mouth, pressing his lips into a straight line, his eyes darting away, avoiding Mork's gaze. That thought echoed in his mind. Had he let something slip? Would Mork guess anything? Would he, like those people, think he was the son of a demon and that he deserved to die? Countless thoughts exploded in his mind, and cold sweat instantly broke out in the palm of Ace's hand. He had even prepared himself. Prepared for Mork to ask him, "Why do you say that?" Prepared to face the disdainful and distant gaze, prepared for the brotherly bond he had just gained to shatter. After all, he was the son of the Pirate King, a remnant everyone wanted to eradicate. Who would want to call such a person a... But the anticipated questions and surprise never came. Mork simply responded with a calm, "Oh," before grabbing a piece of jerky and crunching it loudly. "What a load of crap." His tone was as casual as if he were commenting on the weather, yet every word struck Ace's heart. "You were born so, how could it be wrong?" Ace suddenly looked up, staring blankly at him, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had thought Mork would ask, be surprised, would investigate why he said that. But he didn't. He even seemed completely uninterested, effortlessly negating Ace's words. You don't want to ask why I said that?" Ace stammered, finally managing to articulate something. Mork turned his head, raising an eyebrow. "What's there to ask? If you want to say it, you'll say it naturally. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter if I ask. Besides, it's just some messy issues about your origins." He leaned back against the rock, propping himself up with his hands, gazing at the vast evening sky, his tone leisurely. "To be honest, I'm not even as good as you. I don't even know who my parents are. I can't even remember where my home is. I woke up on a pirate ship. To put it bluntly, when I first followed Uncle Carp, I was lost in thought every day, wondering who I really was, where I came from, and who my..." Mork spoke lightly, as if recounting someone else's story. But Ace was stunned. He had always thought that Mork, being so steady and reliable, would never have such worries. So he also struggled with these things. What happened next? Ace couldn't help but ask. What happened next? "I figured it out." Mork smiled, turning his head to look at him. "What's the use of thinking so much? Who gave birth to you? Can you decide that? You can't decide. Since you can't decide, why get tangled up? A person's good and evil is never determined by blood, but by how they live their life. Whether your dad is a good person or a bad person, what does it have to do with you? He's him and you're you. Why should you bear the consequences of his actions?" He extended his finger, tapping Ace's chest. "What matters is what resides here." Ace opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't find the words. No one had ever said such things to him. From childhood, he had only heard, Roger's son, the spawn of evil, you shouldn't have been born. Even he believed that the blood running through him was sinful and that simply living was a mistake. But now Mork was telling him that none of this mattered. What mattered was who he was. Don't doubt it. Mork retracted his hand, counting on his fingers. Let me ask you, last time Luffy fell down the mountain and broke his leg, who carried him back to the base in one breath? Ace paused a moment. I did. The fence in the backyard that was broken by the black bear last month, who secretly fixed it while everyone was asleep. I did. During the encounter with the Sapphire Pirates, who charged in with a water pipe, risking everything to save Luffy, even when he knew they couldn't win. Ace's voice grew quieter. That was me. And that's what matters, Mork shrugged. None of those actions make you seem like a bad person. Those who shout the remnants should die. Do they know you, Ace? They don't know anything. They just know how to shout at a name to show their own sense of righteousness. To put it bluntly, they're just a bunch of cowards hiding in crowds, throwing around empty words. Mork's tone wasn't intense. It could even be described as calm. Yet every single word was like a small hammer shattering the thick ice shell that encased Ace's heart. He lowered his head, his long eyelashes gently trembling. His eyes grew warmer, as if something was about to overflow. He desperately held back, not wanting to cry in front of Mork, feeling it would be too embarrassing. But his nose ached and his throat felt blocked, even his breathing trembled. For the first time in 10 years, he heard someone tell him that he wasn't wrong. For the first time, someone told him that bloodlines didn't matter, it was who he was that mattered. He had always thought that he lived to prove that Roger's bloodline wasn't evil. But now he suddenly felt confused. If it was really as Mork said, did he not need to prove anything? He was just Ace. Just himself. Who your father is doesn't matter at all. Mork's voice echoed again, soft yet exceptionally firm. To me, to Luffy and Sabo, it doesn't matter who you are. You are Ace. You are the second of our sworn brothers. You are A in the MESL Brotherhood. That is, no matter who your father is, you're my brother, and that won't change. After those words fell, there was a long silence at the cliff's edge, only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves and the distant waves crashing against the shore. Ace kept his head down, his shoulders slightly trembling. He said nothing and didn't look up. After a long while, a muffled nasal response finally came. Just one word, yet it felt like it took all his strength. Mork didn't speak again or look at him. He decided to give the kid some face. The two sat quietly until the sun completely sank beneath the horizon, leaving only a faint glow in the sky. Only then did Ace slowly lift his head. His eyes were a bit red and the corners were damp, but he forced himself to put on a brave face, wiping his face with his hand, fiercely declaring, I didn't cry. It was the wind. Mork almost laughed out loud. Oh, it was the wind. That ridiculous excuse could only be believed by that fool Luffy. However, he wisely didn't expose him, just nodded in agreement, saying seriously, yeah, the wind is pretty strong. My eyes feel a bit dry too. Ace. He felt like Mork was brushing him off. But he had no evidence. He awkwardly grabbed a piece of jerky beside him, stuffing a big bite into his mouth, crunching loudly, as if venting something. While chewing, he suddenly muttered a small, thank you. The voice was so tiny, like a mosquito buzzing, that if Mork hadn't had good hearing, he wouldn't have caught it. After saying that, Ace's ears turned beet red, and he turned away, pretending to admire the scenery, unwilling to look at Mork again. Mork's lips curled up slightly. All right. This trip wasn't in vain. In the year 1510 of the Hyuan calendar May, the mornings of Kirbo Mountain always arrive, particularly as dawn broke. A thin layer of morning mist enveloped the forest, and the sound of synchronized breathing already echoed in the training ground behind the Dayton family. Ace stood bare-chested, his back taut, like a drawn bow, beads of sweat trickling down his jawline as his fist struck the air, creating a whooshing sound. Despite his arms feeling sore, he gritted his teeth and refused to stop. Beside him, Sabo maintained a much more composed posture, his golden hair dampened by the morning dew, yet he showed no sign of disarray. This kid truly had a high level of comprehension, the power techniques that Mork explained just once he managed to grasp and apply proficiently within 2 days, earning the title of the academic ace among the three brothers. As for Luffy, the little guy was squatting in a horse stance, twisting his body like a caterpillar, his eyes darting towards the kitchen, his mind filled with thoughts of honey pancakes for breakfast. If Mork weren't watching, he probably would have sneaked in to steal a bite. Leaning against a tree trunk with his arms crossed, Mork watched his 3 younger brothers train internally, starting to complain. So it turns out that he didn't traverse to this world to become a pirate, but rather to serve as a tutor in this mountain rite. As a physical trainer, a gourmet chef, and a psychological counselor, he had to lead training during the day and manage their mental health at night, all while secretly grinding for his own cultivation. With this workload back in his previous life, he would have been earning at least triple the salary, yet here, he was not only without pay, but also having to hunt and cook to support 3 half-grown boys. As a worker, even across worlds, one cannot escape the fate of being a worker, right? Complaints aside, he knew all too well how exaggerated their progress had been over the past month. He had already progressed from skilled to the threshold of proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. A thrust of his finger could pierce through thick hardwood, and a kick from his foot could snap a pine tree as thick as a bowl. With the moon step, he could easily hover in the air for several minutes, traversing the treetops in the forest without a hitch. The shave and paper drawing techniques flowed seamlessly, and in a real fight ordinary pirates wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of his clothes. The most formidable aspect was the combination of armament Haki with his physical strength. He had secretly tested it recently, when he fired an old hunter's shotgun at close range. It left only a red mark without breaking the skin. Back when he first crossed over, he wouldn't have dared to even think about that. His life return ability was now mastered to perfection. Now he could devour 5 to 6 pounds of meat in one meal, and within moments his body would completely digest it, restoring his peak stamina. The Iron Fist fighting system from Garp and the military swordsmanship from Bogart had already been digested and integrated into his own fighting style, no longer a mere rigid imitation, gradually developing a hint of his own flair. He hadn't neglected the aspect of Haki either. Armament Haki could now cover his entire forearm, a solid layer of black exuding strength. His observation Haki was spread wide, enabling him to hear the flapping wings of birds within half a mile, sensing where wild boars and rabbits were in the mountains, and he could navigate with his eyes closed. As for the ability of the clone fruit, he had kept it a well-guarded secret. Whether it was the passive ability of the Nyo fruit or the template of the Gomu fruit, he hadn't told a soul besides himself. Luffy only knew he had a cloning fruit ability, while Ace and Sabo merely thought he was exceptionally talented in physical techniques. The deeper the trump card is hidden, the more weight it carries. Big brother, want to take a break? Sabo stopped his punches and walked over, handing him a water pouch, his forehead dripping with sweat, yet his eyes bright. He had made the most progress this month. His once wild fighting style had now taken shape. Let's practice for another 15 minutes, then have breakfast. Mork accepted the water pouch, nodded with a smile, and glanced at Ace, who was still pushing himself. Ace, take a break too? Overtraining will harm your foundation. Ace paused, stubbornly insisting, I'm not tired. Though he said this, his fist slowly retracted and his ears turned a bit red. After their heart-to-heart talk by the cliff last time, this kid was still awkward, but he truly listened to Mork's words. Upon hearing that it was time for breakfast, Luffy instantly perked up, bouncing high. Food. Honey pancakes. His speed was 10 times faster than during training. Mork watched in amusement. So it turns out this kid's entire motivation for training was just to eat, huh? Breakfast in the courtyard was as lively as usual. The mountain bandits sat in a circle holding large bowls and gnawing on roasted meat, each one with grease dripping from their mouths. Ever since Mork took over the cooking, the quality of food at the Dayton household had skyrocketed. The bandits were all in high spirits, even their waistlines had increased a notch. Magura even whispered to Dogura that if they kept eating like this, they wouldn't be able to run when it came time to raid down the mountain. Dayton sat at the head of the table, picking at the stewed deer meat in his bowl, not forgetting to bark a few orders. You all just know how to eat. After eating, get to work. Chop wood and fetch water. Whoever dares to slack off won't get any food. He was fierce, but turned around and handed the largest piece of meat to Ace, who had just finished training. Mork lowered his head and sipped the rich soup, silently calculating. A month had passed, and the passive enhancements of the Nyo fruit had already fused into his very bones, but he had only briefly touched the Gomu fruit's template. Not to mention trying to combine both abilities. Previously, he had lacked the mental strength, fearing he couldn't control it without making a mistake. But after a month of nightly intense training with clones, his mental strength had significantly increased. It couldn't go on like this. He needed to test the waters and see how thick his trump card really was. Tonight, with the moonlight being just right, there was a secluded valley deep within Kirbo Mountains, so remote that even hunters rarely visited. Unbeknownst to anyone, it was the perfect place to test his skills. Determined, Mork formulated a plan in his mind. During the day, he continued to train his 3 younger brothers, and in the afternoon, he taught them how to analyze fighting techniques, revealing no signs of anything unusual. Luffy was still pestering him to demonstrate the clone technique, and Mork happily conjured up 2 clones to play along with Luffy, perfectly maintaining the persona of the clone fruit. Until deep into the night, the forest had fallen completely silent, with only the sounds of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Ace and Luffy's room had long been quiet, with Luffy's snores audible through the wall. The mountain bandits were also in a deep sleep. They had worked hard all day, and as soon as their heads hit the pillows, they were out. Mork quietly opened his eyes, turning over to sit up without making the slightest noise. He gently pushed open the window, his figure swaying as he lightly tapped his toes on the windowsill. Moonstep. He ascended like a feather, gliding into the depths of the forest under the moonlight. The night breeze brushed against his cheek, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. Mork stepped through the air, rising higher, darting between the treetops at a speed that resembled a shadow. In the past, he couldn't maintain the moon step for long without needing to land and catch his breath. Now, with the endurance buff from the Nyo fruit, he could fly continuously for over 10 minutes without breaking a sweat. He couldn't help but complain in his mind. Previously, he had admired powerful characters in comics flying through the air with moonstep and thought it looked incredibly cool. Only when he tried it himself did he realize it was actually quite taxing on the feet. It was convenient for traveling, but if he used moonstep to float around during a fight, it would purely waste stamina. He preferred to avoid flying down the mountain during the day. After all, walking could also serve as light training. After flying for about a quarter of an hour, a vast and secluded valley appeared below. Surrounded by steep rock walls, the valley floor was covered with thick layers of fallen leaves, and a small pond lay in the center, illuminated by the moonlight. The place was remote enough and spacious enough that even if he made a bit of noise, it wouldn't be heard. Perfect. Mok's body sank slightly as he landed steadily on the empty ground at the valley's bottom. His feet landed on the thick layer of leaves without making a sound. He first spread out his observation Haki to scan the area, confirming that there were no large beasts within half a mile, allowing him to relax completely. Alright, let's get started. Mok flexed his wrists, the joints cracking soundly. He began with warm-up exercises, throwing a set of basic punches to loosen up his entire body. The warm yellow moonlight spilled over him, the young man, standing tall, his brow carrying a maturity that belied his age. First test, Nyo fruit buffalo form, complete beastification. To be honest, he had been reluctant to try full transformation before. Not because he feared he couldn't control it, but mainly because it looked ugly. A handsome young man turning into a creature with 2 horns and covered in hide, resembling a bull-headed monster. How could he face Makino like that when he went down the mountain later? Wouldn't his affinity with her drop to 0? But ugly as it was, the strength it provided was undeniably real. He had only utilized the passive enhancements until now, completely unaware of the limits of his beastification state. In a life-or-death situation, he couldn't afford to endure just because of his appearance. Fine, let's do it. Ace pouted, his ears slightly red. Who wants to be your brother? It's just... Boom. A warm, heavy power surged from his limbs and bones, far stronger than his usual passive state. His bones emitted soft cracking sounds, muscles rapidly swelling, a thick layer of short black fur appearing on his skin, and the tips of his horns prickling as 2 robust curved horns burst forth. In just a few seconds, the boy standing in place transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall black buffalo. His massive frame and defined muscles pressed down on the ground, slightly sinking it. The eyes of the buffalo held no trace of beastly chaos, still reflecting Mok's clear gaze. I really transformed. Mok shook his head, the horns on top, following suit, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. His voice had also deepened, sounding like a rumble of thunder. He lowered his head to look at his buffalo hooves and flicked his tail, internally complaining. Ugly, it was undeniably ugly. No wonder many Zoan users preferred not to transform. The drop in aesthetic appeal was simply too great. Only Chopper, with his adorable appearance, could pull it off. His buffalo form exuded pure beastly vibes. Complaints aside, the increase in strength was indeed substantial. He could distinctly sense an overwhelming power coursing through him, his flesh taut like steel, even breathing felt heavy with strength. Defense, recovery, and sheer physical strength had all surged significantly. Compared to his passive state, he was at least 50% stronger. Let's test the power. Mok approached the rock wall, slightly pushing off the ground with his hind legs, lifting his front hooves high and smashing down onto the rock wall. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated, causing the entire valley to tremble slightly. Debris rained down, and the rock wall was left with a shallow pit, cracks spreading out like a spider's web. Dust flew everywhere, covering Mok entirely. He shook his hooves, feeling no pain at all. Goodness, with this punch, any ordinary pirate would be flattened instantly. Mok marveled internally. This was purely physical brute strength. What if he stacked it with the iron block and armament Haki? He couldn't even begin to imagine. He couldn't compare to monsters of Carp's caliber, but in the East Blue there probably wouldn't be many who could withstand this punch purely from his physical strength. He tried testing his defense as well. Lowering his head, he butted the rock wall with his horns and rammed his body against it a couple of times. The wall crumbled, but he came away without a scratch. He casually picked up a fist-sized stone and slammed it against himself, feeling like he was just scratching an itch, leaving no marks at all. He also tested his recovery. Deliberately, he scraped a small cut on his leg with a piece of rubble. The blood barely oozed out, and within seconds it had scabbed over, almost completely gone in a few more moments. His recovery speed was more than double that of his usual passive state. It's just the maintenance time. Mok felt the consumption within his body. In complete beastification, his stamina consumption was significantly faster than usual, but given his current foundation, maintaining it for an hour was no problem. The only issue was that it felt a bit awkward mentally. He felt strange with a bull's head. Alright, let's conclude the beastification test here. Mok focused his thoughts, his body quickly shrinking with the hide and horns gradually fading away, returning to human form. As he landed, he purposely touched his head to confirm that the horns were gone before letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness his appearance was restored. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never transform again. It was too damaging to his image. He walked to the edge of the pond, scooped up some cool water to wash his face, and took a moment to rest. Next, it's time to properly test the rubber fruit. To be honest, Mok has always been a bit confused about this thing. When he cloned Luffy, he simply cloned the ordinary rubber fruit. It wasn't the mythical Zoan-type Nika form from his memories. He pondered for quite some time, but couldn't figure out whether it was because the fruit hadn't awakened, or if the cloned fruit couldn't be deciphered, or if there was some sort of shielding mechanism. In any case, he hadn't grasped even a hint of Nika's shadow. Regardless, it was still a Paramecia-type fruit. With blunt force immunity and body extension, if used well, it could be a divine skill. However, he didn't dare use it casually, fearing that Luffy might grow suspicious. He couldn't just tell Luffy what a coincidence I have rubber abilities too, just like yours, could he? That foolish kid might believe it, but Ace and Sabo would definitely think more about it. Since no one's around, let's practice a bit. Mock swung his arm and activated the rubber fruit's abilities. In an instant his entire arm felt as if it had no bones, soft and easily stretchable. He tried to swing it forward and his arm extended suddenly by 4 to 5 meters with his fingertips nearly poking a nearby tree trunk. Whoa! Mock didn't control the force properly, and when his arm snapped back, he almost hit himself in the face, quickly using his other hand to hold it down. Goodness, watching Luffy do it seemed so effortless, yet how clumsy he felt doing it himself. So this thing also required proficiency, huh? No wonder Luffy swings his arms around every day. It's also a form of training. He took a deep breath and began to control it bit by bit. Stretching, shortening, turning, winding. At first he was all thumbs, either stretching too far or not able to retract like a child just learning to play with a rubber band. After practicing for over 10 minutes, he gradually found a sense of control. His arm could steadily stretch to about 6 meters, and the accuracy improved. He could poke precisely where he wanted without it shaking around. Let's try blunt force immunity. Mock bent down, picked up a large stone weighing about 10 kilograms, and smashed it against his arm. With a dull thud, his arm caved in slightly upon impact, then bounced back. Not only did it not hurt, he couldn't even feel it at all. Mock's eyes lit up. This ability was simply a melee combat artifact. Regular punches and kicks against him were basically like a light massage. In future fights, he could simply activate the rubber buff and go all out. Others would hit him 10 times without hurting him, while he would only need one punch to make them suffer. However, the elasticity was far inferior compared to Luffy. But that made sense. Luffy was the original, practicing daily while he was just a clone template relying on last-minute efforts. No rush, he could have his clone practice, secretly gaining proficiency while idle, and sooner or later would catch up. He continued playing with the rubber whip and rubber bullets, getting more adept. Just as he was enjoying it, a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Since both the bull fruit and the rubber fruit were cloned and resided within him, could he activate them simultaneously? The physical strength of the water buffalo form combined with the rubber's extension properties. A punch thrown would not only gain acceleration from the extended distance, but also carry the force of 1,000 pounds. Once this thought emerged, it couldn't be suppressed. Mock felt a tingle of excitement. Should he try? What if it worked? Even if it didn't, it would just be a bit of strain. As long as he had life to return to, it wouldn't be a big deal. Let's do it. Mock gritted his teeth, stepping back 2 paces to leave enough space. He took a deep breath, calming his mind, stabilizing the power of the bull fruit, allowing that heavy force to flow slowly through his meridians. Then cautiously, he activated the rubber fruit's ability. At first it was fine. The two forces moved along their own paths, not interfering with each other. But when he tried to merge the two forces, boom. The two powers collided violently. It was as if water and fire were incompatible, instantly exploding within his meridians. A wave of soreness and swelling rushed from his right arm to his chest, suffocating him almost to the point of not being able to breathe. His meridians felt painfully swollen, as if they were about to burst. Damn. Mock's face changed, and he quickly withdrew the rubber fruit's ability, leaving only the bull fruit's power to gradually stabilize. He clutched his arm and took 2 steps back, frowning. It really does reject, huh? He initially thought that since they were both his abilities, both cloned fruits, they should be able to coexist peacefully. But instead there was still conflict between the 2 devil fruit powers. It also made sense of a regular person who eats 2 devil fruits would just explode. Although his fruit powers were cloned, and he didn't have to bear the curse of the fruits, in essence they were still 2 different fruit powers. Having a rejection reaction was completely normal. Should I just give up? Mock rubbed his arm, feeling a bit dissatisfied. If he could truly merge them, his combat power would increase significantly. Moreover, he would undoubtedly encounter many devil fruit users in the future. To just give up would be a real pity. His mind raced. Rejection. Essentially, it was a matter of the 2 powers having different frequencies that conflicted with each other. Was there a way to synchronize their frequencies? Or rather, could he find something to act as a buffer, keeping them separate while allowing them to activate simultaneously? Buffer. Control. Mock's eyes brightened. Life return. Life return could precisely control every muscle, every meridian, and every cell in his body. Since he could control his body, could he also use it to adjust the 2 powers so that they could work harmoniously? Let's try, he said, and without hesitation Mock sat cross-legged, first operating life return to stabilize the breath within him. Once his body was at its peak condition, he activated both powers again. This time he didn't rush to push them together. Instead, he used life return to create 2 separate pathways in his meridians, one for the bull fruit's power and one for the rubber fruit's power, clearly distinguished and not interfering with each other. The 2 forces flowed steadily through their respective pathways, and indeed they no longer fought against each other. Mock let out a sigh of relief. The first step was accomplished. Next came the hardest part, fusion. It wasn't just about mixing them together, it was about allowing them to act on the same part, while maintaining their own characteristics. His fist needed to be extendable, yet possess enough power. He carefully controlled both forces, gradually gathering them toward his fist. The fine threads of life return felt like countless little hands, gently supporting the 2 forces, slowly bringing them closer together. The moment they touched, they indeed began to stir again. His meridians slightly swelled with a faint pain. Mork remained calm, steadying his mind, using life return to gradually guide them, slowly modifying their frequencies. Once it didn't work, the two forces collided, and he quickly separated them, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Twice, still not working. He had barely fused less than 1/10 of it before it began to backlash, leaving his arm numb for a long time. 3 times. 4 times. After repeating 4 or 5 times, Mork's face turned pale, his mental energy severely drained. But he could clearly feel that the rejection between the two forces was weakening with each attempt. It was like two strangers who, after seeing each other often, gradually became less resistant. Let's go for one last time. Mork gritted his teeth and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He took a deep breath, fully activating life return, immersing himself in the powers within his body. The weight of the bull fruit, the flexibility of the rubber fruit. This time, he didn't rush to force them together. Instead, he controlled both powers, intertwining and wrapping them around each other at the fist. You are in me and I am in you, yet each maintains its original characteristics. Time slowly passed. The valley was silent, with only the steady sound of the young man's breathing. The moonlight fell upon his furrowed brow, casting a soft halo. Suddenly, Mork's eyes snapped open. Boom. The two forces instantly achieved a subtle balance in his right arm. There was no violent collision, no swelling pain in his meridians. He could clearly feel the muscle density in his right arm surging, carrying the weight and explosive power of the water buffalo form, while the skin also possessed the rubber's elasticity, able to stretch at will. It worked. Mork felt a surge of joy in his heart, not daring to delay. He stomped the ground and pulled his arm stretched over 3 meters, the fist wrapped in tremendous force and slammed viciously against a pine tree as thick as a bowl. Bang! A huge sound, even heavier than the roar, when he beast transformed and struck the rock wall. The pine tree was directly smashed in half, and the trunk was flattened. The whole tree crashed to the ground, kicking up a shower of leaves and dust. The power was far greater than using either ability alone. Incredible! Mork couldn't help but exclaim. Just as he was feeling elated, a sudden dizziness hit him, his mental energy feeling drained, and his entire body went limp. The two forces in his right arm instantly lost balance, each retreating back, and the fusion state was directly undone. Hiss! Such a large consumption. Mork leaned against the tree trunk, breathing heavily. He had only maintained it for a little over 10 seconds, and his mental energy was nearly at its limit. His physical strength was okay, but the mental drain was just too excessive. He silently calculated. At his current level, the fusion state could last at most 15 seconds. He could use it only 2 or 3 times a day, any more, and his spirit wouldn't be able to handle it. In actual combat, it would just serve as a surprise attack, not something he could use regularly. But that's enough. Mork smiled, not feeling discouraged. Everything has a process. Being able to merge at the start was already great. With time and practice, as his mental strength increased and his proficiency improved, the duration would naturally extend. Once he could maintain it for a long time, that would truly be a powerful weapon. Moreover, this was just with 2 types of fruit. If he encountered even stronger fruits in the future and cloned a few more, it was exciting to think about. Of course, that was just thinking. He understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. First, he needed to master these 2 cards he had. He rested for half an hour, waiting for his mental strength to recover significantly before standing up. It was time to head back. If he didn't, the sky would soon brighten, and he would be easily discovered. Mork dusted off his clothes and took one last look at the devastation in the valley. Broken trees, shattered stones, and pockmarked rock walls. These traces would soon be covered by the forest in a few days. Everything that happened tonight would be as if it had never occurred. He pointed his toes once again, activating moonwalk, soaring back along the original path. Bang! The iron fist struck solidly against a giant tiger. Ace withdrew his fist, taking 3 steps back, his knuckles slightly numb. This king of the mountain was even more sinister than the rumors suggested. Its thick yellow and black patterned fur was absurdly dense, and Ace's full-force punch had no effect whatsoever. The giant tiger roared in pain, turning its head with eyes as big as brass bells gleaming with ferocity. Its claws were larger than Luffy's face, and when it swiped down, it carried a stench of blood. Be careful! Sabo shouted sharply, coming in from the side. His feet moved with the shave technique, leaving behind residual shadows as he swung a steel pipe down hard onto the tiger's leg joint. Following the momentum of the tiger's tail sweep, he deftly maneuvered to the opposite side, his movements fluid as flowing water. Luffy was more direct, stretching his arm to its maximum, rubber bullets raining down on the tiger's head as he yelled louder than anyone, "Take this punch. Watch me flatten you." The 3 of them coordinated perfectly. After a year of training with the Mork system, their physical abilities and combat skills had far surpassed those of their peers. They had even made initial progress in the Navy's 6 techniques: shave, iron body, and paper drawing, making it impossible for ordinary pirates to get close. It was precisely because they felt confident that the 3 dared to take on this giant tiger of the deep valley. Privately, they had even made a bet. Whoever brought down this mountain king would be the captain when the brothers set sail to form a crew. It had a rather competitive tone. They kept this matter tightly under wraps, with Mork and dating not leaking a word. Just as dawn broke, the three of them stealthily entered the back mountain with steel pipes and short knives. But when the fight actually began, they realized that the king of the Kobo Mountain was not called that for nothing. After nearly a quarter of an hour of fighting, the giant tiger had barely lost a single hair and instead was completely enraged. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the leaves off the trees. The giant tiger suddenly whipped its tail, which was as thick as a tree trunk, sweeping across with a fierce wind at a cunning angle. Luffy was just reaching out to strike, but was a moment too slow. Luffy! Ace shouted, but it was already too late. With a dull thud, Luffy was swept away, crashing heavily into a nearby tree trunk. He didn't even groan, sliding down the trunk and sitting on the ground, struggling to get back up. Ace and Sabo's hearts tightened. Just in that moment of distraction, the giant tiger lunged forward, the stench of blood rushing towards them. The two were forced to retreat repeatedly, their backs quickly pressed against the cold rock wall, with nowhere left to run. The giant tiger opened its bloody maw-sharp teeth, glinting coldly, saliva dripping onto the ground, even corroding the dirt beneath. I'll take the hit. Ace crossed his steel pipe, gritting his teeth and preparing to withstand the blow. He knew very well that if he took the hit, his arm would surely break. But there was no retreat. At this critical moment, thud! A muffled sound of impact suddenly rang out. The giant tiger's head jerked to the side, its attacking momentum halted. A figure leaped down from a nearby tree, landing lightly on the ground, steady, as if nailed to the earth. It was an elderly man with graying hair, wearing a faded coarse cloth short shirt, holding a half-meter-long wooden mallet that looked plain, just like an old man gathering herbs in the mountains. That last blow was delivered by this wooden mallet to the tiger's face. Get back, you beast. The old man's voice was not loud, but it was filled with authority. The giant tiger shook its head as if dazed from the blow, growling low at the old man, but did not dare to pounce immediately. Ace and Sabo were stunned. Who is this? Looking inconspicuous, yet they managed to confuse the king of the mountain with a single strike. Before they could ponder further, the giant tiger regained its momentum and lunged forward with a roar. The old man remained calm, his wrist flicking the wooden mallet into position right at the tiger's mouth. With a crack, the mallet was clamped tightly by the tiger's teeth, shaking the old man slightly, but he did not retreat an inch. Then with a twist of his wrist, the wooden mallet slid inwards along the tiger's teeth, striking hard at the softest part of its nose. Ow! The giant tiger let out a painful howl, as if greatly wronged, and bounded away several meters. It glared at the old man for several seconds, filled with wariness, before finally tucking in its tail and turning to flee into the forest. In just 3 moves, the fearsome king of the Kobo Mountain was chased away. The valley fell silent for a few seconds. Luffy rubbed his back and got up from the ground, his eyes shining like light bulbs as he rushed over and shouted, "Old man, you're amazing. Are you stronger than my brother Mork?" "Sweet-talking little brat," the old man chuckled, resting the wooden mallet on his shoulder. "You have some guts to dare challenge that beast. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Sabo was the first to come to his senses, stepping forward to bow sincerely. "Thank you, sir, for saving us. We are from Dodon's family on the other side of the mountain. We were reckless and nearly got into big trouble." Ace nodded as well, unusually not putting up a hard front. They owed him their lives, so they had to show some gratitude. The old man waved his hand, saying his name was Nagli, living at the foot of the mountain, and he had come up today to gather some herbs. After chatting for a bit, the 3 boys learned that this seemingly unremarkable old man was actually a retired pirate. He had been the captain of the Mallet pirate crew in his youth, and had made quite a name for himself in the New World. Later he fell at the hands of Gold. Roger, his crew disbanded, and he ended up drifting in the East Sea. For years he had been scavenging at Garbage Mountain, gathering materials to repair an old ship, still dreaming of the day he could set sail again and return to the Grand Line. Roger. When Ace heard those 2 words, he gripped the steel pipe tightly, his knuckles turning white instantly. He stood there with his head lowered, not saying a word. No one saw the emotions roiling in his eyes. That was his father. Though he was reluctant to admit it, that was still his. He was the pirate king, deemed a monster by the world of bloodline shackle he could not shake off since birth. He hated all the disdain and insults that came with that name, yet he couldn't help but want to know. What kind of person? Sabo quietly nudged his arm, but Ace shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Mork's earlier words had indeed had some effect. Nagli did not notice the thoughts of the young man, smiling as he began to recount tales of the sea. The Grand Line, with winds strong enough to tear ships into pieces, strange islands, a myriad of devil fruit users, countless treasures, and relentless battles. The 3 kids listened, captivated, forgetting even their pains. Only when the sunset bathed the mountains in orange light and the brightness dimmed did they suddenly realize it was time to go back. After agreeing to visit Garbage Mountain often in the future, the 3 reluctantly made their way back to the village. On the way, Luffy chattered incessantly, his mind full of the sea and treasures. Ace walked last, hardly saying a word, yet his furrowed brow had relaxed quite a bit. By the time they returned to Dodon's home, the sky was already darkening. After agreeing to visit Garbage Mountain often in the future, the 3 reluctantly made their way back to the village. On the way, Luffy chattered incessantly, his mind full. Luffy's clothing was torn, Ace had shallow claw marks on his arm, and Sabo's pants were covered in mud. The 3 stood in a row, consciously facing Mork like they were being punished, feeling somewhat guilty. They had sneaked into the mountains and caused trouble, almost falling into the tiger's claws. If it were anyone else, they would have already jumped up to scold them. Mork usually seemed easygoing, but when he truly frowned, they all felt a bit intimidated. Ace spoke first, recounting everything that had happened honestly. They went into the mountains to hunt a tiger, encountered danger, and were saved by Nagli, leaving nothing out. After finishing, the three kept their heads down, waiting to be scolded. Instead, Mork sheathed his knife and only asked, "Is everyone all right?" "We're fine, really." Luffy quickly nodded, thumping his chest loudly. "As long as everyone is fine." Mork stood up and sheathed his knife. No scolding, no punishment, not even a harsh word. The three were stunned. That was it. The mountains are dangerous. If you go again, make sure to understand the situation first. Don't rush in recklessly. Mork's tone was calm. Also that Nagli make sure to visit Garbage Mountain often and engage with him more. The rules of the sea, close combat techniques, and the customs of various places. These experiences are invaluable, far more useful than practicing in isolation. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the three, but remember one thing. Do not be reckless. Always leave a way out. Do not gamble with your lives. Understood, Brother Mork. The three replied in unison, their eyes bright. They had initially thought they would face punishment and confinement, but not only did nothing happen, they could even go and listen to Nagli, an old pirate who had fought against Roger, share stories of the sea. What a win. After sending the three off to eat and wash up, the yard fell silent. Mork leaned back against the stone table, lightly tapping his fingers on the knife sheath. No one knew how much his strength had surged that year. 3 clones working day and night had not stopped. He had already mastered the Navy's 6 techniques, easily executing shave, moonwalk, and storm leg, his skill not inferior to that of elite middle-ranking officers. His armed color Haki could cover most of his body, and he had seamlessly integrated Garp's iron fist techniques, with Bogart's military swordsmanship switching between them without a hitch. Even the clone Nyo fruit had reached a stable fusion state, with the rubber fruit, its duration doubling from 6 months ago, and its explosive power had leaped several tiers. Now if he were to fight against those pirates with bounties in the millions in the EC, he could easily take them down with just 3 punches. Throughout the entire EC, there were hardly a few who could withstand 10 of his moves. He deliberately let the 3 boys go out to face challenges, not wanting to raise them in a greenhouse. Anyone who wanted to venture into the sea needed to see some blood and suffer some losses, but just practicing empty skills was futile. When they finally reached the Grand Line, no one would tell them the rules. What he needed to do was to sharpen his trump cards in the shadows so that when real danger struck, he could withstand it. Mork looked up towards the direction of the mountains. The night was deep and the distant lights of the Goya Kingdom were faintly visible. He knew very well that the peaceful days on Kolbo Mountain were numbered. The fire that would inevitably ignite at Garbage Mountain, the hidden troubles within the Goya Kingdom, and the impending storm that would sweep through the entire East Sea were all drawing closer. Once this matter was settled, it would be time to leave the East Sea. After all, the real stage was never in this small valley. The raging waves of the Grand Line and the rise of heroes in the New World were where he should go. However, Mork once again felt confused about his future. Navy. Pirate. On early summer, Mount Kolbo vegetation surged wildly. Wild grasses along the mountain path rose nearly to the knees. Makino. Business at the tavern had been slow lately, so she deliberately carved out a free day. She packed pre-cut summer cloth and filled a wicker basket with fresh provisions, determined to ascend the mountain to visit Monkey and Luffy. Sister Makino. Luffy dashed headlong from the courtyard, nearly colliding with her. Slow down, mind you don't fall. Makino smiled as she steadied him, her eyes crinkling into gentle crescents. At the sound, everyone in the courtyard emerged. Monkey leaned against the doorframe and waved. He and Makino were old acquaintances. She'd often descend the mountain to dine at her tavern, and familiarity had long since erased any awkwardness between them. Ace and Sabo stood behind, meeting this legendary tavern proprietress for the first time. They'd only ever heard her praised daily by Luffy and Monkey. Her kindness, her exquisite cooking. Now seeing her in person, they understood why. Her deep green hair was neatly bound beneath a headscarf. Her checkered apron was crisp and practical. Her voice flowed soft and warm, utterly unlike the rough, untamed mountain bandits surrounding her. Ace instinctively stepped half a pace backward, stiff and ill at ease, unsure where to place his hands. Sabo stepped forward, bowed slightly, and offered a graceful, polished greeting. Madam Makino, it is an honor. We have long heard of you from our elder brother. Please, no formalities. Just call me Makino, she replied, handing him the cloth bundle. I brought some summer linen. Perfect for light garments before the heat sets in. Thank you, Ace managed after a long pause, his ears flushing crimson. As he took the bundle, his fingertips brushed the fabric's edge, then recoiled instantly, feigning nonchalance as he wiped his hand absently on his trousers. Monkey observed it all with quiet amusement. His gaze lingered on Makino, and an unbidden thought surfaced. Had Shanks years ago lingered endlessly at that tavern precisely for her culinary mastery and radiant presence? Though he inwardly teased himself, he dared not voice it aloud. Stepping forward, he hoisted the basket of provisions. Let's get to the kitchen. I'll assist you. You cook too? Makino asked, mildly surprised. Just the basics, Monkey replied with a modest smile. In truth, his skills were a near-perfect replication of hers. Calling himself her apprentice would have been humility itself. In the mountains, he'd only ever demonstrated rustic techniques, roasting and stewing meat, but had rarely showcased refined culinary artistry. Inside the kitchen, they moved in seamless harmony. One chopped vegetables, while the other braised meat, one kneaded dough, while the other simmered broth. When Makino murmured, "A pinch of salt," Monkey sprinkled it with uncanny precision. When she said, "Reduce the flame just a touch," he adjusted the firewood without hesitation. Before long, Makino was astonished. This isn't just the basics. Your skill rivals seasoned chefs. In no time, fragrant aromas saturated the entire hideout. Braised venison bubbled richly, a grilled fish crackled with golden crispness, vegetable soup mingled with the honey-sweet scent of barley flatbread, luring the bandits' glances toward the kitchen again and again. Luffy clung to the kitchen doorway, drool pooling near his feet, eyes locked onto the sizzling platter. Had Monkey not shot him a warning glare, he'd have snatched a piece outright. Ace leaned against a courtyard tree, pretending to polish a pipe, yet his nostrils twitched involuntarily, and his gaze kept drifting toward the kitchen. Sabo simply fetched a sewing basket and sat on the steps tidying threads and folded cloth. "All right, time to eat," Monkey announced, emerging with the final tureen of soup. The bandits had been waiting eagerly and swarmed forward en masse. Yet mindful of Makino's presence, they restrained themselves. Each sat upright, bowls in hand, unnaturally proper. As the meal warmed, conversation drifted far afield. Luffy chewed of barley flatbread crumbs flying, then slammed his fist on the table. "When I set sail someday, I'll become the king of the pirates." The words had barely left his lips when Ace scoffed, but offered no rebuttal, instead lifting his chin with quiet certainty. "The king of the pirates is mine." His tone was casual, yet his eyes blazed with startling intensity. Sabo sipped his soup and nodded with a smile, agreed. "Let's sail together as pirates then." The three youths spoke with fervent passion. Monkey sat nearby, slowly savoring his meat, silent. He knew this day would come. He knew these boys carried the sea's restless spirit deep within their bones. He could not, and need not, restrain them. Their path was self-chosen. His duty lay in fortifying their foundations and shielding them until they embarked. But just then, boom, the courtyard gate burst inward, its frame shuddering violently under the force. A familiar oppressive presence flooded the space. The dining table fell utterly silent. Luffy froze mid-chew, barley crumbs forgotten on his lips. Ace's chopsticks halted midair, his expression shifted subtly. Sabeo set down his bowl and quietly furrowed his brow. Monkey's heart lurched. Trouble. He looked up, and there he was. Admiral Garp stood in the doorway, naval uniform, immaculate temples pulsing with visible veins. He'd arrived at the courtyard gate just as the three boys declared their dreams of piracy and glory. "King of the pirate," Garp strode in, voice booming enough to shake dust from the rafters. "Looks like your hides need a good thrashing." Before the echo faded, his massive palm rose high. Thud, thud, thud. 3 precise blows landed atop the boys' foreheads. Luffy instantly crouched, clutching his head and yelping, "Grandpa? It hurts." Ace stiffened his neck, attempting to dodge, only to take the full impact. Grimacing, he bit back a cry, jaw clenched. Sabeo knelt, head bowed, absorbing the blow without flinching. Still dreaming of being king of the pirates. Garp planted his hands on his hips, bristling with indignation. "You lazy brats. Why waste your potential? Why forsake the navy for piracy? What's so glorious about pirates?" The three huddled low in a row. No one dared retort. Only Luffy dared murmur, barely audible, "Pirates are free." "Free? Huh." Garp delivered another sharp rap to his skull. "Does freedom fill your belly?" Monkey remained seated, shrinking his presence to near invisibility. He'd long grown accustomed to this ritual. Grandfather and grandson clashed on sight, fought verbally, endured beatings, and resumed arguing afterward. The elder demanded naval service. The younger dreamed only of piracy. Their fates seemed cosmically misaligned. Monkey had no desire to join the fray. He lowered his head over his soup, fading into the background. "And you, don't think silence protects you." Just as feared, Garp slapped Monkey's shoulder hard enough to nearly show. "You're their elder brother. Yet you let these fools indulge such fantasies." Monkey's heart sank. "Can I eat?" Each was more stubborn than the last, unmovable by 10 oxen. Aloud, he only offered a strained smile. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right. I'll remind them constantly from now on." After much commotion, Garp's temper finally eased. He dropped heavily onto a stool and drained half a bowl of soup in one gulp. Makino smiled warmly as she placed fresh chopsticks before him. "Admiral Garp, what brings you up the mountain? You didn't send word ahead. Matters of importance." Garp wiped his mouth, his expression sobering as he turned to Monkey. "This visit concerns official business." Monkey's pulse quickened. Official business? Anything warranting Garp's personal assent must be grave indeed. "Your performance aboard the warship has been reported to headquarters." Garp's tone grew unusually grave. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku reviewed the dossier and holds you in high regard. 11 years old, mastering the 6 powers, enduring elite veteran drills. Such talent hasn't surfaced in decades." The three crouching boys stared dumbfounded. They knew Monkey was formidable, but this formidable. Even the fleet admiral himself had taken notice. Monkey, however, wasn't surprised. Garp's nature was to champion those he admired, though he hadn't anticipated Sengoku's response arriving so swiftly. Sengoku issued direct orders. Garp stated, locking eyes with him. I am to escort you to naval headquarters, where you'll train under the finest instructors, follow the most rigorous curriculum, and face the most elite adversaries. You will be cultivated for leadership, destined for greatness. Silence descended, so profound a pin's fall would resound. Luffy erupted first. No, I won't let brother go. He'll train us if he leaves. His eyes welled with tears. Brother can't join the Navy. It means he'll never sail with us. Ace remained mute, fingers tightening around his chopsticks until his knuckles whitened. His thoughts churned in turmoil. Part of him recognized this as an unparalleled opportunity, one countless aspirants would kill to attain. Yet another part ached. If Monkey departed, the mountain's warmth would vanish overnight. Sabeo frowned softly and asked, Brother, must you truly go? Dayton set down her bowl, her face darkening. Why not stay here in peace? Why rush off to headquarters? We've only just settled. Now you'll uproot everything again. Her words were stern, yet laced with unmistakable sorrow. Over this past year, Monkey had guided the three unruly boys, hunting, cooking, teaching, and she'd long since claimed him as family. Monkey stayed silent. He knew better than anyone this was an once-in-a-lifetime chance. Remaining in the East Blue, no matter how diligently he trained, would cap his growth. Headquarters was different. Their mentors like Garp presided, combat wisdom flowed in abundance, the complete systems of Haki and the 6 powers awaited, even deeper world secrets lay accessible. To stand firm, to protect those he cherished, mere mountain solitude would never suffice. He had to leave, yet leaving meant abandoning them. Ace's inner wounds remained unhealed. Sabeo's origins hung unresolved. The Luffy was still a child barely sprouted. And the Sapphire Pirates, the Goa Kingdom, countless loose ends remained. As if reading his mind, Garp waved a dismissive hand. I know your concerns for these rascals. No need to depart immediately. You have 3 days to settle affairs, deliver final instructions. Then a warship awaits you at Windmill Village Harbor. 3 days. Not long, yet not fleeting either. Enough to speak every necessary word, arrange every vital detail. Monkey drew a slow, deep breath and nodded. Understood. That single word sealed his acceptance. Luffy wilted instantly, head drooping like a wilted plant. Ace turned away, gazing silently into the forest beyond the courtyard. Sabeo sighed faintly, offering no further protest. They all understood this opportunity carried no value. Garp meanwhile ate heartily and unabashedly, lavishing praise on Makino's cooking. She smiled tenderly, occasionally serving the boys extra portions, her eyes shadowed with quiet sorrow. Monkey ate little, his mind racing. 3 days held overwhelming tasks, drafting comprehensive training regimens for the brothers, reinforcing safety protocols. His hidden advantages, the fused devil fruits, the secret of split body cultivation, must remain buried deeper than ever. Naval headquarters teemed with scrutiny and elite power. One misstep risked exposure. After dinner, Makino helped clear the dishes. As twilight deepened, she prepared to return to the village, and Monkey walked her down the winding mountain path. The setting sun stretched their silhouettes long across the ground. Take care of yourself at headquarters, Makino whispered gently. Don't overexert yourself. Eat regularly. Don't worry, Sister Makino, Monkey smiled. I'll visit whenever I can. After bidding her farewell, he paused halfway down the mountain, gazing toward Windmill Village's distant lanterns and the fishing boats drifting upon the sea. Salt-laced wind blew in from the coast. He had lived on Mount Kalbo for over a year, arriving cautious and tentative, now rooted with 3 younger brothers and trusted companions. To claim no attachment would be a lie. Yet he also knew the East Blue was merely the starting point, not the destination. The true tempests awaited along the Grand Line in the New World. Garp's summons was the key, turning the lock on that threshold. Monkey tightened his grip on a strip of dried meat, his gaze sharpening with quiet resolve. 3 days. Once all was settled, he would go to naval headquarters, where the world's mightiest military force stood, and discover what secrets it truly concealed. And to measure his year of relentless cultivation against the galaxy of prodigies gathered there. What rank truly? 3 days of grace, neither long nor short. Since Mock accepted Garp's order, he has not had a moment's rest. During the day, he kept an eye on the 3 boys' training, and at night, he leaned over the table writing and drawing up training plans, safety protocols, and emergency procedures, filling 3 whole pages. While writing, he couldn't help but complain. This is not being a big brother, it's clearly a part-time dad role. Managing their meals, accommodation, and training is one thing, but I even have to prepare contingency plans for their lives. Complaining aside, he did not dare to be careless about the matters he needed to address. There were some future events he was aware of, but could not openly discuss. He couldn't just grab Ace and shout, "Don't confront Blackbeard Heaton in the future. If you can't win, run away," nor could he pull Sabo aside and say, "Don't rush to set sail later, or you'll be in serious trouble if you run into a celestial dragon." If he said it outright, he would be considered a madman at best, or at worst expose his identity as a traveler attracting unnecessary trouble. He could only hint at it indirectly, hoping they would grasp as much as they could. On the first morning in the clearing behind the mountain where they practiced boxing, Ace, bare-chested, was pounding a homemade sandbag, the dull thuds echoing in a series of bangs. Sweat dripped down his jawline, the muscle lines on his back taut with effort, as he put all his strength into each punch. Mork leaned against a tree and watched for a while before tossing him a jug of cold water. Take a break. Ace caught the water jug, tilted his head back to drink most of it, wiped his mouth, and looked at Mork asking, "What's up? Are you leaving? Do you want to spar with me?" "Sparring is unnecessary, you're still not a match for me," Mork chuckled, walking over. "I want to talk about something serious with you." Ace raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, waiting for him to continue. "You have great talent, and have learned the Navy's 6 styles. If you ever set sail, you should be able to make a name for yourself." Mork first gave him some affirmation before shifting his tone. "But there's a flaw. Being too rigid can lead to breakage. Being unwilling to lose is a good thing, but when you encounter a formidable opponent, it can lead to suffering." Ace frowned, wanting to say something, but held back. He always believed that fighting should be heated, running away was not a skill. "I know you don't accept that." Mork saw through his thoughts, casually picked up a stone and fused it with Haki, and with a slight exertion of his fingertips the stone shattered with a crack. "See, the stone is hard, right? But no matter how hard a stone is, it fears technique." He dropped the broken pieces and became more serious. "Martial arts and Haki are the foundations of your existence. If you practice these two, well, you'll have confidence wherever you go. In the future, if you encounter a devil fruit, no matter how powerful the ability, don't lose your foundational skills." Devil fruit. Ace paused for a moment. In the future, known for his fire fist, he had not thought about eating a fruit. Yes, Mork nodded. There are countless ability users in the Grand Line. Many people eat the fruit and think they are invincible, neglecting their martial arts and Haki. What happens then? When they encounter a true Haki master, they can kneel with just one punch. He said, "The fruit is a tool that enhances your strength, not a foundation for survival. Relying too much on it means that if you meet someone who counters you, a single defeat could lead to irreparable losses." He spoke calmly, but his heart was sweating. "Ace, oh Ace, you will be the one to suffer this loss in the future. The flame fruit is indeed powerful, but if your martial arts and Haki are not well practiced, you'll be helpless against Blackbeard's dark fruit. You must take my words to heart." Ace remained silent for a long while. He stared at his fists, his knuckles tightening slightly. From childhood to now, he had heard too much about being Roger's son and born evil. No one had ever told him these things. No one had taught him how to grow stronger, how to avoid pitfalls, or how to survive. Mork was the first. "I understand." After a while, he muttered these 3 words, his voice not loud, but very resolute. Mork patted his shoulder. "Also, don't stubbornly hold on when you encounter problems. If you can't win, run away. Oh, it's not shameful. If you lose your life, all your reputation and ambitions are meaningless." Ace straightened his neck. "I won't run away." He was very stubborn, but his eyes flickered, clearly having taken the words to heart. Mork smiled, not exposing him. As long as he can remember this, it won't be in vain. In the afternoon, Mork found Sabo. The boy was sitting on a large rock outside the base. A map of the Goa Kingdom spread over his knee, holding a charcoal pencil, his brow slightly furrowed. "What are you looking at?" Mork walked over and sat beside him. "The terrain of the Goa Kingdom." Sabo moved the map aside slightly, his tone a bit heavy. "There have been a lot more guards near Garbage Mountain recently, as if they are preparing for something." Mork's heart sank. He knew that soon the nobles would set fire to the non-determined endpoint, and Sabo would completely sever ties with his family, setting sail alone on a small boat only to run into celestial dragon ships and end up severely injured and amnesiac. A direct warning would only raise suspicion. He could only use a more roundabout way to express it. Nobles have never looked down on the lower-class commoners. For the sake of their so-called reputation, they can do the most heartless things. Mork pointed at the area marked for noble towns on the map and slowly spoke. "Sabo, I have always felt that you are different from Ace and Luffy. You hold a card in your hand that others can only beg for." Sabo paused slightly, tightening his grip on the charcoal pencil. "I don't want that decaying noble status one bit. I'm not asking you to agree with them. I want you to see the 2 ways this path can go." Mork's gaze was serious as he slowed his speech. "Right now your heart is full of anger, wanting to throw everything away and set sail alone. But without strength and without backing, when you encounter powerful people who are reckless, you won't have room to fight back. A slight misstep could cost you your life and your memories." Sabo's brows furrowed tightly. "Are you saying I should return to that hypocritical home and collude with those nobles? Watch helplessly as the lower-class people suffer?" "There's no need to collude, but using that power to climb to the top is not a bad idea." Mork shook his head, revealing a thought he had kept hidden in his heart. Rather than having nothing and stubbornly confronting them, it would be better to endure temporarily and use the noble status to rise step by step to the highest point of power. Changing the rules from the top down is far more effective than struggling in the lower ranks alone and only relying on hot-blooded resistance. When you hold enough power to speak, then you can overturn the injustices and protect the lower-class citizens. At that time, you will have the capital to confront any tyrannical authority without risking your life. Sabo suddenly raised his eyes, filled with shock. He could sense that Mork's words carried a heavy warning, not just a simple advice to avoid being impulsive. A heat in rebellion is merely a moment of passion. If you rashly sever all pathways and set sail alone, the road ahead hides dangers that you simply cannot bear. Mock patted the map, his tone growing serious. To live to preserve yourself, and to gather enough strength to contend with authority, that is the opportunity to change the world. Acting impulsively and risking everything will turn even the grandest ambitions into mere illusions. Sabo stared at the mark on the map for Garbage Mountain, remaining silent for a long time. He was astute and perceptive, vaguely understanding Mock's veiled admonition, realizing that Mock was afraid he would make an irreversible choice in a moment of impulse. After a while he solemnly looked at Mock. I understand, big brother. Mock sighed in relief, standing up and patting his shoulder. The Goa Kingdom might not be very peaceful soon. If anything happens, call Ace. If it's really bad, wait for me to come back and talk about it. Okay. Sabo nodded, folding the map and putting it away. You can go with peace of mind. Oh, I'll keep an eye on Luffy and Ace to make sure they don't cause trouble. Mock smiled. Among the three brothers, Sabo was the one who worried him the least. With him around, he could feel more at ease leaving. After finishing with the two older ones, the real challenge was Luffy, the youngest. The next day, Luffy followed Mock like a little tail, sticking close wherever Mock went. He kept asking, is there meat at the headquarters? And when are you coming back? His chatter never ceased. In the end, he simply hugged Mock's arm and shook it. Big brother, I want to go to headquarters too. I want to be a Navy. No, I want to be the Pirate King. I want to go with you. Mock was so bothered that he rubbed his head under Luffy's straw hat. You're too weak. Right now going would just hold you back. When you can defeat the Mountain King on the other side, I will come back to get you. Really? Luffy's eyes lit up instantly. You mean it? I mean it. Mock nodded. Then I will definitely defeat that mountain tiger soon. Luffy clenched his small fist full of fighting spirit. When I become the Pirate King, I will make big brother Mock my first mate. Mock laughed. First mate? This kid has big dreams. I won't be your first mate, I'll just get dragged into trouble with you every day. In the future, I might very well go off and enjoy life meeting Nami Robin Hancock. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Besides the three boys, Mock was most reluctant to part with Dayton. She would always shout, hurry up and leave. It'll be quieter once you're gone. Save me from cooking for you every day, but secretly prepared things for him. Late the next night, just as Mock was about to sleep, Dayton knocked on his door and threw a coarse cloth bag at him. Take it. Mock opened it to find a stack of berries. Not much, but about 2,000, along with several pieces of dried top-grade beast meat tightly wrapped in oil paper. This is for expenses on the road. Don't let it show that you're broke when you get to headquarters. You'll embarrass our family. Dayton crossed her arms, turning her face away and not looking at him, her tone fierce. Also, don't cause trouble over there. Even if Carp Old Man protects you, you still have to work hard for yourself. This mountain bandit leader had a mouth like a knife, but a heart of tofu. Got it, Aunt Dayton? He smiled and nodded. Please take care of the three boys at home. Who asked you to say that? Dayton huffed, turning to leave. At the door she paused and added quietly. Come back and visit when you have time. Mock leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching Dodon's figure disappear into the night among the trees, the smile on his lips slowly fading. Having spent an entire year cohabiting in this remote bandit stronghold, they were no longer mere passers-by. Here there was the hard-headed yet soft-hearted Dayton, the passionate Ace, the calculating Sabo, and the eternally energetic Luffy. It was the only place he could call home since his arrival. But the road ahead led to the distant Navy headquarters, and behind them lay countless predestined calamities. All he could do was offer a few roundabout reminders, unable to completely alter everyone's fate. He tightly clutched the heavy coarse cloth bag in his arms, a hint of weight pressing down in his heart. This journey would be long and uncertain. He could only hope that the words he had just spoken would be firmly engraved in the hearts of the three boys, helping them avoid the deadly disasters that lay ahead. At night, lying back on his bed, Moka tossed and turned, finding it hard to fall asleep. Shaking his head to dispel all his worries and melancholy, he began to fantasize about his wonderful life at the Navy headquarters. As Moka pondered, his heart brimmed with both anticipation and a hint of excitement. It wasn't about seeking promotion or wealth. Primarily, it was because the headquarters was filled with beautiful women. For instance, Smoker's old classmate Tina, a user of the kankank fruit, exuding an aura of elegance, and there was Peach Rabbit, whose legs were longer than his life. He wondered where the naturally airhead glasses girl Dasky was now. It would be quite interesting if she had already begun her training in the Navy. The more Moka thought about it, the more he smiled, almost grinning from ear to ear. However, he quickly reined in his thoughts. Fantasies aside, strength was the ultimate truth. Without power, even the most beautiful ladies would have nothing to do with him. The headquarters was filled with geniuses, and Zephyr's training camp was even more concentrated with formidable individuals. He needed to stay focused, develop steadily, and avoid recklessness. The clone fruit was his biggest trump card and must not be exposed. During the day, normal training, at night, using his clone to grind experience. Steady progress was the way to go. On the third day, as dawn broke, Moka packed his belongings. In truth, he didn't have much luggage, a few changes of clothes, a new summer outfit, made by Makino, some money from Dayton, and dried meat. Just a simple bundle he could carry with ease. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy had been waiting in the yard for a while. Luffy had just woken up, still not fully alert, yet he stubbornly refused to go back to sleep. Ace stood at the front, his expression sour, as if someone owed him money. Sabo held a water pouch filled with spring water, offering it to Moka for the journey. Let's go, we'll see you down the mountain, Ace said in a muffled voice leading the way outside. Moku smiled and shook his head following behind. The mountain path wound ahead and the four of them walked slowly. Usually bustling and lively, the mountain road felt somewhat desolate today. Upon reaching Windmill Village, they headed straight for Party's bar. Makino had been waiting in the tavern early in the morning with a table filled with dishes, all of Moku's favorites. Braised venison honey oat cakes and rich seafood soup filled the air with delightful aromas. Hurry and sit down, eat before you leave, she warmly beckoned, her eyes gentle. It will take many days on the road, fill your stomach before setting off. The four sat down to eat. Makino kept piling food onto Moku's bowl, stacking it high. Once you're at the headquarters, don't just focus on training, make sure to eat on time. The sea breeze is strong there, so be sure to wear more clothes and don't catch a cold. If it weren't for the rare opportunity to train at the Navy headquarters, he would have wanted to stay in Windmill Village enjoying free meals and boosting his favorability. Wasn't that delightful? No, a man must have ambitions beyond the comforts of home. After finishing the meal, Makino handed him another. Inside were freshly baked jerky oat cakes and a few neatly folded clothes. Eat on the road, don't let yourself go hungry, she said, stuffing the bundle into Moku's hands. Remember to send a letter back when you arrive. Don't worry, Sister Makino, Moku nodded, taking the bundle. He'll write to you as soon as I reach the headquarters. He said this seriously, but inside he wondered about the efficiency of sending letters in the pirate world. If he had the money, he would have bought a transponder snail. After a hearty meal, Moku stepped out of the tavern and walked towards the dock. In the distance, he spotted the iconic dog-headed warship docked at the shore, the ship's bow, grinning with a silly yet endearing expression. Kapu leaned against the ship's railing, clutching a bag of senbei and munching on it with relish. Upon seeing them approach, he waved his hand, his voice booming. Hey kid, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get on board. On the dock, several villagers were there to send him off, greeting Moku with smiles. Over the past year, Moku had frequently come down from the mountain, treating everyone kindly and sweet-tongued, earning the villagers' fondness. At the side of the ship, it was time to say goodbye. Luffy was the first to break down, his eyes red and clutching Moku's sleeve, unwilling to let go. Brother, Moku, you must come back early. His voice trembled with a hint of tears, yet he held them back. I will train hard. When you return, I'll definitely be stronger. Got it. Moku ruffled his straw hat, adjusting it for him. Make sure to eat well and don't get into trouble. Luffy nodded vigorously, unable to hold back his tears any longer as they fell. Next came Ace. The young man stood there, lips pressed together, holding back for a long moment. Once you're at the headquarters, don't slack off. He looked up at Moku, his gaze bright. When we meet next time, I won't lose next time. Moku smiled. Sure, I'm always ready. He knew that with Ace's talent, their next meeting might really surprise him. Sabo stepped forward, handing him a small wooden carving. It was a small wooden boat, not intricately made, but crafted with care, the sail engraved with a small M. Safe travels, he said with a smile. You can rest assured that we are here at home. Moku accepted the carving and tucked it into his pocket. You've worked hard. Lastly were Dayton and Makino. Dayton crossed her arms, standing at the back stubbornly, saying, Hurry up and go so I don't have to look at you anymore. Yet her eyes dared not meet Moku's. The corners slightly reddened. After speaking, she turned her head away. Moku bowed deeply to her. Aunt Dayton, I'll leave everything at home to you. Stop being so wordy. Dayton waved her hand, her voice a bit hoarse. Makino stood beside her, smiling softly, waving gently. Safe travels, Moku. Moku nodded and waved back. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Everyone who needed to be seen had been seen. Taking a deep breath, Moku turned, his toes pointed, and jumped onto the deck of the warship. His movements were crisp and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. He stood at the ship's railing, turning back to wave once more. The figures on the shore grew smaller, Luffy still jumping and shouting, Brother, come back early. Ace stood with his arms crossed. Sabo waved while Makino and Dayton stood together. Only when the dock became a small dot and he could no longer see their figures did Moku turn around. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel a pang of sadness. But more than that, it was the anticipation of the road ahead. The warship slowly sailed away from Windmill Village, heading toward the Navy headquarters. The sea breeze blew against him, carrying a salty, humid scent. Kapu finished the last piece of senbei, brushed the crumbs off his hands, and strolled over leisurely. With a palm as big as a fan, he patted Moku's shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Kid, when you get to the headquarters, don't embarrass me. Moku steadied himself, internally complaining. Can't you change your habit of patting people on the shoulder? If you keep doing that, I might just break my shoulder. Yet he smiled and replied, Of course not, I'll definitely not embarrass you. That's good to hear. Kapu nodded, his expression turning serious as he continued. I've spoken with Sengoku. When you reach the headquarters, you won't have to start as a regular recruit. You'll go straight into Zephyr's training camp. Zephyr. Moku's heart skipped a beat, putting on a facade of confusion. Who is Zephyr? Inside, he was in a state of explosion. No way. Blackarm Zephyr. The former Marine Admiral, a legend at the Navy headquarters, mastering the use of armament Haki to perfection, nicknamed Blackarm. In the entire Marine system, when it comes to physical skills and Haki, few dared to claim to be better than Zephyr. Not to mention the training camp he leads known as the Cradle of Marine Officers, with Smoker Tina Akiji Kizaruaka. All his students. If he could join this wave, wouldn't he be rubbing shoulders with top-tier templates every day? Armament, Haki, physical skills, battlefield experience, and techniques to deal with Devil Fruit users. More importantly, the Devil Fruit. A complete top-tier configuration. This isn't just training, it's clearly a shopping spree. A blood profit. Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, nicknamed Black Arm. Kapu spoke with a hint of respect in his voice. He is now the chief instructor for new recruits, specifically training talented young boys. There's not a single weakling who has come under that old man's guidance. The training camp is filled with top talents selected from all over the seas. He fixed his gaze on Moku, warning, once you're in, train well, and don't try to be clever. Zephyr despises those who seek shortcuts. If you catch his eye, the benefits will be plentiful for you. Moku suppressed the overwhelming joy in his heart, pretending to be a bit nervous. The former admiral is personally teaching. Will it be too strict? Can I keep up? Stop pretending with me. Kapu shot him a sideways glance as if seeing through his thoughts. Are you really afraid of this little challenge? Of course not, Moku chuckled, scratching his head, just a bit excited. That's more like it. Kapu burst into laughter, slapping him on the back again. A man should have some drive. That old man Zephyr has a keen eye, make sure to perform well. Moku nodded repeatedly, his mind already calculating. The contemporaries in the training camp were each quality templates. Smoker's Smoke Fruit. Tina's Kankank Fruit. If he could easily clone them, that would be perfect. Of course, the most important thing was Zephyr. With the complete template from Black Arm, wouldn't his physical skills and Haki soar? Yet despite the excitement, he remained level-headed. Zephyr was experienced and insightful. He absolutely could not reveal his cloned fruit. Just perform normally during training, avoid being too extreme, and don't get too repressed. Steady development was key. After all, with his clone grinding away, practicing with the training camp during the day, and secretly leveling up at night, his progress would definitely not fall behind. Who knows, by the time the training camp graduated, he might even be able to compete with the headquarters officers. Moku walked to the ship's railing, gazing at the boundless blue sea. The sunlight shimmered on the water, creating a sparkling golden surface. Behind him was the receding east blue, filled with the fireworks of Corbeau Mountain and memories of old friends. Ahead lay the entrance to the Grand Line, the marine headquarters of Marineford, and a world that was both broader and more perilous. There were stronger adversaries, more thrilling adventures, and countless expected, yet unpredictable people and events. Moku clenched his fists, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. All right, the East Blue Novice Village has officially cleared. Next, it's time to charge into the headquarters dungeon. Zephyr's training camp, a gathering of geniuses. Here I come. The 30-day journey was neither too long nor too short. The dog-headed warship swayed slowly on the vast blue sea, and the daily routine seemed monotonous. Eating, training, watching the sea, along with Carp's occasional surprise teaching. However, for Moke, the gains from these 30 days far surpassed the 6 months he spent in hard training in the East Sea. This confidence stemmed from the solid foundation he built over the past year. Ever since crossing over to Culpo Mountain, he had not dared to relax for a moment. During the day, he practiced close combat fundamentals, and at night, he summoned his clones to train in shifts, using life restoration to precisely control every bit of nourishment and muscle in his body. Even the density of his bones steadily improved through repeated tempering and nurturing. After a year, the originally frail boy had undergone a transformation. His shoulders widened significantly, his muscle lines were smooth and firm, and the explosive power behind his punches was quite impressive. Even his recovery ability was extraordinary. Despite training to the point of tearing muscle fibers and swelling knuckles, a single night's sleep could heal most of the damage. It was precisely because of this foundation that he could withstand Carp's seemingly casual, yet truly powerful iron fist attacks. Ever since leaving Windmill Village, Carp had set his sights on him. Every morning as the sun rose to the top of the mast, the old man would definitely appear on the deck with a snack in his mouth, waving for him to come over, teaching him his signature move, iron fist, hand in hand. This technique sounded simple, but in reality, it was profound. The core was never simply wrapping Haki around the fist, but rather leveraging the force from the ground up through the feet, twisting through the waist and hips, layer by layer, transferring through the shoulders and arms to the fist, ultimately condensing the Haki into a singular point and unleashing it. With a single punch, rocks shattered and gold split. Carp's teaching style remained the same, emphasizing that understanding is greater than instruction, often striking the air a couple of times with his fist, his voice booming. Your Haki is still insufficient. Thinking to himself that if he smashed the opponent to pieces, that would be fine. Moke would always put on a look of sudden realization, nodding eagerly in agreement, his acting skills at their peak. So that's how it is. Old man, your hint made it clear to me. Yet inside he understood perfectly the old man's teaching method. If it were a normal person, would take who knows how long to grasp. Fortunately, he had the clone system to ensure victory. During the day, he followed Carp, drenched in sweat, looking as if he was exhausting himself just to barely keep up. By night, once the cabin door closed, 3 clones would dutifully take their positions, one for repeatedly refining his fist bones, another for honing his swordsmanship, and the last one specializing in dual-color Haki. His main body would lie down on the bed munching on the dried meat given by Makino, while life restoration worked at full capacity, rapidly converting food into pure stamina, continuously supplying his 3 clones. In essence, while others trained for 12 hours a day, his clones could practice for 24 hours. Yet Mork did not. He understood very well that the East Sea was merely a novice village. The real hidden dragons and crouching tigers were at Marineford, where talents were as numerous as the fish in the river. Once he got there, the foremost priority would always be to conceal his abilities. The secret of the clone fruit must never be exposed, and his true strength could not be fully revealed. He understood better than anyone the principle of the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Time passed as he practiced during the day and trained hard at night. This morning a shout from the lookout tower suddenly broke the calmness of the sea. "Report, Vice Admiral. We have arrived at Marineford." Mork's spirits lifted as he rushed to the side of the ship, shielding his eyes to look ahead. In the distance, a massive island loomed between the sea and sky, resembling a slumbering giant beast. The port was crowded with warships, their cannons gleaming brightly, reflecting a cold light in the morning sun. In the center of the island, the towering Marine headquarters building rose majestically, its pure white walls adorned with golden decorations, and at the top the seagull flag fluttered in the wind. The sailors patrolling the port moved in perfect unison, their commands ringing out. Even the rhythm of the waves hitting the shore seemed to be in sync with the military discipline. "Wow, this is the headquarters," Mork couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "Kid, stop staring." Garp approached with a snack in his mouth, slapping Mork on the shoulder with a loud smack, nearly making him stumble. "Come on, let's go see Zephyr. That old guy's been waiting for a while." Mork steadied himself, silently complaining about the old man's habit of slapping people, but on the surface he obediently nodded and followed Garp. The warship slowly docked at the designated Vice Admiral's pier. On the dock people came and went. The Navy soldiers moved quickly, yet in an orderly manner, and upon seeing Garp, they all stood at attention and saluted. When their eyes swept over Mork behind him, there was a hint of curiosity. Anyone who could be personally brought back by Vice Admiral Garp was surely not an ordinary person. Mork followed Garp, gathering his thoughts and presenting himself as a well-behaved and restrained young man. He occasionally stole glances at the passing female Navy soldiers, secretly contemplating, once he got familiar, he definitely had to get to know a few pretty big sisters. Of course, he only thought about it in his heart, not showing a hint of it on the surface. The two arrived at the first floor's innermost office of the chief instructor. The wooden door was slightly ajar. Garp didn't knock, but walked right in, his booming voice shaking the windows. "Zephyr, I brought you a person." Mork followed him inside, and at first glance saw the man standing in front of the desk. The figure resembled a solid iron tower facing away from the door, with remarkably broad shoulders. The military uniform stretched tightly over bulging muscles, and the line of his neck was as hard as rock. Hearing the voice, the man slowly turned around. The first thing that caught the eye was a weathered face with deep brown skin etched with several profound lines. The most striking feature on his face was a pair of wide black sunglasses that obscured most of his pupils, but could not hide the sharp gaze emanating from behind the lenses. His arms hung naturally at his sides, and even through the uniform, the bulging muscle contours were visible. This was the man who would later become famed across the seas as the Black Arm. At present, Zephyr's arms were still intact, yet they had already borne countless battles and glory. "This is Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy and the current chief instructor of the Navy's new recruits. Garp, you sure know how to bring me trouble." Zephyr spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. "Sengoku just called me this morning saying you brought in a 12-year-old child. This is a training camp, not a daycare. Hey, you'll see once you meet him. This kid has a solid foundation." Garp chuckled, pushing Mork forward a step. "Come on, Mork, meet Instructor Zephyr." Mork slightly lowered his head, his posture respectful, yet not servile. "Hello, Instructor Zephyr. I am Mork from Windmill Village in the East Sea." He could feel Zephyr's gaze scanning over him, taking in every detail. Mork's heart sank, and he quickly restrained his aura, secretly warning himself from now on, under this old guy's watch, he must keep a low profile and reveal not a single flaw. Zephyr did not respond immediately, but stared at him for a few seconds before turning to Garp, his tone flat. 12 years old, an introduction to the 6 styles, with a budding dual-color Haki. The iron fist you taught. Indeed, Garp replied, a proud expression on his face. This kid has good comprehension and learns things. He has grasped everything I taught him. Train him well, and he will be a capable hand in the future. I've seen many with good comprehension, Zephyr replied, with little change in tone. Every year there are 80 to 100 geniuses sent here from around the seas, and most of them fall, due to impatience and recklessness. He continued, his gaze returning to Mork, his voice low, but carrying undeniable weight. If you enter my training camp, you must abide by my rules. There are no exceptions, no favors, no matter who your grandfather is, or what your background may be. Here you are just the 37th recruit. Training is only about being qualified or unqualified. Those who do not meet the standards will be directly. What I teach you is not just how to throw a punch or use Haki, but how to be a navy that can stand in front of the people. Those who cannot endure it and seek to coast should return to the East Sea as soon as possible to avoid wasting each other's time. Garp, standing nearby, did not soften the atmosphere, leaning against the table, munching on his snack, and winking at Mork. Did you hear that? Train well, and don't embarrass me. I have military affairs to attend to, so I'm leaving. This kid is in your hands, train him as you see fit, no need to spare my feelings. After saying this, the old man waved his hand and turned to leave. The office was left with just the two of them, and the atmosphere grew even heavier. Zephyr sized him up for a few seconds, then turned to pick up a document from the table, tapping the cover with his knuckles. Follow me. He stepped outside with steady, powerful strides, and Mork hurriedly followed, keeping half a step behind, appropriately disciplined. The training camp was located on the back mountain of the headquarters, occupying an entire valley. As they approached the valley entrance, the deafening sounds of shouting and fighting hit them like a wave, mixed with the scent of sweat and dust, lively yet orderly. Zephyr led him inside, passing through a series of clearly demarcated training grounds. On the left was the martial arts field, where a group of boys in white training uniforms practiced basic punches and kicks, along with the 6 styles, their kicks and punches slicing through the air, all drenched in sweat, yet none were slacking off. The wooden stakes at the edge of the field were covered in punch marks and knife scars, clearly the result of years of training. On the right was the weighted training area, where boys ran up the mountain paths with heavy iron blocks strapped to their backs, their footsteps synchronized like a drumbeat, and the instructor leading them held a stopwatch, shouting loudly. "This is the Genius Recruits Camp," Zephyr said in a calm voice, but with a hint of pride. "This batch has 48 individuals, all carefully selected from across the seas, aged between 14 and 18. The least capable among them are proficient in 3 of the 6 styles and can stabilize Haki, covering their limbs." He glanced at Mork, his gaze sharp as a knife behind his sunglasses. "You are the youngest at 12 years old. Don't expect me to cut you some slack because of your age. Being young is not an excuse for weakness. Enemies on the battlefield will not show mercy just because you are young." "Understood, Instructor," Mork replied, his tone steady. Yet inside, he was weighing his options, looking around. This batch of recruits indeed had a solid foundation. Any one of them, if brought out, would be much stronger than the average sailors from the EC base. But currently he was proficient in the 6 styles, excelling in both Iron Fist and swordsmanship. With life restoration and the clone fruit's support, he believed his strength exceeded that of all the recruits here. The only thing to be cautious about was to hide. Hide his strength, hide his trump cards, conceal the secret of the clone fruit, and steadily develop in a low profile. "The accommodation is over there." Zephyr pointed to a nearby 2-story wooden building, the outer walls painted in off-white, 2 people per room, assigned by number. "Your number is 37. Go find the dormitory sergeant to get your uniform and daily necessities." He paused, adding with a heavier tone, "Tomorrow morning at 5, gather at the valley entrance. Be 1 second late, and you'll have 10 extra laps with weights. In my training camp, we have a quarterly assessment with the bottom 30% eliminated. Survive the first year, and you can officially stay in the camp. Those who cannot will return to where they came from." With that said, Zephyr didn't say another word, turning to walk deeper into the training area, clearly intending to monitor the training of other recruits, not willing to waste a single moment. Mork stood still, watching his back, stroking his chin. Strict, truly strict. But the stricter the rules, the more. Zephyr's Haki, martial arts, and battlefield experience were all genuine skills honed from life and death. Though he had already cloned Garp's template, having more skills was never a burden. Who could refuse to learn from a vice admiral's techniques and insights? He grasped the bundle in his hand, turning to walk towards the dormitory, leisurely observing his surroundings. The dormitory was a standard naval wooden building, the floors polished to a shine, the corridors quiet, and occasionally a recruit would pass by, moving briskly and smelling of sweat. No one gathered to chat, and nobody was slacking off. After finding the dormitory sergeant and reporting his number, he was handed a neatly folded set of white training uniforms, a pair of durable military boots, along with bedding towels and other daily necessities, and the sergeant pointed to the 2nd floor. "Number 37 stays in room A19, the 3rd room on the left on the 2nd floor." "Thank you." Mork took the items, expressed his gratitude, and climbed the stairs. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, the door was unlocked. Mork lifted his bag and pushed the door open with a gentle creak, instantly drawing the attention of those inside. By the window stood a silver-haired youth. Clad in a crisp captain's uniform with 2 buttons undone at the collar, he held 2 unlit cigars in his mouth, while lowering his head to polish a 10-handed weapon. Mork halted in his footsteps. "What the heck? Smoker." The image of the cigar-chomping Navy smoker from the original story, chasing after Luffy across the Grand Line, flashed through his mind. This version before him appeared significantly younger, lacking the weariness of the future, and possessing a touch of defiance, yet that cold and aloof demeanor was strikingly identical. Under the guidance of Bogart, Mork, who had also come to understand the naval hierarchy and ranks. Observing the uniform and insignia on Smoker, it was unmistakably that of a Navy captain. So his roommate is none other than Captain Smoker. Zifa's arrangement caught him off guard. In that fleeting moment of thought, the clone fruit within him stirred quietly. An almost imperceptible invisible wave swept over the youth opposite. Natural type: smoke fruit. Ability framework: elementalization, smoke manipulation, flight, large-scale concealment, immunity to physical attacks. A wealth of ability details instantaneously imprinted in his mind, from the transformation techniques of elementalization to the nuances of smoke density control. Mork's heart raced violently. What a steal! On his very first day at the headquarters, he had directly acquired a template for a natural-type fruit. He understood better than anyone how powerful the smoke fruit's functionalities were. Immunity to physical damage through elementalization, the ability to fly and control the battlefield and escape seamlessly. He was ecstatic inside, nearly bursting with joy, yet his face revealed not a hint of it. He approached with his bag, smiling innocently. "Hello, I am Mork from the East Sea, and I will be living here from now on." Smoker lifted his eyelids slightly and responded gruffly with a grunt. Smoker, assistant instructor at the training camp. He leaned the 10-handed weapon against the bed, his tone devoid of warmth. Lights out at 10 o'clock, no late-night outings, and no playing with fire in the room. After finishing, he lowered his head to continue polishing his weapon, too lazy to utter another word. Mork shrugged, not pressing to engage further. He placed his bag on the empty bed and began to unpack. However, his mind was already calculating. With the smoke fruit template in hand, the next step was to gradually hone his proficiency. Elementalization had to be practiced secretly. He couldn't do it in the room, as any slip-up would lead to great trouble. There was also the matter of training with his clones. Mork glanced at Smoker beside him, sighing slightly in his heart. Having a captain as a roommate would likely put a halt to his nighttime training. As night fell at exactly 10 o'clock, the barracks lights were turned off. The room was enveloped in darkness, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering in through the window. Smoker's breathing was steady, indicating he had likely fallen asleep. Mork lay in bed, his fingers twitching. Back at Corbo Mountain by this time, 3 clones would have already been at work. But now he lay next to a living person, a Navy captain at that. Even if he condensed a clone, no matter how low he suppressed his aura, it could still be detected. If Smoker were to stumble upon 3 identical versions of himself appearing out of nowhere, it would be quite the spectacle. The clone fruit was his greatest trump card and must not be exposed. Mork sighed inwardly. Although he could pretend it was a clone fruit, summoning clones in the dead of night would always raise questions. So there are pros and cons, huh? He had scored a natural-type template, but lost the opportunity for nighttime training. This situation felt like a bit of a loss. No, he needed to come up with a plan. Either he would wait for Smoker to be on night duty before summoning clones, or find an abandoned training room where no one was around. If all else fails, he could sneak to the woods behind the mountain in the middle of the night. He couldn't let having a roommate stop him from utilizing his greatest asset. That would be too unfair. That night, Mork dared not summon any clones. He lay there, focusing inward, slowly sorting through the ability framework of the smoke fruit, while using life return to gradually refine the power within his body. The efficiency was more than 10 times worse than that of his clones, but it was better than nothing. The next day at 4:50, the sharp assembly whistle timely sliced through the sky of the training camp. Smoker sprang up almost the instant the whistle sounded. Dressed in uniform, wearing gloves, and carrying his 10-handed weapon, he completed the entire set of actions fluidly in half a minute. Turning his head, he saw Mork, who had also finished preparing, raising an eyebrow slightly, but saying nothing. The two walked to the training ground, one in front of the other. It was just dawn, and the mountain breeze carried a hint of moisture, feeling cool against their skin. The training ground was already filled with a sea of people. Over 40 young students, all in training uniforms, stood with their backs straight, yet no one dared to whisper. These were all prodigies filtered through layers of selection from the 4 Cs. As soon as Mork stood at the end of the line, he felt several scrutinizing gazes sweep over him, filled with appraisal and a hint of undisguised disdain. "You come from the East Sea. People from the East Sea can also make it into Zifa's camp. Looking so scrawny, I hope you're not someone who got in through a backdoor recommendation from Vice Admiral Garp." The whispered remarks drifted into his ears, and Mork pretended not to hear. "Backdoor? If I were to go all out, I could make you so-called prodigies question your very existence. It's just low-key. Do you understand what it means to develop quietly?" At 5 o'clock sharp, Zifa made his timely appearance, clad in a tight black training suit draped in a navy coat emblazoned with the word justice, his muscles taut like iron. His gaze swept across the entire field, and the previously murmuring group fell silent in an instant. Today's training content. Zifa's voice was hoarse, yet penetratingly strong. 30 kilograms of weights, 30 laps for warm-up. Then shave, iron block, and finger gun, specialized training, paired practice to correct errors. In the afternoon, armed color training, practical combat. Those who fall behind will have to do an extra 10 laps. No one complained, and no one refuted. Anyone who could enter Zifa's training camp knew that complaining was futile. This old man wouldn't be swayed by that. He was a true devil coach. Weighted sandbags were distributed one by one. Mork weighed the 30-kilogram sandbag in his hand, feeling utterly unfazed. This weight was practically like having none at all. However, he still put on a look of, it's a bit strenuous, but manageable, keeping pace with the main group on the track, maintaining a steady position in the upper middle of the line. Neither too conspicuous at the front, nor dragging at the back. Smoker and several instructors, including Tina, stood by the track patrolling. Tina crossed her arms, her pink hair fluttering slightly in the wind, her bright eyes and upright posture radiating confidence. Her gaze swept through the line, pausing for half a second on Mork before calmly moving on. Mork caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, internally clicking his tongue. She was indeed striking, exuding an air of elegance, truly a beauty of the Navy. He wondered if they could chat once they got familiar. After 30 laps, more than half an hour had passed. Most of the students were panting heavily, leaning on their knees and gasping for breath, sweat trickling down their foreheads. Emoku also leaned on his knees, breathing slightly heavier, while using life return to secretly force out a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. He acted as if it were all genuine. There was no turmoil in his heart. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. At this intensity, it was nothing compared to the training he had done in the mountains with Luffy and Ace. Rest for 10 minutes. Zifa's voice rang out again. Then 6 styles paired practice. Instructors will lead, everyone pairs up as they wish. As soon as the words fell, the group stirred. Familiar faces clustered together in 3s and 4s, discussing the details of the previous movements. Just as Emoku was about to casually find someone of average skill to pair with, a tall figure suddenly blocked his path. It was a lanky youth, seemingly 13 or 14, with high cheekbones and an arrogant demeanor. He crossed his arms, eyeing Emoku sideways with undisguised provocation. Hey, you from the EC. Dear, I want to see just how skilled someone recommended personally by Vice Admiral Garp really is. Emoku lifted his eyelids. Oh, a perfect opportunity to slap him in the face. Before he could respond, several students gathered around. At this age, despite being prodigies, they were still at the age where they loved to watch the spectacle. It's Carl, a genius from the West Sea. I've heard he is already proficient with Iron Block. This newcomer is in for a tough time. Carl doesn't pull his punches. Who told him to come in through the back door? He deserves a lesson. The whispers grew louder, and many turned to look in their direction. Smoker frowned and started to step over. But Tina reached out to stop him, shaking her head gently, signaling him to observe for now. Their duty as instructors was to ensure nothing went wrong. It wasn't necessary to intervene in normal sparring. Moreover, they also wanted to see what level this EC youth, specially sent by Garp, was truly at. In the center of the circle, seeing Emoku not speaking, Carl felt even more convinced that he had intimidated him. What? Afraid? He sneered. If you're scared, just say so. Admit defeat, and keep a low profile in the training camp from now on. Emoku straightened up and brushed off the dust from his hands. His expression was neutral, though internally he felt a bit helpless. He had intended to lay low and develop quietly, yet people kept coming to challenge him. He glanced at the arrogant boy across from him and spoke slowly. All right, but let's keep it light. Carl's eyes lit up as if afraid he would back down, and he quickly took 2 steps back to assume a stance. Don't worry, you'll be gentle. I wouldn't want anyone saying I bullied a newcomer from the East Sea. He clenched his fists, activating Iron Block, his arms gleaming with a hard sheen. From his stance, it seemed he intended to take Emoku down with one blow, eager to make a name for himself. Surrounding students formed a small circle. Some were eager to see Emoku make a fool of himself, while others crossed their arms, watching coldly. Smoker furrowed his brow even deeper. Tina leaned forward slightly, her eyes reflecting curiosity. No one noticed the glimmer of mockery in Emoku's eyes. Trying to establish your authority over me. You must be mistaken. He slowly raised his hand, assuming a defensive posture. All right then. Since I can't avoid it, I might as well play along. Mork originally intended to continue performing. Hiding his strength and biding his time was the tone he had set before arriving at the headquarters. However, looking at Carl's arrogant demeanor and hearing the surrounding jeers, he suddenly felt utterly disheartened. What's the point of keeping everything hidden? Being challenged by every Tom, Dick, and Harry every day and having to hold back in fights isn't that exhausting. So what if there are many geniuses in the headquarters? Do they really think he is just a soft persimmon who got in through Cap's back door? Mork moved his wrist, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. Fine. Since you are forcing me to reveal my true cards, let me show you something today. Are you ready? Carl clenched his fist. I won't hold back. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pushed off the ground, launching himself like a cannonball towards Mork, his fist cutting. Cheers erupted around him. Carl is so fast. The newcomer is in trouble. But in the next second, whoosh, Mork's figure vanished from sight. Carl's punch hit nothing but air, causing him to stumble forward a half step, his arrogance frozen on his face. Where is he? Too slow. A light voice came from behind him. Mork stood just a half step away, gently tapping his shoulder. Chafe. It was so fast that only a shadow remained. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. What the hell? Is this Shave? His speed is way faster than Carl. Carl's face turned red with shock and anger as he spun around and swung his fist in a sweeping motion. You want to die? Mork stood his ground, not moving an inch. Just as the fist was about to strike his chest, he slightly shifted his body to the side, like a piece of paper blown by the wind, untouched even at the edges of his clothing. Paper drawing. Carl threw punch after punch, creating a fierce wind, yet he couldn't even touch the edges of Mork. He became increasingly frantic, his breathing grew ragged. What are you dodging for? Have the guts to take a punch from me. As you wish. Mork chuckled lightly, and suddenly stopped in his tracks. With his left arm crossed, an iron block instantly covered it. Clang. Carl's fist struck solidly against his arm, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Mork stood still, unyielding. Meanwhile, Carl was forced back 2 steps, his fist numb, and his expression changed dramatically. The hardness of the iron block was worlds apart. Is that all? Mork raised an eyebrow. Before the words left his mouth, he tightened his fingers, his finger gun fiercely striking out. Whoosh. The fingertip cut through the air, leaving only a phantom. Carl had no time to dodge, and could only hurriedly raise his arm to block. Puff sounded a light noise. The finger gun accurately struck the outer side of his forearm, the force penetrating to the bone. Carl gasped sharply, his arm going limp, pain making his face turn pale. Before he could recover, Mork lifted his right leg, executing a gale kick. The pale white slash howled past, grazing his calf. Bang! Carl was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground, and sliding 2 meters before coming to a stop. 1 shave, 1 paper drawing, 1 iron block, 1 finger gun, 1 gale kick. 5 moves. Clean and decisive. The once arrogant genius from the West Sea now lay on the ground. A deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, mouths agape, looking as if they had seen a ghost. This is the newcomer from the East Sea. The proficiency of these 6 moves was smoother than those who had trained for 2 to 3 years. They had just mocked him for taking shortcuts, and now their faces were swollen. Carl pushed against the ground and got up, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and anger, as well as a trace of disbelief. I haven't lost yet. He gritted his teeth, wanting to stand and fight again. Mork was too lazy to continue the banter. He slightly raised his head, lightly tapping his toes against the ground. Moonstep. His whole body leapt into the air, looking down at the people below. The sunlight fell upon him, accentuating the youth's upright figure and imposing aura. Who else thinks him a backdoor entry? His voice was not loud, yet it clearly echoed throughout half the training ground. No one spoke. Everyone looked up at the young man in midair, their minds blank. Moonstep. The most difficult of the 6 moves. It's only the first day? A 12-year-old boy from the East Sea not only mastered all 6 moves, but could even execute the moonstep so smoothly. Is this what they call taking shortcuts? What are they then? Trash. Smoker stood not far away, his fingers clutching his cigar, paused. The smoke was almost dropped to the ground. He frowned, staring intently at Mork in midair, his eyes filled with shock. 12 years old. Mastered all 6 moves. Where the hell did that old coot cap dig up this monster? Tina was also stunned, her pink hair blown messily by the wind, oblivious. She had originally thought this newcomer was merely of decent foundation, as she never expected. This was more than decent. This talent could rank among the top in the entire training camp, right? Mork slowly descended from the air, landing steadily on the ground. Seeing the expressionless faces around him, he felt a secret satisfaction. Had he known that slapping faces would feel so good, he wouldn't have pretended earlier. Pretending to be humble was not as enjoyable as showing off. Besides, he hadn't revealed the secret of the clone fruit. What's wrong with being a bit stronger with the 6 moves? Being a genius, having extraordinary talent, is quite reasonable, right? He brushed off the dust on his hands, scanning the crowd of onlookers. He intended to stop here. But after a moment's thought, he realized that merely showcasing the 6 moves might not be enough to instill enough fear. Who knows what kind of trouble might arise in the future? Why not? Go big. Mork took a deep breath. With a thought, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures suddenly materialized, identical in height, identical in face, even the training outfits were indistinguishable. 3 Morks stood side by side, exuding the same aura, their eyes synchronized. The whole venue. A deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone was frozen in place, their eyes nearly bulging out, forgetting to breathe. 3 of them. Producing 3 identical people out of thin air. What kind of ability is this? A devil fruit. Carl sat on the ground, completely dumbfounded. The one who just fought him was merely this newcomer, using no devil fruit ability. If he added these 3 clones to the mix, he'd be beaten to a pulp, right? A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Smoker clenched the 10 hands in his grip, his expression changing dramatically. Clones. This ability. He instinctively wanted to activate his smoke fruit, but forcefully held back after seeing Mork's calm demeanor. He didn't seem like someone looking to cause trouble. Tina stepped forward half a step, but then stopped. She looked at the 3 identical youths, her brow furrowed. What kind of fruit ability is this? Why was there no mention of this in the intel? What kind of monster did Rear Admiral Cap send here? Mork paid no attention to the shock around him. He lifted his chin, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. Weren't you all quite curious about my capabilities earlier? Now you've seen it all. Who else wants to come up and give me pointers? His voice was clear and youthful, carrying a sense of bravado, yet no one found him arrogant. The 3 clones stood quietly by his side, their presence palpable. The trainees who had been chattering just moments ago now kept their heads down, not daring to breathe. Pointers. What a joke. Are they going up to get beaten? Just casually revealing a skill was enough for them to chase after it for years. Anyone who went up would lose face. In the crowd, several who had mocked him the most earlier turned pale, their hearts racing. It's over. They had shouted so loudly earlier, he wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? How would they continue to mix in the training camp from now on? Just then a deep, hoarse voice came from the entrance of the training ground. Are you done making a scene? Everyone trembled in unison and turned around. Zephyr had appeared there at some point, his face dark, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixing directly on Mork. No one knew how long he had been standing there, nor how much he had seen. The air suddenly dropped to freezing point. The trainees were all silent as mice, not daring to lift their heads. Smoker and Tina immediately stood straight, their faces serious. Mork's heart sank. This is bad. He had gone too far with the show-off, and now the real authority had arrived. Zephyr wouldn't be the type to dislike arrogant and overbearing individuals, would he? With a thought, his 3 clones instantly disappeared without a trace. He stepped forward, lowering his head, adopting an attitude of admitting wrongdoing. Report, instructor, we were just having a spar among trainees, not causing trouble. Carl also got up and chimed in. Zephyr said nothing, merely staring at him. After several seconds, he slowly spoke, his tone inscrutable. Mork. Here. In the afternoon practical combat, you will fight Smoker. At his words, the entire venue gasped. Smoker, the assistant instructor, a captain with the ability of the smoke fruit. Were they really letting a newcomer fight Smoker? Is he going to personally discipline him? Everyone's gaze focused on Mork, filled with sympathy, schadenfreude, and curiosity. After just showcasing the 6 moves and clones, he was now set to face Smoker. This newcomer's good days seemed to be over. Mork felt a bit surprised. Fight the smoke man, Smoker. Me. Fine. Just right to test the depth of Smoker's smoke fruit power and see how my current strength compares to the headquarters captain. He raised his head and replied loudly, yes, instructor. Zephyr gave him a deep look, said nothing more, and turned to leave. His back remained upright, but no one knew what he was thinking. The crowd in the training ground slowly dispersed. However, their gaze toward Mork had completely changed. From initial disdain and skepticism to awe, fear, and even a hint of curiosity. No one dared to mention the words backdoor entry anymore. The newcomer from the East Sea gained fame in a single battle. The remaining training in the morning proceeded as usual. However, everyone's thoughts had drifted towards the afternoon's battle, causing them to lose focus on their movements, frequently glancing over at Mork. Mork remained calm and collected, going about his routine. He ran laps and practiced the 6 styles without missing a beat, all while calculating that Smoker was a Logia type, making normal physical attacks ineffective. He would have to rely on Haki. Having cloned Bogart's swordsmanship for so long, it was time to put it into practice. As for the 3 devil fruit abilities he had copied, the water buffalo fruit, the rubber fruit, and the smoke fruit, those would have to wait. After a 1-hour lunch break, afternoon training arrived in the blink of an eye. The practical training arena was surrounded by layers of onlookers. All the trainees were present, including several old soldiers responsible for logistics who had come to watch the excitement. Everyone was eager to see if this rising star from the East Sea could withstand 10 moves from Smoker. Mork walked to the edge of the arena and nodded towards a trainee with a sword, saying, "Brother, can I borrow your sword?" The trainee was taken aback for a moment, but quickly handed over the standard long sword, stammering, Here you go. Be careful." Mork took the sword and weighed it in his hand. It was an ordinary navy long sword, just right in weight. He casually performed a flourish with the sword, his movements both swift and graceful. Having practiced Bogart's drawing technique for over a year, today was the perfect opportunity to showcase it. In the center of the arena, Smoker had already taken his stance, a cigar dangling from the corner of his mouth, with a weapon in each hand. He looked at the sword in Mork's hand and frowned, saying, "You can use a sword." "I have a little knowledge," Mork replied with a smile, standing firm with the sword. "Lieutenant Smoker, please show mercy." "Less talk," Smoker grunted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. Whoosh! A thick cloud of smoke erupted from his body, sweeping through the arena like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, half of the training ground was shrouded in dense smoke, visibility dropping to less than half a meter. The students on the sidelines began to stir restlessly. "Here it comes. Logia type. This is too unfair. How can we fight if we can't even see? The newcomer is done for." Amidst the smoke, Mork stood still, not moving. He slowly closed his eyes. His observation Haki quietly spread out like an invisible net, extending through the gaps in the smoke. The flowing wind, the pulsing breath, Smoker's rapidly moving figure. Every sound was vividly etched in his mind. Trying to rely on smoke to deceive me. That's too naive. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed from the left. Smoker's figure, concealed in the smoke, thrust his weapons towards Mork's heart. Quick, precise, and fierce. Just as the 10 hands were about to strike, Mork made a move. Shave. His figure vanished on the spot. The 10 hands missed. Smoker frowned, about to change his tactics, but a gust of wind came from behind him. Clang! Mork slashed horizontally with his sword, striking the 10 hands. Sparks flew. Smoker felt a tingle in his arm as the 10 hands nearly slipped from his grip. He quickly turned around, his eyes filled with shock. He can accurately locate targets even in the smoke. This is observation Haki. Impressive, Smoker growled, raising his left hand. Several long whips made of smoke lashed out, striking towards Mork's limbs like venomous snakes. Mork kept moving, employing the paper drawing technique, making himself appear like a leaf dancing in the wind, weaving through the gaps of the smoky whips. The long whips struck the ground with a series of cracking sounds, raising clouds of dust, yet they couldn't even graze the hem of his clothes. "Is that all you can do?" Smoker shouted angrily, his body fully elementalized, transforming into a mass of smoke, and instantly lunged at Mork. His fist, enveloped in smoke, slammed brutally towards Mork's face. This time Mork did not dodge. He crossed his left arm, channeling all his strength into it, with the dark Haki instantly covering his entire arm. Bang! The fists collided, producing a thunderous sound. Mork stepped back half a step, but stood firm. Smoker, on the other hand, felt his elementalized form shake. "Haki!" He He felt a heavy weight in his heart. This kid not only mastered the 6 styles, but even has a grasp of Haki and observation Haki. At just 12 years old. What a joke. Now it's my turn. Moka chuckled lightly. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword in his hand shimmered with cold light. Bogart's swordsmanship has no frills, thrusts, slashes, lifts, sweeps. Every strike was both fast and fierce, imbued with a chilling aura of killing intent. Smoker began to retreat, struggling to block the 10 hands. Relying on his Logia elementalization, he several times deliberately did not dodge, trying to let the sword pass through. Yet unbeknownst to him, Mok's sword had already been enveloped in a faint layer of black. Haki entwined. Whoosh! The sword's edge grazed Smoker's shoulder. It didn't pass through, instead it carved a deep wound. Hiss! Smoker gasped sharply, quickly pulling away. The burning pain on his shoulder was a true, tangible. He stared at the sword in Mok's hand, his expression darkening. Haki wrapped around a weapon. This level of proficiency is not what a newcomer should possess. The sidelines erupted in chaos. No way. Haki entwined. He actually managed to wound Lieutenant Smoker. This swordsmanship is too fierce. Each strike is lethal. Everyone craned their necks, eyes wide. They had expected a one-sided beating, but it turned out to be an even match. No, looking at the momentum, it seemed Moku had the upper hand. The smoke gradually dissipated. Smoker stood opposite, breathing heavily, the wound on his shoulder throbbing. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. If this continued, he might actually lose to a newcomer. I misjudged. Smoker spat his cigar onto the ground, his gaze cooling. From now on, I won't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms wide. Smoke prison. Boom. A massive surge of thick smoke erupted, creating heavy walls that closed in on Moku from all sides. The area was so vast that there was no escape. This was Smoker's signature move. Once trapped, even breathing became difficult, leaving one at the mercy of their opponent. The arena fell silent. It was over. Smoker was serious now. With this move, the newcomer had no way to break free. Yet as Moka looked at the thick smoke rushing towards him, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Finally taking this seriously. Alright then. It's time to show you what I can do. With a thought, he summoned 3 figures that appeared without warning beside him. They had identical faces, identical swords, and their gazes were indistinguishable. The 3 clones, along with his main body, positioned themselves at the 4 corners. Want to surround me? Moka chuckled. Let's see who surrounds whom. Before he finished speaking, the 4 figures moved simultaneously. Moonwalk. All 4 of them leaped into the air, simultaneously breaking through the top of the smoke prison from 4 different directions. They then dove down. The main body attacked Hedon, drawing Smoker's attention, while the 2 clones flanked left and right, launching pinpoint strikes to seal off all escape routes. The last clone circled behind, executing a gale slash. 4 against 1. An all-encompassing assault with no blind spots. Smoker's expression changed drastically. He had never encountered such a fighting style before. One was already troublesome enough, but now there were 3. He hurriedly elementalized and dodged, using his 10 hands to block. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds rang out. He managed to block the main body's sword and deflected the clone strikes, but he couldn't evade the gale slash from behind. Bang! The gale slash hit him squarely in the back. The force of the Haki penetrated deep. Smoker staggered forward, feeling a metallic taste in his throat, nearly spitting blood. He quickly turned around, glaring at the 4 Mok's, his eyes filled with shock and anger. What the hell is this ability? Clone fruit. He had never heard of a clone fruit as outrageous as this. Not only did the clones have substance, but they all mastered the 6 styles and Haki. Is this even reasonable? The 4 Mok's all smiled simultaneously, speaking in unison. If you defeat me, I'll tell you. In the next second, the 4 charged at him again. Sword light, pinpoint strikes, gale slashes, iron fists. An overwhelming barrage came crashing down. Smoker gritted his teeth, fighting back with all his might, using smoke to form shields, whips, and spikes in a desperate defense. But the 4 Mok's worked together seamlessly, combining offense and defense, leaving no openings whatsoever. He became increasingly exhausted, his stamina rapidly depleting. If this continued, losing was only a matter of time. Just as Smoker gritted his teeth, prepared to expend all his energy for a final move, a voice called out, "Stop." A deep voice rang out from the sidelines. It wasn't loud, yet it clearly overshadowed all other sounds. The assault came to an abrupt halt. The 4 Mok's simultaneously retracted their attacks, their clones vanishing in an instant. Moka stood still, sword in hand, breathing steadily, his face neither flushed nor panting. Smoker was half squatting, supporting himself with his 10 hands, his chest heaving violently, sweat streaming down his forehead, in a state of disarray. Zephyr stepped into the arena. He glanced at the wound on Smoker's shoulder, then at the sword in Mok's hand, which still bore Haki. His gaze was deep, leaving no one knowing what he was thinking. The arena was silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the commandant to speak. After a few seconds, Zephyr slowly opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "The battle is over. Moku wins." The moment those words fell, the arena erupted. He won. The newcomer defeated the assistant instructor. A 12-year-old from the East Sea managed to beat the Logia user, Lieutenant Smoker. Everyone went wild, the noise almost lifting the roof off the training ground. No way. Did he really win? I must be seeing things. That clone ability is insane. 4 against 1. Who can withstand that? Not just the clones. The 6 styles, the 2 types of Haki, the swordsmanship. Is this kid even human? A monster. A complete and utter monster. Mork spun the sword in his hand and walked to the sidelines, returning the sword to the stunned trainee. Thanks, brother. I didn't break the sword, did I, eh? The trainee shook his head, wildly speechless. Smoker straightened up, his face somewhat grim, but he did not make a fuss. He wiped the sweat from the corner of his mouth and looked at Mork, his voice hoarse. You're strong. I underestimated you. Thank you for the lesson, Mork replied with a smile. If you had gone all out from the start, I might not have won. This was half politeness, half truth. If Smoker had fought seriously from the beginning, it would have been challenging for him to win. Nevertheless, a win was a win, and there was no need to be modest. Zephyr stood in the center of the arena, waiting for the noise to die down a bit before speaking again. Did everyone see clearly? This is strength. Don't always think of yourself as the best in the world, seeing only the sky from the bottom of a well. His gaze swept across the arena, finally landing on Mork. Mork, starting tomorrow, you won't need to train here anymore. The arena fell silent. Some people gossiped, thinking that Mork was too arrogant and would be expelled. Mork raised an eyebrow. Huh. In the next second, Zephyr's words left everyone dumbfounded. Zephyr the Commandant would personally mentor him. That was the pinnacle of the training camp, the reserve for future officers. Tina, Smoker, and the others had all furthered their training in this class. Zephyr the Commandant would personally mentor him. That was the pinnacle of the training camp, the reserve for future officers. Tina, Smoker, and the others had all furthered their training in this class. A newcomer who had just joined on the first day was directly promoted to the elite class, with Zephyr mentoring him personally. Mork was somewhat surprised himself. Oh, such good fortune. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and stepped forward, replying loudly, yes. Thank you, Commandant. The discussions in the training ground had yet to die down. Tina walked over. Her pink hair was the most eye-catching feature, and a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. I underestimated you, Tina. She stopped in front of Mork, her gaze sweeping over his training outfit, which still bore traces of dust. You took down Smog on your very first day. You've been hiding quite a bit. Just luck Lieutenant Smog went easy on me. Mork smiled innocently. As he spoke, the clone fruit within him silently spread, a barely perceptible wave brushing over Tina. Superhuman type, barrier fruit ability framework, iron barrier generation cage, binding area, locking body restriction. Details of the abilities instantly etched into his mind, from controlling the hardness of the iron barrier to the speed of the cage's formation, all were crystal clear. Another practical fruit template in hand. The barrier fruit's control ability is powerful. It's useful for trapping enemies and coordinating attacks. In future, when faced with a swarm tactic, he could simply deploy the barriers and pick them off one by one. Cut it out. Tina scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Tina knows Smog's temperament. If he had really gone easy, he wouldn't have used a smoke cage. She gestured with her chin, indicating to move deeper into the training ground. Come on, Instructor Zephyr wants Tina to take you to the elite class arena. Thank you, Senior Tina. Mork followed. The two walked side by side, and the trainees along the way turned to look, their eyes filled with awe. Winning against a lieutenant assistant at the age of 12 was a unique achievement in the history of the entire training camp. The elite class arena was located at the innermost part of the training ground, offering a larger space and more complete equipment. Zephyr was already standing in the center of the arena, holding 2 thick training iron rods, striking them against the ground with a loud thud. You're here. He glanced at the two, getting straight to the point. Let's practice teamwork first. Tina will control the field with the barrier fruit, and Mork will focus on offense. Clear the first 30 moving targets within 3 minutes, and you'll pass. Across the arena, 30 wooden moving targets were already in position, sliding back and forth along their tracks at a decent speed. Tina stepped forward, tilting her head to ask Mork. Tina will focus on locking down you attack, is that okay? No problem. Mork picked up a standard long sword from the weapon rack and assumed a stance. Begin. No sooner had Zephyr's words left his mouth than Tina extended her hands forward, a dark light flashing at her fingertips. Barrier cage. Whoosh. Several black iron barriers materialized from thin air, slicing across the trajectory of the moving targets, instantly locking the first 8 targets in place, unable to move. The iron barriers were extremely hard, producing a dull thud when struck, remaining immovable. At the same time, Mork exerted force beneath his feet. Shave. His figure suddenly moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow across the arena, with sword lights flickering continuously. Puff, puff, puff. 8 fierce cold beams pierced through the air, severing the heads of the 8 targets, sending wooden splinters flying in all directions. You do have some skill. A hint of surprise crossed Tina's eyes, but her hands showed no hesitation. Her footwork flowed, fingers flicking with several streams of dark light shooting out. Iron bars condensed out of thin air, weaving into a net engulfing the remaining targets. Mork moved with the sword, the blade weaving through the gaps in the iron bars, each strike hitting the target center with precision. The duo's coordination was gradually reaching its peak. However, as they approached the last 5 targets, the situation took a sudden turn. The speed of these 5 targets suddenly doubled, darting in different directions. Tina hurriedly deployed barriers, but was a beat slow, managing to lock only 2. The remaining 2 slid away to the sides, almost out of range. Mork raised an eyebrow, a thought crossing his mind. The timer stopped. 2 minutes and 17 seconds, meeting the standard. Mork sheathed his sword, and the clones quietly dissipated. Not good enough. Zifa approached. The timer stopped. 2 minutes and 17 seconds, meeting the standard. Mork sheathed his sword, and the clones quietly dissipated. Not good enough. Zifa approached, his brow furrowed, his tone grave. Too flashy. The 2 were taken aback. You both think your fruit abilities are effective, right? Zifa glanced at Tina, and then at Mork. If you really encounter a master with strong-armed Haki, you fruit users will suffer losses. Tina pressed her lips together, not refuting. Mork remained silent, waiting for more. You 2 team up and attack me with all you've got. Zifa positioned himself in the center of the arena, hands clasped behind his back. Let me show you how Haki breaks fruit powers. At these words, Tina's expression changed. Instructor, this. I told you to come, just come. Zifa's voice deepened, less chatter. Mork felt a bit anxious inside. Fighting against Zifa, the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zifa. Wasn't this asking for a beating? But he was also curious just how powerful was top-tier armed Haki. He exchanged a glance with Tina, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Be careful, instructor. Tina shouted, and took the initiative to attack. She suddenly spread her arms wide, 10 fingertips glowing with dark light. Barrier, triple iron wall. Buzz. 3 dark iron barrier walls shot up from the ground, stacking on top of one another, crashing down towards Zifa. Each iron barrier was twice as thick as the ones used against the targets earlier, gleaming with a cold, hard metallic sheen. This was the strongest technique Tina could muster at the moment. At the same time, Mork made his move. Focusing his thoughts, 3 clones materialized simultaneously along with his main body, totaling 4 figures. Go. The clones spread out in a fan shape, rushing towards Zifa. Some aimed to stab vital points with finger jabs, others swung swords horizontally at the waist, while others raised legs to kick out, and a few circled behind iron fists wrapped in armed Haki, smashing towards the back. An all-out assault from all angles. If it were anyone else, they would have been torn to shreds in an instant. But Zifa in the center didn't move at all. Just as the iron wall pressed before him, and the 4 attacks descended simultaneously, a heavy, suffocating aura erupted from Zifa. Pure black-armed Haki instantly covered his entire right arm, even his skin turned a deep ink color, exuding a metallic cold light. Black arm. Humph. Zifa snorted coldly, and simply swung his right fist outward. There were no flashy moves, just a straightforward punch. Crack. The first iron wall shattered with a sound. The second one cracked with countless fissures. The triple iron wall was no different from paper under that single punch. The force of the punch swept through, carrying on to the 2 clones at the front. Bang. Bang. 2 dull thuds sounded, and the clones were blown apart, unable to even get close. The remaining 2 figures maintained their assault. Mork gritted his teeth, wrapping his long sword in armed Haki, piercing towards Zifa's heart. Clang. Zifa didn't even dodge, simply turning slightly to block with his arm. The sword struck against his forearms, armed Haki sparks flying, leaving no marks at all. Mork felt a tremendous force rebound through the sword, numbing his grip, almost making him drop it. At the same time, the other clone's attack fell short. Zifa sidestepped, his speed absurdly fast, and countered with 2 punches. Bang. Bang. The last clone was instantly obliterated. In the blink of an eye, only Mork's main body remained on the field. Mork's heart sank. What the hell is this, the level of an admiral's armed Haki? It's absurd. He pushed off the ground, trying to retreat. Too late. Zifa's fist was already in front of him. The dark fist loomed larger in his vision, an overwhelming sense of pressure. Mork instinctively crossed his arms over his chest, fully activating the iron block and armed Haki. Boom. The punch landed solidly. Mork felt as if he had been struck by a stampeding rhinoceros, his body flying backwards, sliding 5 to 6 meters before steadying himself. His arms felt numb and lost sensation, blood surging within him. If Zifa hadn't held back 90% of his strength, his arms would have been crippled on the spot. On the other side, Tina was not faring any better. As the iron barriers shattered, she suffered backlash from her abilities, retreating 2 steps with a pale face. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The 2 of them together couldn't withstand even 10 moves from Zifa. Zifa withdrew his fist, and the armed Haki on his body gradually receded. Did you see clearly? He looked at the 2, his tone flat, yet each word struck deep within. No matter how flashy the fruit ability is, when faced with top-tier Haki, it becomes nothing but a decoration. The 2 remained silent, quietly processing the shock they had just experienced. Especially Mork. He had previously told Ace that Haki was everything. He never expected today to be a lesson for himself. Comparing with Zifa, he truly understood what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. That old guy Carp isn't cut out to teach disciples. Zifa suddenly looked at Mork, his tone softening a bit. But you managed to achieve this level under his teaching. You truly are a genius. Mork quickly focused his mind and seized the opportunity to ask, Instructor, I have a question I'd like to consult you about. Speak. My Clone fruit. The number of clones and their duration depend entirely on my mental power. Mork said half-truthfully. Right now I can only produce up to 3 at most, and after a while my mental strength can't keep up. I want to ask, how can I strengthen my mental power? He didn't mention the clone fruit, just using the clones as a cover. Mental power was indeed his current shortcoming. The number of clones, cloning precision, and ability control fundamentally relied on mental power. If he could increase his mental power, not to mention doubling the clones, it wouldn't be a problem to control multiple fruit abilities at once. Zifa glanced at him, showing no signs of doubt. Many superhuman fruit abilities consume mental power. This is very normal. There are no shortcuts to improving mental power. He slowly began providing 3 directions. First, deep meditation. Spend 2 hours a day eliminating distractions, focusing inward to refine concentration. The stronger the focus, the more solid the mental power. Second, extreme battles. Zifa paused. Push yourself to the brink. When your stamina is exhausted and Haki is depleted, mental power will be forced to expand. Gains come fastest between life and death, but it is also the most dangerous. Third, practice observation Haki simultaneously. He looked at Mork. Observation Haki is essentially an extension of mental power. The broader the perception range, and the more accurate the predictions, the thicker the foundation of mental power. The two are one and the same. Practicing observation Haki is practicing mental power. Mork's heart brightened. Indeed, he had found the right person. Meditation is easy. He could practice it while sleeping at night. Extreme battles, there were plenty of opponents in the training camp. As for observation Haki, he was already refining it in daily practice. With this practice, it would just be a matter of time before his mental power increased. Thank you for the guidance, instructor, Mork said earnestly. Don't mention useless things. Zifa's face turned serious. For the next week, both of you will put away your fruit abilities. Tina, do not use the barrier fruit. Just practice martial arts and Haki. Mork, do not summon clones. Just use your main body for sparring. When your basics are solid, then you can use your fruit again. Mork was taken aback. But upon further thought, Zifa was right. Without a solid foundation, everything could collapse. Having this week to strengthen his Haki and martial arts would actually be more beneficial. Yes, instructor, the two replied in unison. Zifa nodded and tossed over 2 heavy wrist guards. Were these? You are not allowed to take them off, except while sleeping. Starting tomorrow, you will run 50 laps in the morning with weights, practice sparring in the afternoon, and meditate for 2 hours at night. If you dare to slack off, you will be sent back to the regular class. After saying that, he turned and left. Mork caught the wrist guards, weighing them in his hands. They were not light, at least 10 kilograms each. He put them on and moved his wrists around. They felt manageable within his limits. Tina also donned the wrist guards, shaking her arms, looking at Mork with a hint of battle intent at the corner of her mouth. For the next week, Tina won't hold back. In sparring, don't lose too badly. Mork chuckled, drawing his sword into a flourish. What a coincidence. Neither time flew by, and it had been 7 days. This week, the intensity of the training camp reached its peak. Mork obediently followed Zifa's instructions, not using his clones or fruits, merely wearing a 10-kilogram weighted wristband, relying solely on his body to spar with Tina. During the day, they competed in physical techniques and honed their domineering aura, adhering strictly to the standards set by Zifa with every punch and kick. While others fell asleep at night, he lay down for deep meditation, making rapid progress. At first, when sparring with Tina, they were evenly matched, exchanging blows. However, after 3 days, Tina no longer used her fruits and gradually began to lose ground. By the afternoon of the 7th day, they had exchanged 100 hard-hitting moves, pushing Tina to retreat repeatedly, and by the end her forehead was drenched in sweat. Your rate of improvement is quite astonishing. She shook her sore arms, a few strands of her pink hair damp, looking at Mork with admiration in her eyes. Now in pure physical techniques, Tina can barely keep up with you. Smoker, leaning against the railing and smoking, nodded in agreement. He had been sparring with Mork these days without holding back, fully committed. At first he could still gain an upper hand, but by today he could barely manage to tie. It's all thanks to the instructor's teachings, Mork chuckled, easing his stance. He had been holding back his strength. This week was merely him gradually revealing his existing foundation. Just as he was speaking, Zifa approached from the other side of the training ground. He glanced at the two of them, pausing briefly on Mork. Your fundamentals are much more solid than last week. The old man's tone was still bland, lacking any praise, but the satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. I can see you haven't been slacking off. Mork respectfully saluted, saying, it's all thanks to the instructor's guidance. Zifa did not say more, simply throwing out, you can resume fruit development training starting tomorrow, before turning to leave. Once he left, Tina nudged Mork's arm and smiled. Look at you managing to earn a compliment from the instructor. There are hardly any in the entire training camp. Just lucky, Mork chuckled. The sun set, marking the end of a day of training. He said goodbye to Tina and headed back to the barracks with his towel. He pondered that since Smoker had been around every night, he still dared not summon his clone. He would wait until this smoke addict was on night duty and then sneak out to enjoy himself. Little did he expect the surprise would come so quickly. When he opened the barracks door, Smoker was squatting on the ground, packing. What's this? Mork blinked in surprise. The orders have arrived, Smoker replied without looking up, his voice still hoarse. Going to Rogue Town in the East Sea for deployment, leaving early tomorrow morning. Rogue Town. Moke's heart skipped a beat, and he nearly burst with joy. Rogue Town. The place where the Pirate King began and ended. No, that's not the point. The key is, this smoke addict is finally leaving. His nighttime clone training no longer needed to be done in secret. God knows how uncomfortable he had felt this week watching the idle position go to waste like guarding a gold mine without being able to dig. Yet he did not show any of this on his face, instead maintaining a look of surprise and reluctance. So sudden. Why were you stationed here so well, and suddenly you're being reassigned? They need people over there in the East Sea, it's an order from above. Smoker pulled up his backpack zipper and stood up glancing at Moke. You have good talent, practice hard, and you will definitely be a representative of the new generation of the Navy. He was indifferent, unable to say anything sentimental. His dry remark counted as a farewell. Don't worry, I won't let you a defeated opponent lose face. Moke teased with a smile. Smoker scoffed, but did not refute. He was indeed a bit disgruntled about losing to Moke that day, but after a week of sparring, he had long accepted it in his heart. This kid is genuinely strong, the loss was not unjust. He picked up his backpack, glanced back at the room, opened the door, and walked out. I'm leaving. He dropped the 2 words, and his footsteps gradually faded. Moke stood there waiting for the sound of footsteps to completely disappear, and finally couldn't hold back, his lips curling up in a grin. Woohoo. Takeoff. Finally gone. Clones on idle night, training restarted. Moke had no intention of training, and after all, it was a communal dormitory. If someone did a night check or heard any noise, it would be easy to get exposed. He had already scouted the area. Further in the back mountain of the training camp, there was a stretch of desolate rocky beach, spacious and remote, where even patrols rarely ventured. It was just the right place to unleash his abilities. When the deep night fell, the camp became completely quiet. Moke changed into a set of lightweight black clothing and silently climbed out the window. Lightly stepping, he glided along the treetops like a shadow, heading deeper into the back mountain. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the rocky beach. The moonlight spilled over the bare rocks, and the surroundings were eerily quiet with only the sound of the sea breeze. Moke spread out his observation Haki and scanned the area, finding no living creatures within a few miles. Safe. Finally, I can let loose and play. He flexed his wrists, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After a week of focusing on fundamentals, he had a belly full of ideas with no place to try them. The 6 forms of the Navy life return: Carp's Iron Fist, Bogart's sword drawing technique, Zepha's black arm. And the 4 devil fruits. He cloned the water buffalo fruit, the rubber fruit, the smoke fruit, and the barrier fruit. So many good things just sitting there and used, they needed to be blended together to create his own style. With a thought, he exclaimed, boom, boom, boom. 3 light sounds echoed as 3 clones materialized beside him. Let's get to work. Moke commanded, and all 4 figures sprang into action. Clone 1 refined the black arm's armament technique. Clone 2 mastered the fine control of life return. Clone 3 dissected Bogart's sword drawing technique, pondering how to pair it with the smoke fruit. While the real body stood in the center of the area, focused on attempting fruit fusion killing moves. The first trial was the smoke fruit combined with the water buffalo fruit. Moke closed his eyes, simultaneously activating both powers. Smoke slowly billowed from his body, a white haze spreading with the wind, at the same time the brute force characteristic of the water buffalo fruit infused into it, giving the originally loose smoke a hint of heavy power. Congeal, he called out, pushing his right hand forward. Boom. The thick white smoke suddenly contracted, transforming into a dozen robust smoke water buffaloes, lowering their heads, sharp horns pointing forward, charging fiercely towards the rock wall ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds merged into one, sending fragments flying. The hard rock wall was directly dented with several shallow craters, the smoke swirling. Once the smoke water buffaloes shattered, they redispersed into smoke, filling the area and obscuring visibility. Moke's eyes lit up. This move could both group attack and release smoke to obscure vision. It was truly a divine weapon for team battles. Let's call it replicated white smoke herd. Then came the second move, the rubber fruit, combined with the water buffalo fruit. Moke activated the rubber fruit's characteristics, causing his right arm to stretch out over 10 meters, while simultaneously infusing the brute force and hoof strike techniques of the water buffalo fruit. His entire arm's muscles tightened, wrapped in a faint layer of armament. Replicated stretching hoof strike. He abruptly clenched his fist, the elongated arm smashing out like a cannonball. Boom. A massive rock half a person's height was instantly shattered by a single punch. The force was more than 10 times stronger than a simple rubber bullet, and it even had a long-range attack property. This move is absolutely terrifying, Moke said, blowing on his fist, quite pleased. The third move was the smoke fruit combined with the finger gun. Moke gathered wisps of smoke at his fingertips, compressing and compressing again. The originally light smoke was compressed to needle-like sharpness, glimmering coldly. He flicked his finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen smoke needles shot out, their speed accompanied by a piercing shriek. They embedded themselves into the opposite rock wall, penetrating half a finger deep. Replicated smoke gunshot. Moke nodded. Long-range instant kills, silent and unseen, could be hidden in smoke for ambushes. The final move, which he anticipated the most, the smoke fruit combined with iron fist, fistbone. Mork took a deep breath, covering his right fist with armament, precisely the technique of Garp's fist bone. Simultaneously, wisps of smoke seeped out from the seams of his fist, winding around the surface, blending reality and illusion. Replicated smoke fist bone. He stepped forward, his right fist smashing towards the giant rock in front of him. Boom. The sound of impact echoed, shaking the earth. The half-percent hate rock was directly pulverized into dust. The fragments mixed with smoke spread out, filling the air. Mork retracted his fist, shaking his hand. The penetration of the fist bone combined with the adhesion and interference of the smoke plus the hardness of the armament created a triple effect. The power of this punch was more than double that of his previous simple iron fist. All 4 ultimate moves had been. Mork stood amidst the smoke and dust, feeling the surging power within him, a sense of indescribable exhilaration filling his heart. This is what true strength feels like. Previously he had been hiding like dancing with shackles. Now with his trump cards in hand, even if he truly encountered an official from the headquarters, he would have the confidence to confront them. Stealthy growth feels so good. He grinned, ready to have his clones continue refining the details of his techniques to maximize proficiency. After practicing for over an hour, his observation, Haki, suddenly stirred. 3 powerful auras were rapidly approaching from the distant mountain path, heading towards the rocky beach. They moved quickly, emanating the aura of naval uniforms, yet their route was sneaky, not resembling a normal patrol. Mork furrowed his brow. In the dead of night, who would come to such a desolate place? With a thought, the 3 clones instantly dissipated, and the surrounding smoke was cleared away. His figure shifted, hiding behind a large rock, holding his breath. The 3 figures soon descended into the rocky beach. The leader was a man with the rank of major, his expression sinister, speaking in a low voice. Is everything hidden well? Don't worry, boss, it's buried deep inside, no one will find it. Once the heat dies down in a few days, we can sell it off, and never have to worry again. Mork, hiding behind the rock, felt a jolt in his heart. Hiding things. Sneaking out here in the middle of the night, afraid of being discovered. From the sounds of it, were they hoarding contraband? Or had they stolen something? Here he was out practicing, and he stumbled into... Just as he pondered whether to slip away, the major suddenly turned his head sharply, looking in his hiding direction, and barked, "Who's there? Come out." Mork's heart sank. He had been discovered. A chill ran through Mork's heart behind the giant rock. Damn it, I've been discovered. He simply walked out boldly, brushing off the dust from his pants, a harmless smile on his face. "Commander, please don't misunderstand him from the training camp. I accidentally took the wrong path. While practicing, I'm leaving now." The 3 men opposite him instantly formed a pincer formation surrounding him. The burly man in the middle, dressed in a major's uniform, had a tiger-like build, and his eyes glinted like knives as they scraped over Mork, a brat from the AFK camp. He recognized the training uniform on Mork at a glance. Given his relatively short stature, it was easy to conclude that this kid was the 12-year-old genius from the East Sea who had recently gained notoriety for defeating Smoker in the training camp. That's me. Mork quickly assessed his options. Run. Getting shot from behind would be worse. Fight. Facing a major and 2 armed Marines, the odds were not in his favor. So I sneak out in the middle of the night to practice, and end up stumbling upon this corrupt official's dirty secrets. What a stroke of bad luck. One of the Marines beside him clicked the safety off his gun, aiming it directly at Mork's head. "Chief, he heard us talking, we can't let him go." "Who asked you?" The major sneered, his fists cracking ominously as a layer of dark armed colors slowly crept up his arms. "If you encounter something you shouldn't have, then leave your life here." Without a moment's hesitation, he moved to kill. "Fire." Before the words were out, 2 gunshots rang out simultaneously. Bang! The bullets, trailing sparks, headed straight for his heart and forehead. In that instant, explosive force erupted from beneath Mork's feet. "Shave." He blurred, leaving behind 2 smoking bullet holes. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of the Marine on the left. His hand sliced down with precision, striking the opponent's wrist. A sharp crack echoed as the bone broke, mingled with a scream, and the Marine's gun fell to the ground. The Marine on the right had just turned his gun around when Mork kicked him in the stomach. With a thud, the man flew like a sack and crashed against the rock, not even groaning before passing out. 2 lackeys dispatched in 2 seconds. Not bad. The major remained unfazed, stepping forward, the gravel crunching under his feet. Whirlwind fist. He shouted, his right fist accompanied by a howling wind as it smashed forward. The punch's wind whipped up sand and struck Mork's face painfully. Mork dared not take it, heat in sidestepping and sliding away. Thud. The punch struck the giant rock, sending debris flying, and looking at the boulder, it had already cracked down the middle. Mork's heart jumped. This strength was much fiercer than what he had faced against Smoker. A proper major was indeed not to be underestimated. He took a deep breath, his armed color enveloping his fist, and as his opponent attacked again, he punched towards the major's rib. Clang. It felt like striking iron. The major merely swayed, then retaliated with a punch. Mork crossed his arms to block. Bang. The massive force hit him, making him stagger back 3 steps, his arms tingling. In a heating clash, he couldn't compete. "Brat, is this all you've got?" The major sneered, charging once more. The whirlwind fists came one after another, forming a dense barrage. Mork relied on shave and paper drawing to evade, occasionally countering, but he couldn't break through the defense. After less than a minute his breath was already becoming hurried. At this rate losing was only a matter of time. He couldn't hide any longer. Mork's gaze sharpened. His mind stirred. Boom boom boom. 3 light sounds echoed and 3 identical figures of him suddenly appeared on the field. 4 Morks surrounded the Major. Clone fruit. The Major's pupils constricted, then he sneered. What good are numbers? They're all weaklings. Moku didn't waste words. 2 clones charged forward simultaneously, one punching from the left and one from the right, every strike targeting vital points. The main body moved in front, alternating between gun fingers and tempest kicks to attract attention. The remaining clone took advantage of the chaos to retreat, darting into the woods and running frantically toward the training camp. Send word. If no one comes soon, I'm really going to be done for. The Major realized something was off after a few exchanges. These clones actually all had armed color and coordinated well. For a moment, he couldn't suppress them. What was worse, one had escaped. Wanna run? He roared. The wind from his punch surged violently, forcing 2 clones back, and he turned to chase. Moku would not let him have his way. Tempest kick. The main body and the 2 clones lifted their legs simultaneously. 3 pale white slashes cut across, sealing off all escape routes. The Major could only turn back to block, forced to retreat 2 steps by the slashes. In that blink of an eye, the clone that had sent word had vanished. Damn brat. The Major was completely enraged, his eyes turning red. The armed color on his body instantly thickened, and the power of the whirlwind fist escalated sharply. They'll tear you apart first. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive punches. The 2 clones were the first to bear the brunt, each shattered by a punch dissipating into blue smoke. Mork's main body also took a glancing blow, causing a dull pain in his chest, and he staggered back 2 steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His mental strength also throbbed painfully. The backlash from his shattered clones hit the main body hard. He couldn't hold on any longer. Moku gritted his teeth, his steps faltering. The Major approached step by step, a sneer on his face. No one is coming to save you, just die obediently. He raised his fist high, the armed color black and gleaming. This punch would surely split his head open. Moku clenched his fists, ready to endure serious injury to buy a few more seconds. Just at this critical moment, a low, hoarse voice rang out, Zifa, stop. A terrifying sense of oppression swept down the mountain path, suffocating the air. The Major's fist froze midair. He trembled all over and slowly turned his head, his face paling instantly. Zifa, the chief instructor. 2 figures approached quickly. The one in front was indeed Zifa, dressed in a black training uniform, his face ashen. The clone that sent word had just reached the mountain's edge when it collided with Zifa, who was leading a night inspection. Zifa scanned the wreckage around him, then glanced at the blood at the corner of Mork's mouth, finally resting his gaze on Lindelof. Embezzling and silencing witnesses. His voice was not loud, but each word carried a chilling intent. Lindelof, you have some nerve. Moku let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. They finally arrived. If they had been half a second late, he would have had to use the smoke fruit to escape. Lindelof's legs weakened, and he forced himself to defend. Chief Instructor, you have to let me explain. It was this brat who ambushed me, who I was justifiable defense. Zifa interrupted him, raising his hand to point deep into the rubble. In justifiable defense, why did you bury the good knife, Zheng Feng, under the stone? With this one sentence he struck straight to the truth. The good knife Zheng Feng that had been stolen from the armory last week had been under investigation for 3 days, and it turned out that Lindelof had embezzled it, planning to bury it here and sell it off after the storm passed. Lindelof's face turned ashen. With the matter exposed, there was no room for negotiation. He gritted his teeth, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Since you've discovered it, then let's fight. He roared, channeling all his armed color, charging at Zifa like a mad bull, unleashing the whirlwind fist with all his might. A cornered beast fights back. Zifa stood his ground, not moving an inch. Until the punch was almost upon him, he slowly raised his right arm. The pitch-black armed color instantly enveloped his entire arm, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Black arm. Humph. A cold grunt. Zifa met the punch heat in. Crack. A crisp sound of bone frack. Lindelof's whirlwind fist was shattered, his entire arm bending backward, and he flew backward like a kite, with its string cut, crashing hard to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fainting on the spot. In one move, a dignified Major couldn't withstand even a single blow from Zifa. Mork's eyes twitched. This old handsome guy was indeed ruthless. The power of this black arm, even after practicing for another 10 years, I might not be able to catch up. But thinking about it, in another 10 years, it would likely be time for Z as well. Zifa, having defected from the Navy, aged poorly, lost to Luffy, and subsequently died under the assault of his own students. It is a rather lamentable ending. Tina quickly walked over to Moku, looking him up and down. How are you? Are you badly hurt? I'm fine, just a bit of superficial injury. Moku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled. It's good that you arrived in time, or if you had been any later, I would have been in trouble. Although he spoke as if it were dire, he felt okay inside. If it truly came to a fight, his replicated fruit ability hadn't activated, yet he could definitely escape, but he would have to expose his trump card. Zifa approached, looking down at him. Sneaking out at midnight to train. His tone was unreadable. Mork's heart tightened. He couldn't possibly say he was out practicing fruit fusion techniques, could he? He straightened up quickly and solemnly stated, "Report, instructor. I felt there were deficiencies in daytime training, so I wanted to come out to enhance my physical fitness and footwork, but I ended up accidentally running into them." Zifa stared at him for 2 seconds. This kid had many tricks up his sleeve and hid them deeply, but he didn't press further, only stating flatly, "Facing a major from the main unit and managing to hold out until reinforcements arrived is not disgraceful for the training camp." After a pause he added, "In the future follow the proper reporting procedures for night training and don't run off into the deep mountains on your own." "Yes, instructor," Moku quickly replied. It was good that he wasn't being pursued. Tina had already called in the patrol team, securely tying up the unconscious Lindelof and the 2 Marines, and unearthed the good knife, Zhengfeng, from the rubble. The scabbard was ancient and half of the blade was drawn gleaming coldly. It was indeed a rare good knife. Finally, the case of the armory theft is solved. Tina sighed in relief. "I didn't expect it to be an insider embezzling." Zifa nodded, looking at Moku. "For tonight's matter, I'll credit it to you. Come to my office tomorrow morning." Moku's eyes brightened. A reward? It couldn't be this good knife, could it? He felt overjoyed, quickly responding, "Yes. Thank you, instructor." Early the next morning, just after the morning training, Moku was called to the chief instructor's office by his assistant. He was calculating in his heart all the way there. Not only did he catch Lin Deluo stealing last night, but he also used his clone to inform ZFA to hold on until reinforcements arrived. He was sure there would be credit for that. He just didn't know what reward ZFA planned to give him. It couldn't be just a few words of verbal praise, could it? He knocked on the door, and Zayfa's deep voice came from inside. "Come in." Pushing the door open, the office was overly simple in its furnishings. A desk, a row of weapon racks, and a map of the local sea area hung on the wall. ZFA was sitting behind the desk, playing with a sheathed sword in his hand. The deep brown sheath was ancient yet sleek. It was the fine sword Zhengfeng that was confiscated last night. "Instructor." Moku stood at attention and saluted. ZFA lifted his gaze, pushed the sword across the desk, sliding it to him. "Take it." Moku was taken aback for a moment. "This is the fine sword Zhengfeng." ZFA tapped the desk with his finger. "It's the one from yesterday. The case is settled, so I applied to take it." He paused, his tone flat. "I specialize in fist techniques. My swordsmanship is only rudimentary. It's a waste for this sword to be with me. You have a foundation in swordsmanship, so it's perfect for you." Moku felt a surge of joy. It was indeed a gift of a sword. Zhengfeng. Such a fine weapon is rare throughout the East Sea. The standard iron sword he had been using felt like a firewood stick compared to this. He didn't hesitate, reaching out to take the sword, which felt just right in his hand. "Thank you, instructor." Moku smiled so wide that his eyes squinted into slits. "I will definitely cherish this sword well." ZFA looked at him, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly spoke. "I'm curious." Moku's heart skipped a beat. At just 10 years old, with mastery of the 6 styles and a grasp of domineering presence, your swordsmanship and fist techniques both have structure. ZFA said slowly, "Even if Garp taught you personally, you wouldn't achieve this in a year. What exactly is your clone fruit capable of?" Moku scratched his head, adopting a demeanor of honest admission. "Instructor, there's really nothing special. My clones are a bit different from ordinary ones. The clones can cultivate independently. Their insights can eventually merge back with me, which is equivalent to several people practicing the same technique simultaneously, so the progress is naturally faster." This statement was half true and half false. The clones could indeed cultivate, but the core was that the clone fruit could replicate the complete ability templates of others, a detail he would never disclose. ZFA raised an eyebrow, clearly a bit surprised. Synchronizing cultivation with shared insights. He had seen many clone-type fruits, most of which were battle-related illusions, but he had never heard of one that could assist in cultivation. This fruit's ability was indeed quite rare. That's about the gist of it. Moku quickly nodded, "But it consumes a lot of mental energy, so I dare not divide too many to practice." ZFA observed him for a few seconds and did not press further. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as their heart is directed towards the Navy, there's no need to dig into the details of their abilities. "All right, you can go now." He waved his hand. "Use the sword well, and don't neglect your swordsmanship." "Yes." Moku cheerfully left the office with the sword. Once he reached a secluded corner, he drew the sword. With a clear clang, a cold light flashed. The blade was slender, and its edge emitted a faint cold gleam. Indeed, it was a fine sword. Just looking at it was enough to intimidate with its sharpness. Moku casually spun the sword in a flourish, mentally going through the army's swordsmanship template, and with a twist of his wrist, he executed several moves, slashing, hacking, stabbing, and flicking, flowing seamlessly. The blade's wind swept through, and the grass leaves beside him were neatly sliced in half with smooth edges. Good sword. Moku couldn't help but praise. Holding the sword, an idea suddenly popped into Moku's mind: a black sword. Like Hawkeye's Black Sword Knight, which was infused with Haki for years, forging an unyielding black sword that not only doubled its hardness, but also carried Haki damage throughout. It sounded cool just thinking about it. He decided to give it a try. He tightened his grip on the hilt, and with a thought he allowed the Haki to seep into the sword from his palm. The pitch-black color slowly crept up the blade, spreading from the hilt to the tip. It started smoothly, but when it reached a third of the blade it began to get sluggish. Moku gritted his teeth, increasing his output, forcing the entire blade to turn black. But it only lasted for a few seconds before he felt drained. As he withdrew his energy, the black color instantly faded, and the blade returned to its original cold white. As expected, it's not that simple. Moku shook his aching arms, knowing full well. Forging a black sword wasn't. It required years of nurturing with Haki, allowing it to fully merge into the sword's material. Currently his Haki only covered a little over half his body. He was still far from being able to forge a black sword. Alright, I'll take it slow. He sheathed the sword without any hurry. Meals are eaten one bite at a time, and strength increases bit by bit. With the fine sword as a foundation combined with the cloned swordsmanship template possessing a black sword he forged himself was only a matter of time. The morning training proceeded, as usual. With the new sword in hand, Moku's performance in his swordsmanship class was even more impressive. Even the instructor responsible for the swordsmanship class nodded, frequently stating that this kid had amazing comprehension. Moku pretended to be humble on the surface, while secretly reveling in joy. It wasn't until the afternoon training ended that the sunset painted half the sky red. Moku wiped his sweat and headed towards the barracks. Just as he stepped out of the training grounds gate, his footsteps halted. A familiar figure leaned against the wall. Dressed in a vice admiral's uniform with a rice cracker in his mouth and his hands tucked into his pockets, it was none other than Garp. But oddly, the old man had lost his usual carefree demeanor, his brows furrowed, as he even forgot to chew his rice cracker. Moku's heart skipped a beat. Something had happened. Garp wouldn't come to the training camp for no reason, especially not with that expression. He quickly walked over. Old man, what are you doing here? Garp looked up at him, swallowed the rice cracker in his mouth, his voice much heavier than usual. Could come with me. He turned and walked towards a secluded spot by the sea, his back radiating a weighty aura. Moku's heart raced. Something must have happened in the East Sea. Ace, Luffy, or Sabo. A bad thought suddenly sprang up. When they reached the uninhabited rocks, Garp stopped, turned around. He stared at Moku, remaining silent for a few seconds before speaking in a deep voice. I just received news from the East Sea. Sabo, that kid secretly took a boat out to sea. The ship had just left the waters of the Goa Kingdom when it coincidentally ran into a fleet of celestial dragons. The celestial dragons ordered cannon fire directly, and the ship was blown to pieces. The sound of Garp's clenched fist cracking echoed. The search and rescue team looked for a day, but there was no sign of life or death. Currently, he's considered missing. After speaking, Garp sighed and patted Moku's shoulder. I have already dispatched more personnel to search. All the naval bases along the coast are mobilized. Don't take it too much to heart. As long as there's no body, there's still hope. Moku stood there, his face turning pale, fingers tightly clenched, knuckles turning white. He looked as if he had suffered a tremendous blow, his entire being frozen. As expected, the inertia of the plot was greater than he had imagined. He had specifically advised Sabo before departure to be cautious, and if necessary to return to the noble family to lie low. He had reminded him that if anything happened, he could consult Ace and Luffy. But whatever was bound to happen still happened. He knew the follow-up. Monkey D, dragon leader of the Revolutionary Army and Garp's biological son, just happened to be on the scene. Sabo would be rescued by Dragon, and it was highly likely he would lose his memory growing up with the Revolutionary Army. He would be fine, but would disappear for many years. Even though he understood the reasoning, when he actually heard the news his heart still felt tight. His younger brother, whom he had spent a year with. That golden-haired youth who was sensible, intelligent, and helped take care of two mischievous monkeys. Even though he knew he wasn't dead, and that he would walk a different path in the future, just thinking about him going through an explosion, losing his memory, and thereby being separated from Ace and Luffy, made Moku's heart ache. For a moment, he even thought if he hadn't left and stayed in the East Sea, could he have prevented this incident. But he quickly shook his head. It was unavoidable. This was the will of the timeline, and could be considered Sabo's fate. The Celestial Dragon's shipping routes were not something he could change. The torrent of the plot was not something his current strength could manipulate. I understand, old man. After a long while, Moku finally spoke softly, his voice a bit hoarse and low. He lifted his head, suppressing his emotions, and looked at Garp. Do Ace and Luffy? No yet. Not yet. Garp replied solemnly. Dayton is keeping it from them for now, worried that these two kids will act impulsively and run out to look for him. I understand. Moku took a deep breath and gazed out at the distant sea. The sunset painted the sea a golden red hue, and the waves crashed onto the rocks in layers, breaking into white foam. The news about Sabo felt like a stone thrown into his heart, stirring up ripples. He became even more aware of one thing. His current strength was still too weak. So weak that he could only watch the fate of those around him unfold without the power to change it. What good was it even knowing the plot? Without enough strength, let alone changing fate, he didn't even have the qualification to intervene. Sabo was lucky this time having Dragon to save him. But what about next time? What about Ace's war on the summit? What about the life and death crises that Luffy would face in the future? He couldn't rely on luck or someone else to save him each time. Moku tightened his grip on the sword sheath. He needed to grow stronger. He must become stronger, faster, strong enough to one day stand before those big figures, protect those he wanted to protect, and reverse events he didn't want to happen. Garp looked at the tense profile of the young boy remaining silent. He could sense that the aura emanating from this child had suddenly become much heavier. Once seeing him as a carefree youth, now he bore more weighty concerns. Alright, don't think too much about it. Garp patted his shoulder again. Train hard with ZFA. Improving your strength is what truly matters. Imoka nodded, suppressing his emotions. I understand, old man. Rest assured, I won't neglect my training. Garp grunted and took out a bag of rice crackers, handing it to him. Take this and eat. Don't walk around with a frown. As a soldier, you must eat first, even if the sky falls. Imoku took the rice cracker, unwrapped it, and took a bite. The salty flavor spread in his mouth, alleviating some of the heaviness in his heart. After chatting a little more, Garp mentioned he had military duties and left. Imoku stood by the rocks, letting the sea breeze blow for a while. The night slowly crept in, and lights from the headquarters in the distance began to flicker on. He looked down at the zhengfeng in his hand, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the East Sea. Sabo, good luck. I hope that when we meet again, we will both have become strong enough. In the year 1512 of the Hyuan calendar, during the summer, at the elite training ground behind the Marlin Vondo training camp, a resounding boom echoed as the dark fist wind struck the ground, causing it to erupt violently. Chunks of stone mixed with dust were lifted to half a person's height, and the shockwave tightened the skin of those nearby. Mork swiftly retreated, his figure transforming into a streak of afterimages as he took 7 quick steps. His shoes carved 2 shallow grooves in the hard ground as he barely stabilized his form, his forearms tingling with numbness. Opposite him, Zifa stood with his fists lowered, the pure black of his armament color gradually fading. You're far from it, he said in a hoarse voice. The split body exerted its force a moment too late. If you encounter a formidable opponent, they could scatter half of your strength with a single strike. Yes, instructor, Mork gasped, wiping the sweat from his forehead. To his side, 7 identical silhouettes quietly dissipated into thin smoke, leaving no trace behind. A whole year. From initially summoning 3 split bodies when he entered the training camp, to now being able to consistently summon 7, each capable of independently executing 6 techniques, while covering the armament color. The hardships endured during this time only he understood. Throughout this year, Zifa had never relaxed the intensity of training for Mork. Every morning began with 50 laps of weighted running as an appetizer, followed by detailed training on the 6 techniques in the morning. In the afternoon, they engaged in actual combat practice, transitioning from enduring blows until he could barely rise to now leading 7 split bodies to endure over 100 strikes under Zifa's assault. Additionally, with 2 hours of deep meditation every evening, without fail, Mork's mental fortitude significantly improved, increasing his split bodies from 3 to 5 and then breaking through to 7. Now, even when all 7 split bodies fought simultaneously, he could maintain his composure and control them effortlessly. Again, Zifa did not give him a moment to catch his breath, bellowing as he charged once more. The black armament once again enveloped his arm with a fist aimed directly at Mork's face. Mork's gaze sharpened. Split. 7 split bodies instantaneously took form alongside his original body, spreading out in a fan shape. Some faced the punch directly, others flanked from the sides, some circled around for a surprise attack, while others executed swift kicks. Fists, feet, finger spears, and sword edges. All converged as attacks, blocking every possible escape route for Zifa. This was the killing move he had honed for half a year, Shadow Eightfold Strike. With his original body and 7 split bodies, 8 attacks landed precisely at the same point, the damage compounding layer upon layer. Against an opponent of the same level, enduring this strike would result in severe injury, if not death. But his opponent was Zifa, the former admiral of the Navy Black Armament. Zifa. Humph. A cold snort escaped him. Zifa did not dodge or evade, sweeping his right fist in a circle. The black armament color transformed into a half-arc of shockwave, exploding with a thunderous sound. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 split bodies at the forefront were directly struck by the fist wind, instantly dissipating. The remaining 4 attacks landed on him like mere tickles, not even breaking the surface of his armament color. With this single blow, the encirclement was completely shattered. His original body, taking advantage of the dissipating split bodies as cover, had already maneuvered to Zifa's side. He drew the blade at his waist, his thumb pressing against the hilt. Sword technique, quick draw. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing erupted. The cold gleam of the blade raced forth like a fine line, too fast to discern its trajectory, heading straight for Zifa's side. This strike integrated Bogart's quick draw technique, refined further by Zifa's guidance on the details of exerting force. Fast, precise, and ruthless, the moment of drawing the sword was its most potent moment. Clang. The sharp sound of metal resonated, ringing in the ears. Zifa merely turned his body, using his forearm covered with armament color to block the blow. Zifa glanced at him. The technique of Iato emphasizes drawing power from the waist. You didn't coordinate the force from your hips, relying solely on your wrist. No matter how fast you strike, it won't matter. Mork sheathed his sword, understanding in his heart. I see, instructor. He responded, yet internally couldn't help but grumble about when he would reach this level. In this year, his technique system had already been honed significantly. The Gale Kick had consolidated into a narrow and sharp air blade named Gale Kick Mountain Splitter. With a single strike, a steel plate half a meter thick could be cleaved in two, its power more than 3 times that of an ordinary gale kick. The finger spear was no longer just a single-point thrust, but concentrated the domineering aura at the fingertips, maximizing its penetrating power, named Finger Spear Peak Piercer. Combined with armament color, ordinary iron armor felt no different from paper. The core killing move in close combat was merging Garp's iron fist bone of the fist with Zifa's black armament, which he named Black Armament Iron Fist. With a single punch, it possessed both the piercing precision of the fist's bones and the weighty hardness of the black armament. A solid, heavy-hitting, single-target killing move. In swordsmanship, the quick draw flash focused on speed, while the Iato emphasized power accumulation and explosive force, one fast and one heavy. Added to the coordination of Shadow Eightfold Strike, he had a complete system for frontal team fights, single-point decapitation, and agile maneuvering. His visible strength was no longer at the rookie level he had when he first entered the camp. Only someone of Zifa's caliber could easily break through his techniques. If it were an ordinary lieutenant from his unit, it was uncertain who would win in a real fight. As the practice concluded, the sun had risen to its zenith. Mork sat by the sidelines drinking water when a figure. Tina tossed a towel over her, tone laced with teasing. Not bad, you can now withstand over 100 strikes under the instructor. Just lucky the instructor went easy on me. Mork caught the towel and wiped the sweat, responding with a smile. After a year together, he and Tina had long become quite familiar. Initially, they were senior and junior teacher and student. Training together every day, occasionally teaming up to complete tasks for the unit, they gradually became good friends. Tina was spirited and straightforward, comfortable to be around. Go easy. I've never seen the instructor go easy, Tina scoffed, sitting down beside him, twisting open her water bottle for a sip. It's just that you have good talent and are willing to practice. If it were someone else, even a year, it might not result in this progress. She genuinely admired him. Entering the camp at 12, in just 1 year, he had risen from a newcomer to the top of the elite class. Mork smiled, not responding. Talent was one aspect. Primarily, it was about working hard. By the way, how are you preparing for the upcoming assessment next week? Tina suddenly asked. The instructor seems to place a lot of importance on this one. Oh, I heard the assessment results directly affect whether you can graduate. Graduate? Mork was taken aback. He hadn't really thought about that. Staying in the training camp felt quite good, with Zifa personally guiding him, engaging in practice with other cadets, and enjoying good food and lodging. If he graduated and was sent to the troops, he wouldn't have such a comfortable environment for cultivation. He preferred to stay a few more years. You haven't thought about it, have you? Tina looked at him in confusion, slightly exasperated. With your current strength, you're bound to rank first in the assessment. When the time comes, you can apply for an early commission, and going straight to the troops as a captain would be no problem. A 13-year-old captain, there have hardly been any in the history of the Navy. She spoke with a hint of envy. It took her a full 5 years to reach captain. This kid, however, had that opportunity at 13. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. Mork shrugged, not responding. What was captain to him? His aspirations reached beyond that. Besides, if he graduated early and went to the troops, there would be no chance for him to secretly enhance his skills like now. Just after the afternoon training ended, Zifa's messenger approached. Mork, the chief instructor wants to see you in his office. Mork's heart stirred. Looking for me? He pondered, not pausing his steps as he quickly arrived at Zifa's office. Reporting. Enter. Upon pushing open the door, Zifa was seated behind the desk reviewing documents. On the desk lay a thick assessment report with his name on the cover. Seeing him enter, Zifa set down his pen and gestured to the chair opposite him. Sit. Mork complied, taking a seat while feeling somewhat anxious. This atmosphere didn't seem like one for criticism. Was he really going to allow him to graduate early? Zifa picked up the assessment report, flipped through a few pages, and got straight to the point. Your strength assessment has come out. Overall evaluation, the standard of a major in this unit. Mork was stunned for a moment. Major? He had estimated himself to be at the level of a captain, but Zifa directly rated him as a major. Wasn't that a bit too high? 6 techniques mastered, armament color reaching an intermediate level, and both hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship far exceeding your peers. Zifa continued slowly. Your combat awareness is also adequate, and in terms of raw strength you qualify for a major rank. Mork suppressed the waves in his heart and sat up straight. It's all thanks to the instructor's guidance. Stop buttering me up, Zifa shot him a glance. You know your own foundation and talent well enough. He paused, then shifted his tone, however. Mork's heart tightened. Here it comes. This was the key point. You are only 13 this year. Zifa looked at him, his voice becoming more serious. Your age is too young. Your mentality, experience, and battlefield knowledge are still lacking. Your strength may have reached the level, but if your mindset doesn't catch up, being sent to the troops would not be a good thing. It would only harm you. Mork nodded. He agreed with this. Being a major at 13 sounded glamorous, but in reality the foundation was unstable. In the military, seniority mattered significantly. A half-grown child suppressing a group of veterans. Who would accept that? In a true tough battle, lack of experience could easily lead to a fall. Staying in the training camp to hone his skills was indeed more prudent. So Zifa set down the assessment report, looking at him, speaking clearly. I won't let you graduate early. Continue staying in the training camp until you're 16, and then we'll talk. Mork felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was exactly what he wanted. On the surface, however, he feigned a somewhat disappointed and obedient expression. Yes, instructor. I'll follow your arrangements. Zifa observed his reaction, somewhat surprised. He had thought this kid, being young and impetuous, would throw a fit upon hearing he couldn't graduate. Unexpectedly, he remained so composed, more mature than many adult officers. Zifa felt even more satisfied and continued, "And I won't let you stay idle, as starting tomorrow you will be promoted to assistant instructor of the training camp. Usually help with teaching the foundational classes for the new recruits, and you will also participate in the elite class sparring. Teaching others while refining yourself will allow for mutual growth." Assistant instructor. Mork's eyes brightened slightly. This was much better than being a cadet. Assistant instructors had their own accommodations, training privileges, and could interact with each batch of new talented recruits. His heart was blossoming with joy, yet he maintained a serious facade, standing up to give a standard military salute. "Yes, instructor. I will do my best and live up to your expectations." Zifa nodded, waving his hand. "All right, go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning report to the new recruits. Don't think that being an assistant instructor means you can slack off. You cannot miss any of the daily training and assessments. If you dare to relax, I will still punish you." "Understood." Mork responded decisively, turning to leave the office. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, the training camp square was filled with 2 rows of neatly standing individuals. The front row consisted of over 30 newcomers, just selected from the 4 Cs, the oldest being around 15 or 16, and the youngest around 12 or 13, each standing straight, with a mixture of nervousness and excitement on their faces. Those who could enter the genius camp of Zifa were figures who walked with pride in the 4 Cs, but here their arrogance was subdued, and they dared not even breathe heavily. Standing in the back row were several assistant instructors. Tina, with her arms crossed, stood at the far left, her pink hair particularly striking in the morning light. Beside her, Mork was dressed in a crisp assistant instructor uniform, his posture upright, yet his features still held the youthful innocence of a young man. At just 13 years old, the assistant instructor standing there was even younger than many of the newcomers. Below, some had already begun to secretly scrutinize him, whispering softly, "Is that assistant instructor Mork? I heard he's only 13. You've got to be kidding. He's 2 years younger than me, and he's our assistant instructor. Are you silly? He defeated Lieutenant Smorg at 12 years old, personally recommended by Commander Zifa, as an assistant instructor." The murmurs were kept very low, but Mork's keen hearing picked up every word. He remained expressionless, staring ahead, secretly pleased. "Everyone quiet down." Zifa strode to the front of the line, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. The square, which had been filled with faint sounds, fell silent in an instant. "I will only explain the rules once. In the training camp, we judge only by strength, not background. Those who cannot keep up will be eliminated. Those who violate the rules will be eliminated. Those who dare to slack off will be kicked out immediately." His voice was not loud, but it struck like a hammer on everyone's heart. The newcomers all wore serious expressions, and no one dared to speak. "The first task for newcomers is to demonstrate their abilities." Zifa's tone was calm. "Martial arts 6 styles fruit abilities, showcase whatever you have. This will make it easier for grouping and help me keep track." He raised his hand, pointing to a tall boy in the line. "Binzi, you go first." A young boy stepped out of the crowd. Around 15 or 16, he was tall and slender, dressed in deep green ninja attire with a headband covering half his face, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes and 2 short swords crossed on his back. Mork's heart skipped a beat. Binzi. That name sounded familiar. Looking at the ninja outfit, there was a hint of humor mixed with an odd demeanor. Wait, what? How did he end up in the training camp now? But upon reflection, it made sense. Calculating the time, Zifa had not left the Navy yet, and these 2 kids must have— How did he end up in the training camp now? But upon reflection, it made sense. Calculating the time, Zifa had not left the Navy yet, and these 2 kids must have just become his disciples. Binzi walked to the center of the field, slightly bowing as a form of greeting. The next moment, he quickly formed hand seals, his fingers flying, creating afterimages with incredible speed. "Senra vines." He shouted softly, bending his knees slightly and pressing his hands heavily against the ground. Buzz. A light green glow surged from his palms into the soil, spreading like flowing water. In the next moment, the ground suddenly heaved. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of thick vines burst through the earth, shooting up like pythons, each as thick as an adult's arm, covered in sharp barbs. Binzi sharply flicked his wrist. The vine tips lashed towards the nearby training wooden stake. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds came in succession as the thick wooden stake was shattered into splinters in 3 strikes. But that wasn't all. He lifted his fingertips, changed the gesture, and tapped lightly. Flower funeral. In an instant, countless light pink flowers erupted from the vine's petals, swirling through the air, appearing delicate and light, yet their edges were sharp, like blades tempered in ice. With a twist of his wrist, the air around him swirled. The petals rushed out with the wind, dense and overwhelming as a rain of flowers, striking against the steel target across from him. Clang, 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 rang out as the thick steel plate was peppered with shallow, dense sparks flying. The whole display flowed like water. All the newcomers stared in shock. Meanwhile, Mork's clone fruit quietly activated within him. A wave of mental fluctuation swept across Binzi in the center of the field, extending along the fruit abilities he activated, instantly replicating the complete framework of his abilities. Superhuman type flourishing fruit ability framework, plant cultivation, vine manipulation, petal blades, root binding, large-scale vegetation, cover, underground root infiltration. A flood of information rushed into his mind. Mok's breath quickened. The flourishing fruit. A top-tier crowd control technique. It could block paths, bind enemies, obscure vision, and deal continuous damage. In the future, facing a sea of enemies, he could directly create a dense forest, trapping the opponents utterly. He just didn't know who would be stronger if he encountered the Green Bull's forest fruit. Binzi withdrew his abilities, the vines slowly sinking back into the earth, leaving only shallow traces on the ground, neat and clean. He stepped aside, and Zifa slightly nodded, clearly satisfied. Next Ein. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl stepped out of the line. 13 years old, she was slender with long sea blue hair, tied in twin ponytails that fell onto her shoulders. Her skin was fair and her features delicate. Her gaze carried a calmness not befitting her age as she walked to the center of the field, bowing properly to Zifa and saying, "Instructor." Upon seeing her, Mok's heart skipped again. Ein. The reverse fruit user Ein. In the movie, she was Zifa's aide, and her fruit ability was ridiculously overpowered. Just a touch could reverse someone's age by 12 years, multiple touches could even erase someone entirely, making it a superhuman ability at the level of causality. Why are they handing out movie characters today? With one Binzi and one Ein, Zifa's two main disciples were present. Mok felt exhilarated, his eyes sparkling. It wasn't just because they were good-looking, mainly their fruit abilities were incredibly appealing. The reverse fruit. He was already looking forward to it. The clone fruit was itching to act. Ein didn't rush to show her abilities, but instead picked up a plump red tomato from the side, cradling it in her palm. She raised her right hand, a faint sea blue aura swirling at her fingertips like scattered starlight flowing. Reverse. She softly uttered 2 words, lightly tapping the tomato's surface. The blue light flashed and disappeared. In the next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The originally ripe tomato visibly lost its redness at a rapid pace, reverting back to an unripe state, shrinking slowly, its flesh tightening, until it transformed into a green immature fruit the size of a fingernail, not even fully developed with seeds. What? All the newcomers stared wide-eyed. What just happened? The tomato shrank. Time reversed. It probably only works on fruit, right? It definitely won't work on living beings. Some were skeptical, whispering softly. As if hearing their words, Ein glanced over without speaking. She turned and walked to a nearby potted plant. It was a rose bush in full bloom, its branches upright, the flowers plump with petals layered beautifully. Ein extended her finger and gently touched the outermost petal. The sea blue glow illuminated again, spreading along the petals. The petals rapidly closed and faded, transforming from full bloom back into tight buds, then shrinking from buds into tender yellow shoots, until even the branches shortened and softened, reverting to newly sprouted seedlings. All of this took no more than 3 seconds. A blooming flower reverted to a state just days after sowing. The crowd fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Can it really reverse life states? Many instinctively took half a step back, their gazes towards Ein shifting. Tina furrowed her brow and murmured, "This fruit ability. It's too unique." She knew well that an ability capable of interfering with time states was even rarer than a natural type. Mok stood beside her, nodding along on the surface, but inside, he was already overjoyed. The moment Ein activated her fruit, the ripple of the cloned fruit swept out again, precisely enveloping that sea blue energy. Superhuman type, reverse fruit ability framework, touch-based, age reversal, single instance reversal of 12 years, stacking effect, non-living object state, reversal biological state, reversal wound restoration. The complete ability system was instantly etched in his mind, including the energy operation method during contact, the subtle control of the reversal extent, and the adaptation differences across different species. Mok almost laughed out loud. In the future, if he couldn't defeat an opponent, he could just touch them once and directly reverse their age by 12 years, instantly restoring their strength to the beginning. Even weapons and ships could be reverted to previous states, offering countless applications. Today's newcomers entering the camp were genuinely a boon for him. Zifa looked at the reactions from below, his face expressionless. Fruit abilities are merely tools. What truly determines strength is the user themselves. No matter how special the ability is, if martial arts and Haki don't keep up, it's still useless. This was directed not only at the newcomers, but also at Binzi and Ein. The two responded in unison, "Yes, instructor." Binzi and Ein, you are assigned to the elite class. Zifa issued a direct order. The rest will be grouped according to their basic test scores, with formal training starting in the afternoon. Dismissed. With a command, the newcomers dispersed in groups, still heatedly discussing the 2 demonstrations they had just witnessed. Binzi and Ein walked straight to Zifa, bowing to listen to his instructions. Zifa explained a few points to note and pointed to Mork. From now on, daily training will be led by Mork. If you have any questions, ask him. They turned to look at Mork, their eyes filled with surprise. Clearly they hadn't expected this rumored genius assistant instructor to be so young. Especially Ein, who blinked her sea blue eyes, curious, yet politely bowed slightly, and said, "Assistant Instructor Moke, I look forward to your guidance." Binzi nodded as well, his voice deep. "Please take care of us." "No need to be so formal," Moke smiled, appearing like a warm and reliable senior. Once most people had left, Tina nudged Moke's arm and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Moke. You just became an assistant instructor and got assigned 2 good seedlings. Of course, don't you know who I am? The Navy's #1 genius boy," Moke joked lightly. Tina rolled her eyes at him. "Stop joking around. Instructor Zifa values them, so pay more attention." "Don't worry, I've got it under control." Moke nodded, watching he knew in his heart that these two would become Zifa's most trusted individuals in the future. However, he also knew that later on Zifa's arm would be severed, and the one who did it, Weevil, would be recruited by the world government as a warlord of the sea. Zifa would become utterly disillusioned with the Navy, forming the Inyo Navy and taking an extreme path. And Binzi and Ein would follow him unwavering until death. Moke sighed softly. He was still too weak now, but at least during these years in the training camp, he could properly interact with them and teach them everything he needed to. As for what happens next, one step at a time. He retracted his thoughts and turned to walk toward the training ground. "Let's go, we need to prepare for the afternoon's training class." Tina replied and followed him. On the west side of the elite camp's training ground, morning light slanted through the barbed wire as gusts of wind howled through the arena and the sound of vines snapping echoed. Benz let out a deep shout, his hands striking heavily against the ground. A faint green aura surged into the soil along the lines of his palms, and in the next moment dozens of thick vines covered in barbs burst forth from the earth, rising like giant pythons. 3 vines were in front, striking heat, and 7 were on the sides, circling to trap the enemy. The rest lay hidden underground, ready to burst forth and bind at any moment. The upper, middle, and lower paths were sealed off, impenetrable. This was a combination he had pondered over for 3 days, and he believed he had perfected it. Yet his opponent Imoku did not move an inch. It was only when the foremost vine was 3 inches from his face that he lightly tapped his foot. With a swift motion, he transformed into a faint shadow, slipping through the gaps of the intertwined vines. The vine grazed past the corner of his clothes without even brushing the fabric. "Is that all you've got?" Moke's voice came from the side. Benz's pupils constricted, and without a second thought, he clenched his left hand tightly. 3 vines concealed underground suddenly surged up, piercing towards the direction of the voice, their sharp tips gleaming with cold light. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing erupted. Imoku swiftly drew out his knife, Zheng foamed the blade enveloped in a faint layer of armed color, and executed a horizontal slash. In a flash of cold light, 3 vines were severed in half, their cut surfaces smooth and clean. Before Benz could change his tactics, Imoku had already closed the distance. With his index finger pressed together, he lightly tapped an inch from Benz's throat. "You've lost." Benz stood frozen in place, his hand holding the seal, slowly lowering. His face, hidden under a headscarf, felt a bit hot. This was already the 7th time today. Every time he made his vines more elaborate, he lost faster. Imoku sheathed his knife and leaned against a nearby wooden post, speaking in a calm tone. "Do you know where the problem lies?" Benz nodded and then shook his head. "The problem isn't being too fancy." Imoku pointed out directly. "With vines spread all over the sky, it looks intimidating, but every single one lacks power. You're just standing there casting skills. Oh, what's the difference from being a live target?" Benz pursed his lips. He had always prided himself on his fruit abilities, believing that abundant fruits offered both offense and defense, making him strong enough. However, these past few days of sparring with Imoku, he had been defeated repeatedly, and his ego had taken a hit. "I'm not saying the fruits are useless." Imoku changed his tone and pointed at Benz's ninja outfit. "You have a foundation in ninjutsu and agility. That's your advantage. Don't just stand still and output in the future. Use the fruits as support, the vines to block paths, obstruct visibility, and entangle your opponent's legs while you rely on your agility to maneuver around and deal damage up close. A blend of both light and shadow, of illusion and reality." Benz's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, he had always thought of relying solely on his fruits to solve everything, but in doing so he had neglected his strongest asset, his agility and ninjutsu. If he used the vines as cover, his main body could sneak in for a surprise attack. It would indeed be much harder to defend against than just standing there casting skills. Also, your physical skills and armed color must keep up. Imoku added, "No matter how strong the vines are, they can't compare to armed color. From now on, practice physical skills for 2 extra hours every day, and don't neglect your ninjutsu and agility." "Yes, instructor." Benz nodded emphatically. He had previously thought that Imoku, being younger than him, might not have anything substantial to teach. But after these past few days of sparring, he was convinced. "All right, practice on your own. I'm going to check on Ein." Imoku waved his hand and turned towards the other side of the arena. After just a few steps, he saw a small figure squatting by the side of the arena. With sea blue twin tails hanging on her shoulders, she held a training gun in her hand, resting her chin on it as she watched intently. It was Ein. Hearing the footsteps, she immediately looked up, her eyes sparkling. She quickly stood up, jogging over and gently tugged at Imoku's sleeve, tilting her little face to ask, "Instructor Imoku, it's my turn now, right? I practiced the footwork you told me yesterday. How can you see if I'm doing it right?" The little girl's voice was soft and her hair swayed with her nodding, her eyes filled with anticipation. Mork's mouth twitched slightly. He quickly thought to himself, I'm into the older sister type. I like gentle ones like Machi Nua, and also the cool older sister type like Tina. Lolas are just not my thing. Absolutely not into them. Despite his internal musings, he still needed to maintain a serious instructor demeanor on the surface. He gently pulled back his sleeve, nodding. Alright, you'll attack, while I defend. Let's see how you've practiced. Okay. Ayn immediately bounced to the center of the arena, clenching her fists. He gently pulled back his sleeve, nodding. Alright, you'll attack, while I defend. Let's see how you've practiced. Okay. Ayn immediately bounced to the center of the arena, with light and nimble steps her figure swayed from side to side, seeking an opportunity to touch Mork. The retrogressive fruit only took effect upon contact, making close combat her only means of attack. Mork stood still. Only when Ayn charged close, her fingers about to touch his arm, did he slightly sidestep. His figure moved like a piece of paper blown by the wind, just barely evading Ayn's fingertips. When Ayn's strike missed, she quickly changed tactics, flipping her wrist to grab his wrist from behind. Mork took half a step back and dodged again. Back and forth after a dozen exchanges, Ayn didn't even touch the hem of Mork's clothes. The little girl ran until sweat glistened on her forehead, panting, as she stopped, feeling a bit aggrieved. Instructor, Mork, why do you dodge so fast? It's not that I'm fast, it's that you have too many openings. Mork walked over and lightly tapped her shoulder. When you charge, your shoulder moves first that anyone can see which direction you're going. Also, the retrogressive fruit must be used up close. That's your biggest weakness. In a real battlefield, no one will just stand there waiting for you to make contact. Before you even get close, you might already be hit. Ayn lowered her head, her fingers intertwining. She knew this flaw of hers, but the fruit ability worked that way, and she felt helpless. I'm not saying the fruit is useless, it's just the method of use that's incorrect. Mork bent down to pick up a soft bullet training gun from the ground and handed it to her. Why do you have to get close? Practice shooting. Attach your retrogressive ability to the bullets. It will have the same effect when it hits a person. One shot and the opponent could be sent 12 years back. Doesn't that beat getting up close and risking your life? Ayn's eyes widened as she suddenly looked up, her eyes shining. Can it really be done this way? She had never considered that her fruit ability could be attached to bullets. She had always thought it necessary to make physical contact. Mork casually stated. As long as you control it, finally you can attach energy to bullets, shurikens, and even stones, and it will still work. If the enemy advances, you retreat. If the enemy retreats, you disrupt them, controlling the distance firmly in your hands. This is the correct way to use the retrogressive fruit. I nodded vigorously, gripping the gun tightly. The disappointment in her eyes vanished, replaced entirely by determination. I understand, instructor. I will practice shooting every day from now on, she said, and immediately took a few steps back, standing firm as she aimed the gun at the moving target opposite. The sea blue glow spread along her fingertips to the gun's body, then permeated into the bullet. Bang! The soft bullet flew out, but missed, brushing past the edge of the target. Ayn did not get discouraged. She gritted her teeth and adjusted her stance, ready for the second shot. Mork stood beside her, occasionally offering a word of advice. Don't raise your arm so high, you keep it steady. Breathe steadily, and don't hold your breath when you shoot. Ayn was quite perceptive. After a dozen shots, her accuracy improved significantly. After firing over 20 shots, she finally hit the bullseye. I hit it. Instructor Mork, look. I hit it. Ayn jumped in excitement, turning to smile at Mork. Mork chuckled lightly. Not bad, keep practicing. Your accuracy still needs to improve, and your shooting speed must also quicken. In a real battlefield, no one will give you time to aim slowly. Ayn nodded earnestly and turned to continue practicing. Mork leaned against the wooden post, watching the two young ones practicing diligently, feeling a bit emotional. Speaking of which, these two kids would become faithful followers of ZFA, following him for a lifetime. As he pondered, Benz approached, his forehead glistening with sweat. Instructor, I tried what you said, using the vines as cover and advancing with agility. It really worked much better. He paused for a moment, still asking a question he had been holding for several days. Instructor, you often mentioned armed color in Haki. Can Haki really block fruit abilities? As soon as this was said, Ayn, who was practicing her shooting nearby, also paused and came over. Clearly she had been curious about this for a long time. They had only heard that Haki was powerful, but no one had seen how specifically it worked or whether it could truly counter fruit abilities. Mork straightened up, his expression becoming more serious. It can. Moreover, it is the nemesis of the vast majority of fruit abilities. He bent down, picked up a broken vine branch, and handed it to Benz. Use your fruit to enhance it, making it hard. Benz followed his instructions and activated his ability, a faint green aura flashing as the vine instantly hardened like iron, making a thudding sound when struck against the ground. This is already the hardest I can manage. Ordinary swords can't cut through it. Mork nodded and extended his right hand. The pitch-black armed color slowly crept up to his fingertips, not overly deep in color, but solid and heavy. He pinched the vine branch between two fingers and applied slight pressure. Crack. The iron-hard vine was easily crushed. Benz's pupils dilated. Ayn covered her mouth, her face filled with astonishment. They both knew that Moku could use Haki, but witnessing the fruit-hardened vine being crushed with such ease was still a shocking experience. Did you see that? Moku tossed aside the broken branch. The armed color Haki condenses the life energy of the user, covering it on the surface of the body or weapons. It can directly impact the physical form of the ability user, withstand the impact of fruit abilities, and with deep training, it can even shatter attacks formed by fruit abilities. I looked a bit panicked. Then does that mean fruit abilities are useless? Of course not, Moku shook his head. Haki is a threshold, not invincible. If your fruit ability is developed well enough, it can still suppress Haki. But the premise is that you must possess a certain level of Haki yourself. Otherwise, if you encounter a true expert, even if they let you attack, you won't be able to break through their defense. Benz and Ein exchanged glances, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. Yes, instructor, they replied in unison. Previously they had thought that possessing a devil fruit made them superior to others. Today they realized that their abilities were nothing more than a beginner's level in front of true powerhouses. For the rest of the day, Moku focused on training the basics with them. Until the sun set in the west, and the training whistle blew, Ein ran over, wiping her sweat, and handing over a water bottle. Instructor, drink some water. The little girl's eyes sparkled, her face still flushed from exercise, full of energy. Thank you for today. Oh, I feel like I've learned so much. Moku accepted the water bottle and thanked her. In his heart he began to think again. Big sisters are great, big sisters are wonderful, Lolas are just little kids. Despite his thoughts, he still advised, don't rush to practice. When you go back, first massage your arms a bit, or they'll be sore tomorrow. Shooting cannot be rushed, just practice for an hour each day. I will remember. I nodded vigorously, following him, chattering about tomorrow's training content. Benz followed behind, speaking little, but listening attentively. The three walked side by side towards the barracks, the setting sun casting long shadows. Moku listened to the little girl's questions, feeling a bit helpless, yet also amused. She was a bit clingy, but these two kids were genuinely perceptive and hardworking. At this rate, within 6 months, they would grasp the basics of Haki. By then, paired with their respective fruit abilities, their strengths would undoubtedly reach a whole new level. In the year 1512 of the Hyuan calendar, autumn had arrived. It had been 3 full months since Moku was promoted to the position of assistant instructor at the training camp. The training schedule in the valley remained rigid and demanding, with morning assembly calls, noon-weighted runs, and evening combat drills repeating day after day. Moku's life was distinctly divided into 2 halves. During the day, he wore the assistant instructor's uniform, training the new recruits on the 6 basic techniques, occasionally stepping in to spar, but only lightly. At night, he would sneak away to the rocky hills, where 7 clones worked simultaneously, honing body techniques, domineering, aura, swordsmanship, and fruit fusion. After 3 months, his armed color had steadily risen, and the solidity of his black-armored iron fist had reached a new level. The Galefoot mountain-splitting strike could unleash 3 consecutive flying slashes in one breath. The fingergun peak piercer could strike accurately, without missing. Even his good fast blade Zhengfeng had been nourished day and night, with his domineering aura, the blade now faintly shimmering with a layer of dark light. While far from becoming a true black blade, it was several times sharper than an ordinary blade. That morning, just as dawn broke, the training camp was unusually organized. Zephyr, draped in a justice coat, stood at the front of the training field, his expression more solemn than usual. A group of elite class students stood at the front, with Mork and Tina included as assistant instructors. Everyone knew that a significant figure from headquarters was coming to inspect today. Which admiral is coming? A newcomer whispered. Who else could it be but the one among the 3 admirals who is the best at slacking? It's Admiral Borisolino, the one with the Pika Pika no Mi ability, one of the highest combat powers in headquarters. Mork's heart skipped a beat. Borisolino. He clenched his hands at his sides, his fingertips slightly warming. A top-tier natural fruit, the Pika Pika no Mi, with capabilities such as light speed, movement, photon transformation, the Yada mirror, and the Amaterasu sword. That was a power standing at the pinnacle of the pirate world's combat hierarchy. When he was reading the manga before his traversal, he had been deeply impressed by the outrageousness of this fruit, which could be considered a perfect fruit for long-range close combat and escape. He never expected to encounter it here. Just as he was pondering, a dazzling golden light suddenly ignited in the sky, moving like a meteor slicing through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the golden light landed on the high platform at the entrance of the training field, and as the brilliance faded, a tall figure was revealed. It was none other than Borisolino. He was dressed in a bright yellow striped suit, the collar carelessly open, a white justice coat casually draped over his shoulders, and a pair of frog sunglasses perched on his face, obscuring most of his eyes. With his hands in his pockets, he swayed slightly, leisurely smoking a cigarette, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he had come not to inspect combat readiness, but merely for a stroll. Full of presence, yet reminiscent of a kindergarten principal from a cartoon. Oh dear Zephyr Sensei, it's been a while. Admiral Sengoku insisted I take a trip, saying he wanted to see how the new generation is doing. Honestly, with so many documents to review at headquarters, I still have to come to the back mountains for some fresh air. Stop rambling. Zephyr interjected, his brow furrowed, though his tone was not as harsh. Since everyone is here, let's see what's going on. Don't be so serious. Borsalino chuckled lightly, his gaze slowly sweeping across the entire field. From ordinary students, to elite classes, then to assistant instructors like Tina, his eyes passed over everyone. When his gaze landed on Mork, he paused for half a second, his eyes behind the sunglasses narrowing slightly. At that moment their eyes met. The clone fruit at Mork's dantian suddenly trembled violently without warning. An invisible wave quietly spread out from him, as if a stone was thrown into a lake, precisely enveloping Borsalino ahead. In the next second a torrent of information surged into his mind like a burst dam. Natural type Pika Pika Nomi ability framework photon transformation, transforming the entire body into light elements, immune to all physical attacks, speed reaching the speed of light, light speed movement. Moving on light, almost instantaneously displacing over short distances of photon bombardment. Concentrating photons to form explosive projectiles with range and power controllable, Yada mirror. Using light refraction to achieve multipoint displacement, making trajectories. Unpredictable, Amaterasu sword. Photons condensing into light blade sharpness equal to a great blade, with a complete light-speed swordsmanship system, Yada jewel. A large-scale saturation light bombardment, covering a wide area, with powerful lethality, O laser. A highly condensed light beam attack, with top-tier penetrating power. From the core principles of the fruit's operation to the details of each technique's execution, even the light-speed combat instinct etched into Borsalino's being from years of battle. Even the supreme swordsmanship he had mastered for decades. The exquisite sword paths of slashes and thrusts, the rhythm of instantaneous strikes paired with light-speed displacement, and the practical skills of seamlessly integrating elementalization with sword techniques, were all perfectly replicated and permanently imprinted in his memory. Mork's breath caught his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. It worked. He truly cloned it. Not only had he acquired the top-tier natural Pika Pika no Mi, but he had also obtained the swordsmanship heritage hidden beneath the fruit's brilliance. He bit down hard on his molars to keep his face from revealing any oddities. On the surface he still stood straight and respectful, as if merely an ordinary junior assistant admiring the grandeur of the admiral. But inside a storm was raging. With this fruit template he had gained a top-tier life-saving trump card. If he couldn't win, he could photon transform and escape, and if pursued, he could use light-speed movement. He could also unleash lasers and photon blasts from a distance. Not to mention using it in conjunction with his clones. If 7 clones released Yada Jewel at the same time, the scene was simply outrageous to contemplate. Moreover, this admiral-level swordsmanship insight could directly fill in the gaps in his swordsmanship, allowing him to elevate the power of Zhangfeng to a new level. Oh, Borsalino's voice pulled Mork back from his thoughts. The admiral raised his chin slightly, pointing at Mork with a tone of playful curiosity. Is this the one who defeated Smoker at 12 and became an assistant instructor at 13, the little genius? Oh dear, how remarkable. From a place like East Blue such a monster actually emerged. Zephyr replied indifferently. His name is Mork, my student. He has some talent, but he's still young and impetuous, needing more refinement. Needs refinement, huh? Borsalino elongated his tone as he lazily strolled down from the high platform step by step to the center of the training field. He stopped, turned to look at Mork, his lips curling into a casual smile. Perfect, I'm quite bored today. How about you? Come spar with me for a few rounds. Let me see just how impressive the genius trained by Zephyr Sensei really is. With these words the entire field fell into dead silence. The students even held their breath, their eyes filled with shock. A duel at the admiral level. Letting Mork fight against Admiral Borsalino. This is bullying. Tina furrowed her brow, instinctively wanting to speak, but was stopped by a glance from Zephyr. Zephyr looked at Mork and said in a deep voice, Borsalino is the current admiral. Being able to spar with him is your fortune. Just give it your all, no need to hold back. He had his own considerations as well. Mork had progressed too quickly in the past 6 months. Having experienced smooth sailing for so long, it was inevitable that he would become impetuous. Letting the admiral personally suppress him would clarify what top-tier combat power truly represents, and that was not necessarily a bad thing. Mork took a deep breath and stepped forward. He reached for the hilt of Zhangfeng at his waist, his fingertips applying slight pressure. Since Admiral Borsalino is gracing me with his presence, I shall not be polite. Of course he knew he would definitely not win. But not being able to win didn't mean there was no gain. Taking advantage of this practical battle to refine the newly acquired Pika Pika, Nomi template and swordsmanship insights, while closely experiencing the combat rhythm of an admiral, was a priceless opportunity. Moreover, he might not necessarily be unable to last a few rounds. The crowd quickly retreated to the sidelines, forming a large circle, not daring to breathe. In the center of the field the two faced off from a distance. Borsalino still had his hands in his pockets, lazily standing there. Little brother, you can strike first. His tone was light, yet carried the absolute confidence of an admiral. Mork didn't hesitate. He knew that being polite against an opponent of this level was tantamount to seeking death. Excuse me, he shouted, suddenly exerting force beneath his feet. Shave. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a residual image. Almost simultaneously, he willed his 7 clones to form around him. 8 figures spread out in a fan shape, charging at Borsalino from 8 different directions. The shadow struck with 8-fold strike. This was currently his strongest group attack burst move, with 8 strikes accurately hitting the same point, layering damage upon damage, and an ordinary lieutenant colonel would be heavily injured after taking even one hit. A series of suppressed gasps arose from the sidelines. Tina narrowed her eyes slightly. The power of this move had increased significantly compared to 3 months ago. But Borsalino merely replied with a light, "Oh, a clone fruit. What an interesting ability." The 8 attacks fell simultaneously: fists, swords, finger guns, and gale feet, all striking empty air, not even brushing against his. The 8 attacks fell simultaneously: fists, swords, finger guns, and gale feet, all striking empty air, not even brushing against his clothing. In the next moment, the golden light reformed a human shape 3 meters behind Mork. Borsalino turned his back to him, slowly turning around, and casually flicked his finger. Whoosh! A tiny golden light bullet shot out like the size of a fingertip, moving so fast it appeared as a golden line, almost instantaneously reaching Mork's back. So fast, Mork's hair stood on end, and his observation Haki went into a frenzy. He barely had time to turn around forcefully, taking a step to the side. Sizzle! The light bullet grazed his shoulder as it flew past, the scorching heat instantly scorching the fabric of his uniform and causing his skin to sting. Facing light speed, his observation Haki could foresee the strike, yet his body could not possibly keep pace. He had not cultivated Katakura-level fleeting future foresight. Mork flinched inwardly. Had he not sidestepped half an inch beforehand, that blow would have pierced his shoulder. "Oh, you dodged." Huang Yuan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Your observation Haki is quite good, little brother," he praised with his mouth while his hands never ceased their motion. He lifted a finger, and a brilliant light flared at its tip. Bachi Chiongoyu. Ahum. Countless golden light orbs materialized, dense as a torrential downpour, crashing down across Mork's entire area. The scope was so vast there was nowhere to hide. Scatter! Mork barked. 7 clones streaked outward with moon step, leaving trailing afterimages as each scrambled for cover. The original slammed his foot into the ground, activating the iron block and armament Haki in tandem. A deep black sheen washed over him as he held Zheng Feng horizontally before his body. Explosions thundered in unbroken succession, rattling the entire training ground. Dust and smoke billowed skyward, obscuring everyone's view. The trainees at the edge felt their hearts rise into their throats. Tina clenched her fists until her nails bit into her palms. Through the haze, 2 clones were struck by the light shells and dissolved into blue smoke. 2 more clones were wounded, and their breath unsteady. The original relied on blocking with the blade and sheer armament Haki. Several gashes ripped open his arm, burning with pain. But he did not fall back. Not finished. A low shout came from the smoke. Mork leapt into the sky with moon step, cutting through the drifting motes of light and racing straight toward Huang Yuan. The remaining 5 clones followed close behind. He knew ranged slugging matches meant certain death. He had to close the distance up close and personal. Batajutsu Isin. Mork gripped the blade with both hands, channeling every ounce of strength into the edge as jet black armament Haki crawled across the steel. The blade sliced the air so fast it became a single cold arc. At the same moment, 5 clones struck from the flanks and rear, finger guns, iron fists, storm kicks, sealing off every angle of escape. This assault was fast, precise, and ruthless, pressing nearly all his current strength into the strike. The casualness on Huang Yuan's face finally faded a touch. "Oh, you understand swordcraft. Interesting." He did not flinch. Raising his right hand, gold coalesced in his palm and quickly formed into a slender sword of light. Tiansong Yin sword. The light blade met Zheng Feng's momentum, squarely locking onto the exact instant when the cut's force began to ebb. Huang Yuan's wrist dipped slightly with a deft rotation along the blade. A subtle craftsmanship dissipated 70% of the draw technique's momentum. The remaining forces collided, erupting into blinding golden light that made the spectators squint. Mork felt a colossal force surge through the blade into his very marrow. His arm went numb and the web of his hand split open, bleeding. He was hurled backward, tumbling 3 somersaults through the air before barely regaining his stance. A tremor shook his heart. The timing, the angle, the millimeter-perfect control of force, this dimensional downward strike in swordsmanship unnerved him even more than the fruit's raw crushing power. The world only knew the Shan fruit's invincible light speed. Few realized that Bo Lu Sa Li Nua himself was a concealed master of the blade. The clones' attacks all failed, while blocking Huang Yuan's form turned semi-transparent light, and every physical blow passed through without leaving a mark. Elementalization, the most unreasonable power of the Logia type. Had it been another element, armament Haki might still strike through elementalization. But the Shan fruit's speed displaced and substituted itself. There was no reasoning with it. Mork landed, breathing hard, a thin thread of blood at the corner of his mouth. The gap was overwhelming. Strength, speed, fruit, tier, sword mastery. An all-round crushing. The opponent had not even shifted his feet. Very good, little brother. Huang Yuan held the light sword and idly traced a flourish with his fingertip. At 13, you forced me to draw the Tiansong Yin sword, and even took 2 of my blows. You can be proud. He paused, amusement in his voice. But warm-up should end. If you can take the next strike, I'll call your trial passed for today. How about that? Mork tightened his grip on the hilt and nodded with grave resolve. Please. He knew the true test had come. Huang Yuan raised his right hand, pointing his forefinger at Mork. A mote of golden light swelled at the fingertip, growing ever brighter and more concentrated, the air around it warping as if by intense heat. No flashy name. Only the purest form laser. Swish. A slender, utterly condensed golden beam shot forth. There was no tearing sound at outrance. Light speed was this instant. Mork's observation. Haki screamed within him as a shadow of death fell over his whole body. He wanted to evade, but his body could not match light. On the razor's edge, instinct compelled him to concentrate every scrap of armament. Haki into his chest, crossing his arms to block as the iron mass surged to the extreme. Boom. A massive explosion detonated. The blast wave swept the field and dust instantly swallowed half the training ground. The ground trembled violently. The hard stone floor was blown into a pit over 2 meters deep, fissures crawling out for tens of meters. Silence fell. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the heart of the dust. Tina lunged forward and cried out. Ain and Bin Zi clenched their hands in worry. Zay Fa's brow knit in concern. Slowly the dust dispersed. At the rim of the crater, a figure knelt half on one knee. Mork leaned on Zheng Feng. His sleeves were shredded, his arms marked with blood, and crimson tracked from the corner of his mouth. The ground before him was charred black and still smoked in curling wisps. Yet he had not fallen. He had taken that lick. Huang Yuan regarded him. Behind his shades a measure of seriousness finally surfaced. Well, you actually took it. He walked over, appraising Mork from head to toe, clicking his tongue twice. A monster truly. Even a brigadier general from headquarters might not have walked away from that last strike. You little one. You have something. Mork propped himself on his blade and rose slowly, gasping, but he smiled. Thanks for the general's mercy. He understood the gulf between himself and Huang Yuan. That laser had been held back by at least 90%. Had it been unleashed at full power, not even a brigadier would be spared. Alright, that's enough sparring. Huang Yuan waved, and the Tiansong Yun's sword dissolved into a mote of light. He resumed his languid manner and turned to Zay Fa with a smile. Instructor Zay Fa, you found a treasure. Give him another 10 years, and he might be a future general. Zay Fa snorted, though the corner of his mouth twitched. Don't spin me fantasies. You've seen the boy. Get back to your headquarters and stop delaying training here. Also heartless. Huang Yuan shrugged and did not linger. Before he left, he glanced back at Mork. The look behind his sunglasses was charged with meaning. Little brother, train hard. Next time we meet, I hope you'll let me push a little more. No sooner had he spoken than golden light flashed around him. Whoosh! A pillar of light shot into the sky and vanished beyond the clouds in the blink of an eye, coming and going in an instant. Only when the golden glow was gone did the training ground erupt again with sound. My God! Assistant Instructor Mork actually sparred with General Huang for that long. He even took the final laser. This is ridiculous. 13 years old. When I was 13, I couldn't even make sense of the iron mass training. Tina hurried over, handing him a towel and salve. Her brow was knotted, but her voice betrayed unabashed admiration. You're insane, daring to go toe-to-toe with a general. Opportunities don't come often. Mork smiled as he wiped the blood from his lip. The wounds on his arm looked frightening, but were mostly abrasions and concussions. With the Nyo fruit's regenerative power, they would heal in a few days. The real harvest was lodged in his mind. The complete template of the Shan fruit, a general's lightspeed combat experience, the full particulars of top-tier techniques, like laser Tiansong Yun sword, and Ba Chi Xiong Goyu, plus a rare inheritance of elite swordsmanship no one could beg for. This sparring was more than profitable, it was a staggering stroke of destiny. Zay Fa approached, inspected his wounds, and said in a measured voice, go back and recuperate. No strenuous exercise for 3 days. When healed, increase your daily training by 20%. Huh. Mork was taken aback. Increase. What, are you not satisfied? Zay Fa glared. You get 2 exchanges with a general and start to float. You're still far from where you need to be. Haki physical technique, fruit development. Everyone needs improvement. Don't be complacent. Yes, instructor. Mork straightened his chest and answered crisply, though a smile tugged at his lips. Let them add more. Now that he possessed the Shan fruit template and a full set of sword techniques, his clones gained 2 extra training tasks each night. Lightspeed displacement, photonic transmutation, refining light projectiles, and lightspeed swordplay, honed with Zheng Feng. All of it had to be ground down to mastery. Once he fully digested these gains, next time he met a top-tier foe, he would no longer be merely a passive target. As the sun sank, the youth carried his blade and slowly walked back to the barracks. At his fingertip, a faint filament of golden light winked quietly into being, then vanished. Marineford, the highest conference room of the Navy. A heavy solid wood long table spanned the room's sunlight, filtering through the stained glass, illuminating the massive characters of justice on the wall. 5 individuals sat beside the long table, each one a figure standing at the apex of naval power, the air thick with a heavy sense of oppression. Marshal Sengoku occupied the main seat, his fingers pinching a thick report on the situation in the New World, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Beside him sat Chief of Staff Crane, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, his expression calm. Opposite them were the three admirals. Akainu sat upright, his aura as cold as ice. Uwakiji leaned half against the back of his chair, his eye patch sliding down to the tip of his nose, appearing as if he had just woken up. Kizaru slouched by the window, spinning a pen between his fingers, casually swinging his legs. Garp, on the other hand, was in disarray, sitting in a corner chair, clutching a bag of senbei, munching away with gusto, completely out of sync with the somber atmosphere. Sengoku spoke up. The purpose of gathering you all today is to discuss strategies for dealing with the four emperors of the... In the past 6 months, Whitebeard has continuously expanded his territory, incorporating over a dozen pirate crews from the New World. Big Mom has forcefully collected tributes around the land of Wano, leading to the destruction of 3 small nations. Kaido is secretly manufacturing weapons in Wano on a scale far exceeding previous years. Shanks has also been roaming the New World, gathering numerous new forces. The four powers are subtly showing signs of breaking the balance. We can no longer sit idly by. Just as he finished speaking, Akainu interjected firmly, his tone unyielding. We must take the initiative to strike. The four emperors have been entrenched in the New World for years, their arrogance growing day by day. If we do not suppress them with a heavy hand, they will eventually become a threat to the world government. I propose we redeploy elite forces from headquarters, join forces with the New World G branch, and first eliminate the affiliated pirate crews surrounding the four emperors, gradually compressing their living space, eventually taking them down one by one. Akainu, don't be too hasty. Akiji lazily raised his eyes, his tone relaxed. The four emperors each control their territories with deep roots. If we engage in full-scale war, the price we pay will be too great. Currently, the four seas and the front section of the Grand Line are not peaceful, though our forces are already stretched thin. Recklessly provoking war will only lead to losses. Maintaining the existing balance and gradually infiltrating is the prudent approach. Chief of Staff Crane nodded, adding, Akiji is right. The four emperors restrain each other. They will never easily join forces. What we need to do now is not to clash Eden, but to place spies and support agents, allowing them to wear each other down. When the time is ripe, we can strike. Garp finished the last piece of senbei, brushed the crumbs off his hands, and interjected bluntly, so in simple terms, we're saying we can't fight. Those guys are all monsters. If we truly go to war, not just us few, even if we mobilize the entire army, we'd still suffer heavy losses. I think we should just keep an eye on them and not let them get too out of hand. Akiji chimed in lazily, indeed, Vice Admiral Garp is right. The four emperors are terrifying. If a real fight breaks out, it would bring about a tremendous amount of work. Just thinking about it feels troublesome. Sengoku felt a headache coming on, rubbing his brow. Each person voiced their opinions, but no one could propose a foolproof plan. Akainu's plan was too radical and risky. Akiji and Crane's plan was too mild and slow to take effect. Garp and Kizaru had a complete attitude of negligence. He flipped through the thick report in his hand, letting out a heavy sigh. The entire morning passed discussing troop deployments to logistics, from intelligence networks to combat assessments, going in circles, yet they still failed to solidify a feasible plan to eliminate the emperors. In the end, they could only decide strengthen the defenses of various branches in the New World, raise the alert level, and continuously monitor the movements of the four emperors. As for the strategy against the four emperors themselves, it would be temporarily shelved until intelligence was updated. In simpler terms, it means maintaining the status quo, taking it step by step. A grand and high-level strategic meeting concluded in such a lackluster manner. Everyone gradually stood up and walked out, the serious atmosphere in the conference room slowly dissipating. Kizaru leisurely strolled over to Garp, hands in pockets, his sunglasses slipping down slightly, revealing a hint of playful amusement in his eyes. Vice Admiral Garp weighed up. Garp was pondering where to get another bag of senbei when he heard this and turned around. What is it, Kizaru? It's nothing major, just that during my visit to Zephysensia's training camp, I happened to see your grandson Mork. Kizaru drawled, his tone carrying genuine admiration. Oh my, he is truly remarkable. At 13 years old, he took one of my laser attacks without faltering. His physical skills, swordsmanship, and Haki are all quite good. He paused, smiling as he added, with such a good seedling, if properly nurtured for 10 years or so, he might become a great admiral in the future. The future pillar of the Navy might just come from your family. Upon these words, Crane and Akiji turned to look over. Garp was taken aback for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed heartily, his voice echoing so much it made the windows rattle. Huh. Naturally. As if it matters whose grandson it is. Can his talent be lacking? He patted his chest, pride radiating from him. That kid has been sensible since he was young, with great comprehension, just like I was when I was young. Crane couldn't help but chuckle, poking him. Look at you, so proud. But I've seen his assessment report. His temperament is steady, not arrogant or impatient, much more reliable than you were at his age. Even Zifa is such a picky person, praised him endlessly, specifically keeping him in the camp as an assistant instructor for focus training. Akiji added slowly. Zephysensia's judgment is always accurate. Akiji leisurely interjected to allow him to remain as a special assistant instructor indicates he truly has talent. At 13, he is indeed formidable. Just then Akainu walking ahead suddenly stopped, turning around to glance indifferently. His talent is indeed impressive. His tone was cold and expressionless, but being so young and already so conspicuous may not be a good thing. Don't let a bit of talent make you arrogant, or you may stray from the right path. Garp upon hearing this became displeased, his eyes narrowing. Hey Akainu, what do you mean by that? Alright. Crane laughed, smoothing things over. Akainu means, well, just offering a word of caution. Kizaru, watching the drama unfold, laughed and added, oh, don't argue. After all, with Vice Admiral Garp and Zephyr watching over him, nothing will go wrong. In a few years we might even have to hold meetings with this little brother as a fellow member. That goes without saying. Garp huffed, lifting his chin high, his face full of pride. The group chatted and laughed as they walked down the corridor towards their respective offices. Sunlight fell on their military uniforms, the word justice particularly striking. No one expected that this promising young genius they spoke of was currently cooped up in his dormitory, gazing out at the night scenery, troubled over which path to take in the future. The single dormitory for assistant instructors in the training camp was small, but it was quiet. Mork had just returned from the Rocky Hills. He removed his training jacket and casually draped it over the back of a chair, grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, before moving to the window, leaning against the frame to look outside. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the scabbard of his sword Lianquai Dao at his waist, his mind in a mess. The scene of Akiji inspecting the camp was still vivid in his mind, every move and technique crystal clear, yet he didn't feel as excited as he had imagined. He had been at Marine headquarters for nearly a year and a half. From being the 37th newcomer upon arrival, to now being the youngest assistant instructor in the training camp, from being doubted to being fully recognized. With Zifa personally instructing him, Garp as a strong backing, top-notch training resources, and countless powerful templates to emulate, he should have felt satisfied. Yet there was always a thorn in his heart. The Navy at its core is a blade of the world government, a watchdog for the Celestial. He currently held a low position and had little say, but if he were to climb up to the rank of Admiral, he would inevitably face the Celestial Dragons. At that time, watching those arrogant scum reign over everyone, would he have to bow down and obey their commands? Mork frowned, feeling a surge of discomfort in his heart. He hadn't crossed over just to work for the Celestial Dragons. What about becoming a pirate? The thought popped up, but was quickly extinguished. Pirate freedom is freedom, but most are desperate criminals who burn, kill, and plunder. He had no interest in becoming a king of the mountain, nor did he want to be chased by the Navy every day, living a precarious life. Moreover, if he became a pirate, facing Luffy and Ace in the future would be immensely awkward. Thinking of Luffy, Mork felt a stir in his heart. What if he went to join the Straw Hat crew in the future? This thought sprouted like wild grass, growing rapidly. What are Luffy and the others even considered? In essence, they are just a group of adventurers. Sailing and adventuring, stepping in when they see injustice, making friends with those they meet, living freely and unrestrained, without needing to care about anyone's face or adhere to ridiculous rules. More importantly, he knew the storyline well. Following the Straw Hats could help him avoid many deadly pitfalls. Mork stroked his chin, feeling more and more that this idea was plausible. Of course, he wasn't after Nami, Robin, or Hancock. Absolutely not. What about the orange-haired navigator, the intellectual and elegant archaeologist, the stunningly bold empress of the Nine Snake? Am I the kind of person who is easily swayed by beauty? It's primarily about aligning ideals. Yes, ideals. Pursuing freedom, protecting companions, and aiding the weak. That's the life at sea he desires. Much better than facing the Celestial Dragon's ridiculous rules every day in the Navy. After secretly finding reasons for himself, Mork calmed down again. No, it's not the right time yet. Luffy is only 10 years old now, and he has a full 8 years before setting sail. Moreover, the benefits of being at Marine headquarters are too numerous. The powers of the three admirals are such that he can only clone Kizaru's Pika Pika, Nomi, Akainu's Magomagu Nomi, and Akiji's Hai Hai Nomi, each one a top-tier natural type. If he doesn't take advantage of this, it would be a waste. There are also so many officers and all sorts of bizarre devil fruit users at the headquarters. Leaving now would be too much of a loss. On January 1st, 1513 of the Hyuan calendar, the morning sunlight slanted across the training ground at the back mountain of Marinfanduel. The once bustling genius training camp, which was usually filled with shouts before dawn, today exuded a rare sense of relaxation. Zifa stood on the high platform, his usually stern face softened. As he glanced over the group of bright-eyed young boys and girls below, he spoke in a deep voice. For the 3-day New Year holiday, you are permitted to leave the island for purchases, but do not step into illegal areas or cause trouble. We will take attendance at dawn 3 days later, and latecomers will face severe penalties. Upon hearing this, a low cheer erupted in the training ground. These top students, selected from all over the seas, had been subjected to Zifa's hellish training for over half a year, rarely even visiting the commercial streets of Marinfanduel, let alone the bustling regions like the Shambodi Islands. Mork stood at the front of the teaching assistants, maintaining a calm exterior while secretly calculating the days. A 3-day holiday was just right for a trip to the Shambodi Islands. First, to fulfill the training rewards promised to Ain and Binz, and secondly, and most importantly, to meet the underworld king hidden in the knock-up stream bar. Assistant Mork. A clear voice came from behind, as Ayn trotted over with Binz following by her side. Any plans for the holiday? Ayn asked, looking up. Binz and I were just saying we wanted to check out Shambodi, but we're not very familiar with it. Mork smiled. Just so happens I plan to go as well. I can take you with me. As promised before, you both met the standards in last month's assessment, so the rewards should be fulfilled. Ayn's eyes instantly brightened. She remembered how Mork had guided her to control the retrogression period of her retrogression fruit ability, and at that time, he had promised her a good gun once she mastered it. Binz also clenched his fist slightly. He had been practicing close combat slashes with vines, and was in need of a suitable knife. The three of them quickly changed into casual clothes and set off on the department's transport boat. As the boat sailed out of Marine Fanjuo's harbor, the surface of the sea shimmered, and the iconic Yarkaman mangroves of the Shambodi Islands could be seen in the distance, with their massive canopies stretching into the air, bubbles floating lazily among the trees. So beautiful. Ayn leaned over the ship's railing, watching the approaching island with a quiet exclamation. Having grown up in the West Sea, it was her first time seeing the bubble culture of Shambodi in person. Binz also gazed at the pedestrians traversing the bubble gondolas with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Mork stood beside them, his gaze sweeping over the clearly divided districts of the island. Districts 1 to 29 are illegal zones where human trafficking and black market dealings are concealed. Districts 30 to 39 are the bubble parks and commercial areas, which is where they were headed today. He reminded them, while split up to explore later, stay away from the areas before District 29, as it's a mixed crowd. Ayn and Binz nodded in agreement. After the boat docked, the three of them headed straight for the most famous old brand weapon shop in the commercial street. The shop had a quaint facade, and the counter was polished to a shine. The owner was an old craftsman with a goatee who immediately welcomed Mork and the others warmly upon seeing their decent attire. Let's start with handguns. Mork nodded at the owner. I need a revolver with a moderate caliber, prioritizing accuracy, suitable for women and solid craftsmanship. The owner promptly brought out a velvet box from the back cabinet, lifted the lid, revealing a silver gray revolver resting quietly inside. The gun's body was engraved with intricate star patterns, the barrel slightly longer than that of a typical handgun, and the grip was meticulously shaped to fit the hand. This one is called Star Fragment, handcrafted by a skilled artisan. Its effective range is 30% further than an ordinary revolver, with low recoil and excellent accuracy, best paired with specially made armor-piercing bullets. The owner introduced it. Ayn carefully picked up the gun, weighing it in her hand, then raised it to assume an aiming posture, her face lighting up with delight. This is it. Mork paid 50,000 berries, handed the gun to Ayn as promised reward. Thank you, Assistant Mork. Ayn hugged the gun, her cheeks slightly flushed, smiling brightly. Next, they helped Binz find a suitable knife. The owner heard the request and brought out a saber, its blade long and slender, emitting a clear dragon's roar when drawn from its sheath, the blade gleaming with a faint cold light. This is the good quick blade shadow cutter. The owner presented the scabbard with both hands. The blade is thin and fast to draw, suitable for ambush tactics. Binz drew the sword from its sheath, his fingertips gliding over the blade, then effortlessly performed a flourish, the motion crisp and smooth. He looked up at Mork, his eyes reflecting a question. Mork nodded. It suits you well. When we return, I'll teach you the basics of drawing techniques, perfectly matching this blade. Binz solemnly sheathed the sword and whispered, Thank you, Assistant. Mork took out another 100,000 berries for the owner, thinking to himself how fortunate it was to have an allowance as a teaching assistant, as he rarely spent money amidst his training. After purchasing the weapons, the three of them found a seaside restaurant for lunch. Ayn was very excited, continuously talking about how she would practice shooting after returning, while Binz occasionally interjected with questions about swordsmanship, to which Mork provided suggestions. After purchasing the weapons, the three of them found a seaside restaurant for lunch. Ayn was very excited, continuously talking about how she would practice shooting after returning, while Binz occasionally interjected with questions about. Mork reiterated his instructions. Got it. Ayn pulled Binz along, excitedly running towards a jewelry store. Watching the two figures disappear into the crowd, Mork turned and walked toward another district. His target was clear. District 13, the knock-up stream bar run by Shachi. Crossing two lively streets, the surrounding pedestrians gradually dwindled, and the shops became more discreet. Stopping in front of an inconspicuous wooden door, Mork paused. A crooked sign hung on it reading Shachi's store. Pushing the door open, a bell jingled. The bar was dimly lit with a faint aroma of tobacco and liquor in the air. Behind the bar stood a woman with short black hair, cigarette in mouth, exuding a lazy charm. It was Shachi. Welcome. Shachi glanced at Mork, her fingers holding the cigarette, and a smile curved her lips. You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? What would you like to drink? Mork walked to the bar and sat down, his expression calm. A glass of lemon tea. Lemon tea, huh? Shachi elongated her tone, tapping her fingers on the bar. 300,000 berries a glass. Mork. He couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. As expected of a knock-up stream bar, it was truly notorious. Charging 300,000 for a simple glass of lemon tea, more expensive than the wine in high-end restaurants outside. This was not business, but outright robbery. Yet without revealing any signs of displeasure, Mork reached into his pocket, pulled out 3 stacks of berries, neatly placed them on the bar, and spoke in a flat tone. Thank you, ma'am. Shachi raised an eyebrow. She had merely quoted a price on a whim, wanting to test the young man's reaction. Judging by his physique and demeanor, he was most likely a Navy soldier. She had expected either surprise or haggling, but did not expect him to pay so straightforwardly. She smiled, took the berries, and turned to pour a glass of iced lemon tea, sliding it over. "You're from the Navy, right?" Shachi leaned against the bar, her interest piqued as she scrutinized him at such a young age. "Instead of playing in the commercial street, what brings you to my shabby bar?" "I heard there's a very powerful senior here." Mock lifted his glass and took a sip, the sweet and sour icy flavor spreading on his tongue. Speaking naturally, "I came specially to try my luck, hoping to consult some cultivation questions." Shachi laughed, blowing out a smoke ring. "Powerful senior? There's no such thing in my bar, only an old drunkard who loses money every day." Mock chuckled, but did not respond, leisurely sipping his tea. He knew Rayleigh was probably at the casino at this time, likely losing everything he had. Seeing him composed, Shachi did not ask further, busily cleaning glasses, occasionally glancing at him. The boy looked no more than 13 or 14 years old, sitting upright, his eyes clear and exuding a restrained aura. About an hour later, the bar door swung open again, the bell ringing heavily. A tall silver-haired man walked in, wearing a faded gray craftsman's outfit, his collar loose, his face bearing a hint of sleepiness, mumbling, "Damn, my luck is terrible today." It was Silbaz Rayleigh. The moment Mock looked up, the clone fruit within him silently activated, instantly locking onto the other like a There was no glow or movement, only a torrent of information flooding into his mind. Swordsmanship, every technique of the Western swords, slash, thrust, lift, and block, was exquisitely refined, effortless, and simplicity at its utmost. Three-color Haki, the high-level circulation of armament Haki, perfectly merging external and internal observation Haki, able to predict subtle fluctuations of air currents and emotions Conqueror's Haki, being wielded freely, without harming innocence. And countless experiences from real battles at sea, techniques to counter various fruit abilities, and a whole pile of scattered gambling techniques and card-counting methods. Mock's heart trembled. Indeed, Rayleigh's Haki and swordsmanship foundation possessed a sense of freedom that surpassed anyone he had encountered so far. Zifa's Haki was fierce, and Heavy Garp's Haki was domineering and direct, while Rayleigh's Haki flowed like water, penetrating everywhere, its control completely from the heart, representing a completely different realm. However, when he finished digesting the pile of gambling content, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this it? In terms of card-counting logic and probability control, it's no more than the level of an ordinary gambler in a tavern, even worse than the professional dealers in casinos. So this underworld king probably goes to gamble relying on his observation Haki to sneak a peek at the bottom cards, predicting the dice rolls, barely managing not to lose. Today it seemed he found it boring to cheat ordinary people, so he didn't use Haki to cheat, leading to his disheveled return. With such gambling skills, running to the casino every day, who wouldn't lose? The vice-captain of the Pirate King relying on cheating to win money was quite embarrassing, to say the least. Speaking of which, in the original story, Luffy trained with Rayleigh for 2 full years before barely grasping the basics of Haki proficiently, using the three-color Haki. However, when it came to Wano Country getting knocked out by Kaido and locked up in a rabbit bowl shortly after waking up, he comprehended Flowing Cherry, and after taking a couple of hits from Kaido, directly awakened Haki, his strength skyrocketing. Comparing this, Rayleigh's teaching level seems quite concerning. 2 years of Hansen-tailored instruction was not as effective as Kaido's 3 strikes to the head. Saying he was a teacher who misleads students seems hardly unfair. While silently criticizing Mock, calmly set down his glass, stood up, and slightly nodded to Rayleigh Sr. Rayleigh made no response, pulled out a chair from the bar, and casually tossed aside the empty bag that was originally used. Xiachi snorted with laughter, wiping a glass as she spoke. "Did you hear that, old man? Someone came all the way to pay their respects to you, old predecessor." "Pay my respects to you." Rayleigh smirked, slightly, picking up an empty wine glass from the bar and turning it upside down, speaking nonchalantly. "I'm just an old craftsman who does coding. What do I know about cultivation?" The little brother must have mistaken me for someone else. Mock did not expose him, raising his hand to gesture to Xiachi. "Could you please serve this esteemed guest a glass of the finest rum?" "It's on me." Xiachi raised an eyebrow, not asking further, and turned to take a bottle of aged liquor from the cabinet, pouring a full glass and pushing it in front of Rayleigh. The amber liquid in the glass rippled against the wall, and the rich aroma of the liquor spread. "Please enjoy a drink, esteemed guest, no other intentions behind it." Mock lifted his lemon tea, lightly tapping it against the glass. "It's just that I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I've been searching for masters everywhere. Someone mentioned that there's an esteemed predecessor at Sabati Archipelago who has experienced great storms, so I came to try my luck." Rayleigh glanced at him, neither refusing nor agreeing, lifted the wine glass, and took a large sip. As the liquor flowed down his throat, the gloom on his face dissipated a little. The bar fell silent for a moment, with only the faint sounds of commotion from the distant street. Mock remained calm and leisurely sipped his lemon tea while his mind quickly sorted through his thoughts. Directly revealing his identity would certainly not work, it would be too abrupt, and would raise suspicions. Rayleigh had been living under an alias for many years and despised having his past identity dragged into conversation. But if he didn't come up with a reason, this old fox would definitely play dumb to the end. He came today firstly to clone Rayleigh's abilities, This had already been accomplished. Secondly, he wanted to use the excuse of seeking advice to lay the groundwork for the connection with Ace. The war on the top is still 8 years away, but the world will is unpredictable. In case the plot inertia is too strong and Ace still walks that path, having Rayleigh as a backup would mean one more chance at survival. After a moment of contemplation, Mork took the initiative to steer the conversation towards swordsmanship. Esteemed predecessor, I have been training in swordsmanship for several years now. Through hard practice in the training camp, I've fortunately touched upon the threshold of cutting iron, and I can be considered at the threshold of being a sword master. But to advance further, I just can't grasp the way to the flying slash. He paused, his tone filled with genuine confusion. I would like to ask the esteemed predecessor, what is the secret behind the flying slash of a great sword master? This statement was half true and half false. With the skills he had cloned from Bogart, Kizaru, and Rayleigh, mastering the art of cutting iron was already in his grasp, and he had actually touched on the flying slash, but was still not proficient. Using this as a lead was entirely reasonable. An impetuous young genius encountering a bottleneck and seeking out masters is perfectly normal. Rayleigh paused with the wine glass in hand, glancing at Mork. The young man sat up straight with a blade at his waist, calluses on his fingertips, and a clear gaze not resembling someone who was bragging. A sword master at 13 or 14. It would surely drop jaws if said aloud, but looking at his restrained aura and steady posture, it was evident he was not boasting. But Rayleigh still chuckled and waved his hand. Cutting iron. Flying slash. Those terms sound intimidating. I'm just someone who applies coding to ships. How would I understand these? Little brother, you might as well go to the Navy headquarters and ask those sword instructors. They are professionals. After saying this, he took another large sip of his drink, putting on an expression of I know nothing, clearly intending to play dumb to the end. Xiaoqi watched from the side, amused, holding her cigarette, and chiming in, exactly, aside from coding and gambling, he knows nothing else. And he loses at gambling every day. Rayleigh's face darkened, and he shot her an annoyed glare. Mork chuckled inwardly. Indeed, he was an old fox, impervious to flattery. It seemed that without some genuine effort, it would be impossible to pry open his mouth. He set down his teacup, leaned slightly forward, lowered his voice a bit, yet spoke very steadily. Since the esteemed predecessor is unwilling to talk about swordsmanship, then let me change the topic. I have a sworn brother named Portgas. Ace currently in the East Blue. Portgas. Rayleigh repeated the name casually at first, but the next moment his grip on the glass tightened, suddenly his knuckles turning slightly white. He sharply looked up at Mork, his previously weary gaze instantly sharpened like a sword being unsheathed, piercing straight at Mork. What did you say his name was? Portgas. Ace. Mork clearly repeated, meeting Rayleigh's suddenly imposing gaze, his expression unchanged. His mother is Portgas Rouge. His father is Gold. Roger. The air in the bar seemed to freeze. Xiaoqi's fingers holding the cigarette also froze mid-air, the smile on her face fading, her gaze turning inquisitive towards Mork. Gold. Roger. This name had been spoken of on the seas for over a decade. He was the pirate king, a criminal, and a taboo in the hearts of countless people. The 13 or 14-year-old boy casually mentioned it, even revealing the whereabouts of Roger's posthumous child. Rayleigh fell silent, staring intently into Mork's eyes. His gaze was complicated, filled with shock, vigilance, nostalgia, and a hint of pain that was hard to detect. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice much heavier than before. Who are you? How do you know this? I am Mork, the godson of Vice Admiral Garp, and also Ace's sworn brother. Mork's tone was calm. We made an oath in the mountains together. A very few people know about his background. I also heard it by chance from my elders. Rayleigh repeated the word sworn brother in a low voice, his brow furrowed tightly. Garp's godson, a person from the Navy training camp, is Ace's sworn brother. This sounds utterly absurd. What kind of person is Garp? A hero of the Navy, the man who pursued Roger for a lifetime. His godson actually swore brotherhood with Roger's son. Yes. Mork nodded, speaking frankly. Ace, along with 2 other brothers, swore brotherhood long ago. We are brothers. Rayleigh leaned back against the chair, tilting his head back and downing the rum in his glass. The cold liquor slid down his throat, but could not suppress the emotions surging within him. Roger's child has already grown up and has become a sworn brother of Garp's godson. This world is true. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for the water droplets on the glass to flow into a small puddle through the seams of the table. The sunlight from outside shone in at an angle, landing on his silver hair, glistening with tiny lights. Xiaoqi also remained silent, quietly wiping the glass, giving the 2 of them ample space. After a full quarter of an hour, Rayleigh slowly exhaled, looking at Mork with less detachment and more complexity in his gaze. You didn't come here just to ask about swordsmanship today, did you? He slowly spoke, his tone certain. You are here for it. Mork did not deny it, gently nodding. Swordsmanship was just a side inquiry. The main reason is, I know how complicated Ace's background is. He has a fiery temperament and is determined to go out to sea as a pirate. Once he sets sail on the Grand Line, if his background gets exposed, it will surely cause a great uproar. He looked up at Rayleigh, his gaze sincere. I know the esteemed predecessor had ties with Captain Roger in the past and was his most trusted first mate. I am not asking for anything else. I just hope that if Ace encounters any insurmountable obstacles in the future, if you come to know of it, you can lend him a helping hand. This was said with great tact. There was no moral coercion, no demands made, just a heads up in advance, which could be seen as a bond of incense. Mork understood that with Rayleigh's character, making hard demands would be useless and would instead provoke resentment. It was enough to hint at Ace's existence and let him know that such a child was in the world. Rayleigh looked at Mork for a long time. The young man's eyes were clear, yet held a composure far beyond his years. At the age of 13 or 14, one should be hot-blooded, yet he was meticulous and calculated. Garp's godson Zephyr's student Roger's son's sworn brother. These identities piled together, it was like a tangled. You really know how to play your cards well. Rayleigh suddenly laughed, shaking his head. You've set your sights on me. He paused, sobering up, and asked seriously, how did you recognize me? I have been in sobriety for more than 10 years, if very few people know who I am. Mork's expression remained unchanged as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather envelope, sliding it across the bar. I traveled around the East Blue in my early years and happened to collect some old items from an old pirate, which included a bounty order. He slowly opened the envelope and took out a yellowed piece of paper. I have kept it for a long time, and today I saw the esteemed predecessor's extraordinary demeanor, so I dared to take a guess. The corners of the bounty order were worn, the paper yellowed and brittle, yet it was preserved quite well. It bore the portrait of a young man with golden hair flying and a defiant gaze, clearly stating beside it Rayleigh the bounty amount. 8 billion berries. Remarks Vice Captain of the Roger Pirates Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh picked up the bounty order, lightly brushing his fingertips over the portrait. It had been many years. So long that he had almost forgotten what the bounty order looked like back in the day. Back then he was still young, sailing alongside Roger from the East Blue to raftles stirring up the entire ocean. In the blink of an eye, Roger had been gone for over 10 years, and he had become an old drunkard living by doing coatings. Dark King Rayleigh. He murmured to himself, chuckling self-deprecatingly. It's all old history now. He set down the bounty order, looked up at Mork, and no longer pretended to be clueless. Indeed, I am Silver's Rayleigh. You have quite an eye, kid. With his identity revealed, the atmosphere in the bar relaxed a bit. Xiaoqi smiled and poured another glass of wine for each of them, leaning against the bar while smoking and watching the show. Rayleigh's gaze fell upon the yellowed bounty notice, and after a long silence he slowly spoke. You wish for me to look after Ace. Your intentions are commendable. Yet upon the sea each person has their own destiny. Roger walked his own path, and Ace must ultimately choose it. Mork nodded, his expression calm. I merely do not wish for him to die unjustly due to his lineage. If he truly finds himself in desperate straits, it would suffice if you could lend a hand. Rayleigh raised his eyes to look at him, his silver hair framing eyes as deep as the sea. He studied Mork for a while, as if trying to see through the boy's thoughts. After a moment, he gently nodded, his voice deep, yet resolute. Very well. Ace is Roger's child, a remnant of the old era left in this world. If he truly faces insurmountable tribulations, I will not stand idly by. Mork felt a heavy stone lift from his heart. With Rayleigh's words, the battle above now had a stronger assurance. This king of the underworld appeared carefree, but once he committed to something, he would never go back on his word. He immediately stood up and bowed solemnly to Rayleigh, saying, Thank you, senior. Sit down, let's skip the formalities. Rayleigh waved his hand, pointing to the knife on the bar. You just asked about the flying slash technique. Since you are Ace's elder brother, let me give you a few pointers. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune. Mork immediately straightened his body and listened intently. People think that the flying slash relies on sheer strength of will. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, his tone leisurely, yet every word precise. That is incorrect. Swordsmanship is never merely about swinging a blade. A true sword master cuts through everything with intent. He extended his right hand, fingers together like a sword, lightly slicing through the air. There was no fierce wind, no outward display of might, yet Mork distinctly felt a subtle force brush past him, flying towards the back. Puff came a soft sound as a wine bottle in the corner shattered, the cut smooth as glass. With this strike, I used little strength and displayed no overwhelming aura. Rayleigh withdrew his fingers and said lightly, The key lies in control. The physical strength, will, and even the rhythm of your breath within you must be harmoniously synchronized and directed along the blade. Release and retract at will. Only then can your slash be unleashed while maintaining its power. Mork felt a jolt in his heart. In his previous training of the flying slash, he had always focused on thickening his armed color and increasing the force of his strikes. However, the harder he tried, the faster the slash dissipated after leaving his body. It turned out he had been heading in the wrong direction from the start. It's not about pushing it out, but sending it out. There is one more crucial point. Rayleigh's tone grew a bit heavier. When one reaches the heights of swordsmanship, what matters is not the techniques, but the conviction and spirit. What do you think of when you wield your blade? Is it to win, to kill, or is it to protect something? The stronger your conviction, the steadier your sword, and the more profound your slashes. He looked at Mork with sharp eyes. You are young, but have entered the realm of sword masters with a solid foundation and good talent. Yet your sword lacks something. You are too cautious, too much like walking a tightrope, holding back at every turn, calculating everything. Such a sword cannot fly far nor strike true against genuine strong opponents. Mork felt a chill in his heart. He had always been accustomed to hiding his strengths to planning before taking action. Even when wielding his blade, he habitually held back. Rayleigh saw through this thought with a single glance. Indeed, his sword techniques were sufficient, having already cloned the sword arts of Bogart Kizuru and even Rayleigh himself. But as a transmigrator, he lacked the unyielding spirit to forge ahead. No matter how exquisite the techniques he copied, without his own sword intent supporting them, they would ultimately be castles in the air. I have learned much from you. He took a deep breath and said sincerely. Words alone are useless. Rayleigh stood up, flexing his wrist, and nodded towards Mork. Draw your sword and spar with me for a few moves. Let me see just how much weight your so-called iron-cutting realm truly holds. Mork did not hesitate, standing up to grasp the hilt of his sword, taking 2 steps back to steady himself. The space in the bar was small, but both held back their auras, making it sufficient for them to display their skills. Please, senior. Mork performed a bow, the blade tilting towards the ground, and his aura instantly retracted. Rayleigh casually picked up an empty wine bottle from the bar, holding it like a sword, and said indifferently, go ahead, let me see your fastest strike. Mork did not put on airs. With a step forward, he activated the shave, closing the distance like a ghost. The moment his blade was drawn, a cold gleam erupted, and the armed color dark, as ink condensed entirely at the blade's tip. Drawing technique, 1 flash. A strike at the peak of speed with almost no wind-up, the blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp hum. Yet Rayleigh merely tilted his body, lightly flicking the empty wine bottle in his hand. Then came a soft sound. The bottle's mouth, perfectly positioned, blocked the blade, the black armed color, making it indestructible. Mork only felt a gentle force come through. The entirety of his drawing technique's power was instantly neutralized. Before he could change his move, Rayleigh's wrist turned, and the wine bottle slid down the blade, pointing directly at his wrist. Mork hurriedly returned his blade to block, retreating 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. With just one move, he had been forced back. Moreover, the opponent had only used an empty wine bottle. Mork was well aware of the vast gap between them, yet his fighting spirit was instead ignited. He took a deep breath, altering his blade's stance, the blade's light, overlapping and attacking like a tide. The crisp sounds of clashing echoed continuously. Rayleigh stood in place, not moving his feet at all, wielding an ordinary glass bottle that seemed like the sharpest blade in the world. Every block was precise to the millimeter, every counterattack aimed at a flaw. Mork poured his utmost effort into his attacks, yet could not even touch the corners of his opponent's clothing. You have strength, speed, and a mix of techniques. Rayleigh commented casually while dismantling Mork's moves, but unfortunately, it's too chaotic. Whose sword is your sword? Mork's heart sank, and his moves momentarily slowed. Rayleigh seized the opportunity, gently tapping the wine bottle against the back of his blade. Clang came a muffled sound. A powerful force surged along the blade, causing Mork's hand gripping the sword to go numb, and the sword nearly slipped from his grasp. He staggered back 2 steps, only stopping when he bumped against the edge of the bar, his chest slightly heaving. He had lost. Completely lost. His opponent had not even used a proper sword, merely a wine bottle, yet had pressed him down to the point where he couldn't lift his head. This was the strength of the legendary king of the underworld. Rayleigh's swordsmanship was effortless, and his principles were profound, with every casual move embodying the essence of the art. Senior swordsmanship is divine. Oh, I am far from your level. Mork sheathed his sword, sincerely humbled. While he expressed respect outwardly, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. With this level, it took 2 years for him to only teach Luffy the basics of armed color. So it turns out he never truly put in the effort to teach. Running off to gamble every day, his teaching style is so lax that it's no wonder it's slow. The results of Kaido's 3 hits are more effective than your 2 years of verbal and practical teaching. Calling you a mediocre teacher is no injustice. Of course, he only thought this in his heart. He revealed none of it on his face, still appearing humble and willing to learn. Rayleigh placed the wine bottle back on the bar and returned to his seat. Your foundation is good, but you are too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Go back and think carefully about what your own sword is. I will remember. Mork nodded in agreement. As the day began to wane, the light of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting long shadows on the floor. Mork estimated that the time he had agreed upon with Ayn and Benz was nearing, so he stood up to take his leave. Senior, I have companions waiting at the dock, so I won't disturb you any longer. Thank you for your guidance today. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will come to visit again. Go on. Rayleigh waved his hand, taking a sip of his drink. Practice well. Next time you come, accompany me for a few drinks. Definitely. Mork nodded slightly again, turning to push open the bar door, and walked out. As the bell jingled, the scent of wine and stories was locked behind him, while outside the evening wind of the Sabeti archipelago carried the salty scent of the sea. Xiaoqi watched the door, smiling through her smoke. This kid, though young, is quite steady. He was pressed and beaten by you for so long, without showing any temper. It's not that he lacks temper, it's that he habitually hides himself deeply. Rayleigh gazed out at the boy's retreating figure, his eyes filled with meaning. Kong's grandson, Zephyr's student, and Ace's sworn brother. This kid has quite a few secrets about him. Mork stepped out of the bar and turned around 2 street corners, spotting Ayn on tiptoes peering towards the dock in the distance. The evening breeze gently tousled his hair, while Benzi stood nearby holding several thick plant manuals. Assistant Mork. Ian's keen eyes caught sight of him, and he immediately waved his hand. Have you been waiting long? Mork approached, glancing at the items in their hands, and smiled, asking, did you enjoy your shopping? All done. Ian shook the small cloth bag in his hand. I bought a lot of special bullets and tools for cleaning the gun. Binzi also got a sharpening stone and plant nutrients. Binzi nodded and added in a low voice, I also bought a maintenance manual for swords and knives. Feel free to ask me anytime if you have any questions when we get back. Mork nodded, raising his eyes to the sea. The transport boat should be arriving soon. Let's get ready to board. Before long, the transport boat, with Navy insignia, slowly approached the shore. The three followed the crowd onto the boat, where most of the cabin was filled with Navy officers returning from their leave, sitting in small groups, chatting, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Mork found a seat by the window towards the back. Ian and Binzi sat next to him, excitedly discussing their training plans for when they returned. As the ship sailed away from the dock, it gradually entered the open sea. The setting sun turned the water into molten gold, and the shimmering waves were dazzling. Mork closed his eyes, sorting through his insights into Ryla's swordsmanship, when he heard a gentle sound of footsteps approaching. He opened his eyes to see a man and a woman walking side by side. The man wore a major's uniform with a square face that exuded a friendly demeanor, holding a collapsible fishing rod that stood out among the military attire. The woman was dressed in a cream-colored long dress, her eyes gentle, holding an exquisite food box, exuding a warm and approachable aura. Mork recognized them as Jonathan and Jessica. Unexpectedly, the characters from the original G8 Fortress storyline appeared before him. Almost as soon as his gaze fell upon them, Mork's clone fruit silently activated, functioning like a precise scanner, completing the data collection. There were no anomalies, only a flood of information surged into his mind. Jonathan's Navy 6 Styles framework, practical combat techniques for close-quarters fighting, and a comprehensive set of fishing experiences regarding current judgment fish behavior and bait combinations, detailed down to what bait to use in different waters and under various weather conditions. On the other side, Jessica's culinary system was fully replicated, covering everything from ingredient preparation, heat control, to various regional cooking methods, even including techniques for banquet plating and nutritional pairing, complex, yet systematic. Mork's fingertips moved almost imperceptibly as he silently evaluated. Jonathan's 6 styles were just at the ordinary major's level, lacking compared to Garp's overwhelming boldness and Zifa's profound refinement, falling short by at least 2 tiers. The techniques were overly conservative, lacking in destructive power despite having cleverness, while the practical adaptability had some reference value. Cloning, it was merely a marginal benefit, almost a waste of mental energy. However, Jessica's culinary skills were quite impressive. The skills he previously cloned from Marcino were simple home-cooked dishes from the East, blue, warm and rustic, but limited to just a few variations. Jessica's skills were honed from a professional kitchen, experimenting with West blue creamy soups, South blue grilled ribs, and even unique spice dishes from the Grand Line. With a variety of dishes and appealing presentation, Mork's thoughts raced as he stood up and slightly nodded in acknowledgement. This must be Assistant Mork under Instructor Zifa, right? Jonathan smiled, first extending his hand. I am Jonathan from the G8 branch. It's an honor to meet you. The 13-year-old training camp assistant has become well known throughout the Navy headquarters, and seeing you today, you truly are a young hero. You're too kind, Major Jonathan. Mork shook his hand lightly, his tone humble. I'm just lucky to have the guidance of Instructor Zifa and Vice Admiral Garp. He turned to introduce the two beside him, saying, these are the trainees from the training camp, Ian and Binzi. He then looked at Jessica, giving a slight nod. You must be the lady. Hello. Hi, just call me Jessica. She smiled warmly, shaking the exquisite food box in her hand. I just bought some snacks in Sabaody. Would you like to try some? Thank you for your kindness, but we just had dinner not long ago. Mork politely declined with a smile, stepping aside to make room. Major and Madam, please sit here. Jonathan was not polite, thanking him before sitting down with Jessica. He had a friendly personality, showing no airs, and immediately began chatting with Mork, discussing the training intensity at the training camp, the pirate movements in the Grand Line, and sharing their own experiences. Speaking of which, I thought Instructor Zifa's training camp was very strict with little time off during holidays. Jonathan chuckled. I didn't expect 3 days off for New Year's Day. That's a special case for New Year's. Usually training is indeed intense. Mork smiled, glancing at the fishing rod beside Jonathan, joking. I thought you were specially taking your wife to Sabaody to fish, seeing you can't let that rod out of your hand. You must be an expert fisher. At this question, Jonathan became excited, waving his hand. Oh, the vacation is just a bonus. Mainly am accompanying Jessica to the headquarters for work. As for me, I was just itching to fish a bit on the side. Unfortunately, the fish weren't biting well today. I didn't catch many big ones. Jessica shot him a glance, smiling at Mork, saying, don't listen to him. He insisted on following me. We came this time for the Navy headquarters culinary competition, with various branches recommending participants. Our branch recommended me to join in the fun. A culinary competition. Mork raised an eyebrow. I hadn't heard of such a contest at the headquarters before. It's held every 5 years. It's meant to liven up the atmosphere for the entire Navy. Jonathan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Your sister-in-law's cooking is famous in our branch, but she might just win a good ranking this time. Jessica's face turned slightly red as she gently hit him. Don't exaggerate, there are many skilled cooks. I'm just going to learn and exchange ideas. Mork smiled in agreement. Madam looks like an expert in this field, you must achieve good results. The conversation flowed smoothly, and time passed quickly. By the time the transport boat reached the Marineford port, night had fully enveloped the harbor. Assistant Mork, you must come visit the G8 branch when you have time in the future. Jonathan patted his shoulder. The fish caught fresh off the boat is the most tender. Absolutely, thank you for your hospitality, Major. After bidding farewell at the port, Jonathan accompanied Jessica towards the headquarters guest house, while Mork led Ian and Binzi back to the training camp in the mountains. Get some rest when you get back, there's no early training tomorrow. As they reached the trainee dormitory, Mork advised. Got it, assistant, good night. Watching the two enter the dormitory, Mork turned to walk towards his own single room. After placing his sword and coat down, he rubbed his stomach. He hadn't eaten much for dinner and was feeling a bit hungry now. The training camp's cafeteria had already passed the meal time, but with his assistant privileges, he could use the back kitchen. Mork decided to change into casual clothes and slowly made his way to the back kitchen. In the back kitchen, there was only a duty soldier left who immediately greeted him upon seeing Mork enter. Mork waved his hand, signaling him not to mind, and walked over to scan the ingredients shelf. The refrigerator contained marinated beef ribs, fresh sea fish, and plenty of seasonal vegetables, with rice, flour, and condiments, all readily available. He recalled Jessica's recipes in his mind, choosing a few quick and appetizing options. First, he took a piece of beef rib and marinated it using Jessica's method with sea salt, rosemary, and black pepper, then slow-roasted it to lock in the juices, grilling it until crispy on the outside and tender inside. He also chopped potatoes and carrots, simmering them with cream to make a rich soup, fragrant and thick. He quickly stir-fried a seafood fried rice, each grain of rice distinct with shrimp that had a nice crunch. Finally, he baked 2 honey cakes as dessert. In no time, the back kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. The duty soldier stood at the door, secretly swallowing several times, but dared not approach. Mork brought the finished dishes to a small table by the window in the cafeteria, set the tableware, and just as he picked up his fork to start, the cafeteria door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. 2 tall figures walked in, the leading one sniffing the air, his loud voice shaking the windows. Wow, what smells so good. I could smell it from the office. Mork paused, looking up to see Garp wearing a loose navy coat with half a cracker in his mouth, his eyes fixed on the dishes. Behind him was Zifa, who still bore a stoic expression, but his gaze couldn't help but drift towards the dining table. Old man. Instructor Zifa. Mork quickly stood up, somewhat surprised. What brings you both to the cafeteria at this time? I just finished a meeting with Sengoku, and I was hungry. Garp walked up to the table, not holding back, pulling out a chair, and sitting down, rubbing his hands together. What a coincidence that you're cooking back here, what fate. It just so happens that neither Zifa nor I had dinner. Do you mind if we join? Zifa stood by, frowning slightly, seemingly wanting to say something about not following the rules, but the enticing aroma of the roasted meat lingered, and he swallowed his words. Oh, come on, Zifa, don't look so grim. Garp pulled him forcibly, making him sit down. Mork isn't an outsider, what's wrong with tasting his food? Oh, come on, Zifa, don't look so grim. Garp pulled him forcibly, making him sit down. Mork isn't an outsider. Mork watched the 2 old men, one openly mooching food, the other wanting to eat, but prideful, and couldn't help but chuckle. He still respectfully said, Elder Instructor, it's fine if you both don't mind. They'll go get 2 more sets of tableware. By the time he returned with the utensils, Garp had already grabbed a piece of roasted meat with his hand and was chewing it with delight. Delicious. He chewed with great satisfaction, mumbling praise. Mork, you really can cook. Your swordsmanship is impressive, and your cooking is this good, oi. Zifa picked up a knife and fork, cut a small piece of beef, slowly chewed it a few times, and commented mildly. The heat control is excellent, the meat is tender and flavorful. Receiving the approval of the 2 old men, Mork smiled and sat down to join them for the meal. Garp ate like a whirlwind, and while eating he mentioned, by the way, Mork, the headquarters is holding a culinary competition for the entire Navy in a few days, did you know? I just heard someone mention it on the ship, that various branches will send participants. Mork nodded. You must sign up. Garp slapped the table, nearly making the soup bowl shake. With your skills, you'll definitely take first place. You'll beat all the cooks from the branches. Zifa just had a sip of the thick soup, and hearing this put down his spoon, frowning as he said, nonsense. An assistant in the training camp should not participate in culinary competitions, that's not right. Hey, you can't say it like that. Garp was displeased, puffing out his cheeks in anger. Work and rest need to be balanced, don't you understand? It's a competition for the entire Navy, why shouldn't our training camp participate? Mork not joining would be a loss. He looked at Mork, insisting, don't listen to Zifa, sign up. If you win, there's a prize of 500,000 berries and an honorary medal. How great is that? Zifa initially wanted to refute, but recalled the taste of the roasted meat and the complaints regarding the training camp cafeteria's food, so he turned his words around. Clearing his throat, he said, if you are genuinely interested, it's fine to participate. As for the daily training at the camp, I'll allow you to take an hour each day to prepare your competition dishes. It won't count as slacking off, and I'll come check on you later. Mork paused with his fork in hand, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. He was just hungry at night, and casually made a meal to fill his stomach. How did it lead to entering the entire Navy culinary competition? But looking at Carp's eager expression, he found it hard to refuse. Anyway, there wasn't much pressing to do recently, so he might as well participate, just to pass the time. Mork put down his fork and smiled, saying, "Alright, since both elder and instructor have said so, I'll sign up and give it a try. Just consider it a hobby." Carp burst into laughter, slapping the table. "That's the spirit. I'll personally go to the scene to cheer you on." On January 2nd, 1513 of the Hyuan calendar, in Marineford, the cold morning wind carried the salty scent of the sea sweeping across the vast docks of the naval headquarters. However, the atmosphere in the registration hall on the first floor of the logistics complex felt quite heated. Mork, dressed in a crisp naval instructor uniform, calmly stood at the back of the long queue. In front of him were over 80 elite chefs selected from the naval headquarters direct fleet and the 4 major sea regions of the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Among them were a burly chef from the G1 branch who could lift a 100-pound sack of flour with one hand, a West Sea culinary expert with a goatee who looked like a gourmet, and several petite but sharp-eyed female chefs. Next, with the shout from the staff, Mork stepped forward a few paces to take the registration form stamped with. After filling out the form, Mork did not rush to leave. His eyes, enhanced by the cloned fruit, narrowed slightly as they scanned the hall with the precision of a finely tuned scanner, silently observing every busy figure. At that moment, a familiar tingling sensation, like a stream of data flowing into his mind, washed over him. Target detected. East Sea Branch Chief Chef skill, recorded Navy's specially made high-energy curry, cooking method, recording progress, 100. Target detected North Sea Arctic Chef skill, recorded cold-resistant, sea beast meat odor removal technique, recording progress, 100. The corners of Mork's mouth lifted slightly. This was simply a treasure trove without walls. Over 80 chefs represented the finest culinary schools and techniques from all over the seas. For an ordinary person, mastering the skills of even one of them might take 10 years of hard work, but for Mork, it only took a glance. As long as I can sift through these chaotic techniques and integrate everything I've learned from Jessica and Marquino. Mork pondered inwardly. Not to mention a culinary competition, even if I were to open a chain restaurant spanning the 4 seas in the Chambord Islands, I could instantly become that legendary Chinese master chef. With a sense of fulfillment, Mork left the registration hall and turned towards the training ground in the back mountain. He flexed his wrist. Although he had gained a lot at the registration office during the day, practical training remained his daily essential course. Instructor Zhe Fa's terrifying black arm was no joke. A slight misstep could send him flying several meters. After the training ended, Mork changed into casual clothes and headed straight for the back kitchen of the training grounds canteen. Next, it's time to validate today's harvest. It was dinner time and the canteen hall was buzzing with noise, but as an instructor, Mork had the privilege of using an independent small kitchen. Pushing open the heavy soundproof door of the back kitchen, the clamor was shut out. Mork took a deep breath, tied on his apron, and opened the large refrigerator, revealing a dazzling array of ingredients: freshly caught silver-scaled fish from the deep sea, premium beef ribs air freight from the East Sea, ranch cream, and spices from the West Sea. "Since I'm going to practice, let's go for a grand slam." Mork's arm muscles slightly bulged as his movements flowed like water. He first took out 3 iron pans and turned on the heat simultaneously. In his left hand, he flipped the pan, preparing the fiery fried rice from the East Sea Branch chef, with each grain of rice distinct and coated in a layer of golden oil under high heat. In his right hand, he wielded a knife for the West Sea dessert master's secret vanilla cream soup, skillfully chopping potatoes and onions, while precisely controlling the heat to present an enticing milky white broth. Meanwhile, in the middle of the oven, he was slowly roasting South Sea charcoal grilled beef ribs, sprinkled with the best marinade formula sifted from the 80 chefs, a unique flavor combining North Sea sea salt and Grand Line herbs. 40 minutes later, a small dining table by the window was filled with visually appealing and delicious dishes. Just then, the canteen's main door was pushed open again. Clang. Familiar footsteps accompanied by a sound that would make one's teeth ache approached. "Yawn." I came over as soon as I caught a whiff of the aroma. "What delicious food have you prepared today, Mork?" Vice Admiral Carp squeezed his massive frame into the canteen, still habitually holding a bag of senbei. Behind him followed Zhe, who still wore a serious expression, though his nose twitched slightly. "Old man instructor Zhe." Mork had anticipated this, smiling as he pointed at the dishes on the table. "Just finished cooking, let's eat while it's hot. I'm not here to just mooch off the food." Zhe maintained a stern expression, yet his feet honestly walked to the table. "I'm here to evaluate your dishes." Yes, you're right, instructor." Mork smiled as he served soup to the 2 men. Besides Carp and Zhe, there were 2 unexpected guests today. Instructor, we are here to deliver the training report." Ayn stood somewhat awkwardly at the door with a file in hand, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at the plate of Binzi stood behind her, expressionless, yet his slightly tilted posture betrayed him. "Since you're here, let's eat together." Mork waved. "I just need a few people to help me taste the seasoning." Thank you, instructor." Ayn's eyes lit up as she pulled Binzi down to sit. Carp wasted no time, directly grabbing a piece of beef rib and stuffing it into his mouth, his eyes widening instantly. "Delicious." The meat is tender on the inside and crispy on the outside with a unique creamy aroma. Zafa, although not as exaggerated as Carp, barely paused with his knife and fork. He cut a small piece of fish, dipped it in a special sauce, and put it in his mouth, the furrow of his brow slowly relaxing. The seasoning has great complexity. Zafa rarely gave a comment. It has the boldness of the East Sea and the delicacy of the West Sea. The temperature is well controlled and the nutritional balance is harmonious. In this cream soup, did you add some special seaweed powder? It enhances the freshness without overpowering the original cream flavor. Moku smiled. That's a little trick I learned from a North Sea chef. No matter how you did it, just remember not to embarrass the training camp. Zafa said this, but his hand didn't stop moving, and he even served himself another bowl of soup. Ayn and Binzi, needless to say, were used to eating the large pot meals at the training camp. They had never tasted such top-notch cuisine that combined the essence of the four seas. With their mouths stuffed, they could only nod repeatedly to indicate how delicious it was. Watching the scene of food being devoured from the table, Moku thought to himself, it seems the chances of winning have increased a bit. 3 days later, on January 5th. In the evening, the training ground was bathed in a blood-red sunset. Moku had just finished a day of weighted running and was resting against the railing. Suddenly, old man Carp approached mysteriously, his eyes always squinted like crescent moons glimmer. Moku, come here, come here. What's up, old man? Moku wiped the sweat from his brow. About the culinary competition the day after tomorrow, I went through great lengths to find out the news. Carp lowered his voice. However, I'm getting old, and my memory isn't good as for the names of the judges. Moku's heart stirred, and he immediately took out a package of specially made high-grade senbei and handed it over. Here you go, old man. Carp accepted the senbei with satisfaction, crunching down on one before clearing his throat and loudly calling Borsellino. Stop slacking over there, and come here. Under the nearby streetlight, a yellow figure approached leisurely with his hands in his pockets. He wore his signature black sunglasses, his uniform open, exuding a lazy and carefree demeanor. I am Vice Admiral Carp and little brother Moku. Kizaru prolonged his unique tone. What do you need? If it's official business, can we talk about it tomorrow? Cut the crap. Carp grabbed Kizaru's arm and pulled him in front of Moku. Moku was going to participate in a culinary competition. As a senior, shouldn't you give him some pointers? Especially regarding the judges list, I heard it's been finalized. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses that had slid down to the tip of his nose and scanned back and forth between Moku and Carp, a playful smile, curling his lips. Such confidential information, how could I casually disclose it to a participant? That would be against the rules. What rules? You're an admiral, who's going to say you're breaking the rules? Carp glared. Besides, this kid Moku is my god-grandson, and Zafa's prized pupil. What's wrong with giving him a few hints? Exactly, Admiral Kizu. Moku also displayed a humble demeanor. I just want to understand the judge's taste in advance to create dishes that align with everyone's preferences. I have no ulterior motives. Kizaru looked at the two who were harmoniously working together and helplessly shrugged. This grandpa and grandson duo really leaves me no choice. He glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before lowering his voice. All right, since you want to know so badly. Actually, I just happened to pass by the Sengoku office and accidentally overheard the information. Quick, tell me. Carp urged impatiently. Kizaru slowly extended a finger. The first one, and the most important one, is our fleet Admiral Sengoku. The second one is an old acquaintance from your training camp. Kizaru pointed to the highest point of Marineford, Akaino. As for the third one, Kizaru smiled. It's Admiral Tsuru. How about that? Surprised? Kizaru teased, noticing Moku's serious expression. These three are notoriously difficult to please. Especially Akaino. Thank you for the guidance, Admiral. Moku sincerely expressed. Although Kizaru seemed casual, this information was worth its weight in gold for him. However, Kizaru shifted gears and added, while I can't say it outright as a senior, I can give you a small piece of advice. Please go ahead. Moku immediately perked up. As for Admiral Sengoku, Kizaru exchanged a meaningful glance with Carp. He despises extravagance. Being able to create top-quality flavors with inexpensive ingredients is the true skill. Carp nodded along. Yes. This old guy is quite frugal. As for Akaino, Kizaru mimicked a punching motion. He acts with great decisiveness and hates dawdling. Also, he has a strong preference for spicy and intense flavors. A flash of insight crossed Moku's mind. Efficient, spicy, and oily. Isn't that a characteristic of a specific cuisine? Lastly, there's Admiral Tsuru. Kizaru's tone softened a bit. She's a detail-oriented person who values not just flavor, but also nutrition. After saying all this, Kizaru patted Moku on the shoulder. All right, that's all I can say. The rest is up to you. I look forward to your performance in the competition, kid. With that, Kizaru yawned, his figure transforming into a beam of light, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a lazy voice echoing in the air. Remember to save a good spot for me to watch the competition. Carp watched the direction in which Kizaru disappeared, then turned to Moku with eager anticipation. Moku, did you understand? This is confidential information. What are you planning to do? Moku gazed at the sea under the sunset, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Old man, I already have an idea. On the morning of Marineford, the vast square of the Navy headquarters had been temporarily transformed into a stage for the grand culinary competition of the entire army. Chefs from various branches across the seas were bustling with energy, the clattering of pots and pans mingling with the sizzling sounds of ingredients being tossed into hot oil. In the center of the venue, a slightly frail, yet extraordinarily composed figure was methodically handling several white powdery substances. Mork, the youngest assistant instructor at the Navy headquarters, was currently standing under the spotlight. Is this your so-called big move? In the front row of the audience, Admiral Garp sat sternly holding a bag of sunbae in his arms, but his eyes were fixed intently on his grandson in the arena. Beside him, Zephyr wore a serious expression, though there was a hint of concern in his gaze. Old man instructor just... Mork silently thought to himself, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Today, not only must I win the championship, but I also need to capture the attention of the admirals here. Ever since learning 3 days ago that the judges were Sengoku, Akainu, and Crane, Mork had made up his mind. This was not just a competition, it was a once-in-a-lifetime hunting opportunity. The abilities of Sengoku's human fruit Buddha form, Akainu's magma fruit, Akiji's ice fruit, and Crane's wash fruit. He had long coveted these powers that stood at the pinnacle of the pirate world. Now please welcome the judges of this competition to the stage. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue through the loudspeakers. The crowd fell silent, instantly followed by a thunderous applause. First was Admiral Crane, dressed in a neat military uniform, holding a file folder. Next was Akainu Sakazuki with a serious expression, his brows tightly knitted, exuding a cold aura that made it clear he was not to be approached. Lastly, the grand finale was Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who walked onto the judging platform, with steady steps, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue. In the audience behind the judging panel, the lineup was extravagant to the point of absurdity. Garp was gripping the sleeves of 2 individuals beside him tightly. One wore an open justice coat and sunglasses, looking half asleep, while the other sported a standard Navy uniform, with an eye patch sliding down to his nose, absent-mindedly picking at his nails. Hey, you two, stop making those sour faces. Garp whispered fiercely to Kizuru and Akiji. Mork is watching from... Admiral Garp, we are here to observe the competition, not to be cheerleaders, Kizuru lazily protested. Exactly, Garp, don't impose your personal feelings on us, Akiji yawned, clearly uninterested in the lively atmosphere. Less nonsense. Garp glared. Mork is my grandson. If you don't cheer for him, I'll vote against you in the meeting. And you, Akiji, your vacation request to be transferred to the New World is still pending. This is a blatant threat. Akiji sighed helplessly, but still managed a forced smile, waving to the arena. Then, I wish him good luck. That's more like it. Garp nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Tina. Ein and Binz, you all, when Mork comes out, give him a big round of applause. Ein and Binz exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness and amusement in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Mork had completed his preparations. There was no open flame at his stove, only a massive iron pot. Sengoku observed Mork's setup, his brow furrowing slightly. No heat source. How are you supposed to cook? Akainu displayed a disdainful expression. This is just showing off. Cooking without fire, relying on these tricks, what kind of nonsense is this? Crane adjusted her glasses, thoughtfully gazing at the pile of white powder in front of Mork. Esteemed judges, fellow. Mork cleared his throat, his voice resonating through the microphone. The dish I brought today is called spicy. As he spoke, he poured the prepared ingredients into the pot. These were not expensive seafood or meats, but rather the discarded offal of sea kings, typically thrown away. A wave of murmurs erupted from the audience. Huh, sea king offal. Isn't that kitchen waste? Yeah, this stuff reeks. How can it be eaten? It seems the assistant instructor Mork has run out of tricks trying to pass off these scraps. Even Garp in the audience was stunned. Didn't he say he was going to make a grand meal? Only Zephyr squinted his eyes, recalling that Mork had once said that the best chefs could make top-notch flavors from inexpensive ingredients. Please remain calm, everyone. Mork smiled slightly, ignoring the doubts from the audience. He dumped the chopped vegetables and tofu into the pot, then picked up a bag of quicklime. As we all know, when Marine soldiers are on missions in the Grand Line, they often face supply difficulties and harsh. Traditional cooking methods require firewood, but at sea, on deserted islands, or even while being pursued by enemies, we don't have time to gather wood and start a fire. As he spoke, he poured the quicklime into the water tank under the pot, then quickly added clean water. Hiss! Instantly, thick, white smoke billowed up, accompanied by a violent boiling sound. The quicklime reacted violently with water, releasing tremendous heat, causing the broth in the pot to bubble and boil furiously. This bizarre scene silenced the entire venue. The method of heating food instantly through a chemical reaction without relying on devil fruits or flames completely overturned everyone's understanding. Soon an indescribable aroma began to waft through the air. It was a dominating, intense, and aggressive fragrance. The red oil bubbled, the fragrance of chili and Sichuan pepper mixed with the sweetness of medicinal herbs, instantly stimulating the appetites of thousands of naval officers present. What is this? Sengoku's nose twitched, a crack appearing in his serious expression. Mork did not pause. He utilized the superb culinary skills he had recently replicated from numerous Navy chefs and the insights he gained from researching medicinal cuisine at the training camp, turning this seemingly crude offal into a well-prepared dish. For the broth I used East Blue chili peppers, West Blue beef tallow, South Blue spices, and added a unique warming seaweed from North Blue. Although Sea King offal is considered waste if handled properly, its meat's toughness and collagen far exceed that of. Along with my specially crafted spicy base, it not only removes the fishy smell and enhances the aroma, but also helps to regulate the body through medicinal cuisine, dispelling cold and dampness, and replenishing stamina lost after intense battles. He moved fluidly, taking out the tender and flavorful Sea King offal, plating it, drizzling it with a secret red oil, and finally sprinkling a handful of vibrant cilantro. Judges, please enjoy. Mork presented 3 beautifully plated hot pot dishes to the judging panel. Sengoku gazed at the bright red dish before him, then glanced at the expectant carp beside him and the surrounding Navy personnel, who were already swallowing their saliva before finally picking up his chopsticks. He picked up a piece of Sea King offal, dipped it in the sauce, and placed it in his mouth. First there was the fierce impact of the chili, followed by the numbing sensation of the Sichuan pepper, then the tenderness and chewiness of the meat, and finally a warm flow slid down his esophagus into his stomach, instantly dispelling the chill of winter and even making the flow of his haki feel a bit smoother. Sengoku's eyes widened, disbelief appearing on his previously stern face. He no longer spoke, his chopsticks flying towards the ingredients on the plate. Akainu, who had been holding a facade, couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks upon smelling that fragrance. He picked up a clean piece of Sea King intestine, took a bite, and his previously furrowed brows instantly relaxed, even grimacing slightly due to the heat, but his hands never stopped. After finishing a bite, he did not get lost in it like Sengoku. Instead, he set down his chopsticks, his expression returning to seriousness, but his eyes held a hint of approval. The flavor is indeed quite good, Akainu stated in a businesslike manner, his voice still deep and stern. The spiciness is moderate, catering to the tastes of combat personnel. Moreover, as you said, the ingredients are inexpensive and the preparation is quick, making it very suitable for frontline troops' field supplies. This dish has extremely high tactical value. Even the usually elegant Admiral Crane could not care about her image at this moment. She took small bites, but the satisfaction on her face was undeniable. The flavor is very rich, spicy, yet not overwhelming, fresh and sweet. And the balance of the medicinal ingredients is meticulous. This is a very thoughtful dish, I announced. Sengoku wiped his mouth. Although he wanted to eat more, he had to announce the results. The champion of this grand culinary competition is Zephyr Training Camp Assistant Instructor Mork. The venue erupted with excitement. Carp was the first to jump up in the audience, clapping vigorously and patting Kazuru and Akiji on the shoulder. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is my grandson. What do you think? Not bad, right? Kizaru almost slipped off his chair from the patting, reluctantly clapping. Oh dear, truly impressive. Not only is his swordsmanship domineering, but he also excels at cooking. Akiji, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at Mork, who was accepting cheers in the arena. To be able to elevate inexpensive ingredients to this extent, this child is indeed meticulous. Thick solid wooden planks walled him in on all sides. The only way in or out was a single battered wooden door secured with an old-fashioned iron lock. I've done it. Just now Mork's clone fruit activated. First it locked onto Sengoku, Akainu, and Tsuru seated in the judging panel. Then, spotting Kappa bouncing energetically in the audience, Mork also noticed Akiji beside him, and naturally spared neither. It was a long-forgotten euphoria, like a torrent of data surging through his mind. Target detected: Sengoku. Ability recorded: Zoan type, Devil Fruit. Mythical beast model, Buddha form. Ability framework: Buddha manifestation. Spontaneous transformation into a colossal golden Buddha statue, massively augmenting physique and stature, while integrating divine strength, supreme wisdom, and perfected spiritual cultivation. Heart-mind-body technique unity achieves the ultimate embodied state. Buddha fist. Devastating close-range strikes channeled through the Buddha's titanic might, delivering crushing force capable of shattering massive structures and impregnable fortifications. Buddha shockwave. Sweeping concussive blasts unleashed with a sweep of the palm, overwhelming in power, capable of incapacitating and repelling entire clusters of foes across vast areas. Peerless crowd control and suppression. Target detected: Sakazuki. Ability recorded: Logia type, Devil Fruit. Magma Fruit. Ability framework: Magma transformation. Full body conversion into molten magma, granting Imu. Among them were Sengoku's mythical beast Zoan and 2 admirals' Logia types. In that instant, Mork felt his spiritual awareness ascend to a higher plane. With these powers, his survivability and combat prowess leapt to an entirely new tier, especially the Magma and Ice Logia abilities, whose diametric extremes harmonized perfectly with his cloned armament Haki. Mork, you brat. Brilliant work. A thunderous roar shattered Mork's reverie. Before he could catch his breath, Kapu burst forward laughing, swept Mork off his feet, and spun him 3 full circles on the spot. Gramps, ease up. I'm dizzy. Mork laughed helplessly, stomach churning violently. This is celebration. Dizziness means you haven't eaten enough. Kapu set him down with unassailable logic, thumping his chest proudly. Today this old man's face shines brighter than ever. Come, since you've won the contest, I'll treat you to a feast. To the Marine Headquarters mess hall. Bring me every slab of that premium grade beef. Gramps Mock pointed to the scattered senbei crumbs strewn behind Kapu. Didn't you just finish an entire bag of senbei? That's the portion for 3 grown men. Not nearly enough. That was just appetizers. The real feast begins now. Kapu declared emphatically, then clapped Mock hard on the shoulder, nearly driving him into the ground. At that moment the crowd parted as Sengoku and Akainu approached. Sengoku still held the hot pot base recipe Mock had just submitted, brow furrowed deeply, as if already calculating how to standardize it for marine field rations. Though Akainu's expression remained as stern and forbidding as ever, the very image of a man owed money by the world, his gaze now carried quiet acknowledgement. He fixed his eyes on Mock, voice grave. Boy, I've reviewed your hot pot base formula, especially that quicklime heating method, generating intense heat without open flame. It's ideal for strike force operations. Yes, Admiral, Mock replied respectfully. But that quicklime heating technique demands absolute dryness. If it absorbs moisture, the reaction fails entirely and soldiers go without hot meals. Don't blame me if that happens. Akainu gave a rare, almost imperceptible upward tilt of his lips. You've thought it through. Sengoku folded the note away, eyes blazing as he regarded Mock with hands clasped behind his back, like a master who has finally found his destined protege. Mock, this competition has revealed your extraordinary potential. Not only in combat, but in logistical ingenuity. Since you've mastered such diverse skills and serve as a training camp assistant instructor, I believe you're ready for early graduation. The surrounding clamor ceased instantly. Every ear pricked upright. Sengoku drew a deep breath and extended the olive branch that would make any young Marine tremble with ambition. Join the headquarters direct fleet, with the rank of lieutenant commander. What do you say? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Such honor was unimaginable. The headquarters direct fleet answered solely to the fleet admiral and executed the most sensitive high-stakes missions, the elite among elites. And skipping straight past officer ranks to lieutenant commander, this was promotion at rocket velocity. Yet just as Mock opened his mouth to express gratitude, an aged but iron-strong hand interposed itself, like an unyielding wall, between him and Sengoku. Hold on, Sengoku. All turned. There stood Zephyr, face grim, flanked by Tita, Ain, and Benz. Sengoku frowned, clearly irritated at the interruption. What is the meaning of this? I am Fleet Admiral. I have authority to recruit talent. Zephyr's gaze swept the assembly before settling firmly on Mock. Mock possesses remarkable aptitude, but he's only 14. His judgment remains unformed, his experience shallow. He requires further refinement within the training camp. The complexities of the direct fleet are not suited to him. But, Sengoku attempted to protest, keeping him here wastes his time. He needs real-world trials. No, but Zephyr cut in sharply. He is my student, and an instructor at this camp. So long as I draw breath, he stays under my watchful eye. Until Mock understood Zephyr was shielding him. Zephyr refused to let him be drawn prematurely into the world government's machinations, or the celestial dragon's shadowy affairs, refusing to let such a promising seed be tainted or sacrificed too soon. Besides, Zephyr cast a sidelong glance at Kapu nearby. If placement must happen, wait until he's 16. For now, he is mine. Sengoku sighed wearily at Zephyr's fiercely protective stance, rubbing his temples. Fine, fine. Let him stay in your camp for 2 more years. But at 16 he answers to me. Turning to Mock, his tone softened. Since Instructor Zephyr insists so strongly, remain at the camp, for now. When you're prepared, come find me. Thank you, Fleet Admiral, for your extraordinary kindness. Mock bowed deeply and sincerely. Enough. Dispersal. Dispersal. Kapu muscled in, then slinging a massive arm around Mock's shoulders, so forcefully it threatened to crush bone. Now that the champion's been crowned, isn't it time to disperse the prize money? And what about the championship award? My grandson earned it fair and square. Sengoku shot him an exasperated glare, pulled an envelope from his coat, and tossed it to Mock. 50,000 belly in prize money. The award, a custom-crafted chef's knife, has already been delivered to Zephyr, designated as shared property of the training camp. 50,000. Kapu stroked his chin, eyes darting slyly, like a predator sizing up plump prey. Mock, you hardly spend a thing. Carrying such a sum is unsafe. How about Grandpa holds onto it for you? No thanks. Mock declined outright, tucking the envelope securely into his vest. I have plans for it. See, such a sensible boy, knows how to spend wisely. Kapu roared with laughter, then shifted gears seamlessly, his audacity soaring beyond mortal limits. But Grandpa's been rather strapped lately. Since you've gifted the chef's knife to the camp, that's tribute to Instructor Zephyr. Surely you'll pay proper tribute to Grandpa too. He wagged a single finger playfully before Mock's face, like a street urchin haggling. By Grandpa, 10,000 belly worth of senbei. The top-tier special reserve batch. Rumor says it's infused with Sea King bone powder, crunchy as thunder. Kapu. Sengoku could bear it no longer. He seized Kapu's collar from behind. Do you have any shame left? You're fleecing your own godson. 10,000 belly worth of senbei. You'd drain the entire marine treasury. Oh, old friend, don't be stingy. Kapu kicked futilely midair. I'm cultivating filial piety in the next generation. Besides, I'm helping him manage his finances. Do you understand financial literacy? Mork stood rooted in place watching this boisterous assembly of marine leadership. The Minter Zephyr who defied the fleet admiral to shield him, Sengoku's stern, yet quietly approving Yu and Grandpa Kapu, shamelessly bargaining even as he dangled upside down by his collar. The Marines possessed warmth, and yet he refused to become a lackey for the celestial dragons. Marine headquarters truly is a land of auspicious fortune. Mork gazed toward the vast churning sea, and in his eyes gleamed the fierce, unquenchable light of ambition. The sea breeze was salty and moist, carrying the unique restlessness of the first half of the Grand Line. The ship Mercy cut through the waves, its white hull standing out brightly under the sun. The name of this ship had a legendary aura within the Navy, meaning redemption, just like the ideology of the instructor it carried, not to kill. On the deck, Mork sat at the edge of the ship, his legs dangling over the side, as he calmly gazed at the surging waves. It was June of the 1513th year of the Sea Circle, 6 months since the culinary competition that shocked the entire army. During these 6 months, Mork was no longer the corporate worker who only thought of clinging to the strong when he first traversed here, nor was he just a copier of techniques. Taking a deep breath, Mork slowly exhaled the turbid air, his gaze sharpening from its previous dullness. In these 6 months, he made a bold decision to seal his fruit and rebuild his foundation. He hardly practiced the powers of the cloned devil fruits anymore, even those of the top-tier Logia, users like the three. He redirected all his energy inwards, starting from the most basic Navy 6 forms, refining each technique one by one. More importantly, he focused on swordsmanship. Rayleigh's words, "whose sword is yours," pierced his heart like a thorn for a full 6 months. Previously, he cloned the swordsmanship of Bogart, Kizaru, and even Rayleigh himself. The techniques were flashy and skillful, but they belonged to others. Mork was merely an adept imitator. 6 months ago, he relied on a bunch of cloned abilities and duplication tactics. Now, however, he felt that his physical strength, Haki control, and understanding of combat had truly entered the ranks of elites. Although he might not yet reach the level of a Commodore, he was definitely at the top among the majors. I should be able to take Zifa's full force strike without internal injury now. Mork clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking loudly. Are you daydreaming, assistant instructor? He turned to see Ayn standing nearby with a stack of training reports while Ben silently stood behind her. I was just thinking if you two have been slacking off during this special training, Mork said, a hint of a smile on his lips. Ayn and Benz were no longer the inexperienced rookies they had been when they first entered the camp. We wouldn't dare. Ayn stuck out her tongue, her eyes filled with admiration. By the way, Assistant Instructor Major Tina has sent word that she has successfully arrived in Alabasta. Tina, the woman who always maintained a stern face, yet cared deeply for the students of the training camp. As she officially graduated and was dispatched to the Alabasta Kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line, Mork became the only assistant instructor in the Zifa training camp. Understood. Mork nodded, his gaze sweeping across the more than 100 trainees doing physical training on the deck. Tell everyone to pull themselves together. This is the Grand Line, and we must always remain vigilant. Yes. Ayn and Ben saluted and turned to relay the orders. Mork looked back at the sea. This voyage was an internship task arranged by Zifa aimed at letting the trainees witness the brutality of the Grand Line. Zifa himself stood on the bridge, his sharp eyes scanning the surface of the sea, lost in thought. Everything seemed calm. Until enemy attack. Pirate ship sighted. It bears the flag of the Uranus pirates. The lookout's panic shout instantly shattered the tranquility of the sea, followed by the piercing sound of alarms echoing throughout the ship. Mork's gaze sharpened, and in a flash he appeared beneath the mast. Following the direction pointed by the lookout, he saw a sailing ship with a pitch-black skull flag cutting through the waves, its bow resembling a burning star. As a time traveler, Mork had never seen this pirate crew in the original work of One Piece. However, as an assistant instructor in the Navy training camp, Mork was naturally aware of the infamous pirates at sea. Captain Robin bountied at 45 million berries. First Mate Vanderdecken bountied at 38 million berries. Combatant Durong bountied at 40 million berries. All hands on deck. This is not a drill. Zifa's deep roar came from the bridge, carrying an undeniable authority. Benz, Ayn, take your teams to the left flank and defend. The rest follow me. Mork instantly assumed his role as an assistant instructor, his voice chillingly calm. Yes, assistant instructor. Though the trainees felt nervous, the long-term rigorous training had left none of them retreating. The pirate ship rapidly approached, the distance between the two sides closing to less than 100 meters. It's a Navy warship. Brothers, let's rob them and kick that old man's head like a ball. A tall, bald man in bizarre clothing on the opposing pirate ship laughed maniacally. He was none other than Robin, captain of the Uranus pirates. Beside him, a tall, lean man with a giant sniper rifle coldly aimed his weapon. That was First Mate Vanderdecken. At the bow, a burly man named Durong, wielding a giant axe and a large shield, let out a furious roar. A bunch of fish. Mork calmly assessed the opposing lineup. A bounty of 45 million might just be cannon fodder in the New World, but in the first half of the Grand Line, it was indeed a significant threat. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Zifa and the current version of himself. Mork. Zifa's voice reached Mork's ears. These pirates excel in close-quarters combat and range sniping. Your task is to protect the trainees while knocking out that captain's teeth for me. As you wish, Teacher Zifa. A slight smile appeared at the corners of Moke's mouth. At this moment the pirate ship had already closed in. Jump across. Kill them all. Durong shouted, charging first into the side of the Mercy. He raised his massive shield to block the bullets fired by the Navy, then swung his axe towards the deck, attempting to damage Bins. Moke called out softly. Understood. Bins dashed out from the crowd, slamming his hands on the deck. Forest tree. Thick vines instantly shot out from the potted plants on the deck, coiling towards Durong like a spirit snake. But Durong reacted swiftly, swinging his shield to directly shatter the vines, and the axe whistled as it swung towards Bins. In that instant a shadow flashed by. Bang! A crisp impact sounded. Moke had appeared in front of Bins without him knowing, nearly extending 2 fingers to catch Durong's powerful blow. What? Durong's eyes widened in disbelief. Moke's expression was indifferent as he flicked his wrist lightly, sending a surge of internal energy through the axe handle into Durong's arm, directly causing the 40 million bounty combatant to be sent flying, his grip on the axe collapsing. Is this your full strength? Too weak. Moke shook his head. This scene caused Zifa, who was commanding the battle, to glance over slightly. Interesting. A hint of appreciation flashed in Zifa's eyes. It seems you truly haven't been slacking off this past 6 months. After dealing with Durong, Moke did not pursue, but turned to face Vanderdecken, who was preparing to fire. Ein. Received. Assistant Instructor. Ein raised her revolver, star shatter, and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out, but was precisely dodged by Vanderdecken midair. As a sniper with a bounty of 38 million, his dynamic vision and reaction speed were far beyond the norm. You think you can hit me? Dream on. Vanderdecken sneered, aiming for Moke's forehead. Yet just a second before he pulled the trigger, Moke moved. He executed a Soru technique, stepping forward, as if teleporting into the space between the 2 ships. He stretched out his hand, gently grasping. That bullet initially aimed at him was firmly pinched between his fingers. The entire scene fell into silence. Both Navy trainees and pirates were stunned by this display. Moke looked at the bullet in his hand, flicking his fingers lightly, causing the bullet to fly back at a speed faster than it came. Snap! The bullet accurately struck Vanderdecken's sniper rifle barrel, the massive impact bending the barrel before continuing on to hit Vanderdecken's shoulder. Oh! Vanderdecken screamed as he was sent flying. That's some flashy skill. Zifa tightened his grip, but has this kid already reached this level in using armament Haki? Having dealt with the 2 main threats, Moke's gaze finally fell on the last person, Captain Robin of the Uranus Pirate. Who are you? Robin finally set aside his disdain. Seeing 2 of his capable subordinates taken down by a mere boy in an instant, he felt an unprecedented sense of threat. Navy Headquarters, Zifa Training Camp, Assistant Instructor Moke. Moke slowly drew the saber at his waist. Good blade, Zheng Feng. As the blade was unsheathed, a cold light gleamed. Assistant Instructor is mighty. The trainees behind him erupted in thunderous cheers. Ein and Bins were even more excited, their faces flushed. This was their assistant instructor, the man who always smiled gently, yet possessed monstrous strength. Don't get too carried away. Robin roared, exploding forward with his feet transforming into a blur as he lunged at Moke with dual swords aimed for his throat. His speed was so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. He was indeed a swordsmanship master, bountied at 45 million. Moke's eyes gleamed too slow. In Moke's view, Robin's movements slowed infinitely. This was the advanced application of Kenbunshiku Haki, a result of his special training over the past 6 months. He did not dodge, instead he lifted his sword to block. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. Robin's dual swords were firmly locked against Moke's single blade, unable to move. What? Robin exclaimed in shock, feeling intense pain in his palms. Your swordsmanship is too flashy. Moke looked calmly at Robin, who was within reach. A sword is meant to kill, not for show. As soon as he finished speaking, Moke's aura suddenly changed. It was a pure killing intent forged through countless battles. Iota one flash. Moke called out softly. With no unnecessary movements, he struck and resheathed his sword. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if the blade had always rested in its sheath. An invisible shockwave exploded between the 2 ships. Robin's movements froze. The terror in his eyes solidified, and a thin line of blood appeared at the center of his forehead. Thud! Robin's body fell straight back, splashing into the sea. One strike, and he was killed instantly. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence once more. Zifa looked at the silhouette of the boy standing at the bow, a rare smile finally appearing at the corners of his mouth. Finally, have you found your sword? Moke sheathed his sword, gazing at the pirate ship floating on the sea, his heart unusually calm. This is the sword path that belongs to me, Moke. The good times were short-lived. 3 days later, the Mercy ship, which should have been pressing forward on the Grand Line, was now engulfed in an eerie silence. The chief instructor of the Navy Headquarters Training Camp, known as the Black Arm, Zephyr, had fallen ill. Damn. My body. Can't move. Inside the cabin, Zephyr lay weakly on the bed, his face, pale sweat soaking the pillow. He attempted to raise his arm, but the right arm that once could shatter the flagship of a pirate crew now lacked even the strength to form a fist. Instructor, please don't move around. Moke pressed down on Zephyr's shoulder, his tone calm. The storm outside is fierce. You should rest well. With me here the training camp will be fine. Mork, thank you for your hard work. They'll leave these kids to you. Mork stepped out of the cabin, closing the door behind him, and the gentle expression on his face vanished, replaced by a great... Suddenly a trainee in charge of lookout let out a piercing alarm. Enemy attack. Unidentified ship spotted, bearing a pirate flag like the Whitebeard pirates. Mork's expression turned serious and he vanished in a flash, appearing atop the deck in an instant. On the horizon, a massive menacing ship with a black hull was cutting through the waves. The bow of that ship was not adorned with the usual animals or demons, but instead displayed a gigantic twisted skull with a white beard. At the head of that grotesque ship stood two figures. Upon recognizing them, Mork's heart sank. The figure on the left was an extremely exaggerated spherical creature. It had a huge rotund body and neck so short it was almost invisible, and limbs that were comically small. It wore an extremely extravagant white cloak and held a massive naginata, the blade glinting coldly in the sun. Most striking was the tuft of white beard on its round chin, starkly contrasting with its ludicrous physique. To its right stood a stooped, wrinkled, old woman. She wore a loose gown, dark glasses, and a top hat, leaning on a cane, her frail form seeming like it could be blown away by a gust of sea wind. Edward Weevil. And Bakken. Mork gritted his teeth, pronouncing the names slowly. This was bad. The clone of Whitebeard the monster, Edward Weevil possessed monstrous strength. And Bakken, while not strong in combat, was malicious, considering herself his mother and constantly instilling twisted thoughts in Weevil. As a transmigrator, Mork could foresee the ensuing plot development. Zephyr's arm would be severed, the accompanying students slaughtered, leaving only Ein and Benz. Afterward, Weevil, claiming to be the second Whitebeard after Whitebeard's death, would become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon seeing his enemy recruited by the world government, Zephyr would angrily defect from the Navy and form the Neo Navy. In his past life, Mork had thought it absurd for a vice admiral level powerhouse like Zephyr to be maimed by Weevil. Now it seemed that age and illness might be the cause of Zephyr's downfall. Oh, it appears the Navy isn't entirely useless after all. Bakken leaned forward with her cane, her murky eyes locking onto Mork intently. Her voice was sharp and grating, with an unsettling sticky quality. You actually recognize my dear Weevil. Weevil, hearing his name mentioned, became instantly enraged, waving his massive naginata. Mama. All right, Weevil, don't get angry. Mama will take care of it for you. Bakken turned to Mork, a seemingly kind, yet actually sinister smile forming on her wrinkled face. I am Weevil's mother, Bakken. This young man is rather handsome, why not join us? As long as you swear fealty to Weevil, I could consider swear fealty to this spherical creature. Mork's lips curled into an exaggerated mocking smile as he pointed at Weevil. Lady, you really have no limits as a mother, do you? Just take a look at your son's physique. It's a disgrace to the Sea King species. He's as round as a bowling ball with such thin limbs. How can you keep a straight face? What did you say? Despite Weevil's low intelligence, his hearing was exceptional. Hearing the precise insults of bowling ball and thin limbs, he instantly flew into a rage, his massive form trembling violently with anger, his white beard shaking as well. Bakken, who had been stooped, suddenly straightened a bit, her murky gaze turning cold. You little brat, you have guts. However, those who anger Weevil rarely end up well. Angering him is just the first step. Mork observed the two, already formulating a plan. He was all too familiar with this duo's combination. Weevil was a pure destructive weapon possessing strong combat instincts and regenerative abilities. Bakken, while not strong in battle, was a cunning strategist with absolute control over Weevil. If they fought heat-in with the sickly Zephyr and a ship full of trainees, it would just be serving up a meal. But if utilized well. On Benz. Mork suddenly called in a low voice. The two had already rushed to the deck, their faces pale as they stared at the approaching grotesque ship. Listen up. Mork's voice turned chillingly cold, interrupting the two. That guy is not someone you can handle. He's after the Navy, or rather he's after Black Arm. Since Instructor Zephyr has fallen ill, I'll take on this fate. What? Benz was taken aback. Instructor, are we supposed to counterattack? Gather everyone. No. Mork shook his head, a dangerous smile creeping onto his lips. You need to escape. Huh. I'm Benz. Mork fixed his gaze on the two, his tone leaving no room for argument. Go to the cabin, immediately take Instructor Zephyr and over 100 students on board. Take as many as you can, abandon ship and seek refuge on the nearest island. But Instructor, what about you? An exclaimed, how can we leave you behind? Because I'm the assistant instructor? Mork took a deep breath, looking at the rapidly approaching grotesque ship, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. That spherical creature has a pitiable IQ and is extremely arrogant. But the mother beside him is a real trouble. Bakken is cunning. If I run directly, she will definitely send Weevil after you. But if I stay here and anger Weevil, making him see me as the biggest threat. Once that dimwit goes berserk, Bakken won't be able to control him. Take the instructor and go. Mork suddenly shoved the two. This is an order. Don't make me knock you out and carry you away. But, hurry. Mork let out a low roar, his aura exploding instantly. Watching the two rush towards the cabin, Mork's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Now it was his turn to face this mother and son duo. Weevil's grotesque ship had already approached within 100. Navy trash. My name is Edward Weevil. Do you see? Hurry up and kneel down to beg for mercy. Weevil swung his Naginata, spitting as he shouted. Bakken leaned on her cane, coldly observing Mork. Young man, are you trying to surrender alone after sending away those? Unfortunately, what you just said has already infuriated Prince Weevil. Surrendering now won't help. Surrender? Mork chuckled lightly, tapping the ground with his toes, slowly rising into the air, stepping on the air with moonwalk, producing crisp, explosive sounds. He hovered in midair, looking down at Weevil and Bakken, revealing a radiant smile. I was just wondering, if I were to cut open that spherical creature, would there be a pool of yellow fat inside? What did you say? That's muscle. It symbolizes strength. Weevil completely lost control. Oh, is that so? Then why don't you come and chase me? Mork beckoned with his finger, and the air beneath his feet exploded. Moonwalk instant. He vanished in a flash like a specter darting towards a deserted island. Trying to run. Bakken's murky eyes turned cold as she raised her cane. Weevil, don't let him escape. I will kill you. Weevil shouted furiously, his massive body erupting with astonishing speed as he jumped off the grotesque ship, crashing heavily onto the sea surface, creating huge waves. Chase. Full speed ahead. Target that island. Bakken commanded on the ship. However, Mork made a sudden turn in midair and flew back. Hey, Big Sphere. Your mother seems disinclined to go on the island. Mork pointed at Bakken, shouting at Weevil. Does she think you're too foolish and wants you to go die on your own? Look at her, she won't even dare to set foot on the island, yet here you are, the fool, chasing after me. Mama Bakken. Weevil paused for a moment, turning back to glance at the grotesque ship. Bakken's face turned ashen, as she certainly did not want to go on the island. She knew the Navy's tactics too well. If she set foot on the island, and there was an ambush, she would become the target. Weevil, don't listen to him. He's trying to sow discord. Bakken screamed. No, you just don't want to come up. Although Weevil was dim-witted, Mork's provocation instantly ignited his temper. If you don't come up, I'll smash. Don't smash the ship. Bakken panicked. Then come up. Weevil roared. Bakken gritted her teeth, looking at Mork's taunting gaze. She had no choice but to drag her stooped body and jump onto the island. All right, Mama will accompany you. Don't be angry, Prince Weevil. Seeing Bakken also on the island, Mork's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. Before long, Mork landed on the sandy beach of the deserted island, followed by Weevil and his mother. Watching the peculiar combination of tall and short, fat and thin before him, Mork slowly drew his fine blade Zhengfeng. Since you're here, don't think about leaving easily, Weevil. Today I will verify whether my swordsmanship can sever a monster. The sea breeze swept across the deserted island, stirring a whirlwind of sand. Weevil looked at Mork standing not far away, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You little brat, why aren't you running? Why have you stopped? Mork gripped the handle of his sword, the blood within him starting to boil. Run. Mork's lips curled into a bloodthirsty arc. However, things did not unfold as Mork had envisioned. He overestimated himself and underestimated Weevil. Boom. A deafening sound echoed, and the ground trembled violently. Mork's figure rapidly retreated, each step taken with great caution to avoid the gigantic Naginata capable of cleaving both man and rock in half. Opposite him stood Edward Weevil, a towering figure measuring a staggering 680 centimeters, growling like a beast. He was not merely a fat man, he was a moving mountain of flesh. Although Weevil's upper body muscles were obscured by fat, explosive power lay hidden beneath the bulging mass. His disproportionately slender legs were firmly planted on the ground at this moment, as if they had taken root. The enormous Naginata in his hand felt weightless, and each swing generated a howling wind pressure that tore the surrounding air apart. Brat, I will slice you in half. Weevil snorted forcefully, a trail of mucus at the corner of his mouth, his small eyes filled with savagery. He paid no heed to Mork's earlier provocation, nor did he care about what Bakken said nearby. At this moment his mind was solely focused on destruction. Mork leaned against a massive black reef, his chest heaving violently, the blade of his beloved knife Zhengfeng held across his chest, trembling slightly. The gap was too vast. This was Mork's most immediate feeling at that moment. Even though he had been here for over 3 years thanks to Garp's nurturing and the transformations from the return of life, his physical prowess far exceeded that of his peers, even surpassing many adult Marines. Yet the physical limitations were insurmountable. He was only 14 years old, standing at 180 centimeters, and in front of Weevil, he felt utterly insignificant. This was a chasm that could not be bridged by mere skill. Huff. Huff. Mork took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood within him. So this is Whitebeard's clone. Mork squinted, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust, locking onto them. Weevil's attacks were utterly chaotic, characterized by brutal swings, strikes, and sweeps. Each move contained the power to shatter mountains and crack stones, while every time the Naginata struck the ground it left an unfathomable fissure in the hard rock. Absolute strength combined with a monstrous physique and profound armament. Haki. Stop hiding. Come out. Weevil roared, stomping his feet on the ground. His slender legs unleashed in astonishing leaping power, propelling him into the air like a meteor, blocking out the light above. He raised the Naginata high above his head, the blade wrapped in pitch black armament Haki, and brought it crashing down onto the boulder where Mork was hiding. Storm leg breaking peak. Mork's eyes sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. In the instant the giant blade descended, the sand beneath his feet exploded, and he shot upward like a fleeting shadow. Trying to escape, Weibel's bulky body executed an incredible twist in midair. The massive Naginata altered its trajectory, sweeping sideways with tremendous force. Bang! Mork's storm leg struck the side of the Naginata fiercely, yet the anticipated scene of forcing the enemy back did not occur. Clang! A thunderous sound of metal clashing erupted on the deserted island, and Mork felt an indescribable immense force surge through his foot akin to an unending tsunami of brute strength. His body abruptly stalled in midair. Before he could take a second step with his moonwalk, he was sent flying back like a nail struck by a heavy hammer. Ugh! A sweet taste filled his throat as a mouthful of blood surged up, which Mork forced back down. Boom! His body collided heavily against the massive boulder behind him. The 5-meter diameter black reef instantly became covered in a spiderweb of cracks, and debris flew everywhere. Mork half-knelt on the ground, propping himself up with one hand on the knife handle, coughing violently. A trace of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the dust-covered sand, appearing particularly conspicuous. Ha ha ha! Finally hit. Weibel landed with a thud, producing a dull sound. He looked at Mork, spitting blood, a cruel and triumphant smile spreading across his face. He wiped his nose with his hand, and looked down at Mork with a condescending gaze. Is that all there is to it? I thought you were something special, able to withstand a blow from me. You certainly have hard bones. Weibel raised the Naginata, its tip pointing directly at Mork, laughing arrogantly. Mom. Look, I'm going to cut him into 8 pieces. Then I'll take him back to the ship to make soup. Bakine stood on a high rock, leaning on her cane, her venomous gaze fixed on Mork. Though she said nothing, her eyes seemed to regard him as a corpse. Mork slowly straightened up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He felt a slight numbness in his right leg, the result of being shaken by Weibel's armament Haki. His ribs seemed to be broken, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. He could not compete in a physical duel. He was indeed outmatched. I can't take it heated anymore. Mork quickly assessed his situation. Speed. I must maximize my speed. Mork took a deep breath, feeling the return of life within him begin to operate wildly, continuously channeling energy from the food into his damaged muscles and bones. The warm, tingling flow coursed through his body, alleviating the pain. Come again. Weibel gave Mork no chance to catch his breath. Seeing Mork injured, Weibel became excited, his flesh quivering with glee. He let out a loud roar and took off with his slender legs, charging at an unexpectedly terrifying speed that was completely incongruous with his size. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Naginata, great whirlwind. Weibel rushed in front of Mork, his massive body spinning violently, the Naginata transforming into a black ring of death, sweeping through the army, leaving Mork no space to evade. This move sealed off all escape routes in every direction. Tisk! Mork's eyes narrowed as he exerted force beneath his feet. Shaved. His body instantly vanished from the spot, transforming into a fleeting shadow that retreated rapidly. However, Weibel's attack range was far too extensive. The swirling wind of the blade expanded outward like a meat grinder. Sizzle! Mork's left sleeve was caught by the wind of the blade, instantly shredding it to pieces, leaving a deep, bloody gash on his arm, blood splattering everywhere. Dodge! Where do you think you can hide? Weibel's strike missed, and his fury intensified. He abruptly halted, his spinning the massive Naginata roaring through the air like a battering ram aimed straight at Mork's chest. This thrust was as fast as lightning, with overwhelming force. Mork's pupils constricted. His observation Haki went into overdrive, his heart racing. In that moment, he felt the threat of death. It was too strong. This was Weibel of the 7 Warlords. Purely a weapon of destruction devoid of any embellishment, embodying the most primal instinct to kill. You think you can kill me? Not that easy. A glint of determination flashed in Mork's eyes. He chose not to take it heated, instead instantly covering his knife with armament Haki. Return of life, full speed. The cells within his body felt as if they were on fire, unleashing all their energy. Shave instant. Mork's figure vanished into thin air, and the next moment he appeared at Weibel's massive left leg side. A chance for counterattack. Weibel's thrust was straightforward. The move was old, the old force depleted, and the new force not yet generated. Although his massive body possessed incredible strength, his agility in turning and changing direction was a shortcoming. Now's my chance. Mork's gaze turned icy as he raised Zhengfeng high, channeling all his strength, drawing sword technique, eye flash. This strike was devoid of any embellishment, possessing only extreme speed and accuracy. The blade's light flashed like lightning, aimed at the back of Weibel's left knee, the weak joint connecting his massive body to those slender legs. Ding! A chillingly crisp sound of impact rang out. Mork's pupils dilated sharply. What did he say? The blade struck Weibel's leg joint, but failed to sever bone. Instead, it sparked a series of blinding sparks. It was not skin. It was the hardening of armament Haki. Weibel's skin was covered in a layer of pitch-black armament Haki, as hard as diamond. Mork's strike, capable of severing steel, merely left a shallow white mark on his skin. What a... Mork was greatly alarmed. This level of defense was simply unreasonable. Ha ha ha. Wibble looked down at Mork, a hideous smile plastered on his face, spitting mucus onto Mork's face. Did you think my legs were just for show? I am the strongest. Before the words had even left his mouth, Wibble's gigantic right foot lifted high, crashing down on Mork like a mountain. Oh no. Mork had no choice but to release the knife handle, crossing his arms over his head and sliding swiftly to the side. Boom. The massive foot slammed down heavily, leaving a footprint half a meter deep, where Mork had just stood, rocks flying and dust billowing. Using the momentum from the slide, Mork tumbled several meters away before regaining his grip on Zhangfeng. Damn. Defense strength Haki. This guy is simply a monster of all trades. Mork gasped heavily, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his forehead. The series of explosive movements had nearly exhausted all his stamina. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? Wibble watched as Mork scurried around like a mouse, enjoying the game of cat and mouse, relishing the sight of his prey struggling in despair. He slowly raised the naginata in his hand. The armament Haki coiling around it grew thicker, even emitting crackling sounds of thunder. The game is over, brat. Wibble grinned widely, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth. To die by my blade is your honor. He gripped the knife handle with both hands, hoisting the enormous naginata high above his head, his muscles tensing at that moment, his hefty belly heaving as an overwhelming sense of oppression erupted from him. Give me. Die. Whitebeard cross. With a roar from Wibble, the naginata descended violently. Rumbling. A massive black slash carrying the momentum to obliterate everything crashed down upon Mork like a meteor. This was no ordinary slash, it was a lethal strike infused with all of Wibble's monstrous strength and pure armament Haki. Wherever it passed, the ground was plowed into a deep ravine, rocks turned to powder, and the air compressed to produce explosive sounds. Mork stood frozen, his pupils reflecting the approaching black cross. Too fast, the range too vast. There was no way to evade. The sea wind stopped abruptly, the air seeming to be drained of life. A black cross wreathed in an aura of destruction descended like the scythe of death, sealing off every escape before Mork. Wibble's arrogant laughter burst forth with the thunder of the strike. Die. This is what happens when you defy a god. There was nowhere to flee. Had this been Mork 6 months ago, he might have merely closed his eyes and awaited death. Yet in this life-or-death instant, the sweat-dampened eyes of Mork showed no fear, instead a near-mad calm ignited within them. If it cannot be dodged. Mork planted his feet hard into the sand, straightened his spine, and faced the searing wave of death head-on. Then shatter it. Shadow eightfold strike. A bellow tore from Mork's chest. Where there had been nothing behind him, the air seemed rent, and 7 silhouettes identical to Mork flashed into being. This was more than mere multiplication, it was the culmination of spirit force burned to its extreme. Counting, the original 8 figures moved in perfect, instantaneous synchronization. 8 Liankuai blades Zhangfeng drew at once. 8 cutting auras converged in the air, not to cut at Wibble, but to form a defense and break the deadlock. Draw technique, vacuum, slash. This was not a simple cut, but a composite strike 8 times the force of the 8 translucent vacuum blades fused into a visible white wall of chi, shrieking as it slammed into the black cross. A violent explosion erupted at the center of the island. The shockwave spread in concentric rings, pulverizing the surrounding black reefs into dust. The whole island trembled beneath the impact. The sneer on Wibble's face froze. He stared in disbelief at the blast center. His pride, the so-called white-whiskered cross, was shattering like glass under those uncanny strikes. Amid the swirling dust, the 8 figures did not fade. Riding the force of the explosion, they fanned out in a semicircle and encircled Wibble. Wah! What? Wibble's mind short-circuited as he faced the identical Morks. Clones. What is... Mom? Ghosts. So many ghosts. Wibble flailed his naginata in blind panic. From a distant rock, Bajin's face had gone as dark as spilled ink. Though old and frail, her gaze was razor-sharp. She saw at once that these were not phantoms, but tangible bodies. Wibble, don't panic. Those are his clones. It's that brat's fruit ability. Bajin's sharp voice cut through the smoke. Kill them all. Leave none alive. At the command from Mother, stupidity returned to Wibble's face as a snarl. Are they devil fruit clones? Whatever they are, cut them to pieces. He roared. His massive frame burst with sudden force. The great naginata whistled as it swept like a windmill. Good. The 8 Morks spoke in perfect unison, their voices overlapping with an eerie pressure. Close quarters combat brawl mode. Rather than retreat, the 8 figures advanced into Wibble's range. Iron fist flurry. 8 Morks threw simultaneous punches, their knuckles coated in a black armored aura aimed at Wibble's vital points. Thud, 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 thud. The heavy blows fell like a rain of hammers upon Wibble's rotund body. Though Wibble had hardened himself with a formidable armored aura, the relentless 8-fold barrage drove his bulk backward. Snot and spittle flew uncontrolled with each jolt. Ugh, ugh. Wyber muffled pained groans, his vaunted strength suppressed in that moment. Mork, however, knew well that this degree of assault alone could not truly fell such a monster. It's over, Wyber. The Mork at the forefront eyed him icily. He leapt high and the aura about him shifted in a strange, ominous way. The human frame visibly swelled, golden light streaming beneath his skin. A thunderous Buddhist chant sounded and Mork's form swelled monstrously. Rinrin fruit, mythical beast type, great Buddha form. Wyber's attack struck the golden Buddha body like an ant striking a tree, dull impacts that left not a single scratch. The vast golden Buddha hovered in midair, hands joined in reverence, bearing a solemn dignity. Between those massive palms, a chilling, heart-sinking energy condensed. What kind of monster is that? For the first time, fear gripped Wyber. He could hardly steady his Naginata. Great Buddha form fusion trio. The colossal statue opened its eyes slowly. There was no mercy in them, only absolute destructive intent. Shanshan fruit, 8 Sheku jewel barrage. Dazzling golden orbs erupted from the Buddha's fingertips, pouring down like a flurry of blossoms and sealing off every avenue of retreat. Wyber shrieked and could only lift his Naginata to defend. The light orbs struck the blade in flashes, each impact birthing sparks and carrying enough force to pierce steel, forcing him ever backward. But that was merely the prelude. Magma fruit, great eruption. Beneath the torrent of light orbs, the Buddha's palms opened and a surging dark red river of molten lava spewed forth. The heat was terrifying. Where it passed, the sand vitrified into glass, and the air warped with the blaze. It's burning. It's burning. Wyber howled in agony. His thick flesh proved brittle before the lava. The Naginata became engulfed and glowed scarlet. He was forced to throw the weapon away. The molten torrent swallowed him whole. Just as he braced to be reduced to ash, Mork's voice echoed again, tinged with freeze fruit ice age. In an instant, the utmost heat was replaced by the utmost cold. The blazing lava solidified instantly. At the center, Wyber, the surrounding seawater, and the beach were sealed within a thick layer of deep blue, unyielding ice. From overhead, the Buddha pressed down with one hand. The chilling breath from its palm froze the molten mass into a 10-meter ice sculpture. Within the sculpture, Wyber remained curled, hands over his head, screaming, his body encased in thick ice and frost covering even his eyebrows. His previously haughty aura was now utterly imprisoned in that frigid tomb. The island's wind itself seemed to. The vast golden Buddha descended slowly, its radiance ebbing as it reverted to Mork's form. He stood before the ice chest, heaving, his face deathly pale. To wield 3 top-tier, nature-type fruit abilities in succession while maintaining the great Buddha form was a crushing burden for a body of only 14 years. Pain tore through his meridians as if they were being ripped apart. His spirit force was utterly drained. Yet Mork's gaze remained as sharp as a blade. He turned slowly, eyes piercing the lingering smoke, toward the rock where Bajin sat. Bajin gaped, her sunglasses nowhere to be seen, revealing murky, terrified eyes. Her hand trembled violently on her cane, her whole body shook like sifted grain. It's your turn, old woman. Mork's voice was hoarse and icy as he dragged his exhausted but resolute steps toward her. With each step he took, a shallow crimson footprint was left in the sand. You? Don't come any closer. Bajin's voice quavered. She tried to back away, but her legs had long since failed her. Wyber! Wyber! Wake up! Kill him! Kill him now! She screamed at the frozen sculpture as if it were her only life. Mork stood beneath the rock and looked up at the once arrogant crone. A bloodthirsty curve of a smile tugged at it. Scream all you like. Even if you split your throat, it won't help. Mork raised the Liangquai blade, jingfing, its edge pointing at Bajin's throat. Your son can no longer save himself, and this blade will soon send you to hell. Bajin stared at the cold steel and in despair closed her eyes, murmuring, I am Wyber's mother. You cannot kill me. You cannot. Mork's gaze hardened. When you ordered your son to kill mine, did you say words like that? Just as Mork prepared to end this pest, a sudden teeth-grating cracking rang out from behind, the sharp sound of ice split. Mork's motion halted abruptly, his pupils shrank. Fine hairline fissures were crawling across the surface of the giant ice sculpture. A roar of boundless rage and brutality thundered behind him. You think this is enough to hold me, eh? With a thunderous burst, the great ice statue exploded. Countless razor-sharp shards flew like cannon shot, ripping the surrounding rock to tatters. Through the blizzard of ice, the massive figure rose again. Wyber steamed in white vapor, his skin taking on an eerie. His hair stood on end, his eyes burned crimson. That terrifying brute force had torn through the absolute zero sealed by the freeze fruit. I will kill you, Wyber roared. He snatched up the Naginata discarded on the ground, slammed his feet into the sand until the earth buckled, and shot forward like a fired projectile of force intent on annihilation, aimed at Mork's back. Mork stood beneath the rock, sensing that lethal presence closing in behind him. Blood trickled from his mouth, but his eyes burned with an ever deeper madness. So, not so easy to die, are you? He turned slowly, gripping his blade tighter. Then, come again, I will tear you to shreds. With his crimson eyes fixed on Mork, Wyber swung the massive Naginata in his hand, producing a sharp tearing sound that sliced through the air like a battering ram charging forth. The earlier ice fruit not only failed to freeze the monster, but instead triggered a primal survival instinct and a fury within him. You want to kill me? Then come and try. Emoku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing no signs of retreat, igniting a near-mad determination. Shadow Eightfold Strike. With a thunderous shout, the previously empty space behind Emoku suddenly warped. 7 identical figures, all exuding the same aura, as Emoku appeared out of thin air. Together with his body, 8 figures moved in perfect synchronization at that moment. Armed color entangle. The 8 figures roared in unison as the pitch-black armed color enveloped the good blazing foam in their hands. Slash. 8 figures, 8 blades with an unstoppable momentum struck towards Wible's sweeping Naginata. Clang. A thunderous clash echoed through the heavens and earth. Give me, shatter. Wible let out a beast-like howl as his slender legs disproportionate to his massive body dug into the ground, unleashing tremendous force that shockingly pushed back the combined strike of the 8 figures. Crack. A crisp, heart-wrenching sound of fracture rang out, piercing through the chaos of the battlefield. The good blazing foam, a renowned sword Emoku had used for a long time, cracked open with a shocking fissure after enduring Wible's terrifying strength, and then broke in half. What? Emoku's pupils constricted. Die. With a sinister grin, Wible swung the Naginata with the force of the wind, aiming fiercely at Emoku's head. From a distance on the rocks, Bacon's sharp, piercing voice suddenly rang out, "Don't let him escape." In that critical moment, Emoku swiftly positioned the broken blade horizontally across his chest, while the 7 clones turned into streams of light and surged back into his body, channeling their final strength to him. Bang! Emoku was sent flying like a kite, with its string-cut the navy uniform on his chest torn open by the Naginata, instantly stained red with blood. He rolled on the ground for several meters before barely managing to stop himself, gasping for breath, his vision blurred by the intense pain. Damn! Is this the monstrous strength? Emoku felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and his right arm ached so much that it was nearly numb. Mama, look. His knife is broken. He has no weapon. Wible gazed at the broken knife in Emoku's hand, a more sinister grin spreading across his face, as if he relished the pleasure of a prey stripped of its fangs, saying, "Next I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish." Wible, don't be careless. Bakine, who had been observing from above, suddenly moved. She did not rush to let Wible finish off Emoku, but leaned on her cane and slowly descended from the rocks. With every step she took, her presence subtly shifted, emanating a fierce aura from the era of great pirates, one that was not befitting of an ordinary old maid. Oh, is that old hag finally going to make a move? Emoku gritted his teeth, kneeling on one knee, the broken blade firmly pointing ahead. Bakine stopped 10 meters away from Emoku, a venomous smile curling her lips. How surprising, little brat. Not only does he possess the clone fruit, but he can also wield the Buddha form of the Warring States, and even utilize Akainis Magma, Akiji's ice, and Kizaris light. She adjusted her sunglasses, her murky eyes gleaming with greed. This is no mere clone fruit at work. Who exactly are you? How can you replicate the abilities of others? Emoku's heart sank. Indeed, it was impossible to keep this level of combat a secret. As a remnant of the Rocks era, Bakine had a terrifyingly sharp eye. What nonsense are you spouting? Emoku gritted his teeth, trying to buy time to regain his strength. Stop pretending. Bakine scoffed coldly, raising her cane, pointing it at Emoku. I don't know what trick you used to steal those powers, but since I've seen it, you won't leave here alive. Bang! A soft sound rang out, not from a cannon, but from a specially designed tranquilizer dart. What? Emoku's pupils constricted. He had never expected this old hag would carry such a weapon. He attempted to use shave to create distance, but his injuries and exhaustion slowed his reaction. Swoosh! The tranquilizer dart grazed Emoku's cheek, embedding itself in the rock behind him, instantly releasing a pungent odor. That was close. Emoku broke into a cold sweat. If he had been just a bit slower in dodging, he would have been like meat on a chopping board. I was careless. Emoku's mind raced with alarms. Bakine is a cadre of the Rock's pirate crew. How could she not have some means of self-preservation? There must be more mechanisms in that cane. Wible, don't just stand there. Capture him. Bakine ordered sharply. Don't kill him. I want him alive. I want to take him back to the lab and study this ability replication secret. Perhaps this can unravel the ultimate mystery of human evolution. Yes, Mama. Upon hearing the command to capture him, Wible trembled with excitement. He no longer rushed to slash with his blade, but discarded the Naginata, spreading his large hands like fans, lunging at Emoku, as if to catch a chick. Damn, the remnants of rocks. Emoku gazed at the shadow that obscured the sky, his thoughts racing. Bacon's earlier words confirmed his suspicions. She mentioned a lab and research. This indicated she might be linked to Vegapunk, and even Wible, this Whitebeard clone, was likely created with Vegapunk's assistance. Since they wanted to capture him alive, he would not be in immediate danger. However, once caught, a fate more terrifying than death awaited him. Being dissected for research and becoming Vegapunk's test subject. What was worse, Bakine had clearly caught on to the nature of his abilities. If he fled now, she would surely leak the information that someone can replicate devil fruit powers. At that point, not only the Navy headquarters, but likely the entire world government and the 4 emperors would hunt him down mercilessly. Fleeing would mean leaking his abilities, being captured would mean being turned into a test subject. He was caught in a dilemma. Mork watched Wibble draw closer and glanced at Bogart, whose expression was filled with malice. He could not win in a heated confrontation. Wibble's defense and strength were an absolute crush. Bogart had long-range tranquilizer weapons, and with his stamina already depleted, continuing to struggle would only lead to death. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I won't worry about not having firewood. A glimmer of determination flashed in Mork's eyes. Since physical means could not triumph, he would use speed. Since you want to capture me so badly, then come chase me. Mork suddenly burst into laughter, his aura undergoing a bizarre transformation at that moment. His body, previously weakened by injuries, suddenly radiated a dazzling, blinding golden light. What? Transforming again. Bacon's face changed, and she raised her cane once more. Wibble. Quick. Stop him. You think you can run? Wibble's massive hand was nearly upon Mork's head. Yet in that instant gleamed fruit shine. Mork instantly transformed into a pure, swift beam of light. Zoom. That golden beam of light pierced between Wibble's gigantic fingers at a speed that transcended visual perception. The speed was so fast that even the air let out a sharp scream as it was torn apart. What? Wibble felt a blur before his eyes. The prey that had been in his grasp had vanished into thin air. Where is he? Wibble exclaimed in astonishment as he looked around. Above. Bogart screamed. In the air, a golden stream of light streaked across the sky, racing towards the distant sea surface at an astonishing speed. Damn, is that light speed? Bogart watched the departing light, trembling with rage. Mama. He ran away. He turned into light and fled. Wibble stared at his empty hand, letting out an unwilling roar. I will kill him. I will bring him back. Chase. Can you catch light? Bogart exclaimed angrily, striking the ground hard with her cane. That's light. You fool. She panted, looking at the direction where Mork had disappeared, her eyes filled with a terrifying malice. Ability replication. Lightspeed movement. Bogart gritted her teeth, muttering, what a Navy headquarters, what a Zephyr training camp. How could they hide such a monster? Mama. Wibble looked at Bogart with a hint of grievance. Shut up. Bogart turned her head, glaring at Wibble fiercely. It's all your fault. You can't even catch a little brat. Although Wibble was furious, he could only shrink his neck and remain silent under Bacon's oppressive presence. But Bogart suddenly sneered, pulling out a din mushy. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. Even though we didn't catch him, I've recorded the abilities he used just now. This level of experimental subject will definitely interest the world government. I need to inform Vegapunk. Tell him I've discovered something more intriguing than the bloodline factor. Meanwhile, on an island several dozen kilometers away, a golden beam of light descended from the sky, landing with a thud in the bushes. Mork coughed violently, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood as the golden light around him quickly faded. Damn it. Zhong Feng is broken. Mork looked at the half of the broken sword in his hand, feeling a pang of heartache. The good blade was a renowned sword, and now it was ruined. But at least I'm alive. Mork wiped the sweat from his face, glancing back at the small black that was the desolate island. Bogart. Wibble. I will remember this debt. A glint of cold light flashed in Mork's eyes. Although he had escaped in a sorry state this time, it also made him realize his limits. Facing such a hexagonal warrior-type monster, ordinary techniques and clone tactics had become ineffective. Just then a sound of propellers churning the water echoed across the sea. ZZ boom. The sea churned as 5 makeshift speedboats propelled by propellers woven from lush green vines carved 5 shallow grooves into the rocky shore. Binzi stood at the stern of the leading speedboat, veins bulging on his forehead, hands firmly pressing down on the vine propeller sprouting from the abundant fruits. The vine spun wildly like a living creature, shredding the surrounding waves and safely delivering over 100 students along with Zifa. Quick! Spread out and stay alert. Protect the teacher. Ian was the first to jump off the boat, the sound of his military boots scraping against the gravel piercing the air. Although the over 100 students wore faces filled with terror, they quickly formed ranks with military precision, their firearms and blades pointed toward the depths of the deserted island. Mork leaned against a massive rock, a broken blade embedded in the stone, supporting his swaying body. Looking at the throng of over 100 people before him, he silently cursed, this is bad. There are too many people. If it were just 1 or 2, he could easily pass it off with an excuse like moonstep gliding. But now with over 100 pairs of eyes fixed on him, this assistant instructor, suddenly appearing on a deserted island dozens of kilometers away, would be difficult to explain. Assistant Mork. Ian and Binzi exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with disbelief. Mork slowly turned his head, his usually gentle eyes now reddened with bloodshot veins. Cough. Cough, cough. He coughed violently a few times, a rusty sweet taste rising in his throat. He raised the back of his hand to casually wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile he usually wore, trying to appear calm. Ian, Binzi. You came quite quickly. Instructor. Your blade. Your arm. Ian rushed forward, his gaze sweeping over the deep, bone-visible gash on Mork's body and the broken blade in his hand, his eyes instantly reddening. What on earth happened? What about that monster and the old lady? Binzi followed, closely scanning the surroundings cautiously. We clearly arrived on the small boat. Instructor, how did you get here before us? Did you fly over with wings? The over 100 students around him cast curious and shocked glances. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Mork's heart suddenly sank. Damn, there are too many onlookers. Earlier, to escape Weibel's dog pursuit, he had to resort to the light-speed movement of the shining fruit in desperation. Although he successfully escaped, the cost was a tremendous drain on his energy, as well as the challenge of explaining to this crowd how he appeared here out of nowhere. If he were to speak the truth, that would absolutely not do. The clone fruit, the ultimate secret that could replicate any ability in the world, was his only trump card in this brutal sea. Mork's brain raced through extreme fatigue. His tired yet still sharp eyes scanned Ian and Binz's anxious faces before finally landing on Zifa, who was slowly approaching. Zifa said nothing. Though this black-armed Zifa was currently afflicted with illness and needed a cane to support himself, even while standing, the aura around him remained formidable. Those murky yet piercing eyes behind the sunglasses locked onto Mork, as if they could penetrate flesh and gaze into his very soul. Zifa saw through him. In the moment that yellow light fell onto the deserted island, he had already guessed. But he said nothing. Instructor, I'm asking you a question. Seeing Mork remain silent, Binzi shouted out in frustration. Mork took a deep breath, forcing down the overwhelming pain surging within him. He leaned slightly back against the cold rock, adopting a casual posture that suggested, I just got lucky. Oh, you mean this? Mork chuckled softly, his voice weak, yet laced with his usual teasing tone. What do you think? Did I fly over with wings? He slowly raised his left hand, a faint stream of chi gathering at his fingertips. Moonstep. Mork casually uttered those two words, then suddenly swayed his body, lightly tapping the air with his toes. And surprisingly, he actually took 2 steps in midair, half a meter off the ground, before crashing back to the ground. Cough. Although it's an improved version of the continuous moon step leveraging the residual force from the earlier battle, I covered over 10 kilometers in one go. Mork panted heavily, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Clearly this display caused him immense pain, but his expression was perfectly controlled. 3 parts fatigue, 3 parts pride, and the remaining 4 parts were an air of, you newbies don't understand my brilliance, enigmatic and pretentious. Improved continuous moon step. Over 10 kilometers. Binz's eyes widened in disbelief. This defies the laws of physics. Nothing defies the laws of physics, only things you can't achieve. Mork leaned back against the rock, closing his eyes to mask the fleeting panic in his gaze. He had gambled right. Binz's bluntness made him the easiest to deceive. But Zifa. Mork's heart rose into it. Zifa, leaning on his cane, walked step by step toward Mork. With each step the ground seemed to tremble slightly. He stopped in front of Mork, looking down at his most accomplished disciple. That calloused hand slowly reached toward Mork's face. Over 100 students held their breath. Just as that hand was about to touch Mork, Zifa's hand suddenly halted. He did not check Mork's injuries or question him, but gently brushed away the blood and dust from Mork's cheek. Well done, Mork. Zifa's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a sickly weakness, yet a reassuring strength. Surviving in front of that kind of monster is the greatest victory. Mork's eyes suddenly opened wide, his pupils violent. He looked at Zifa, trying to find a hint of suspicion or inquiry in that aged face, but found nothing. Only weariness and profound concern. Zifa did not expose him. Or rather, Zifa chose to trust him, or perhaps protect him. Teacher. Mork's voice became slightly choked. Don't speak, conserve your strength. Zifa turned around, facing away from Mork, looking towards the tumultuous sea. Despite his hunched back, due to illness, he still resembled an insurmountable mountain. What? Who was that? Zifa asked in a low voice, his tone carrying a barely perceptible tremor. I heard the explosion, saw the intertwining of ice and fire, and that kind of light. Mork's heart tightened. He knew that there were some things he could not hide from Zifa. Since that's the case, he would craft a half. It was Edward Weibel. Mork leaned against the rock slowly, saying, his voice deep, he claims to be the son of Whitebeard. His power is astonishing, and his defense is monstrous. Mork continued, I originally planned to confuse him with clones and retreat, but that old lady Bogart was too treacherous. She used a tranquilizer gun to disrupt my movements and tried to capture me alive. At that point I had no choice but to fight desperately. He paused, his gaze becoming somewhat distant, as if lost in memories. I detonated all the surrounding energy, creating a massive explosion. Using the smoke and chaos, I exhausted my last strength to escape here with the moonstep. Clone fruit. Zifa repeated softly, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. That old lady truly has your blade. Ian looked at the broken blade, concern etched on his face. Was it broken by Weibel? Mork looked down at the shattered good knife in his hand. No. Mork's fingers gently grazed the broken edge, a chilling coldness and killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was shattered by the monstrous strength of that monster. That kind of power is not something a human should possess. My blade shattered after enduring his brute force. Mork raised his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Zifa. Teacher, that was a pure destruction weapon. If I hadn't run fast, I would have turned into mush by now. Zifa remained silent for a long time. The sea breeze howled, tousling his hair. Weibel. Zifa gritted his teeth, uttering that name, and that old lady Bogart. Remnants of the Rocks era. Zifa remained silent for a moment before suddenly saying that monster Weibel is not something you can contend with right now. You did well protecting the students and preserving your life. Zifa's tone grew serious. I have already contacted the Navy headquarters. Ghost Spider and Doberman are patrolling nearby. They will immediately come to our aid upon receiving the distress signal. Ghost Spider and Dogman. Mork was taken aback. These two were future vice admirals of the Navy, currently only brigadier generals, but their strength was certainly not to be underestimated. With their assistance along with Zifa, who could already move, Mork could indeed breathe a sigh of relief. 4 hours for an ordinary person, this is merely a typical half-day, but for Mork, each second of those 4 hours felt like being fried in an oil pan. He leaned against the cold black giant rock, the deep wound on his chest visible to the bone no longer bled, yet each breath tugged at the broken ribs, bringing excruciating pain. Assistant, just hold on a little longer, Teacher ZFA said. The reinforcements are on their way. Ain squatted beside him holding a water bottle, her voice laced with a sob. Her usually vibrant eyes were now bloodshot, fixed intently on Mork's face, pale as paper. Mork slightly tilted his head, forcing out a smile that looked more like a grimace. He wanted to say something witty to lighten the mood, such as, "I'm fine, just a bit hungry," but the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat made him shut his mouth. Only he knew what he had endured during those 4 hours. In the blind spot of everyone's gaze, or rather when everyone thought he was about to exhaust his life, forced the life return, within Mork had been pushed to its utmost. It was an extremely bizarre state. To the outside eye, he looked on the verge of death, his breath faint, yet inside him every cell was screaming and reorganizing madly. It was an experience of painful ecstasy. Mork felt like an abyss, and no matter how much compressed rations and jerky he consumed, his body would instantly drain it away. Crunch, crunch. Mork bit down on the last piece of dried meat, not even bothering to chew, swallowing it whole. A burning sensation flared up in his stomach as energy transformed at a rapid pace. Is this still human? Benzi beside him stared in shock. Assistant, are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? After eating that just now, how come your stomach has no reaction at all? Mork ignored Benzi's complaints, his eyes closed, fully focused on sensing the changes within his body. If only he could have a little more time, if only he could restore his strength to 30%. Boom. Off in the distance, 2 heavy warships flying naval flags broke through the mist, nearing the island. It's Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's ship and Vice Admiral Dao Bowman's vessel. The previously silent group of trainees erupted in excitement. Ain suddenly stood up, waving her arms and calling for help loudly, tears finally streaming down her face. Mork's tense nerves relaxed for a brief moment before tightening again. They have arrived. Reinforcements from the naval headquarters. But he was still not well. Not even close. Though the broken bones had reconnected and the internal injuries were healing, the pain from being struck by Weibel's monstrous strength still felt like being torn apart. Splash. The warship docked, the anchor chain dropped, stirring up waves. Ghost Spider strode down the gangway, his gaze sweeping across the scene like lightning. When he saw Mork bloodied and leaning against the rock, his brow furrowed sharply. Teacher ZFA. Ghost Spider quickly approached ZFA, saluting sharply, his voice low. Apologies for being late. Not late. ZFA shook his head, his gaze passing over Ghost Spider, looking towards the dark depths of the desolate island. Have you found the enemy? Report. From the other side, Vice Admiral Dao Bowman rushed over, a hint of confusion and seriousness on his face. We searched the surrounding waters, but found no trace of the enemy. Only some broken ice and burn marks. What about the legendary Whitebeard's son? The air froze at that moment. Everyone's gaze fell on Mork. He took a deep breath, stuffing the last piece of jerky into his mouth. He felt strength gradually returning to his limbs, enough for him to stand. Is he dead? Or did he run away? Seeing Mork's silent, Dao Bowman impatiently pressed on. Assistant Mork, what exactly happened? The trainees all said you lured the monster away. Dao Bowman. ZFA suddenly interjected, cutting off Dao Bowman's questioning. The old man turned to Mork, his eyes deep as the sea. Let's head back to the ship. This is not the place to talk. Late at night, aboard the Ghost Spider's warship, the Vengeance. The ship's engine emitted a deep rumble, racing full speed towards Marineford. In the medical room, Mork lay on the sickbed, his upper body bare. His chest was wrapped in thick bandages, several silver needles inserted into key acupoints to suppress the agitated injuries within. But he couldn't sleep. The steady sound of footsteps came from outside, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of a cane on the deck. Mork suddenly opened his eyes, quickly pulling the blanket over his body, his expression instantly clear and alert. The door was pushed open. ZFA walked in, slightly hunched over. His usually imposing eyes now carried a teacher. Mork tried to struggle to sit up, but ZFA raised his hand to stop him. Just lie down, ZFA said slowly, taking a seat beside the bed. He looked at Mork, remaining silent for a long time, long enough for Mork to think this old man had just come to see if he was truly dead. Dao Bowman has gone to track down that old hag Bajin. ZFA suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. Although it's highly unlikely he'll catch up, at least we need to give the world government an explanation. Moku did not respond, merely gazing quietly at Zafa. Zafa suddenly changed how he addressed him, no longer calling him assistant, but directly by his name. You are 14 this year, right? Yes, teacher. 14. Zafa repeated, a bitter arc forming at the corner of his mouth. When I was your age, I was just a fledgling in the Navy, while you have survived the remnants of the Rock's era. Those two monsters, one possesses Whitebeard's bloodline, and the other is an officer from Rock's ship. Zafa spoke slowly, his gaze intense, locking onto Mok's eyes. Weibel's power is a monster-level strength that even I cannot confront directly. Bajin's malice is notorious, he continued, and you, Moku, you are just a swordsman with the clone fruit. The room fell into a terrifying silence, only the sound of waves crashing against the ship's hull could be heard. The clone fruit can create physical copies, which is rare. But Moku, can the clone fruit allow you to transform into light? Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt struck in Mok's mind. He knew. He had indeed seen it. In order to escape Weibel's pursuit, he had activated the ability of the light fruit in a moment of desperation, turning into a beam of light and vanishing dozens of kilometers away. He had thought it was a secret known only to him, but unexpectedly. I saw it. Zafa's voice was soft yet struck Mok's heart like a heavy hammer. A golden beam of light ripped through the sky. It was light photons, the peak ability of the natural type. Teacher, Moku opened his mouth, his throat parched. Don't rush to explain. Zafa turned his back to the moonlight, casting a shadow over Moku. Moku, look at me. Moku raised his head, meeting Zafa's murky yet sharp eyes. I ask you, is your fruit ability truly the... In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Moku felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He knew this was a crossroad. One path was to continue lying, potentially getting through, but it would create a rift between him and Zafa, the other path. He remained silent for a long time. Long enough for Zafa's gaze to turn disappointed, long enough for Moku to think this old man was about to turn and leave. No, Moku finally spoke, his voice soft yet exceptionally firm. Zafa's body stiffened slightly. He turned around, looking at Moku in surprise. The clone fruit is merely a disguise I present to the outside world. Moku took a deep breath, deciding to take a gamble. A gamble on his understanding of Zafa, a gamble on Zafa's care for him. My fruit. Moku raised his hand palm up. A faint glow pulsated in his palm. It was light magma, frost, a miniature of countless abilities. It is called the cloning fruit. Zafa's pupils contracted sharply. Cloning. Yes, Moku forced a bitter smile. I can replicate everything I see. Not just techniques, not just swordsmanship, but even the powers of devil fruits. The room fell into a... Zafa stared at Moku in shock, as if he were meeting his most favored disciple for the first time. Copying devil fruits. How could this be? This was fundamentally illogical. Devil fruits are the curse of the sea, unique in their existence. As long as I have seen it with my own eyes and felt it in my own body, I can turn it into my own. Moku continued, his tone laced with self-deprecation. The Buddha fruit, the magma fruit, the ice fruit, the light fruit. Even Carp's iron fist or Haki. I can all use them. But teacher, Moku raised his head, his eyes full of pleading. In this world, only you know this secret. I do not want to be sliced apart. I do not want to be locked in a research facility. I do not want to become the ultimate weapon of the world government. Zafa remained silent, his gaze fixed intensely on the swirling glow in Mok's palm. The cloning fruit. Copying everything. This was too insane. This was essentially a being that could disrupt the balance of the world. Is this why you were able to escape from Weibel? Zafa finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Yes. Moku withdrew his hand, the light dissipating. I used the ability of the light fruit to barely escape. But the cost was immense. My body could hardly withstand that speed, and my meridians are still in excruciating pain. Moku, do you know? Zafa suddenly said, his tone becoming unprecedentedly serious. In this ocean, the stronger the power, the greater the responsibility. But sometimes power can also be a curse. This ability of yours, if it gets out, it won't just be the world government or the 4 emperors, but even those monsters lurking in the shadows will come after you madly. I know. Moku nodded, his gaze resolute. That's why I have always hidden it, always disguised it as the clone fruit. Zafa looked at Moku, at this 14-year-old boy. He suddenly realized that Moku was shouldering more than he. That old hag Bajin. Zafa frowned. Did she figure it out too? She is very clever. Moku recalled Bajin's venomous glare, a wave of fear washing over him. She guessed I could steal abilities. She wanted to capture me alive and send me to Vegapunk for research. Vegapunk. Zafa bit down on the name, his eyes flashing with a cold light. That mad scientist. He fell silent for a moment before suddenly sighing, his tone softening. Moku, remember what I said. Zafa leaned down, looking into Mok's eyes, enunciating each word. From now on, your fruit ability is the clone fruit. No matter how others doubt it, you must hold on to this point firmly. Even if Sengoku asks you, even if the Gorosei interrogates you, you are still the clone fruit. As for that cloning fruit. Zafa straightened up, leaning on his cane, turning towards the door. I have never heard of it. Moku suddenly raised his head, watching Zafa's back. Teacher. The door was gently closed. In the deep of night, aboard the ghost spider's warship, the corridor plunged into darkness was only illuminated by the faint green glow of emergency lights. Zephyr walked heavily towards the communication room. His silhouette stretched long under the dim light. Pushing open the communication room doors, Zephyr waved at the communication soldier on duty, signaling him to step outside. He slowly sat down and picked up the phone bug. The purple phone bug seemed to sense the pressure from the visitor, its previously languid posture becoming tense, its antennae quivering slightly. The call connected. Beep. Beep. After a few tones of a busy signal, a loud, rough voice came through, slightly hoarse, as if just waking up. Hello? Who is it so late? Can't a person get some sleep? It was Garp. A slight twitch at the corner of Zephyr's usually stern face hinted at a suppressed smile, quickly replaced by a weight of concern. It's me, Zephyr. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by the sound of rustling, as if Garp had sat up and, "Oh, it's Zephyr." Garp's voice became more alert. "What is it? Did Mork cause you trouble again?" "No trouble, something has happened." Zephyr interrupted his old friend's rambling, his voice low and imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "Something has happened." Garp's tone shifted. "What's going on? What happened to that kid Mork?" "He's injured." Very seriously, Zephyr said slowly. 3 broken ribs, internal injuries, and a ruptured arm vein. If he hadn't fought for his life, he would be dead by now. "What a—" Garp's roar nearly shattered Zephyr's eardrum, and the phone bug shrank in fear. "Who did this? I'll go beat them up." "Not them." Zephyr shook his head, aware that Garp couldn't see him. "It was Edward Weevil. And that old hag, Miss Backen." "Weevil?" Garp's voice grew somber, tinged with a hint of fear. "How did Mork get entangled with them?" "Not entangled, he encountered them." Zephyr recounted how Mork arranged for the students to evacuate, how he held the line alone, and how he managed to stall that terrifying mother and son duo. The other end of the line fell into a prolonged silence. "That foolish kid." Garp's voice choked, always so eager to play the hero. "But that's not the point, Garp." Zephyr leaned forward, lowering his voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. "The point is he exposed things that shouldn't have been revealed to survive." "You mean?" "His fruit ability. The clone fruit is just a facade." Zephyr closed his eyes, recalling the golden beam that tore through the night sky. "I saw it. A beam of light. That was the pinnacle speed of a natural-type fruit." "Garp, that kid's fruit is not merely a clone fruit." Garp fell silent, but the weighty sound of his breathing was clear through the receiver. "I asked him last night." Zephyr continued. "He confessed to me. He said his fruit is called the clone fruit. He can replicate everything he sees. Swordsmanship, physical techniques, Haki, even the abilities of devil." "What a—" This time it was Garp who was shocked. "To replicate devil fruit abilities. How is that possible?" "He said that as long as he has seen it with his own eyes and felt it personally, he can turn it into his own." Zephyr chuckled bitterly. "Magma fruit, ice fruit, Goro no Mi. Even your iron fist, and my black arm. He can use them all." "Garp, this is his secret. A secret powerful enough to disrupt the balance of the world." "Vegapunk." Garp finally spoke, his voice laced with a chill. "That mad scientist. If he finds out there's a fruit that can replicate abilities, he would stop at nothing to capture Mork for experimentation. The world government, the Gorosei, and even the emperors hiding in the New World would go to great lengths to hunt him down." "Backen has guessed it already," Zephyr said solemnly. "She wants to capture him alive and deliver Mork to Vegapunk." Mork barely escaped this time with his life. "Damn old hag." Garp cursed fiercely. "Garp, I called you not to complain." Zephyr's gaze sharpened. "I want to tell you from today on, Mork's fruit ability is clone fruit. No matter who asks, no matter what means they use to pry it out, he is clone fruit. I need you and me to keep this secret." "Of course." Garp bellowed. "That's my grandson. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll beat them up. Don't be impulsive. We need a plan. Mork is in danger now. Although his injuries are mostly healed, his body has— moreover, he lacks a reliable weapon. His sword is broken." "I'll handle the weapon issue," Garp said. "There's a good sword with Sengoku. I'll go borrow it later. As for protecting him, Zephyr, can you keep him safe?" "I will let him stay in the training camp." Zephyr's gaze was resolute. "I will personally teach him until he is strong enough to protect himself. Before that, I will use my life to guard his secret." "All right." Garp readily agreed. "Then it's settled. Once that kid has healed, let him come report to me. He will be very happy to hear that." Zephyr joked for a rare moment. After hanging up, Zephyr leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. The sea breeze outside carried a salty scent, and he gazed at the pitch-black night sky, his expression softening slightly. "Mork, oh Mork," he murmured softly. "You really have given me a monumental problem. However, since you are my student, I will never let you come to harm." The dawn's light pierced the horizon, painting the deck of the Revenge with a golden-red hue. After a night of rest, along with Mork's monstrous life, returned skill, frantically devouring food for recovery, his injuries had healed considerably. Though his meridians still ached faintly, it no longer hindered his movement. Mork had already strolled onto the deck. The sea breeze brushed across his slightly pale face as he took a deep breath, feeling the power within him revitalizing. Surviving was the greatest fortune. Not far away, the ghost spider was engaged in morning exercises. This Commodore of the Navy, no, the future Vice Admiral, was bare-chested, sweat glistening on his muscles. His signature long hair was soaked with sweat sticking to his cheeks, yet it did not diminish the ferocity of the dual blades in his hands. "Huh." The The ghost spider let out a low shout, the two blades in his hands weaving an impenetrable net of blades. His swordsmanship was characterized by a fierce and swift style, each slash cutting through the air with a piercing sound, and amidst the flashing blade light, there was a hint of the ferocity of a beast. Mork leaned against the ship's railing, arms crossed, seemingly watching casually, but deep within his eyes a barely perceptible golden light was flowing. Target locked. Commodore Ghost Spider detected advanced swordsmanship style. Spiders 8 sword style detected advanced physical technique. Life return advanced. Proceed with cloning. Clone. Mork silently intoned in his mind. Instantly, a vast stream of information surged into it. It was the muscle memory from decades of Ghost Spider's diligent sword practice, his countless experiences of life and death in battle, and his deeper understanding of the technique of life return. Mork felt as if his scalp were slightly tingling. The Ghost Spider's 8 sword style did not mean wielding 8 swords, but rather controlling his hair with life return so that each strand became a sword-wielding hand. 2 hands and 6 strands of hair, totaling 8 swords. I see. Mork closed his eyes, savoring, but Mork instinctively touched his buzz cut, his mouth twitching. Using hair to wield swords requires having. With my buzz cut, I could only stick 2 toothpicks behind my ears as hidden weapons. He opened his eyes and looked at the Ghost Spider's hair that hung to his knees, secretly complaining in his heart. Looks like I need to grow my hair long in the future. Though it felt a bit feminine for the sake of this 8 sword style spider web, I can endure it. He then shifted his thoughts to another practical issue. Wait, even if my hair grows long enough for the 8 sword style. 8 main swords plus my 7 clones. Mork quickly calculated in his mind. 8 times 8 is 64 swords. Wait. Clones don't need extra swords. My ability is cloning. As long as the main body masters the sword-wielding action, the clones can manifest swords empty-handed. After all, that is part of the ability. So, I don't need to prepare 64 swords. Mork let out a sigh of relief, the furrow in his brow easing. I only need 8 swords. 1 set for the main body, 1 set, shared among the clones. After all, they are all me, and the swords are an idea manifested by my ability, not constrained by physical conservation. With that in mind, Mork couldn't help but give himself a mental pat on the back. I'm so clever. I almost scared myself thinking I'd have to carry an arsenal on the road. 8 swords are manageable. Oh, it's not too cumbersome. He looked at the Ghost Spider, who was standing with his swords, collected a trace of a smile flickering in his eyes. The 8 sword style spider, that's a pretty cool name. In the future, with my clones, the main body directing from the back and 7 clones, each wielding 8 swords charging forward. That seemed tisk, just thinking about it makes my head spin. Mork flexed his wrist, feeling the newly acquired more refined control over his muscles and hair. He attempted to stimulate the hair at the back of his neck, slightly raising it using the technique of life return. A faint tingling sensation washed over him. Still not skilled enough. Right now I can only make my hair stand up to frighten people. I can't do what Ghost Spider does wielding swords with hair. Mork shifted his gaze and turned to head back to the cabin to continue studying the newly learned skill. Just then it seemed Ghost Spider sensed something, suddenly turning his head, his sharp gaze piercing like a blade towards Mork's direction. Mork paused in his steps, then casually raised his hand and greeted, "Good morning, Commodore Ghost Spider. Your swordsmanship truly is breathtaking." Ghost Spider stared at him for a few seconds, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly puzzled about the fleeting sense of being watched just now. But looking at Mork's harmless smiling face, he felt it might have been his own overthinking. Mork turned and walked down the deck, facing away from Ghost Spider, a sly smile curving at the corners of his mouth. 8 sword style. I'll practice it first, and if it gets too heavy later, I'll let the clones help me carry it. The sea breeze continued to blow, and the Revenge sliced through the waves, speeding towards Marineford. Mork stood at the edge of the ship, his bare upper body wrapped in layers of bandages. Though his complexion remained somewhat pale, his eyes were deeper and sharper than ever. In just 4 days, through the extreme activation of life return and an abundance of food, his previously broken ribs and damaged organs had remarkably healed by more than half. Such an almost monstrous recovery ability left the accompanying military doctor dumbfounded. Doc. With a command from Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, the massive warship slowly entered the main port. On the dock, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Mork squinted, his gaze sweeping through the crowd until it locked onto 2 familiar figures. One was dressed in a yellow suit, wearing sunglasses, yawning with boredom. The other was clad in a white justice coat, munching on a snack. It was Kizaru and Garp. Not far behind them stood Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It seems the commotion has been quite significant, Mork thought to himself. Though Miss Baji is a remnant of the Rocks era, she is not the real 4 Emperor. The fact that the Admiral personally came to welcome her speaks more to Zephyr's influence and the importance placed on him as a survivor. The warship came to a halt and the gangplank was lowered. Zephyr, leaning on his cane, was the first to disembark. Although still unwell, the authority of the Black Arm still made the surrounding young Navy personnel dare not look him in the eye. Zephyr. Sengoku approached, his tone carrying a hint of reproach, but more concern. Why did you cause such a cough? Just a little trouble. Zephyr waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over Garp and Kizaru. What brings you both here? Oh, how terrifying. I heard that your student was cut down by Whitebeard too, and I thought I would see a corpse floating back, Kizaru said lightly. Stop the nonsense, Borsalino. Garp pushed Kazuru aside and strode up to Mork. Mork immediately straightened his posture and saluted with a proper military salute. Vice Admiral Garp. Humph, kid, you've got quite the resilience. Garp looked Mork up and down. Though there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes as he regarded Mork's bandaged chest, he scolded, since you're alive, don't embarrass me in the future. Yes, sir. Mork replied loudly. At that moment Sengoku also walked over. He did not approach as casually as Garp, but regarded Mork with a scrutinizing and profound gaze. Mork. Here. According to Zephyr's report and the verification by Ghost Spider and Dogman, you held off Edward Weevil and Baji Gomestasi on your own during this encounter, successfully protecting over 100 students and ensuring Zephyr's safety. Though you were severely injured during the mission, your performance is enough to prove your courage and responsibility. Sengoku paused, taking out a brand new badge from his pocket, which he pinned directly onto Mork's chest. By the decision of the Navy headquarters, you are hereby promoted to the rank of Navy Major. Effective immediately, you will continue to serve as an instructor at Zephyr's elite training camp, enjoying the benefits of a major. The surrounding soldiers gasped in low tones. A 14-year-old Navy major. Although he was only serving in the training camp, the speed of this promotion was comparable to riding a rocket. Thank you, Admiral. Mork felt a surge of joy in his heart. Though he did not care much for the rank itself, it represented an elevation of his status within the Navy system, making things much easier for him in the future. And there's this. Sengoku waved his hand, and an aide immediately approached with a long wooden box. Sengoku personally opened the lid. Inside lay a katana, the scabbard a deep purple engraved with cloud patterns resembling feathers. The hilt was wrapped in black shark skin, exuding a sharp aura of killing intent. One of the 50 fine swords ghost feathers Sengoku introduced. This was the sword of a fallen admiral preserved in the headquarters armory ever since. You broke Zheng Feng while protecting the students, so this sword is a reward for you. Mork looked at the sword, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. You better thank Admiral Sengoku quickly. Garp nudged his expression, clearly saying, kid, I helped you request this sword, so you owe me one. Mork understood the hint, accepted the wooden box with both hands, and bowed deeply. Thank you for the gift, Admiral. Thank you, Vice Admiral Garp. Alright, enough of this sentimental stuff. Garp waved his hand impatiently. This kid just returned from the brink of death. He let him go rest. Zephyr, you shouldn't be out here in the wind, either. Hurry back and lie down. An hour later at the Navy headquarters in the dormitory of the training camp instructors, Mork sat on the bed, playing. He drew the sword, then sheathed it. The blade was thin yet remarkably resilient, creating a whooshing sound as he swung it, and Mork secretly praised its quality. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Zephyr and Garp walked in one after the other. Zephyr shut the door, and the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly turned serious. Garp plopped down onto a chair, grabbed an apple from the table, took a bite, and asked indistinctly, kid, how are you feeling? Have your bones healed yet? Thanks to you I can move without any issues now. Mork set the sword down, his expression becoming serious. Zephyr walked to the window looking out at the training grounds, and spoke to Mork over his shoulder. Mork, that old hag Baji, though she let you off this time, she's a smart one. Since she saw through your ability to clone, she won't let it go easily. You mean? Mork's heart sank. She will definitely spread this news. Zephyr turned around, his gaze sharp. Although she doesn't know your fruit is called clone fruit, she knows you can use multiple abilities. This is a deadly temptation for the world government, for Vegapunk, and even for those ambitious individuals. Garp swallowed the apple in his mouth, his expression darkening. That crazy woman has already contacted Vegapunk. Although Zephyr and I have used our connections to suppress the news claiming that you merely awakened a special ability, this can only keep it hidden for a while. Once the higher-ups of the world government or the 5 elders become suspicious and force you to undergo a physical examination, your secret will no longer be hidden. The room fell into an eerie silence. Mork's fingers gently brushed the sword sheath, the cold touch sending a chill through him. He understood that from the moment Baji saw through him, his days in the Navy were already on a countdown. The clone fruit pretense may work on the lower and mid-levels, but in front of top-tier powerhouses and scientific forces, it is ultimately a joke. When the time comes, what awaits him is not a promotion to admiral, but being dissected for research, becoming raw material for the human scientific defense force. Teacher Grandpa Garp. Mork raised his head, a bitter smile on his face. If that day really comes, will you capture me? What nonsense are you talking about? Garp slammed the table, causing the teacups to jump. Whoever dares to touch you, I'll knock them flying first. Mork thought to himself, the old man is just being stubborn. I didn't see you save Ace during the Paramount War. But he still felt a bit touched. Garp, calm down. Zephyr sighed, looking at Mork with a complex expression. Mork, we are on your... But you must understand that we are up against the entire system. If things truly explode, we may not be able to protect you. So we need a plan. Zephyr fixed his gaze on Mork's eyes. If the news leaks, will you choose to trust the headquarters, or... Mork felt... Of course he would not trust the headquarters. He was a traveler and knew the truth of this world, the cruelty of the celestial dragons, the corruption of the world government. He stayed here only to grow stronger, to use the Navy's resources to replicate the abilities of those top powerhouses. Now he had already achieved most of his goal. Garp's fist, Zephyr's domineering presence, the abilities of the 3 admirals. He had accumulated enough capital. Teacher Grandpa Garp. Mork took a deep breath, his eyes becoming more resolute than ever. If that day really comes, I will leave. Garp was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Mork to respond so decisively. Leave? Zephyr frowned. Yes, Mork nodded, his gaze directed towards the azure sea outside the window. The Navy's justice may not suit me. Moreover, I have people I must meet and things I must do. He thought of Ace of Sabo, of that rubber-headed fool wearing a Where are you going? Garp asked in a deep voice. I haven't figured it out yet. Mork lied, or rather he only spoke half the truth. He'll take it one step at a time. Maybe he'll wander around the new world, or perhaps find a deserted island to live in. Zephyr looked deeply at Mork as if seeing through his thoughts, but ultimately said nothing. Since you've made your decision, I won't stop you. Zephyr took out a life card from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is my life card. Wherever you are, if you encounter trouble you can't solve, come find me. And this, Garp tossed over a package. Inside are some berries. Though I don't know what you'll do in the future, having some money on hand is good for living, understood? Mork looked at the life card and package on the table, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. This is what family feels like. Even if their positions differ, even if they might meet in battle in the future, at this moment, they sincerely wished him well. Thank you. Mork carefully stored the items, saying earnestly, Alright, don't make it sound like a farewell to life and death. Garp stood up, stretching. Take care of your injuries. Once you're healed, you still have to be an instructor for my 2 grandsons. If Luffy and Ace turn out to be useless, I'll hold you accountable. Don't worry, they'll amount to something. Mork smiled, a hint of inscrutable light flashing in his eyes. After seeing them off, Mork walked to the window and opened it. The sea breeze rushed and tousling his hair. In the distance, several seagulls soared freely over the horizon. Baji Vegapunk, the world government. Mork murmured softly, a smirk playing on his lips. You want to capture me for experiments? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. As for the identity of Navy Major, Mork removed the Major badge from his chest and casually tossed it into the drawer, creating a crisp sound. Consider it a proof of internship for this period. He turned around, picked up the sword from the table, and stepped out. The commercial quarter of Ma Lin Fan Duo always simmered like a boiling pot. Mork threaded his way through the crush of bodies, ears filled with hawkers' cries, sailors' coarse curses, and the distant wail of the naval harbor's sirens. He thrust his hands into his pockets and silently tallied the sum he had managed to smuggle out with him. 2 million of it came from the pay he had scrimped as an assistant instructor over the past 2 years, plus the occasional nutritional allowance the gruff but soft-hearted ZFA slipped him. The remaining million was thrust upon him by that unreliable old cop who lectured that a man traveling abroad must not be penniless lest he shame the Minchi family. For an ordinary naval man, this was a fortune. For Mork, it was merely his escape fund. He glanced up at the naval headquarters tower towering into the clouds. That white monolith, resplendent in sunlight and emblematic of absolute justice, looked to him more like a vast cage. Precaution before calamity. Mork murmured, a wry curve touching his lips. Although that madwoman Bajin had been subdued for the moment, once the scientific lunatic Bei Jiapeng's curiosity was piqued, the CP agents of the world government would likely appear at his bedside by tomorrow. Whether CP9 or CP0, he did not know. He had to be ready to flee at a moment's notice. If he ran fast enough, the world government could not catch him. Mork drew a deep breath and pushed open the door of a shop labeled Navy Surplus Supplies. Boss, 50 gene of that high-density preserved meat, and 20 gene of the dehydrated vegetables that keep for Mork pointed to row upon row of shelves, his tone as matter-of-fact, as if he were buying cabbages. The proprietor, a one-eyed old man, dozed across the counter. At the sound, he lazily raised his head. The sight of Mork's pristine major's uniform sharpened the cloudy pupil in an instant. Major, are you heading to distant waters on a long mission? The shopkeeper set about packing with nimble hands. This special preserved meat is good, though it chews like wood. 1 slab lasts a day. Perfect for survival on a deserted isle. You could say that. Mork smiled without elaboration. He picked out several fine steel survival knives, coils of high-strength climbing rope, and several oversized waterproof water bladders. Such gear was hardly exotic at Navy headquarters, yet few men took the notion of wilderness survival so utterly to heart as he did. As Mork hefted a heavy bag of medicine to the counter, the doorway suddenly darkened. A tower of a man blocked. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with curly black hair, a gaunt angular face, and a missing upper tooth. His skin bore a blue-gray pallor recalling some figure from a horror film. He wore an open naval greatcoat, a rope coiled about his waist, and hung at his side an angular long sword. Hey, old man, about my last order. The man's voice boomed, making the canned goods tremble on the shelves. Mid-sentence, his gaze fell upon Mork at the counter. Mork's muscles tensed by instinct. His right hand found the hilt of the guayu at his waist. You are Major Mork. The man hesitated, and then a strange, guileless smile warped that fierce face. Mork regarded him with mild, the uniform in the rough but not malevolent aura. I am Mork. You are. I am T. Penjin. T. Penjin's voice rang loudly enough to draw the attention of nearby customers. Mork massaged his temple. There was no malice in him, only unfiltered excitement and eagerness that made him a little clumsy. I heard you stood against by Huzi Urshi over in the Grand Line, and saved over 100 trainees. T-Pinjin's voice rang loudly enough to draw the attention of nearby customers. Imoka massaged his temples mildly pained. In these days fame as a hero was more curse than blessing. It was duty, Imoku replied, dryly seeking to end the subject. No, it was courage. T-Pinjin seemed to have found a kindred spirit admiration flooding his fierce features. I saw that way Boer strike. That was a true monster. Even Argu Meyer the Brigadier would not dare block him Hedon. Major Imoku, you're only 14, right? You look so gentle, but when you fight you are ruthless. Imoku studied the worshipful giant before him, his guard easing a fraction. T-Pinjin, the name surfaced in his memory. Ah, he remembered. The future shipslayer. A man of prodigious sword talent, so blunt and soft-hearted that he would later be bounty posted by the Cross Guild and treacherously slain by ungrateful civilians. You buying supplies too? Imoku changed the subject. Oh, yes. T-Pinjin scratched his head embarrassed. I'm heading to the East Blue. I've heard the pirates there have grown bold. Ooh, I want to test myself. I was about to get some rations. The East Blue. Imoku's eyes flickered. It was where he had begun, the place where Luffy and his friends' dreams first set sail. Since we crossed paths, let's buy together. T-Pinjin offered warmly. Despite his gangsterly aspect, his manner was oddly neighborly. I'm strong. They'll carry your things. Imoku had planned to refuse, but the hopeful look in T-Pinjin's eyes softened his answer before it formed. For the next half hour, an odd tableau unfolded in the Navy surplus shop of Ma Lin Fan Duo. A lithe, handsome young major held a long list and selected wilderness survival gear with meticulous thrift. Behind him trailed a hulking man like a demon hoisting supplies, as though carrying two small mountains, his face split by a guileless smile, as he kept asking, Major, can you really eat this? It looks like a rock. That's high-calorie military rations. Life-saving in a pinch, Imoku explained patiently, and added 2 boxes of matches and a flint to the pile. Major, you know so much, T-Pinjin marveled sincerely. When we go to sea we usually resupply ashore. A few prepare this thoroughly. Forewarned is forearmed, Imoku thought inwardly when he ran these things would be his lifeline. Having finished their purchases, the two sat at an open-air tavern near the docks. T-Pinjin bellowed for 2 mugs of ale. Imoku ordered juice. Major Imoku, if you have the chance, come find me at the G2 branch, and well drink. T-Pinjin pounded his chest in promise. Though I'm only an ensign on the sea, I can watch your back. Imoku smiled as he raised his glass. He knew how the tale would unfold. This blunt soul would one day pay a terrible price for his honesty and kindness. There was nothing he could do now. On this vast sea, each man had his fate. All he could do was become stronger, strong enough to shatter the rotten rules of the world. After bidding T-Pinjin farewell, Imoku walked alone toward the heart of Ma Lin Fan Duo's harbor. Countless immense naval vessels lay at anchor, the air thick with the scent of tung oil and salt. Imoku avoided the bustling waiting halls and slipped into a little side lane where shipwrights and veteran men, a score of silver-haired craftsmen, clustered around a warship undergoing repair, pointing and debating its flaws. The keel's warped, we must reinforce it with ironwood. The wind's wrong, adjust the sheet angle by 3 degrees. The currents here are treacherous, compasses will err, we must rely on the stars. Imoku leaned against a shadowed crate, appearing to rest with eyes closed, though a faint glint of golden light flashed in his pupils. Detected advanced skill navigation master level. Detected advanced skill ship repair and modification expert level. Detected advanced skill meteorological forecasting master level. Proceed to clone. Clone. A thunderous rush of knowledge flooded his mind. Imoku felt as if his brain had been plugged into a supercomputer. How to read the color of a current, how to scent the air and divine an approaching storm, how to compute heading deviations, even how to use sea stone powder to mend hull breaches. Countless once arcane crafts became instinct in an instant. He opened his eyes and watched an old sailor repairing a sail, his gaze tracing the complex knots. Detected skill sailor's knots proficient. Clone complete. He then observed a navigator adjusting a compass. Detected skill compass calibration proficient. Clone complete. Imoku stood quietly like a ravenous sponge, voraciously absorbing every scrap of seafaring wisdom that filled the harbor. These abilities for an ordinary naval man would take decades of life at sea to acquire. For him, the power of the clone fruit made them his after a single glance. He need not follow another like Luffy to venture forth. He himself could be the supreme navigator, the finest shipwright, the preeminent helmsman. Imoku exhaled, his head throbbing. Was this the price of omniscience? He rolled his neck and looked out to the blue that both beckoned and unnerved him. He was no longer the weak boy who had just crossed over and cowered behind Kapu. He possessed Ka Pu's iron fist, Zay Fa's imposing aura, Huang Yuan's dazzling speed, Qin Ji's frost, Chi Rao's magma. And he had just absorbed everything needed to survive at sea. Just a little more time. Major Imoku. A passing naval soldier recognized him and regarded the youth speaking to himself with puzzled curiosity. Imoku instantly smoothed away every sharp edge and returned a harmless, genial smile. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just admiring the view. The scorching sun of Marineford blazed down as if intent on melting the asphalt beneath one's feet. Mork hurried through the commercial district laden with bulging shopping bags resembling a mover who had just ransacked an entire supermarket. Better to prevent trouble before it arises. Mork sighed inwardly, beads of fine sweat glistening on his brow. Though he appeared merely to be evading the merciless sun, his peripheral vision swept deliberately across the crowd behind him. As a master of observation Haki, every subtle shift in the surrounding air currents formed a vivid radar-like map within his mind. Just 5 minutes earlier he had sensed 3 distinct presences, deliberately suppressed, yet jarringly conspicuous. Their aura was chilling and slick, steeped in the rotting stench of decades spent skulking in shadows. An anomaly utterly alien to Marineford. Have they arrived? Sooner than expected. A faint, imperceptible smirk curled at the corner of Mork's lips. He deliberately slowed his pace and paused before an ice-cold juice stall, feigning indecision over flavors. Behind him those 3 presences halted in unison, closing the distance to a mere 20 meters. Now, Mork whirled around abruptly, pretending to search for change, yet using the momentum of his turn to stride purposefully into a narrow, secluded alleyway. This sudden reversal strike caught them completely off guard. At the instant of his pivot his gaze brushed past. One wore a garish Hawaiian shirt and dark sunglasses, another stood tall-faced, painted in kabuki makeup, gripping a metallic staff. The third was a stout, green-haired man. Jabra, Yuzuri, and Lucci, 3 familiar faces of CP9. Mork instantly assessed the situation. According to canon, Lucci and Kaku were currently embedded undercover in Water 7 serving Icebug. Hence, only these 3 had been dispatched. Their presence here meant that Bakine, the madwoman's intelligence, had already reached the 5 elders' desk, prompting the world government to send CP9 to observe him. Arms laden with 2 heavy sacks of supplies, Mork turned into the training camp's dormitory building. The dorm door clicked shut and locked behind him. He tossed the expensive survival gear beneath his bed. Instantly the mask of simple-mindedness and exhaustion vanished, replaced by a chilling, unnerving calm. He snapped his fingers. Light warped and a perfect double of himself materialized in the room. Go shower. Act as relaxed as possible. The clone nodded and began unbuttoning his shirt. Meanwhile Mork's true form dissolved into an invisible breeze, gliding silently along the ceiling before slipping out of the dormitory. Minutes later 3 furtive figures slipped through the window into Mork's dormitory. Report. Target is bathing, completely unguarded. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Seems we've stumbled upon a naive, guileless youth. Jabra licked his lips, eyes gleaming with predatory greed. Orders are clear. Confirm his anomalous bloodline factors, and capturing him alive will earn us great merit. As the trio prepared to strike the bathing Mork, a shadow detached itself from the corridor's far end and watched motion. Mork leaned against the darkness, golden pupils contracting slightly. Target detected. Jabra. Ability Dog Fruit Wolf model cloned. Targets detected. Yuzuri, Lucci. Abilities Rokushiki cloned. A torrent of data cascaded across. Dog Fruit. Rokushiki. Mork skimmed the newly acquired ability data in his mind, then scoffed dismissively. Is this truly CP9's elite? Though mocking inwardly, even crumbs held value. These specialized Rokushiki variants would undoubtedly enrich his combat repertoire. Since you've come, don't rush to leave. Mork flicked his finger. A pinpoint light projectile struck the fire extinguisher at the corridor's end. Bang! A shrill alarm shattered the silence, crimson smoke billowing forth. Enemy intrusion. Jabra and his comrades recoiled in shock inside the dormitory. Before they could react, urgent footsteps and shouts echoed down the corridor. Hurry! Someone has breached the dormitory zone. Chaos, the finest cover of all. Using moonwalk, Mork stepped midair several times, leaping effortlessly onto the rooftop. Below, the CP9 trio scattered in disarray as Marine commandos surged in, while Mork's lips curved in quiet, sardonic amusement. Want to capture me? First pass Master Zephyr's test. Inside Zephyr's office the air hung thick. You're saying CP9 agents have infiltrated the training camp? Zephyr sat behind his desk, slamming a fist down with a dull, thunderous thud. Though still weakened by illness, his commanding presence remained so formidable, no one dared meet his gaze directly. Mork sat opposite on the sofa, cradling a steaming cup of tea, serene and composed. Master CP9 came this time. Next may well be CP0. Damned lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Zephyr ground his teeth, fury flashing in his eyes. Do they truly believe Marine headquarters is their private garden, entering and leaving at will? Master, now is not the time for anger. Mork set down his teacup, leaning forward slightly, his eyes alight with sharp resolve. If they wish to play in shadows, let us play a grander game. Howie. Zephyr narrowed his eyes. Escalated. Mork's voice was eerily tranquil. At present their charge is merely suspicious persons. Even if apprehended, the world government could fabricate any pretext for release. We must brand them with an accusation they can never shed. At that moment the office door burst open with a violent kick. Yo, heard someone wants to lay hands on my guy. Garp strode in half a donut, clutched in one hand, crumbs dusting his chin, but his eyes burned with the piercing intensity of a hawk. Kid Mork, how shall we handle this? Let old man Garp smash those vermin into paste. Watching these 2 unyielding titans of violence, Mork felt warmth bloom deep within his chest. This was his foundation. Master Garp, Master Zephyr. Mork rose and approached the tactical map, circling the instructor dormitory zone with his finger. Jabra and his team were scattered by the Marines. They're hiding somewhere now? What we need is an accidental confrontation. Confrontation? Zephyr frowned. Exactly, Mork replied, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. I'll deliberately expose a weakness, lure them into action. Once they deploy their devil fruit powers, or attempt lethal force, it becomes attempted assault on a commissioned Marine officer and espionage targeting classified military intelligence. Then Master and Grandfather Garp arrive on scene under the banner of student protection. Crucially, ensure they are formally accused of attempting to steal the training camp's core secrets. Garp blinked, then erupted into booming laughter. Huh, brilliant kid. Deliciously devious. I love it. That's what they call luring the tiger into the trap, isn't it? Zephyr too offered quiet approval. His gaze lingered on Mork, not as a student, but as a reflection of his younger self, yet more polished, more adept at wielding rules as weapons. If we escalate, let it be colossal. Zephyr rose to his feet. Should they bare their claws, I'll shatter their bones. And one more thing. Garp stuffed the last bite of donut into his mouth, then clapped Mork hard on the shoulder, his eyes blazing with fierce protective ferocity. Kid, go all out. If the sky collapses, old man Garp will hold it up. Mork looked upon these twin pillars of the Marines, and felt the weight of escape lift ever so slightly. Rest assured, Master. Grandfather. Half an hour later atop Marineford's rear mountains at the derelict firing range. The setting sun bled crimson, stretching Mork's silhouette long and stark across the cracked earth. He stood alone, ostensibly practicing sword-drawing technique. Yet his observation Haki radiated outward in full, unbroken intensity. Come out, three of you. Your tailing skills are abysmal. CP9's reputation lies in tatters. Without turning, Mork slowly drew his blade ghost feather. Its steel caught the dying sun, gleaming with cold, lethal brilliance. A rustle stirred the underbrush. Jabra, Yuzuri, and Lucci emerged, having eluded the Marines, their faces twisted with murderous intent. Humph! Sharp nose for a brat. Jabra tugged at his collar, his body contorting violently as he shifted fully into his half-wolf, half-man form. We'd planned to take you while you slept. Since you've delivered yourself so conveniently, we'll dispense with courtesy. Courtesy. Mork turned, meeting Jabra's transformed visage with no trace of fear, only amused. 3 intruders violating Navy's sovereign territory, attempting abduction of an active duty officer. That's your idea of courtesy. Enough talk. Moonwalk. Jabra roared, launching forward like a cannonball, claws aimed straight for Mork's throat. Too slow. Mork. To his eyes, Jabra's movements bristled with openings. Shave. Mork vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage where he'd stood. Jabra's claws tore empty air, slamming into the ground with explosive force, shattering stone and sending shards flying. What a... Before he could pivot, a voice chilled his ear. Since you cherish Rokushiki so dearly, I'll show you what true mastery looks like. Mork reappeared behind Jabra, armament Haki surging black and luminous across his entire arm. Finger pistol piercing peak. Uft. Ah! Jabra screamed, a gaping wound erupting through his shoulder, blood jetting forth. Jabra, Yuzuri, and Lucci lunged forward in tandem. Rankyaku. Life return hairbind. Trivial tricks. Mork sneered, feet striking air in rapid succession, moonwalk detonating in echoing bursts overhead. Did CP9 really dispatch trash like you to test me? He landed atop a towering boulder, looking down upon them like a sovereign surveying subjects. Return to your superiors, and tell them if they want me, let them come themselves. Damn you, don't get cocky. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, Jabra lost all restraint. With a guttural roar, his muscles swelled further, his wolf form reaching its apex. Rankyaku lone wolf. Yet this Rankyaku did not slice linearly. It launched Jabra upward in a leaping arc, slashing downward with terrifying speed. Oh, that's mildly intriguing. But it ends here. Mork drew a deep breath and unsheathed ghost feather. This time he employed no flourish, merely a single flawless draw cut. Aye flash. Shoo! An invisible vacuum slash intercepted Jabra's lone wolf mid-ascent, shattering it cleanly, then cleaved onward, gouging a bottomless chasm across the earth before Jabra's very feet. Boom. Dust and debris exploded skyward. Jabra and his comrades were hurled backward, sprawled and disheveled. What kind of swordsmanship is that? Lucci stared, trembling at the abyssal fissure, cold sweat drenching his brow. The swordsmanship that sends you straight to hell, Mork declared, voice glacial. As Jabra gathered himself for a final desperate lunge, thunderous roars split the heavens. What in the world is that sound? Yuzuri craned his neck upward in terror, just as Zephyr dropped from above, landing with seismic force that sent dust pluming high into the air. CP9. How utterly impolite, to cause trouble on my grounds. Have you prepared yourselves for broken limbs? Simultaneously, another figure crashed down before the trio, cracking the earth beneath them like shattered glass. Garp straightened, cracking his knuckles with bone-deep pops, and grinned, feral and fearsome. Well, if it isn't CP9's little grubs. Care to taste old man Garp's iron fists? Jabra, Yuzuri, and Lucci stared at the apocalyptic tableau before them, and collapsed, knees buckling onto. Perched high atop the boulder, Moke watched CP9 encircled by two living legends, and murmured softly, finally, game over. 3 days later at the Navy headquarters in the conference room at the highest level. The air was so heavy it felt like it could be wrung out for water, with only the massive clock on the wall tick-tocking, as if counting down to the impending storm. As Spandam entered, sweat beaded on his forehead. He instinctively adjusted the comical mask on his face, his gaze sweeping over the people seated in the conference room, his heart tightening suddenly. Admiral Sengoku sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed. Admiral Crane elegantly held a teacup. The three admirals, Akainu, Kazuru, and Akiji, each occupied their own corners, one with a fierce expression, one bored, and one half asleep. What suffocated him the most were Garp and Zephyr, who sat flanking Sengoku. Especially Garp, who was unbothered as he stuffed donuts into his mouth, though his eyes occasionally narrowed, revealing a chilling light that was enough to make a schemer like Spandam shudder. Spandam, you are late. Sengoku's voice was deep, carrying an undeniable authority. Sorry, Admiral Spandam straightened his back, attempting to regain the confidence of being the commander of CP9, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. I am here on the orders of the world government to negotiate regarding the illegal detention of our 3 agents by the Navy headquarters. He emphasized the words illegal detention and provocatively glanced at Garp and Zephyr. Garp crushed the donut in his mouth with a loud crunch, cheeks puffing as he mumbled, illegal. All I saw were 3 unsuspecting pests that crawled into the Navy's kitchen in the dead of night, trying to steal my senbei. Throwing them out counts as cleaning up for the world government. You. Spandam's face flushed with anger, his trembling finger pointing at Garp. Admiral Garp watched. Gabura, Weichi, and Owl are the elites of CP9, the sharp blades directly under the celestial dragons. You have no right. No right. Zephyr snorted coldly, slamming his arm down on the table, causing a loud bang that nearly made Spandam jump. They infiltrated Zephyr's elite training camp, the cradle of the Navy's future. If I hadn't broken their legs, they would have already poisoned the trainees. Spandam, don't use CP9's name to pressure me. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of gutter rats who can only engage in assassination. Spandam felt as if he were being suffocated by 2 mountains. He knew well the tempers of these 2 old men. One was the Navy's mad dog, and the other a former black arm. If they truly resorted to violence, even the 5 elders couldn't save him. Are you trying to destroy the peaceful relationship between the Navy and CP9? Spandam shouted in a fierce manner, fumbling to pull out a den mushi from his pocket. I want to report directly to the 5 elders. I will accuse you of abusing your power and seeking personal revenge. The conference room fell silent instantly. Sengoku sighed, not intervening. He understood that some things had to be said directly by those above. Spandam trembled as he dialed the forbidden number. The den mushi blinked its eyes, and soon a dignified and aged voice came from within. Lord Watchley. Spandam immediately put on a servile demeanor, bowing deeply. The Navy headquarters has detained 3 of our agents, and Admiral Garp and Instructor Zephyr have committed acts of violence against them. Spandam, the voice from the den mushi interrupted his lament, carrying a tone of cold detachment. Let Sengoku take the call. Spandam felt relieved, quickly handing the den mushi to Sengoku. Sengoku took the den mushi and said in a deep voice, this is Sengoku. Sengoku released those. The voice of Topman Watchley was devoid of any fluctuation. Although CP9's actions were reckless, they were also to confirm the status of that boy. Since it has been confirmed, there is no need to detain them further. Sengoku tightened his grip on the den mushi, his knuckles turning white. He glanced at Garp and Zephyr beside him, both of their expressions dark and foreboding. Understood. Sengoku finally squeezed out those 3 words through clenched teeth. He waved his hand, and a Navy soldier immediately ushered in the 3 balls. Indeed, it would be more accurate to say they were 3 balls than 3 people. Gabura's face was swollen like a pig's head. Fowl's face, which usually bore a strange smile, was utterly twisted with his nose askew. As for Weichi, his face was bruised in multiple places, needing assistance to walk. This? Spandam gasped, looking at the terrible state of his subordinates, feeling a chill in his heart. I have given you the people, Sengoku said coldly. Now let's talk business. About Mork. The den mushi fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly considering its words. We have received the report from Beginkum Stussy. The voice of Watchley echoed again, this time laced with curiosity and greed. She said that the boy named Mork possesses the ability of cloning, capable of replicating others' abilities and techniques. Is this true? The atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. Garp suddenly stood up, snatching the den mushi, his booming voice shaking the entire room. Nonsense. Can you trust the words of that crazy woman? My grandson is clearly using the clone fruit. He can only create a few clones to help him fight. What cloning? Zephyr also spoke in a deep voice, his tone leaving no room for doubt. That is merely a superhuman-type clone ability. Bagink, having been defeated by Mork, is resentful and has deliberately fabricated lies to take revenge using the world government's hand. If the intelligence department can't see through such a divisive scheme, then their intelligence would be comparable to that of that. Spandam stood by confused. The Din Mushi fell into a long silence. Garp and Zephyr's reactions were too swift, their attitudes too firm, making it hard to find any flaws. The clone fruit, huh? Wachali's voice sounded somewhat disinterested, as if feeling that an interesting toy was missing. Since Garp and Zephyr have both said, so then it should be the clone fruit. That woman bagging is indeed unreliable. Garp and Zephyr exchanged glances, both seeing a glimmer of relief in each other's eyes. They had successfully navigated this issue. However, Wachali's tone shifted. Regardless of the fruit, that boy's talent is undeniable. A 14-year-old major who can repel Weevil. Such talent would be wasted as a training officer in the training camp. Sengoku frowned. Are you saying, Admiral? We have two arrangements. Wachali said leisurely. First, let him join CP9. That is the best stage to utilize his special ability. We will grant him the highest authority, allowing him to take orders directly from the 5 elders. Spandam's eyes widened in disbelief as he listened. Joining CP9 directly. That is the pinnacle of power he has always dreamed of, and this kid is only 14. Second, Wachali continued, if you are reluctant to release him, then let him be dispatched. The situation in Dressrosa has been somewhat delicate lately. Although Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea, we need eyes watching him. Sending Mork to Dressrosa for garrison duty under the pretense of assistance is actually to monitor him. Upon hearing the words Dressrosa and Doflamingo, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr's expressions changed, throwing a fledgling eagle into the dens of 2 tigers. This is not garrison duty, it is clearly a death sentence or a forced rebellion. You have 3 days to consider. Wachali did not give them a chance to refute. In 3 days, give me a response. Join CP9 or go to Dressrosa. If neither option is chosen, then do not blame the world government for taking coercive measures. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Spandam looked at his subordinates who were beaten to a pulp, then glanced at the dark-faced Navy higher-ups. He wisely shrank back his neck and left with his men in disgrace. Half an hour later in the instructor dormitory, Mork was sitting by the window polishing the blade of his good knife, Ghost Feather. Knock, knock, knock. There was a heavy knocking at the door. Come in, Mork said without turning his head. The door opened, and Garp and Zephyr entered one after the other, shutting the door behind them and locking it. Mork's movements paused, and he turned to look at the solemn expressions on the faces of his elders, already having a guess in his heart. Did it fall through? Mork smiled and poured them both a glass of water. Looks like that crazy woman's mouth is quite fast. Garp plopped down on the bed, irritably ruffling his hair. That old witch not only passed the news to Vegapunk, but also directly poked it to the 5 elders. We just had a meeting, and those old geezers gave us 2 choices. Speak him listening. Mork replied calmly as if he had already anticipated everything. Zephyr walked to the window looking out at the training grounds and said solemnly, first to remove you from the Navy's command structure and directly join CP9, becoming a direct agent of the Celestial Dragons. Second, to be dispatched to Dressrosa as a garrison officer to assist Doflamingo. Mork raised an eyebrow. This choice was indeed interesting. One was entering the wolf's den, and the other was stepping into the tiger's lair. Joining CP9 meant he would completely lose his freedom and become the sharpest assassination tool of the world government. Furthermore, Spandam, that fool, would be his direct superior, buzzing in his ear every day. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. More importantly, CP9 was rife with internal factions, and Lucci's crew was not to be underestimated. If his identity were exposed, it would be disastrous. And going to Dressrosa, Mork's mind conjured the image of the man wearing sunglasses and a flamboyant feather coat. Doflamingo, the awakened user of the Ito no Mi, once a celestial dragon, now known as Joker. In his current state, while he had cloned a plethora of fruit abilities, facing off against an old schemer like Doflamingo would leave him with almost no chance of winning. Mork did not believe he possessed the protagonist's luck like Luffy. Moreover, Dressrosa was Doflamingo's stronghold, making a move there would be akin to dancing on a volcano. Both of these choices lead to dead ends. Mork sighed lightly, tapping the sheath of his knife with his fingers. Mork, Zephyr turned around looking at him with a complex gaze. If you don't want to choose, I can help you block it. At worst, he'll just defect from the Navy. Mork interjected, a playful smirk forming on his lips. Teacher Grandpa, is that what you mean? Garp shot him a glare. You brat, stop talking nonsense. What I mean is, at worst, he'll go beat up Spandam or Doflamingo and see if they dare to touch you. Mork's heart warmed. This is family. Even if their positions differed, even if they might face each other on the battlefield in the future, at this moment, they genuinely wished him well. No need. Mork shook his head, determination in his eyes. I can handle this little trouble myself. Which one do you? Zephyr asked with a frown. CP9, Mork replied without hesitation. Are you crazy? Garp jumped up, to serve as a subordinate to those rats in the gutter, and to take orders from that idiot Spandam. That kid wouldn't dare to kill even a chicken. Exactly because Spandam is an idiot, he is easy to deal with. Mork explained with a smile. Although CP9 is dangerous, Spandam is a fool. As long as I deal with him, I can walk freely in CP9. Moreover, CP9 holds a lot of secrets for the world government, which makes it a great place for me to gather intelligence. As for Dressrosa, Mork silently added in his mind, that's a matter for later. Provoking Don Quixote Doflamingo now is purely courting death. And Mork changed his tone, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Who said I would work for them for free? What do you mean? Zephyr looked at him in confusion. Mork stood up, stretched lazily, and wore a shrewd expression. Since the world government holds me in such high regard, I can't devalue myself too much. I will agree to join CP9, but I want a raise. A raise? Garp blinked. That's right. Mork raised a finger, 1 million berries a month. If it's less than that amount, I want to see what's more important, the face of the Gorosei, or that 1 million berries. Garp and Zephyr exchanged glances. They had considered that Mork would resist, flee, or even get angry, but never did they expect this kid would actually talk about money at this moment. You little brat. Garp pointed at Mork and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Good. Truly worthy of being my grandson. That's ruthless. That 1 million berries shall be considered as compensation for mental anguish. If they refuse to pay, just twist off that idiot Spandam's head and kick it like a ball. Zephyr helplessly shook his head, yet a smile crept at the corners of his mouth. You brat, truly. Makes one worry. Since you've made your decision, we will cooperate with your play. However, Mork, remember that the depths of CP9 are treacherous. Once you step in, there is no turning back. Meanwhile, in Marineford, the temporary headquarters of CP9, Spandam was carefully adjusting the ridiculous mask on his face in front of a mirror. Ding ding ding. A series of urgent phone snail rings shattered the room's tranquility. Spandam shivered and hurriedly turned to answer the phone snail. When he saw the figure of Saint Watchley on the video phone snail, he was almost scared to his knees. Spandam. The voice of Saint Watchley came through the phone snail, carrying a cold indifference and authority, as if a god from the clouds was judging mere ants. We have new instructions regarding that boy named Mork. Yes, please give your orders, Saint Watchley. I will definitely devote myself wholeheartedly, even if it costs my life. Spandam bent down, his posture as humble as it could be. Let him join CP9. Huh. Spandam was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. Yes. But that kid, although he has some talent, is only 14 years old. Isn't it too? This is an order. Saint Watchley interrupted him, impatience creeping into his tone. Recently, Don Quixote Doflamingo's movements are quite suspicious. That kid may only be 14, but he was able to fend off Weevil, indicating he is a sharp weapon. This weapon is too dangerous in Dressrosa. If he gets secretly entangled with Doflamingo, or captured, it would be detrimental to us. Keeping him in CP9 at least keeps him within our line of sight. Spandam suddenly realized it was to guard against that madman Doflamingo. Yes, I understand. I will ensure he becomes the most loyal member of CP9. Hold on. Saint Watchley's voice turned cold suddenly, like a snake flicking its tongue. What that woman Bajingham said, although Garp and Zephyr vehemently deny it, we cannot completely disregard it. Keep a close eye on him as well. Spandam's heart sank heavily. If that kid really shows signs of cloning, such as using more than 2 devil fruit abilities simultaneously, or replicating someone else's techniques. Saint Watchley paused, his tone chilling. Immediately report to me. For such trivial matters do not bother me usually. Yes, cloning. The cloning fruit. Spandam hung up the phone snail, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes turning more sinister. If what Beijing said is true, then this kid's value is worth more than 100 CP9 members. Mork. Spandam softly muttered the name, a sinister smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. No matter what fruit you have, as long as you enter CP9, you must obey me. At that time, whether to hand you over to Vegapunk or turn you into my personal slave, it will all be at my discretion. 3 days later, in Marineford, CP9's conference room. The door was violently pushed open with a loud Garp strode in, followed closely by Mork, who had his hands in his pockets and an expression of calm indifference. Just as Spandam was about to stand up and assert his authority, he saw Garp's enormous fist propelled by the wind slam directly onto the conference table. Boom! The hard wooden conference table instantly splintered into pieces, teacups jumped up, and documents scattered everywhere. Hey, Garp, Vice Admiral, what are you doing? Spandam was so scared that his mask went askew, falling into his chair. What am I doing? Discussing business. Garp looked down at Spandam. My grandson says you want him to join CP9. What a filthy place like CP9 can be worthy of my grandson. Vice Admiral Garp, please watch your words. CP9 is the world government's most secret blade. Only the elite of the elite can. Stop blabbering. Garp impatiently dug into his nose. Mork, you say it yourself. Mork stepped forward, pulled out a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and looked at Spandam, as if he were a fat sheep ready for slaughter. Commander Spandam, I'm not interested in joining CP9. Mork stated bluntly, his tone languid. After all, I've heard that the pay there is low, the benefits are poor, and I have to take orders from an idiot who can't even use Haki. Spandam's face instantly turned as red as a liver. Who are you calling an idiot? Whoever fits the description. Mork shrugged. However, since the higher-ups have issued an order, I can consider it. But I have a few conditions. You dare to put forward conditions? Spandam gritted his teeth. First, the position. Mork raised a finger. I want to be the deputy commander of CP9. Although you are incompetent, since you are the commander, I will reluctantly take the role of your assistant. After all, there needs to be someone capable on site to ensure you don't screw up the mission. Second, the authority. Mork raised a second finger. Except for direct orders from the world government, I will not accept orders from anyone else. Especially not from you, Spandam. Without my consent, you are not allowed to assign me any tasks or interfere with my actions. Third, and most importantly, Mork leaned forward, his eyes sharpening. Money. A monthly salary of 1 million berries. 1 million. Spandam nearly jumped out of his chair. Why don't you go rob a bank? Do you know how many elite operatives 1 million berries can hire? You a little brat, why do you deserve so much money? Because I can fight. Mork said nonchalantly. Because I can hold off Weevil by myself. Because if I don't join CP9, I will appear in Dressrosa tomorrow, and then, who knows what will happen? Spandam was left speechless. He wanted to retort, to explode in anger, but St. Watchley's words echoed in his ears. What if he secretly colludes with Doflamingo, or gets captured? This kid is threatening me with Doflamingo. What? Do you disagree? Mork acted as if to stand up. Then forget it, I'll go back now to pack my things and head to Dressrosa for a vacation. I've heard that the toy house there is quite interesting. Wait. Spandam panicked. If this kid really ran away or something happened, he would be the first one the Gorosei would chop. He took a deep breath, forcing down the anger and humiliation in his heart. It's just money, right? Although the budget for CP9 is tight, this money must be spent to control the potential threat of this cloning fruit. Besides, as long as he is within CP9, I have countless ways to eliminate him or uncover the secret of his fruit. 1 million. It can be arranged. Spandam said darkly, his eyes flashing with resentment beneath the mask. But Mork, I hope you won't disappoint me. If your performance doesn't justify this price, I will personally impeach you to the Gorosei. Rest assured, as long as you pay me quickly, I will work hard. Mork smiled with satisfaction, extending his hand. Pleasure doing business, Commander Spandam. Watching the two shake hands, Garp beside them curled his lip, cursing in his heart. You little brat, 1 million berries. When I get back, he'll definitely make you treat me to some sunbae. 3 days later, an order was issued. The Marine Headquarters Major Mork is officially transferred to CP9, appointed as Deputy Commander directly under the jurisdiction of the Gorosei. When the news broke, the Marine Headquarters was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Mork merely carried a massive backpack, boarding the warship heading to Eni's lobby under the watchful eyes of Garp and Zephyr. The sea breeze lifted the corners of his clothes. Mork looked back at Marineford. Goodbye, Marine Headquarters. A slight smile appeared at the corners of Mork's mouth, with the spirit of battle shining in his eyes. The warship slowly sailed into the Gate of Justice, finally revealing the sinister silhouette of the legendary. The massive Gate of Justice slowly closed behind them, as if severing all ties between Mork and the naval headquarters, which, although filled with schemes, still held a touch of warmth from the past. On the deck, Mork had his hands in his pockets, wearing the black CP9 uniform, exuding an air of maturity and coldness that seemed beyond his years. He gazed at the island that was perpetually shrouded from the sunlight, while his mind raced with calculations for a future escape route. Since I'm already on this pirate ship, I must glean every bit of advantage I can. Mork thought to himself. His gaze swept across the sea, but his thoughts drifted towards the powerful figures yet to make their entrance. To facilitate his future escape, he urgently needed to expand his skill set. Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit is essential. It not only deflects attacks, but also releases fatigue and pain. Most importantly, that repulsion ability is simply a divine technique for fleeing. And then there's Frankie's copy fruit. Although turning into a transvestite is a bit hard on the eyes, it's the perfect means of disguise. As for Capone Beg's castle fruit, Mork glanced down at his large backpack, which contained the escape supplies he had procured in Marineford. If only I could store all these items within my body, I wouldn't have to carry around such cumbersome bags. It's too inconvenient. He stroked his chin and also considered the personnel configuration within CP9. Bruno, that big guy, his door fruit, is also a divine skill. I wonder if Bruno has eaten the fruit by now. If he has, as the vice commander, I have plenty of opportunities to borrow it. As long as I clone the door fruit, this judicial island will be like my own backyard. Oh, I can go anywhere. As for Ivankov's hormone fruit, Mork's mind conjured the image of the transvestite king, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Forget it, the price for that is too steep. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not consider it. However, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling his mastery of the life return skill. Life return can control every cell in my body, even transforming my hair into weapons. If I can control cells theoretically, can I also alter the microstructure of my bones and muscles to change my appearance? If perfected, wouldn't that be safer than the copy fruit? As he pondered, the ship's horn interrupted his thoughts. Whoa, Judicial Island has arrived. On the dock, two figures had been waiting for a long time. One was Spandam, wearing a ridiculous mask, while the other was a tall, thin man with gray long hair and dark red sunglasses standing beside him. Mork squinted his eyes, rummaging through the memories of his past life, but could not recall who this tall man was. It seemed there was no such character in the original work. Or perhaps he was just some passerby. The warship docked, and the gangway was lowered. Spandam immediately put on a seemingly warm but actually stiff smile and approached, while the tall man stood expressionless, coldly scrutinizing Mork. Welcome. Major Mork. Oh no, now I should call you Vice Commander Mork. Spandam's voice was somewhat shrill as he extended his hand, seemingly trying to convey warmth, but his hand trembled slightly. Mork slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing a standard professional fake smile, and shook hands with Spandam, applying just the right amount of pressure. "You're too kind, Commander Spandam." Mork's gaze passed over Spandam and landed on the tall man. "Who might this be?" Spandam was momentarily taken aback, but quickly introduced, "This is Luffy, an experienced veteran agent of CP9. Both of his daughters have joined the government's agency, one in CP8, and the other right here, in CP9. You will meet her later. Her name is Khalifa, and she will assist you in getting familiar with the work here. Mr. Lasky, it's a pleasure to meet you." Mork extended his hand proactively, his eyes revealing a hint of appropriate respect. Luffy looked at Mork with some surprise, and returned the handshake. "Hello." Lasky's voice was deep and hoarse. Mork's heart stirred. Luffy, Khalifa's father. It seems he is just a mere extra. However, since he is a veteran agent, he should have some useful skills. Target detected. Luffy. Ability Marine 6 styles cloned. A line of small text flashed through Mork's mind, and he calmly withdrew his hand. "Vice Commander Mork, please follow me. I have prepared an office for you." Spandam, seeing that the handshake had ended, quickly interjected, trying to regain control of the situation. "No, Rob." But Mork suddenly spoke, turning around with a seemingly teasing smile at Spandam, his tone turning extremely sincere, even carrying a hint of flattery. "Commander Spandam, actually back in Marineford, my attitude towards you was somewhat that. Please forgive me." Mork sighed, displaying an expression of helplessness. "As you know, Admiral Garp and Instructor Zephyr are my elders. They forced me to act in that play. I had no choice. I'm quite simple, really. I just like money and enjoy life. Whatever justice or injustice has nothing to do with me." Spandam was taken aback. His originally taut nerves miraculously relaxed upon hearing Mork's words. "Are you saying that was..." Spandam asked tentatively, the eyes behind his mask flickering with a mix of suspicion and hope. "Of course." Mork replied confidently. "If I didn't act tough, would Admiral Garp let me come here? You know him, he's stubborn. I could only show that I came for the high salary. Then he would think I'm just a greedy kid and would feel reassured to let me leave." As Mork spoke, he observed Spandam's expression. Sure enough, with his words, the wariness on Spandam's face faded, replaced by a sense of icy satisfaction. Moreover, Mork lowered his voice, leaning closer to Spandam with a mysterious demeanor. "Commander Spandam, let's not speak in riddles. I heard you've been a bit tight on funds recently. As long as we collaborate harmoniously, there are plenty of ways to make money. I have some channels over there. We can get rich together." "Together? Get rich?" Spandam's heart raced suddenly. Although he wielded considerable power as the commander of CP9, funding had always been tightly controlled from above. "Exactly." Mork patted Spandam on the shoulder as if he were an old partner. "As long as you don't interfere with my actions, I guarantee that whatever money we make together, we'll split it 50-50. Spandam was completely convinced. All the threats of the cloned fruit and the warnings from the 5 elders were pushed out of his mind by the allure of a 50-50 split. In his eyes, this 14-year-old boy was merely a somewhat capable, greedy youth who could easily be bought. "Huh, Brother Mork, I knew you were a straightforward person." Spandam burst into sharp, ear-piercing laughter. "It was all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. From now on in CP9, we are brothers. Whoever dares to touch you is touching me." Spandam, Lasky, watching this scene, furrowed his brows slightly behind his sunglasses, sensing something was amiss, but unable to articulate it. Come to my office. I'll have someone prepare the best tea for you." Spandam enthusiastically threw an arm around Mork's shoulder, as if they were truly old friends. Mork complied, a barely perceptible cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Fool," he mentally laid. "As long as I deal with this fool, CP9 will be my backyard. As for the 5 elders, once I'm ready, this judicial island can favor anyone it wishes." Along the way, Mork showcased his actor-grade skills, flattering Spandam to the utmost. "Commander Spandam, I've long heard that you are the youngest commander of CP9, talented and with a bright future ahead." "Oh, not at all. It's all thanks to the favor of the 5 elders. No, this is absolutely due to your capabilities. A leader as wise and powerful as you is exactly the person I, Mork, wish to follow." Mork said with genuine, "Ha, Brother Mork is joking." Spandam patted Mork's shoulder, looking as if they had just met and hit it off. "I've long seen that Brother Mork is a talented person. From now on in CP9, we are family." Spandam's office is located on the upper floors of the Judicial Tower, providing a view overlooking the entire island. The office was quite luxuriously decorated with a leather sofa, a mahogany desk, and even a huge telephone. "Please have a seat." Spandam personally poured a cup of tea for Mork, his attitude very attentive. Mork was not polite, sitting down heavily on the sofa, crossing his legs, and surveying the office before his gaze finally landed on a thick stack of documents on the desk. "Commander Spandam, since we are now on the same boat, I'll speak frankly." Mork raised the teacup, took a small sip, and immediately frowned. "This tea is a bit bitter." "Oh, really?" Spandam looked somewhat awkward. This is ordinary tea leaves. I'll have someone send over some good tea later as a gift for the commander." Mork waved his hand generously, then shifted the conversation. "By the way, I heard CP9 is undertaking a new mission recently." Spandam's face changed, instinctively covering the documents on the table. This is confidential." Oh come on, don't be nervous. Mork smiled. I just wanted to ask if this mission has enough profits. Spandam sighed in relief, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Profits. This mission was directly issued by the world government targeting the search for the legendary Pluton design. If we can find it, then the benefits will certainly be plentiful. Pluton design. Mork's heart skipped a beat. This is a major plot point. It seems the Frankie family has already gone to Water 7, and today, he won't have the chance to see Bruno's Dordor fruit. Sounds good. Mork nodded. Then I'd like to get a share of the spoils. No problem. No problem. Spandam eagerly agreed. As long as Brother Mork lends a hand, it will be a piece of cake. On Judicial Island in the CP9 headquarters, there lies an underground training ground. A unique scent, a mixture of sweat, rust, and disinfectant permeates the air. Beneath a vast dome is a fighting arena covered with thick mats while the walls are adorned with various cold weapons. Brother Mork, please. Spandam wore his signature somewhat rigid smile as he pushed open the heavy iron door. His face, adorned with a comical mask, appeared somewhat distorted under the dim light, yet his tone exuded a deliberately flattering enthusiasm. Mork walked in with his hands in the pockets of his black uniform, his expression calm. He scanned the spacious training ground, finally resting his gaze on three figures in the corner warming up. Those were three faces that felt exceedingly familiar to him: Gabra, Wei Chu, and Owl. Just a few days prior, the three of them had been entertained by him, Cap, and Zephyr at the abandoned shooting range in Marineford. At this moment, the bandages on their bodies were not yet fully removed, and Gabra's face was bruised and battered, looking utterly miserable. Upon seeing Mork enter, the three froze in their movements. The previously noisy training room fell silent in an instant, and three pairs of eyes fixed on him, filled with unabashed resentment and anger. Oh, isn't this our hero, Major Mork? Gabra tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, his voice hoarse. No, he should be called Vice Commander now. Congratulations, rising to such a high position at a young age. Gabra, watch your words. Spandam immediately scolded. Brother Mork is now your superior. You must respect him. Commander Spandam, we CP9 rely on strength. Exactly. Owl chimed in. We were simply caught off guard and ambushed by General Cap and Commander Spandam, we CP9 rely on strength. Exactly. Owl chimed in. We were simply caught off guard and ambushed by General Cap and Instructor Zephyr. In a fair duel, the outcome could go either way. Mork quietly listened to their complaints, showing no expression on his face, as if they were merely three noisy flies. He slowly walked to the center of the training ground, pulled a hand from his pocket, and gently patted the dust off his uniform. Are you done speaking? His voice was not loud, yet it clearly echoed throughout the entire training room. If you have objections to my appointment, you can appeal to the world government. Mork raised his head, his deep gaze coldly sweeping over the three. Or you can start fighting now. I happen to want to see how much progress you've made after being guided by Grandpa Cap and Teacher Zephyr. You? Gabra was completely enraged. He violently pulled off his tie, and his body began to undergo a transformation, muscles swelling, hair sprouting instantly, taking on a half-man, half-wolf form. Don't think that just because you have Cap and Zephyr backing you, you can do as you please. This is Judicial Island, our territory. Gabra, calm down. Spandam pretended to advise, yet his body subtly retreated a few steps. Gabra was completely enraged. He violently pulled off his tie, and his body began to undergo a transformation, muscles swelling, hair sprouting instantly, taking on he assumed a fighting stance, looking calmly at the three in front of him. Let's all go at once, don't waste time. Arrogant. Gabra roared, launching the first attack. He shouted, Moonstep. And his figure shot out like a cannonball, his sharp wolf claws aimed directly at Mork's throat. At the same time, Owl and Wei Chu flanked from both sides, one using Storm Step, and the other manipulating his hair like a poisonous snake with life return binding. Facing the three-pronged assault, Mork did not retreat, but advanced. Shave. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage in place. Gabra swiped at empty air, hitting the ground hard, causing stones to fly. Before he could react, a cold voice ran. Too slow. Mork appeared to Gabra's left side, delivering a simple finger gun aimed at his rib. Gabra was taken aback and hastily hardened his body with iron block. Clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. Gabra felt a sharp pain in his side as if struck by a heavy hammer, and he stumbled uncontrollably to the side. What a... He looked at Mork in horror. His iron block, though not on par with Cap's monstrous strength, was still among the top in CP9. How could it be broken by a mere kid with a single finger? Next, Mork didn't even glance at him, slightly tilting his body to dodge Owl's Storm Step, and delivered a chop to the back of his neck. Bang! Owl didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight down. Owl. Wei Chu was alarmed at the sight, manipulating his hair to launch an attack from all directions. Mork didn't even look, lightly tapping his feet on the ground, activating Moonstep to leap into the air, easily avoiding all attacks. Showy. He performed a midair flip, executing a powerful Storm Step downwards. Storm Step Mountain. A condensed and sharp white slash whistled out, instantly tearing through Wei Chu's binding, and with unrelenting momentum it struck the ground in front of Wei Chu, carving a bottomless ravine. The massive shockwave knocked Wei Chu to the ground, and he looked at the ravine in terror, cold sweat pouring down. This power was several times stronger than Gabra's Storm Step Lone Wolf. It's your turn now. Mork landed in front of Gabra calmly gazing at the now somewhat frightened wolf-like man. Why you? Don't come over. Gabra instinctively took a step back, the sharp pain from the previous finger gun still fresh in his mind reminding him that this youth's strength was far from what he had imagined. Weren't you quite imposing just now? Mork smirked mockingly. Did you not say this is your territory? Bastard. Don't get too cocky. Gabra was utterly enraged. Shame and fury made him lose his rationality. He roared, his muscles swelling once more, fully transforming into his wolf form, executing his favorite technique. Storm Step Lone Wolf. A slash delivered by a kick wouldn't attack in a straight line, but would rapidly strike forward in a jumping motion, its trajectory strange and difficult to predict. Oh, this move is somewhat interesting. A hint of appreciation flashed in Mork's eyes, but his movements were unhesitant. He did not dodge, but raised his right leg, coating his entire calf with armed color Haki, which shone darkly. Then let's see whose leg is harder. Storm Step. A simple and direct storm step, without any fancy bang. The two slashes collided fiercely in midair. Gabra's Lone Wolf crumbled like paper in the face of Mork's pure strength, instantly being shattered. Mork's storm step continued unabated, striking fiercely against Gabra's calf. Crack. A sound of bone breaking echoed clearly. Azo. Gabra let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his right leg and rolling on the ground in agony. His calf was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The entire training room fell into a deathly silence. Spandam's mouth hung open, his eyes filled with terror beneath the mask. He had originally thought that even if these three couldn't defeat Mork, they would at least embarrass him, but he never expected such a one-sided and brutal defeat. Owl lay unconscious on the ground. Wei Chu sat trembling, and Gabra wailed in pain. Is this the strength that can repel Whitebeard too? Mork retracted his leg, the domineering aura around him gradually dissipating. He did not even glance at the three on the ground, striding straight to Spandam, retrieving his jacket from the stunned commander's hand and putting it on leisurely. Commander Spandam. Mork adjusted his collar, his tone as flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. I believe the training intensity of CP9 needs to be improved. The strength of these three is truly hard to look at. Spandam swallowed hard, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Yes. Yes, Brother Mork is right. They have indeed been somewhat negligent lately. Negligent? Mork scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the three on the ground. They are too weak. Is it not embarrassing for the world government for agents of CP9 to have such strength? He walked over to Gabra, who was still wailing, squatting down and ignoring the resentful gaze directed at him, extending 2 fingers to rest on his calf. What are you going to do? Gabra cried out in terror. I'm going to help you set your bone. Mork replied casually, suddenly applying force with his fingers. Crack. Another crisp sound echoed, and Gabra's scream abruptly ceased as he fainted from the pain. Mork stood up, dusting off his hands as if he had just completed an insignificant task. Commander Spandam. He turned around to look at the completely stunned CP9 commander. Since I am now the vice commander, training subordinates is my responsibility. From today onward, I will personally guide them. Guiding. Spandam was momentarily stunned. Mork nodded, a hint of a kind smile appearing on his face. After all, I was an assistant instructor at Zephyr's elite training camp. I have quite a bit of experience dealing with rookies of this level. He walked over to the unconscious Owl and kicked him awake. Get up, continue training. Owl clutched his neck, looking at Mork in terror, then glancing at the broken leg Gabra and the stunned Wei Chu, not daring to resist in the slightest, hurriedly scrambling to his feet. Wei Chu quickly got up as well, standing beside Owl, both of them lowering their heads like quails, not daring to make a sound. From today onward, your training volume will double. Mork stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an undeniable authority. I will let you know what true sixth. Yes. Yes. Both replied hastily. Spandam watched in astonishment. He had originally thought Mork was just a strong rookie, but he never expected him to possess such capabilities. This is not just a vice commander position. He is clearly here to be a devil instructor. By the way, Mork seemed to remember something and turned to Spandam. Did Lucci and the others go to Water City? Yes. Yes. Spandam nodded quickly. Mork nodded. Once I train these 3 wastes into some semblance of competence, I will also visit Water City. After all, as vice commander, I should go and meet my colleagues. In the underground training ground of Eni's lobby, the air hung thick with the mingled sense of sweat, rust, and a quiet, suffocating despair. Kakut. Is your moonwalk as soft as treading on cotton? If I see you hovering in midair for even a tenth of a second longer, I'll shove you straight into Owl's beak. His lunch awaits. A thunderous roar shattered the vast, hollow silence beneath the vaulted ceiling. Mork stood motionless at the center of the arena, hands tucked casually in his pocket, spine erect, his deep-set eyes radiating an icy, bone-chilling intensity. Before him, Kaku staggered upright from the floor, bruised and battered. His once impeccable suit now hung in tatters like ragged cloth. Mork, Commander. I've already performed 5,000 jumps. Kaku gasped, breath ragged. Though his leg, the one Mork had shattered with a single kick, had been reset, it throbbed with dull, soul-deep agony, the raw tremor of abject terror. 5,000. Mock sneered, then vanished. In the next heartbeat he reappeared directly above Kaku, delivering a devastating gravity-defying razor kick squarely to Kaku's forehead, driving him headfirst into the stone floor like a nail. For CP9, a warm-up has only just begun. Your moonwalk is rigid, predictable, linear. Remember, its essence is freedom. You must move like the wind, unbound, untethered. Again, meanwhile across the training ground, Fukaru is your finger pistol meant to tickle your enemies. Mock's voice drifted coolly. Undoubtedly Deputy Commander Mock's model clone fruit proved exceptionally effective even in training. Fukaru flinched violently, staring at his finger, swollen crimson, grotesquely bulbous, his eyes brimming with silent, helpless tears. Since Mock's arrival, this so-called Deputy Commander had proven 10,000 times more terrifying than the imbecilic Spandam, a true demon incarnate. The soul of finger pistol lies not in broad impact, but in pinpoint penetration. Mock plucked a steel ball from the floor, pinched it between two fingers, and with a soft grinding twist pierced it clean through. Your force is scattered, unfocused. Go. Train against that granite slab. You won't eat until a single fingertip punches a hole clean through it. In the corner, Owl spun like a dervish, chanting endlessly, justice, justice, justice. Owl, another Mock flicked a dumbbell, dead accurate, straight into Owl's forehead, halting his incantation mid-breath. Your paper body relies too heavily on instinctive reflexes. What I demand is foresight, anticipation. Now blindfold yourself. I'll hurl pebbles at you. Fail to dodge them, and tonight you starve. This was the daily rhythm of CP9's underground training ground on Eni's lobby for the past 3 months. If CP9 had once been a pack of savage, snarling hounds, they were now something far more dangerous, disciplined, honed, and infinitely more lethal. Mock wielded no mere authority like Spandam's blustering tyranny. He ruled with true balance, mercy and might, reward and reckoning woven seamlessly together. He did not merely point out fatal flaws in their techniques. He descended into the arena himself, sparring relentlessly, forging their bodies and minds with battle intuition of the highest order. The process was excruciating, but the results undeniable. Kaku's moonwalk grew eerily unpredictable, Fukaru's finger pistol gained at least 30% greater piercing force, and Owl at last ceased relying solely on iron blocks to absorb blows. 3 months of relentless, grueling training had transformed these three agents, once seething with venomous resentment toward Mock, into men who now gazed upon him not only with fear, but with something unervingly akin to reverence. After all, in a world governed by raw strength, power speaks louder than any creed. Mock's overwhelming might had bent their wills, not with chains, but with awe. After training, Mock changed into a crisp black suit. His hair, recently grown long for the cultivation of 8-sword style, fell loosely over his shoulders. Elegant, aristocratic, effortlessly commanding. When he pushed open Spandam's office door, Spandam sat slumped over Ledger's brow, furrowed in frustration. At Mock's entrance, his masked face contorted into a grotesque, blossom-like grin. Brother Mock. Oh, no, Deputy Commander Mock. You're here. Spandam rushed forward, effusively enthusiastic, his demeanor warmer than if greeting his own father. He had no choice. To be warm was survival. These past 3 months, Mock hadn't merely streamlined CP9's internal drills. He demonstrated astonishing commercial acumen. Commander Spandam, how fares this month's performance? Mock made no pretense, dropping onto the leather sofa, crossing his legs, and calmly clipping a cigar from the desk. Heh, heavens, all thanks to Brother Mock's divine strategy. Spandam rubbed his palms together, simpering. Following your plan, we leveraged CP9's privileged authorization to penetrate several key channels in the underground black market. Grain and medicine are trivial, but that shipment of Sea King whips smuggled in from the New World, snapped up instantly by the celestial dragons of Mariajoa. Those depraved old perverts. This is precisely their fetish. Mock exhaled a slow, curling ring of smoke, a faint, knowing smirk playing at his lips. Sea King whips, hard currency among certain celestial dragon circles. Revolting, yes, but profit margins were staggering. We now command 5 vessels and 2 large-scale warehouses for rotation. Spandam thrust out 5 fingers, voice trembling with excitement. First month's pure profit, 12 million. 12 million. Mock arched a brow, unimpressed. Commander Spandam, you think too small. This is merely the opening note. Remember, we are CP9, the world government's sharpest blade. So long as our edge remains keen, half the world's wealth will flow into our coffers. Yes, yes, Brother Mock speaks absolute truth. Spandam nodded vigorously, eyes gleaming. Henceforth, CP9's financial affairs rest entirely in your capable hands. Watching Spandam's grotesque blend of greed and idiocy, Mock inwardly scoffed. Fool. This wasn't smuggling, it was digging Spandam's grave. Every ledger bore Mock's hidden backups. Should flight ever become necessary, those records would serve as Spandam's death warrant, delivering him straight to impel down. But for now, the coins were real and welcome. Leaving Spandam still lost in golden dreams, Mock returned to his private quarters. Night descended upon Eni's lobby, silent, heavy, absolute. Mock closed his door. He did not rest. Seated cross-legged upon the bed, eyes half-lidded, his inner energy began shifting, subtly, profoundly. Life returned, 100 form, transformation. At his mental command, his waist-length black hair stirred, a live serpentine, each strand hardening into steel filament resilience, glinting coldly in the dim light. Yet that was not the marvel. The marvel was his body. For 3 months, while daytimes were spent refining those 3 wretched agents, Mock's true self devoted every waking night to mastering life return. A supreme bodily art enabling absolute control over hair, muscle, bone, even viscera. Crack, crack, crack. A sickening cascade of bone crunching reverberated through the room. Mock's height, originally 180 centimeters, began rising visibly. 190, 2 meters, 2-0. It halted at 225 centimeters. His formerly slender frame now resembled a classical Greek sculpture, fluid yet explosive, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, every sinew coiled with terrifying potential. Even his face had subtly reshaped, sharper jawline, chiseled contours, imbued now with the cold magnetism and dangerous allure of a mature man. Mock rose, stepping before the mirror, gazing upon his own reflection, a figure carved from myth and shadow. He nodded, satisfied. This is the physique of a true sovereign. This is the form a transmigrator deserves. This is what draws women. With a thought, his cells surged, writhing, reconfiguring. Within the glass, the reflection began to warp. Features twisted, remolded. Seconds later, the mirror held Kaku's sly, sinister visage. Then, shift again, Spandam's absurd, clownish countenance. Perfect. Mock reverted to his original form, running fingers through his waist-length hair, eyes alight with fierce, luminous intent. Now he stood 225 centimeters tall, master of his flesh, able to reshape his face at will. Mock snapped his fingers. 7 silent figures materialized around the room. Continue training. All 7 clones seated themselves cross-legged and plunged into furious cultivation of Haki and devil fruit abilities, their progress flowing seamlessly back to the core self. Meanwhile, Mock's true self reclined upon the bed, listening to the ceaseless rhythmic crash of Eni's lobby's waves beyond the window, eyes slowly closing. Within this dark, merciless system, survival alone was not enough. He would thrive, more lavishly than any other. As for justice, to hell with justice, Mock murmured in his sleep. Only the justice that lets me, and my brothers, live to see the final chapter is worth a damn. Dawn broke. When Kaku, Owl, and Fukuru entered the training ground, dark-circled, trembling, their blood froze. The demon stood waiting for them, already in place. Good morning, gentlemen. Mock turned, offering a smile both serene and unsettling, while gripping 3 thick iron rods in hand. Yesterday's intensity was insufficient. I believe you're still salvageable. Today, we introduce a new challenge, weighted moonwalk. Staring at the rods, thicker than their own thighs, they felt vertigo descend, unconsciousness. High above in the observation chamber, Spandam watched, unmoved by pity, sipping tea with quiet, malicious umph. Let them suffer for their arrogance. Brother Mock, brilliant work. Torment them mercilessly. He remained utterly blind to the truth within this brutal game of violence and coin. He himself was no more than a pawn on Mock's immaculately laid chessboard. In the year 1514 of the Oceanic calendar, the rainy season in the Water City seemed to arrive earlier than in previous years. Fine drizzles cloaked this waterborne metropolis built upon 7 islands in a veil of mist. The water level of the canals rose, and the gondoliers skillfully maneuvered their long poles, weaving through the intricate waterways. Mock stood at the entrance of a bar named Puffing Ice, clutching an exquisite umbrella. At 15 years old, he still maintained the standard youthful figure of around 1.8 meters, with a handsome face and gentle eyes, looking like a rich young master who had just run away from home to experience the big city. Only he knew what kind of devilish muscles honed through life restoration lay hidden beneath that harmless exterior. If he were to release his restrictions, now transforming into a muscular form towering at 2.5 meters, he could probably blast the bar's door apart. 30 million berries. Mock glanced at his pocket watch, silently calculating in his mind. This was the private money he had accumulated over the past 6 months on Judicial Island, utilizing the privileges of CP9 and the greed of that fool Spandam to smuggle rare goods and trade Navy surplus. That idiot Spandam thinks we're laundering money, yet he has no idea I'm saving up for my escape. Mock's lips curled into a playful arc. As long as the money is right, I will be more dedicated than anyone else as the deputy commander of Judicial Island. He closed the umbrella, shook off the water droplets, and pushed open the bar's door. Welcome, one guest. Behind the bar, a burly man with a hairstyle resembling horns was wiping a glass. He wore a waiter's vest, but an aura of intimidation surrounded him, making him seem unapproachable. Bruno, one of CP9's top agents lurking in the Water City, was a user of the door fruit. Mock walked straight to the bar, not ordering a drink, but instead slapping a neatly folded piece of stationery onto the table, tapping it lightly with his finger. A glass of ice water with a slice of lemon. Also, Commander Spandam asked me to give you a message. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, but be careful not to step in a puddle. Bruno's hand abruptly halted in its motion of cleaning the glass. He looked up, his gaze locking onto the seemingly frail young man before him. As an old agent who had been undercover for years, his instincts told him this boy was dangerous. But that coded message from Spandam was indeed real. Please come in. Bruno's voice was low and hoarse as he set down the glass and turned toward the kitchen. This isn't a suitable place for business. Mock smiled slightly and followed after him. Passing through a narrow corridor, Bruno pushed open what appeared to be an ordinary wall. No, it was actually a door. Door open. With Bruno's whispered words, the air seemed to unzip like a zipper, revealing a hidden shape. The moment Bruno activated his ability, a flash of golden light flickered in Mock's deep-set eyes. Target detected. Bruno. Ability Paramecia Door fruit cloned. A wonderful insight into spatial manipulation surged into his mind. Mock's heart leaped with joy, but his expression remained calm. This door fruit is simply a getaway skill, Mock thought, whistling mentally. In the future, whether for a bathroom break or escaping, I can perform spatial jumps. How convenient. As they entered the chamber, Bruno closed the door behind him, his expression turning serious. Commander Spandam sent you to discuss the design of the Pluton. Not entirely. Mock pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs and instantly switching to a the boss demeanor. I'm here to inspect the work. By the way, I heard you all have been thriving in the Water City, yet you don't even have a decent meeting place. This bar's decor is too shabby, it tarnishes CP9's image. Bruno's forehead twitched. This kid had an even bigger attitude than Spandam. We are undercover agents whose discretion is our basic principle. Principles are dead, but people are alive. Mock waved his hand. All right, stop frowning. I'm here primarily to meet my colleagues. I heard Rob Lucci and the others are here. Mentioning Rob Lucci, Bruno's expression visibly shifted, revealing genuine respect. Lucci and the others are on a mission. Even while on a mission, they still need to eat and sleep right. Mock smiled. Call them over and say the new deputy commander of CP9 has arrived. What do I have to personally invite them? Bruno took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure. Although he was displeased with this second-generation heir who climbed the ranks through connections since Spandam had faith in him, and he was the deputy commander, he had no choice but to comply. Please wait. Bruno picked up a din mushy and dialed a number. Half an hour later, the rain outside, the back door of the bar swung open and 3 figures walked in. The man at the front wore a black suit and a top hat with a white dove perched on his shoulder, his face stern and his gaze reflecting a cold indifference to human life. Following him was a blond man with a long nose and a curvy, bespectacled woman. Rob Lucci Kaku. This was the elite trio of CP9 lurking in the Water City. Bruno, why the rush to call us back? What happened? Lucci's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Bruno pointed to Mock, who was sitting in the corner. This is Lucci, and his companions turned to look. They saw a boy who looked to be only 15 or 16 lazily stirring the ice in his glass with a straw, and only lifted his head slowly upon hearing the commotion. Hello, colleagues. I've heard so much about you. Mock displayed a standard, professional fake smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mock, the deputy commander of CP9. From now on, I will be your superior. The air instantly thickened. Kaku's lips twitched. Deputy commander. That little brat rumored to make a monthly salary of 1 million berries who got in through Vice Admiral Garp's connections. Califa frowned, adjusting her glasses and coldly surveying Mock. Commander Spandam never mentioned a newcomer would arrive. Lucci remained silent, but his sharp eyes were fixed on Mock as if trying to see through the boy's secrets. A newcomer. Mock stood up and slowly walked in front of the 3. To be precise, I am here to take over. Commander Spandam has been quite busy lately, and I will be fully responsible for CP9's training and mission scheduling from now on. Absurd. Lucci finally spoke, his tone as cold as ice. CP9 only obeys strength. What right does a brat have to command us? Exactly, Kaku chimed in sarcastically. I heard you train Gabra and the others like dogs on Judicial Island. That fool Gabra was useless to begin with. But to act tough in front of us, you're not qualified. Mock gazed at the 3 unruly individuals before him, feeling no waves in his heart, even suppressing a chuckle. Strength, huh? Mock sighed. I knew it. There's no point trying to reason with you brutes who only know how to fight and kill. He turned to Bruno. Bruno, find a place. Since they refuse to comply, I will help Commander Spandam educate his subordinates properly. Bruno glanced at Lucci and then back at Mock, finally sighing. Let's go to the abandoned warehouse in the back. There's no door open. Bruno opened a door in the void, and the group filed in, after which the door closed again. On the outskirts of the Water City, an abandoned shipyard warehouse was filled with rusty ship planks and discarded ship wheels, the air thick with the scent of linseed oil and rust. This was a vast open space sufficient to accommodate a small-scale battle. Lucci removed his top hat and handed it to Califa, stretching his neck with a series of cracking sounds. Brat, since you want to seek death, ill oblige. Lucci's gaze became sharp. Mock unbuttoned his black coat and casually tossed it to the ground. Perfect, let me see how heavy the legendary killing weapon really is. Kaku and Califa stepped aside, crossing their arms to watch the show. In their eyes, this battle held no suspense. Lucci was the youngest genius in CP9's history, while Mock was merely a spoiled brat who rose through. Let's begin. Before Lucci's words faded, his figure vanished from the spot. Soru. The air crackled as Lucci's figure instantly appeared before Mock, delivering a powerful finger gun aimed at Mock's heart. This strike was as swift as lightning. An ordinary person would likely be pierced instantly. However, in Mock's eyes this move was far too slow. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Mock silently chanted in his heart, lightly stepping forward. He elegantly took a step back in the air, his body gliding like a falling leaf, effortlessly evading Lucci's lethal blow. What? Kaku's pupils constricted. Lucci's attack missed, surprise flickering in his eyes, but he did not relent. Renge. A white slash shot toward Mock, grazing the ground. Mock did not dodge, he kicked out a renge in response. The two slashes clashed in midair, creating a gust of wind. Interesting. Mock landed, a smile creeping onto his lips. Shut up. Lucci was infuriated. He hated that condescending tone the most. Six King pistol. Lucci unleashed a barrage of finger guns, striking forcefully at the air to produce a powerful shockwave. Faced with this heavy blow, Mock finally got serious. He did not use any flashy techniques from his clones. He simply stood there, feet slightly apart, hands hanging naturally by his sides. Just as the shockwave was about to reach him, Mock moved. He did not harden his entire body, but instead concentrated his armed Haki on his fist, striking at the center of the shockwave from a remarkably clever angle. Boom. The shockwave was actually dispersed by Mock's punch. Immediately after, Mock's figure vanished from the spot. Soru. In the next moment, he appeared behind Lucci. Finger gun penetrating peak. Mock's finger pressed against Lucci's back. Clang. Lucci reacted extremely quickly, instantly activating Iron Body, yet he still underestimated Mock's strength. A terrifying penetrating force surged into him. Lucci grunted, staggering forward a few steps, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The entire room fell silent. In the abandoned warehouse, the air seemed to have solidified. Lucci clutched his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat, unable to hold back as a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. He staggered back a few steps, leaning against the cold wall, barely steadying himself. In his sharp, eagle-like eyes, disbelief and shock appeared for the first time. The earlier finger gun peak penetration not only shattered his prideful iron block, but the terrifying penetrating power also sent his internal energy surging, making his organs feel as though they had shifted. So what do you think of the legendary killing weapon? Imoka stood with his hands behind his back, a signature, infuriatingly professional smile on his face. Do you still think I, as a vice admiral who rose through connections, am unworthy to command you? Kaku and Califa's expressions turned extremely grim. Their prideful Lucci, the youngest genius in CP9 history, couldn't even withstand 3 moves from this seemingly harmless youth. Lucci. Califa instinctively supported Lucci, adjusting her glasses, her eyes behind the lenses filled with gravity. I'm fine. Lucci wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice is still cold, but anyone could hear the weakness within. He stared fiercely at Imoka, the murderous intent within him boiling like magma, nearly erupting. Don't be so hasty to strike. Imoka waved his hand, as if swatting away flies. That was just a warm-up, letting you experience my body technique. However, you three. His gaze swept over Kaku, Califa, and the silent Bruno. Isn't it a bit lacking in camaraderie to just watch your companion being beaten? Kaku's long nose twitched, and he spoke in a sarcastic tone. Taking advantage of numbers isn't our CP style. Imoka laughed as if he had heard a grand joke. What style is there in the face of absolute strength? He stepped forward, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping the entire warehouse. Since you all want to play ill and dull, come at me together, let me see exactly how capable CP9's elites are. Upon these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Lucci's gaze turned even colder. He said nothing but slowly straightened his body, adopting a combat stance. Kaku and Califa exchanged glances, humiliation and anger reflected in each other's eyes. To be so belittled by a newcomer was a profound humiliation. Since the Vice Admiral has such interest, Kaku sneered coldly. Califa adjusted her glasses, now holding a whip in her hand. Bruno sighed, taking a giant step forward, standing at the forefront. Very good, now we're talking. Imoka nodded in satisfaction, his smile broadening. Come on, let me see your skills. Before his words had even faded, Lucci's figure had already vanished from his spot. Shave. Almost simultaneously, Kaku and Bruno launched their attacks from the sides, while Califa disrupted from the rear with her whip. For figures surrounded Imoku from 4 different directions. In an instant, Imoku felt unprecedented. Lucci's 6 Kings gun roared with a tearing blast toward his front. Kaku's storm leg transformed into multiple sharp slashes, blocking his escape route. Bruno's open door was even more bizarre, as a door of air suddenly appeared under Imoka's feet, a massive fist bursting forth from it, aimed directly at his lower body, while Califa's whip struck down like a venomous snake from above. Interesting. Imoka secretly praised. No wonder they were CP9's aces. The combined strength of 4 was far from a simple matter of addition. He did not take the attacks heat, using moonwalk to step lightly, his body twisting like a phantom as he narrowly avoided Lucci's and Bruno's attacks. At the same time, he kicked out with storm leg, colliding with Kaku's slash, producing a loud clang. But Califa's whip like a shadow coiled around his ankle. Now, Lucci seized this fleeting opportunity, his finger gun striking like a torrential rain toward Imoka's vital points. Iron block. Mork shouted lowly, his muscles instantly hardening, while a powerful recoil burst forth from within, directly shaking off Califa's whip. He crossed his hands forcefully, taking Lucci's finger gun barrage, producing a series of metallic clinks. If you have some skill. Having failed with one strike, Lucci immediately withdrew. Mork shook his slightly numbed arm, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. These four were indeed difficult to deal with their coordinated attacks and defenses. Especially Bruno's door fruit, its ability was too bizarre, making it hard to guard against. It seems that unless I show my true power, you won't realize how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Mork's lips curled into a wicked smile, a glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. Let you witness my truth. With a thought, his mental power surged forth like a tide. Clone fruit, mental clone. Bang, 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 bang. 7 booming sounds echoed in quick succession as 7 identical figures of Mork appeared out of thin air in various corners of the warehouse. 8 Morks, including the main body, a total of 8. Lucci and the others' pupils trembled in shock, their expressions shifting from anger to horror. What the hell is this? Each clone emitted the same aura as the main body, making it impossible to distinguish between true and false. How is this possible? Kaku's long nose shrank back in fear. 7 clones. Califa's voice had changed pitch. Even the usually calm Lucci now displayed an expression of disbelief. What's wrong? Are you scared? 8 Morks spoke simultaneously, their voices overlapping, echoing in the empty warehouse like demonic sounds from hell. Weren't you quite imposing just now? Now it's my turn. Before his words had finished, the 8 Morks moved at the same time. Shave. 8 afterimages flashed through the warehouse, instantly engulfing Lucci and the others. Finger gun, peak penetration. Storm leg, broken mountain. Black arm, iron fist. Various moves descended like a torrential storm, and Lucci and the others instantly fell into the dire straits of being besieged. Their prideful 6 styles appeared inadequate under the assault of the 8 Morks as they struggled to cope. Lucci had just used iron block to block one Mork's finger gun when another Mork's storm leg slashed in from the side. Kaku's storm leg had just cleaved through one strike when an unexpected iron fist was barreling toward his face. Califa's whip had just entangled one clone when another clone rushed in to assist. Bang! One Mork's heavy punch landed squarely on Kaku's stomach, sending him flying. Pooh! Kaku spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale. Kaku! Lucci's eyes widened in fury, but he was immediately entangled by 2 clones, utterly powerless. Clang! Bruno took a hit from an iron fist using iron block, the immense force causing him to stagger back. Califa's whip was easily crushed by a clone's finger wrapped in armed color, followed by a kick that sent it flying. In just a few breaths, the tide of battle completely reversed. Lucci and his 3 companions were utterly overwhelmed by the 8 Morks. So how about now? Are you convinced? The 8 Morks simultaneously ceased their attacks, surrounding Lucci and the others, asking in unison. Lucci gasped for breath, his suit in tatters, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the 8 identical figures surrounding him for the first time, showing defeat and despair in his eyes. Kaku clutched his stomach, slumped on the ground, lacking even the strength to stand. Califa and Bruno were hardly any better off, one disheveled and the other bruised. They had lost, completely without any ability to fight back. Ha! The 8 Morks laughed heartily, then slowly merged into one. Mork clapped his hands, wearing a victorious smile as he bragged, I told you I'm a genius. You didn't believe me and insisted on getting beaten. Kaku lay on the ground looking at Mork's infuriating face, thinking wildly, genius. This is clearly cheating. Which devil fruit can create 7 clones with unchanged strength? This is simply a monster. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, only glaring at Mork fiercely. Lucci remained silent, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Mork with a complex gaze. He had to admit that the strength of this youth far exceeded his expectations. Alright, the sparring ends here. Mork waved his hand, restoring that annoying in the boss expression. From now on, we'll all be colleagues, so let's unite, help each other, got it? Lucci and his companions rolled their eyes in unison, but had to respond, yes, Vice Admiral. Very good. Mork nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to Lucci and Kaku. By the way, I heard you were undercover in Water City, disguised as shipwrights. Lucci and Kaku exchanged glances, unsure of what scheme Mork was plotting, but they nodded nonetheless. How's your shipbuilding skills? Mork asked with great interest. Lucci remained silent for a moment before coldly uttering a few words, not on par with Bolidaria's stone or Pili Lulu, those veterans. Kaku also scoffed, adding, those guys are the real experts. We just learned a bit of the basics. Oh. A glimmer of light flashed in Mork's eyes. Just then he had stealthily activated the ability of the clone fruit. Target detected, Rob Lucci. Ability 6 styles, shipbuilding techniques. Target detected, Kaku. Ability 6 styles, shipbuilding techniques. Target detected, Califa. Ability 6 styles, secretary etiquette. In an instant, a vast knowledge system about shipbuilding along with Califa's intricate secretary etiquette surged into Mork's mind. From selecting wood, designing the hull, constructing the keel, to sewing sails and installing the rudder, every detail was crystal clear, and the shipbuilding techniques cloned from the Navy dock were slightly different, providing a perfect complement. Not bad, you have self-awareness. Mork nodded in satisfaction, then rubbed his hands together, revealing a shady businessman smile. Since your skills aren't great, then help me out. A sense of foreboding rose in Lucci's heart. I'm planning to order a small boat, one that's fast, discreet, and preferably has some special functions. Mork began listing his requirements. In a couple of days, I'll place an order at the courier company. You two give me a digit. After all, we're all colleagues in the same unit. We shouldn't let the fat water flow into outsiders' fields. Lucci, Kaku, Califa, Bruno. They finally understood that this vice admiral was not only freakishly strong, but also had an even thicker skin. What unwilling? Mork raised an eyebrow, releasing an invisible pressure once again. I'm willing. Lucci gritted his teeth, squeezing out 2 words through clenched jaws. Very good. Mork smiled in satisfaction. Then it's settled. Remember, give me the best price or else. He didn't finish, but the implied threat was clear. Yes, Vice Admiral Lucci and his companions replied in unison, their hearts bleeding. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Mork waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. You all rest, we'll see you tomorrow. With that, he turned and left, leaving Lucci and the others in disarray in the wind. That bastard. Kaku clutched his stomach, cursing through gritted teeth. Lucci said nothing, merely staring intensely at Mork's departing figure, his eyes flickering with complex. The next morning, Mork wandered aimlessly through the intricate waterways, dressed casually in a loose white shirt, with a slightly open collar revealing his collarbone, paired with well-tailored casual pants, looking like a wealthy young man on vacation in a water city. At that moment, 2 figures stealthily approached him. Hey handsome, are you alone? Mork looked down and saw 2 slightly immature, yet quite pretty faces. They were a pair of twin sisters, sporting exaggerated curly hair, wearing somewhat revealing bikini tops and shorts, their eyes gleaming with cunning as they maliciously fixated on the pocket of his pants where his wallet was stored. Jiawei and Moz. Mork silently recited these 2 names in his heart. Looking at their curled hairstyles, he couldn't help but think, is this the early form of the so-called square-head sisters? They had decent looks and were indeed a pair of charming sisters. How did trailing behind that pervert Frankie lead to such a peculiar square appearance? Indeed, proximity to the red and black, and to Frankie, results in becoming square. Yes, I'm alone. It's quite lonely, Mork said, sporting a gentle and harmless smile, even revealing half of his wallet from his pocket. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, a flicker of delight passing through their eyes. In this day and age, there weren't many handsome fools left. Jiawei was responsible for attracting attention with her flirtatious poses, while Moz prepared to make a move. Just as Moz's finger was about to touch the wallet, Mork seemed to lose his balance, his body swaying slightly. This sway appeared to be a stumble, but in reality it contained the technique of shave, instantly evading Moz's hand while using his bodis inertia to nudge Jiawei gently. Oh no! Jiawei exclaimed, nearly falling over. Sorry, the ground is too slippery, Mork said apologetically as he steadied her, casually slipping a coin into her palm. Here, buy some candy. The 2 sisters were stunned. Their attempted theft had backfired, and they were instead teased. Mork did not linger and turned to walk into a nearby alley. Sister, this guy is a bit strange, Moz frowned. Chase him. How dare he play tricks on our Frankie family? He must be tired of living. Jiawei seethed with anger, and the sisters immediately followed. Mork's lips curled into a slight smile. He had been worried about not finding the hideout of Frankie's family, and now these 2 little guides had delivered themselves right to him. After chasing for a while, the sisters found that Mork had vanished without a trace, and in a fit of anger they decided to return to Frankie's family to have their relatives teach that little brat a lesson. Navigating through a few convoluted waterways, the sisters led Mork to an old and dilapidated shipyard. It was piled high with discarded boat planks and rusty anchors, the air thick with the smell of tung oil and rust. Mork arrived at the location, using shave to materialize in front of the 2. Hey, you there, stop! Jiawei shouted. Mork halted, turned around, hands in his pockets, and calmly said, What's up? Do you ladies want to invite me for tea? Tea my foot. Hand over your wallet and compensate us for emotional damages. Moz waved her small fist. Just then the door of the shipyard was pushed open with a loud bang. A man wearing a floral shirt with a pompadour hairstyle and a physique as robust as a tank stepped out. Behind him followed 2 lackeys, one wearing sunglasses and the other goggles, Zanbai and Danzai. It must be said Danzai looked a lot like Frankie's old man, Klein. What's going on? Jiawei Moz, who dares run rampant in Frankie's family? The man's voice was loud, carrying a unique metallic tone. Frankie. Mork observed the shipwright before him, who despite undergoing physical modification, still retained human features, inwardly remarking that this was the pervert who treated cola as blood and casually mentioned super. Brother Frankie. This guy teased us and played tricks on us. The 2 sisters quickly reported. Frankie appraised Mork from head to toe, his gaze landing on Mork's expensive casual, where, snorting with disdain, Humph, look at your delicate and tender appearance. Which young master have you run away from? Dare to provoke our Frankie family. Are you tired of living? Huh. Brother Frankie, teach him a lesson. Zanbai and Danzai immediately assumed a fighting stance. Imoka sighed, took out his wallet from his pocket, tossing it lightly in his hand. I was just passing by. These two ladies seemed quite interested in my wallet. Since the main character has shown up, I'll be direct. He pointed at Frankie. Keep your people in check, or I won't hesitate to help them crack a few bones. Huh. Frankie laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, throwing his head back. Super funny. Kid, are you provoking me? Since you want to play, let me show you the strength of the strongest shipyard in Water City. Come on, let him witness our combined. Yes, Brother Frankie. Zanbai and Danzai rushed forward, the sisters not willing to be outdone. Imoka shook his head, not even moving a step. Just as Zanbei's fist was about to connect with his nose, his figure vanished into thin air. Shaved. In the next second, Imoku appeared behind Zan by delivering a light chop to the back of his neck. Bang! Zanbai rolled his eyes and collapsed. What a... Danzai was taken aback, and before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his stomach, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. Jia Wei and Moz screamed in fright, and before they could turn to flee, Imoku appeared before them, 2 fingers pressed against their foreheads. Don't move, you'll die, Imoka said with a smile. Only Frankie remained standing in the entire scene. You bastard. Frankie's pupils shook. He hadn't seen the opponent's movements clearly just now. What speed is this? Faster than CP9's shave. It's your turn now, big guy. Imoka looked at Frankie, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. Target detected. Frankie. Abilities: human modification technology, shipbuilding engineering master level, weapon development master level. Cloned. A torrent of immense mechanical knowledge and shipbuilding blueprints surged into Imoka's mind in an instant. Not bad, not bad. This craftsmanship is indeed super. Imoka nodded in satisfaction. Oh, I've become a pervert. Imoka lamented inwardly. Frankie looked at Imoka's expression of I know what I'm talking about with growing anger, but simultaneously felt a sense of vigilance. That fleeting look in the kid's eyes just now sent a chill down his spine. Who exactly are you? Frankie growled, fists clenched, assuming a battle stance. Me? I'm just a pass. Imoka shrugged, then shifted the tone of his voice to a somewhat preachy one. However, big guy, while your modification technology is interesting, you rely too much on external devices. Huh? What did you say? Frankie frowned. Although your body has been modified, your basic physical skills are too poor. Imoka pointed at his own head. A true strongman is the unity of body and will. You've made yourself extravagant, yet overlooked the fundamental physical training. Without these weapons and armor, your current defense couldn't even withstand a stone. This remark hit Frankie's sore spot precisely. Although he was a genius shipwright, he was indeed a novice when it came to physical skills and Haki. What do you know? My modifications are super powerful. Frankie stubbornly retorted, but his momentum had clearly weakened. Really? Imoka smiled, suddenly vanishing from the spot. Frankie instinctively reached for his weapon, but a cold hand had already pressed down on his shoulder. Kneel down, Imoka said softly. Boom. Frankie felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulder, uncontrollably kneeling to the ground, his knees hitting the concrete with a dull thud. What kind of power is this? Frankie stared at Imoku in terror. His proud modified body was shockingly fragile in front of the other. This is the gap. Imoku released his hand and took a step back. Train hard. They don't always rely on cola and weapons. A true man should have a strong heart and a body that can withstand any blow. Frankie panted heavily, slowly getting back on his feet. He looked at Imoku, the hostility in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a complex expression. What do you want? Frankie asked in a deep voice. Since you have such strong power, why not kill me? Are you from the Navy? Mentioning the Navy caused Frankie's eyes to become fierce. He recalled his master Tom and that clown-masked Spandam. Navy? Imoka shook his head, a playful smirk on his lips. Used to be. To be precise, I was a member of world government. Frankie exploded with rage, his entire being instantly going berserk. Bastard. I knew it. You dogs, killing Master Tom wasn't enough, now you want to capture me. Super despicable. Go die. Frankie completely lost it. He brought his hands together to form a cannon and forcefully thrust them forward. Wind cannon. Boom. A massive blast of air shot out from Frankie's hands, carrying destructive force towards Imoku. This was his trump card, a powerful thrust capable of obliterating a warship. The surrounding dilapidated shipyard was instantly flattened, dust rising. Brother Frankie, Jia Wei and Moz exclaimed. However, as the dust settled, the figure remained standing there completely unharmed. Imoka stood with one hand raised before him, gently dispersing the dust. The power is a bit lacking, Imoka said lightly. Frankie was utterly dumbfounded. The wind cannon was actually blocked by a single hand. How is this possible? Calm down, big guy. Imoka's figure instantly appeared behind Frankie, delivering a precise chop to his carotid artery. Bang! Frankie's massive body swayed, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. Brother Frank, stop shouting, he's fine, just fainted. Imoka clapped his hands, looking at the terrified sisters and the other two lackeys. Listen carefully, I'm not here to capture him, nor to kill him, I was just passing by. He pointed at the unconscious Frankie. Tell him that the waters of the world government are deep and he should be careful in the future. After saying that, Moku turned and left his back exuding extreme nonchalance. Wait, what's your name? Jiawei shouted. Moku paused, but didn't turn around, simply raising his hand and forming a strange gesture. Moku, remember this name. We will meet again in the future. His voice echoed in the desolate ruins, and Moku's figure had already vanished into the rain curtain. Jiawei and Moz exchanged glances, then looked at the unconscious Frankie, their hearts filled with shock. Who exactly was this mysterious man? Mork strolled out of the shipbreaking house of the Frankie family with his hands in his pockets. Behind him, the once bustling abandoned factory was now eerily silent, with only the unconscious Frankie lying like a comical statue amidst the ruins, surrounded by a few shivering lackeys. Human modification technology, master-level shipbuilding skills, and this cola propulsion principle filled with a sense of perversion. Mork reminisced about the vast knowledge he had copied from Frankie just moments ago, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Impressive technology, though the people are a bit strange. Mork shook his head, recalling Frankie's floral shirt and pompadour hairstyle, along with the twin sisters who were originally quite pretty but were destined to have their heads turned into cubes. No, this aesthetic is just too hard to look at. As a transmigrator, I have the obligation to save the beauty of these two girls. He glanced at his pocket watch. It was still early. Next, it's time to get down to business. Mork's figure flashed and instantly disappeared at the end of the intricate waterways. The Karela Company, the top shipyard in the City of Water. Here the atmosphere was lively, with workers shouting as they transported timber in the massive dry dock. Dressed in a well-tailored casual suit, Mork looked like a wealthy young master coming to order a custom yacht as he swaggered into the reception hall. Welcome to Karela Company. How may I assist you? Just as the receptionist was about to stand up, she saw a familiar figure walking out from the back. It was Rob Lucci. At that moment, he was wearing ordinary shipwright's work clothes with a standard professional fake smile on his face. If it weren't for his eyes that were as cold as ice, he could almost pass for a hard-working employee. Lucci spotted Mork immediately, and his pupils under the brim of his hat slightly constricted. The scene from yesterday when he was beaten by 8 clones in the abandoned warehouse was still fresh in his mind. The spot where his finger had pierced through the iron seemed to still throb. Excuse me, are you here to repair a ship? Lucci approached, his tone flat, as if he was meeting Mork for the first time. Mork looked at Lucci's "I don't know you and don't provoke me" awkward expression and felt a surge of satisfaction. Repair a ship? No, I'm here to order a new one, Mork said with a smile, casually pulling out a stack of berries from his pocket, making a crisp sound as he clapped them together. The budget is 8 million berries, is that enough? Lucci took a deep breath, suppressing the feeling of humiliation. As a CP9 ace, when had he ever endured such indignity? But now he was in hiding, and the opponent's strength was unfathomable. 8 million berries is enough to customize a very decent ship, Lucci said with a forced smile. What specific requirements does the customer have? The requirements are simple, Mork said, waving a finger. First, it must be fast. Second, it must be stealthy. Third, it must be comfortable. He spoke while sketching in his mind. I want a single person, 5 meters long, 2 meters wide. The hull must be extremely streamlined to reduce water resistance. Build a small cabin on the deck with a kitchen and a simple dining area. Below deck, there should be a bedroom and a storage room. Oh, and leave a spot at the stern to secure 10 flower pots. I want to grow flowers. Grow flowers. Lucci's mouth twitched. Is this really the guy who smashed 6 king guns in the warehouse? Isn't this hobby a bit too domestic? Exactly, I'm a person who loves life. Mork said seriously. What? Is there a problem? No problem, Lucci gritted his teeth in response. Please follow me, we need to discuss the details with the foreman. Lucci led Mork to the design room. Soon 3 figures walked in. One was a slender man with sharp eyes wearing goggles and a rope tied around his waist. Another was a tall, middle-aged man with a tuft of hair on his head, shirtless and wearing sunglasses. The last was a burly man with a crab-like beard and a tattoo of a ship on his chest. Bali, Pipuri, Lulu, and Daliston. Lucci, is this the customer who wants to customize a ship? Bali looked Mork up and down, his gaze landing on Mork's fair hands, frowning slightly. A ship costing 8 million berries seems to have a few too many requirements. Bali, this customer has a sufficient budget, Lucci introduced from the side. This is Brother Bali, skilled in rope techniques. This is Brother Pipuri Lulu, a dual-wielding master. And this is Brother Daliston, a blacksmith. Mork looked at the 3 men before him, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. Target detected. Bali. Ability: rope technique, master level shipbuilding skills. Cloned. Target detected. Pipuri Lulu. Ability: dual-wielding swordsmanship shipbuilding skills. Cloned. Target detected. Daliston. Ability: blacksmithing shipbuilding skills. Cloned. In an instant, the myriad uses of ropes, the combat techniques of dual-wielding swords, and the essence of hammer forging flooded into Mork's mind like a tidal wave. I see, rope techniques are not just about swinging the rope, they can extend to attack and defense. Interesting, Mork thought to himself. As for the 2 who wield swords and hammers, they can be considered masters among ordinary people. Hey kid, what are you dazing out for? Daliston, seeing Mork not speaking for a long time, impatiently knocked on the table. Though 8 million is not a small amount, what you want is a custom ship. To make it 5 meters long and achieve an extreme streamlined shape, while ensuring internal space, requires high-quality materials and craftsmanship. Money is not a problem. Mork came back to his senses, casually tossing the stack of berries onto the table. I only want the best wood and the finest craftsmanship. For the 10 flower pots at the stern, I want them fixed with shock-resistant materials so they won't fall even in a storm. Bali picked up the design sketch on the table, examining it closely, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This streamlined design. Though it looks strange, it can indeed greatly reduce water resistance. Bali was a technology fanatic. Seeing a good design made his hands itch. If we use the scraps of the precious wood atom combined with my specially designed rope structure, it can be done. Then it settled. Mork snapped his fingers. How long until delivery? Bali pondered for a moment. 15 days. We need time to process the wood and adjust the structure. 15 days. Too long, Mork frowned. Bali insisted. Shipbuilding is a meticulous task. It cannot be rushed. Mork glanced at Lucci. Lucci immediately understood. Though he thought of tripping Mork, he remembered the shadow of that finger and reluctantly said, Brother Bali, this customer's time is precious. Can't we? No way. Bali and Daliston rejected in unison. This is a matter of principle. Mork shrugged. All right then, 15, but I'll supervise in person. I will come to check the progress. Suit yourself. Bali waved his hand. Just don't cause any trouble. The deal was struck. Mork left Karela Company in a good mood. With the skills of these 3 people plus what Frankie and Lucci have, my shipbuilding skills are already at a master level. Mork walked along the canal, feeling the breeze of the city of water. Once this ship is completed, it will be my exclusive escape. Oh no, exclusive vehicle. He walked to a secluded seaside boardwalk, just about to find a place to sit and rest when a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Stop, you bastard in front. Mork knew without turning around who it was. Frankie, dressed in a floral shirt and wearing sunglasses, was charging towards him, flanked by the 2 sisters, Kiwi and Maz, looking fierce. I'm super angry. Frankie took off his sunglasses, revealing bloodshot eyes. How dare you ambush the Frankie family and knock me out? Do you think you can escape? Kiwi and Maz, wielding wrenches and hammers, had fierce expressions. Kid, this time. Mork sighed, turned around with his hands in his pockets, and looked helpless. Big guy, did you just wake up to seek punishment? Doesn't your neck hurt? Stop talking. Wind cannon. Frankie didn't give Mork a chance to speak, bringing his hands together and directly unleashing a gust of air shockwave. Boom. The stones on the boardwalk were instantly overturned, dust and smoke rising. Brother Frankie is mighty, the 2 sisters cheered. However, as the dust settled, Mork remained standing in place, his clothes not even ruffled. He held up a hand, gently dispersing the dust. I said the power is a bit lacking. Mork shook his head. Moreover, your move has too much wind-up with flaws everywhere. If it were a master, you'd have died 10 times already. You bastard. Frankie's pupils trembled. How could you block the wind cannon with one hand? What kind of monster are you? I'm the monster. Mork smiled, and his figure vanished in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of Frankie, delivering a precise knife-hand strike to Frankie's carotid artery. Bang! The recently awakened Frankie rolled his eyes and collapsed straight down. Brother Frankie. Kiwi and Maz screamed in fright, turning to flee. Don't run, little sisters. Mork's figure flashed and blocked the sisters' path. He smiled at the 2 twin sisters with exaggerated curls, dressed in bikini tops and shorts. If you follow this pervert, you will eventually be led astray. Mork said earnestly, look at you 2, you have a good foundation now, but if you end up with cube-shaped hair, there will be no saving you. What? What do you want, eh? Kiwi stood protectively in front of her sister, trying to appear calm despite her fear. What do I want? Mork stroked his chin, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Did he need hands? No. But did he need pretty secretaries? Yes. Moreover, although these 2 girls were thieves now, they were essentially not bad. The key is, it would be a shame for them to follow Frankie. How about this? I'll give you 2 options. Mork raised 2 fingers. First, I'll throw your brother into the sea to feed the sea kings. If he can survive, you can continue following him to be thieves. No. The 2 sisters shouted in unison. Second, Mork pointed to himself. Follow me. Free food and lodging, a monthly salary of 800,000 berries, easy work. Just help me organize documents and serve tea. And I guarantee I will never let you become perverts. 800,000 berries. Maz, they would never steal that much money in their lifetime. But Brother Frankie. Kiwi hesitated. He'll be fine, he just needs a nap. Mork waved his hand. Besides, I never said he couldn't join. But for now, you 2 come with. Mork pulled out 2 gold coins from his pocket, tossing them to the sisters. This is a deposit. If you decide, take it, or if you don't. He glanced at the unconscious Frankie, a wicked smile forming on his lips. Then I'll have to take him apart and sell him for scrap. Kiwi and Maz exchanged glances, then looked at the gold coins in their hands and finally at Frankie lying on the ground. We'll go with you. The 2 sisters said in unison. A wise choice. Mork nodded in satisfaction. Let's go, I'll take you to buy some normal. Your current outfit is too flamboyant. Mork turned toward the commercial street, followed by 2 bewildered but delighted twin sisters. By the way, I haven't asked your names yet. I'm Kiwi. I'm Maz. Okay, Kiwi, Maz. Mork nodded. From now on, you're one of us. Remember, following me not only allows you to earn money, but also to learn real skills. For example, how to transform a perverted shipwright into a normal person. In the distance, the unconscious Frankie seemed to sense something, his fingers twitching slightly, as if protesting. The rainy season in the City of Water always carries a sticky humidity, but for Mork the air today feels exceptionally fresh. The reason is simple. Behind him are two souls about to be saved. Boss. I mean, Commander, do we really have to dress like this? Ji-Wei stood before a massive floor mirror, her face filled with disillusionment. In the mirror, her once iconic exaggerated curls that seemed to have been tainted by the spirit of Frankie had been straightened, cascading smoothly over her shoulders. No longer adorned in a pitifully scant bikini top, she now wore a well-tailored black professional suit complemented by a silk white shirt and a knee-length black skirt. Enveloping her long legs were exquisitely textured black stockings, and on her feet were a pair of polished leather shoes. Moz looked similarly transformed. The once bad burlesque outfits of the sister duo had been forcibly reshaped by Mork into that of young ladies from a wealthy family. This is called professionalism. Mork sat on the sofa holding a cup of black tea, scrutinizing the two with a discerning gaze. Your previous aesthetic was that of the Frankie family, which was industrial heavy metal punk, and it doesn't suit you. Now you both at least look like normal people. Earlier at the hair salon, watching the stylist straighten their hair, the twin sisters had undergone a complete transformation. It was proven that there are no ugly women, only those misled by perverse aesthetics. These two sisters actually have a pretty decent foundation. Their skin is fair, and they are tall. But Commander Moz tugged at the tight hem of her skirt, mumbling quietly, this skirt is too short, it's inconvenient for fighting. And these high heels make a clack sound on the wooden floor, we'll be discovered in a sneak attack. Who told you to go fight? Mork set down his teacup and glanced at the wall clock. However, considering your previous occupational habits, you certainly can't lack combat gear. Let's go to the weapon shop. The weapon shops in the City of Water mostly double as boat repair services, as the residents often have to contend with sea kings or harsh weather. Mork led the two sisters into a shop named Hammer and Gunpowder. Welcome. What can I do for you, young sir? Are you here to reinforce your boat's armor, or to buy a few knives for self-defense? The shop owner, a one-eyed uncle, greeted them enthusiastically. Mork pointed to the twins behind him, picked two suitable knives for them. They should be sharp, durable, and ideally capable of cutting through steel. Sure thing. This young lady looks elegant. I recommend this imported slender sword from the West Sea, or this expertly crafted saber, which is light and agile, perfect for women. The shop owner began to recommend when he was interrupted by Ji-Wei. No fancy slender swords. Ji-Wei frowned, her eyes revealing a deep aversion to the word delicate. Do you have something that can split a person in half with one strike, or a big knife that can smash through boat planks? Moz was also nodding vigorously beside her. Yes. We want something that looks heavy and substantial, preferably a broad blade. The shop owner was taken aback, looking at the pure-looking sisters, and then at their eyes filled with an almost insatiable fervor, swallowing hard. Over in that corner there are some axes meant for chopping hardwood, and a few broad knives discarded by the Navy. You can take a look. 5 minutes later, Ji-Wei and Moz each held a giant chopping knife nearly as tall as themselves, with blades as wide as their palms, and on their faces was a blissful yet abstract smile. This is awesome. The feel, the weight. Ji-Wei swung it around, creating a whistling wind. This is the romance of a man. Wait, Moz suddenly looked at Mork, her eyes sparkling. Commander, since we have knives, can we also get some firearms? Brother Frankie said that true strong people should wield hammers and be able to launch missiles. Mork rubbed his temples, feeling the veins on his forehead throb. Is this the spirit of Frankie's family? Even after changing them into proper attire, they still feel like two violent girls armed with wrenches dismantling ships at heart. Alright then. Mork sighed and walked up to the counter. Give me 2 of the latest flintlock pistols. They need to have high accuracy and moderate recoil. Also, I want specially made bullets. He lowered his voice, pulled out a heavy bag of belly from his pocket, and tossed it on the counter. Seastone bullets, high explosive shells, and smoke bombs, 100 of each. Money is not an issue. The shop owner's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out some good items from under the counter. Mork handed the pistols and special bullets to the two sisters, earnestly instructing, remember, you are secretaries, not berserkers charging into battle. Knives are for self-defense, and guns are for saving lives. In the face of danger, first use smoke bombs for cover, then use seastone bullets to attack those with devil fruit abilities, and finally resort to the chopping knives. To chop people. Yes, Commander. Though the sisters were dressed in short black skirts, their appearance holding large chopping knives and strapped with flintlock pistols seemed utterly mismatched, resembling made assassins that had run out from some cyberpunk film. Returning to the hotel, Mork booked a room next door for the sisters. Get some rest, we'll wake up at 8 tomorrow morning. I want to check your familiarity with the terrain of the City of Water. Commander Ji-Wei suddenly fidgeted, a hint of blush on her face. Shouldn't we sleep together? The bed in this hotel is quite large. Moz was also hinting beside her. Yes, the two of us toss and turn in our sleep. We can keep the commander warm. Mork looked at these two sisters who, despite being dressed as respectable women, still had the eyes of blockhead-style boldness, and helplessly waved his hand. Stop right there. First, you are 17, and I am only 15. Second, Emoko pointed to his room. I need to cultivate tonight, and it might get noisy, so I'm afraid I'll disturb you. Third, he took a good look at the two sisters and smirked playfully. I'm not interested in bean sprouts that haven't matured. Hurry up and sleep and don't think about unnecessary things. After saying this, Emoko turned and entered his own room, slamming the door shut with a bang. Outside, Ji-Wei and Moz exchanged glances. Did the commander just call us bean sprouts? Ji-Wei looked down at her chest, feeling somewhat discontent. He said we haven't matured yet. Moz spun around, but we have plenty to offer. Inside the room, Emoko locked the door, drew the curtains, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn and expectant expression. Finally, the stage was cleared. Tonight he was going to test a powerful new weapon, the Door Fruit. It had been a while since he borrowed this ability from Bruno, but he never had the chance to study it properly. Door Fruit open. He extended his right index finger and gently swiped at the air before him. Instead of the sound of a zipper being pulled, there was a subtle vibration as space was forcibly torn apart. Buzz, a ripple spread through the air, and then a rectangular door appeared out of thin air. On the other side of the door was not a wall or a corridor, but a gray, seemingly endless void. Is this the alternate space? Emoko stood up and tentatively stepped inside. As his feet landed, he found himself standing in a white bound. There was no distinction between up and down, left and right, only infinite silence. He concentrated, and his consciousness began to expand outward, trying to find an exit. In an instant, his perception penetrated the walls of the hotel, broke through the rain curtain, and enveloped the 7 islands of the entire city of water, a radius of 10 kilometers. Emoko calculated in his mind, as long as it's a place I've been to or a coordinate my spiritual energy can lock onto, I can open a door to reach it. He attempted to lock onto a coordinate in the void. It was the dead-end alley behind the Corella company he had visited during the day. Open the door. Whoosh. A seam opened again in the void before him. Emoko stepped through, and in the next moment, he was standing in the puddle behind the Corella company. So fast. It doesn't consume physical strength, only mental energy. Emoko felt ecstatic. This was simply a divine skill. In the future, whether it's for peeping, oh no, gathering intelligence, or escaping after a fight, even if I forget to bring toilet paper crossed out, this ability is too practical. However, this is not all. Emoko returned to the gray alternate space. This should be able to store items. How much can it actually hold? He concentrated and began to materialize boundaries in this space. As spiritual energy flowed in the void, began to take on angles. 100 cubic meters, 300 cubic meters, 500 cubic meters, until about 900 cubic meters. Emoko felt a slight sting in his brain, a warning of mental energy exhaustion. Stop. The space froze. This was a massive cubic space with dimensions of about 10 meters on each side. 900 cubic meters. Emoko estimated that's equivalent to a small warehouse. All my smuggled goods, spare survival supplies, and treasures I'll acquire in the future can all fit in here. More importantly, this place is absolutely safe. No one can enter except for him, the ability user. Even if the 4 emperors came, they could only stare at the air with wide eyes. This is a portable warehouse. Emoko lay on the ground of the alternate space, looking up at the gray ceiling, his lips curling into a wild smile. With this, I will be the best at hiding my private stash in the world of One Piece. Next, let's see if I can bring a living creature. He thought for a moment, pulled out a water rat, a local specialty he had caught during the day with colorful feathers. Sorry for the trouble, little rat. Emoko tossed the rat into the alternate space, then stepped out himself, reappearing in his hotel room. Open the door. When he opened the door again, the little rat was trembling in the corner. It seems living creatures can also be brought along as long as the mental energy is sufficient to support it. Emoko tossed the rat out the window, already planning everything in his mind. The Door Fruit, combined with his clone fruit and duplication ability, is simply a match made in heaven. In the future, during battles, my main body will confront the enemy hidden, while my duplicates open doors from the alternate space to ambush them. After the fight, I'll open a door to escape and shove the loot into the alternate space. Who could catch me? Now that's the treatment a transmigrator deserves. Emoko snapped his fingers, deactivating his ability. Although the rain outside continued to fall, his mood was exceptionally bright. Tomorrow I should go check on how my exclusive flagship is coming along. In the next room, Ji-Wei and Moz lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Sister, what do you think the commander is practicing at night? I think I heard some strange sounds from next door. Moz whispered. Who cares? Ji-Wei embraced the big chopping knife, looking completely enchanted. Moz, do you think we should secretly go to the gym and practice? I feel like the commander might like something with more muscle tone. But the commander said we're pure and innocent. Purity and muscle tone aren't mutually exclusive. Look at that naval hero Garp. Although he's old, he must have been a pure muscle hunk when he was young. Sister, your logic is strange. The two sisters gradually drifted into slumber amidst their abstract discussion on how to please the commander. In the morning of the city of water, the air is always filled with a hint of salty moisture and the fragrant scent of tung oil. For Emoko, today's air also carries a whiff of money. Chief, don't you really feel that this outfit is too tight? Ji-Wei asked, adjusting his bow tie in front of the mirror while painfully twisting his neck. She and MOZ were currently dressed in a well-tailored black business suit, and her previously exaggerated curly hair reminiscent of the Frankie family's heavy metal punk style was now straightened, complemented by black stockings and high heels, looking like an elite female secretary just stepping out of a multinational corporation. "This is called professionalism," Mork said while elegantly slicing a fried egg on his plate without lifting his head. "You used to have that delinquent girl style, now we need to transition to high-end business. Remember, from now on you are not representing the Frankie family, but rather the prestige of me, the vice chief of CP." But MOZ tugged at her skirt, looking utterly disheartened. "This skirt is really going to expose me during a fight, and these high heels, I can't kick anyone with them." "Who told you to go kicking people?" Mork put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood up. Dressed in a casual suit that accentuated his tall stature and gentle demeanor, he appeared completely unassuming, as if he were not a monster capable of handling cannon fire with one hand. "We are going to discuss business. We need to be civilized and elegant. Let's go. I need to inspect my vehicle at the Carrera Company." The Carrera Company is the largest shipyard in the city of Wall. When Mork entered the front door, with two twin secretaries dressed in black stockings, the entire reception hall fell silent for 3 seconds. The scene was too beautiful, too impactful. "Welcome to Carrera Company. How can we assist you?" Although the receptionist was accustomed to grand scenes, she couldn't help but blush slightly at Mork's gentle yet authoritative handsome smile. "I'm looking for President Ice Mountain," Mork said casually. "I'm here to urge the work and also discuss a big business." Inside the president's office, Ice Mountain was frowning at the documents on his desk. Upon hearing the knock, he raised his head and saw Mork entering, his gaze slightly narrowing. As the mayor of the city of water and the president of the Carrera Company, Ice Mountain had a very keen intuition. Although the boy in front of him seemed harmless, the unfathomable aura about him instinctively made Ice Mountain feel a hint of danger. "I've heard that you customized a speedboat." Ice Mountain put down his pen, asking in an official manner. "That's right, a toy worth 800,000 berries. Mork casually sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, and scanned the office before his gaze finally settled. In that instant, a golden light flashed in Mork's eyes. Target detected. Ice Mountain. Ability: master level shipbuilding engineering, inherited from Tom's workshop, advanced business management techniques. Already cloned. President Ice Mountain. Mork withdrew his gaze, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. "How is my boat coming along?" "Bali and the others are in charge, and the progress is quick. It will definitely be delivered on time," Ice Mountain said in a deep voice. "If the client has any doubts about the craftsmanship, they can visit the site." "I'm not worried about the craftsmanship. After all, the Carrera Company's reputation is at stake." Mork waved his hand, changing the subject. "However, I didn't come today just for that little boat." "President Ice Mountain, are you interested in a bigger deal?" Ice Mountain was taken aback. "A bigger deal, eh?" "Exact." Mork leaned forward, hands crossed under his chin, striking a standard business negotiation pose. "As you know, the CP9 agency under the world government has a large number of ships that need maintenance and customization. These businesses were previously scattered among various black market shipyards, resulting in uneven quality and chaotic management." Ice Mountain frowned slightly. He had naturally heard of CP9, the most secretive intelligence agency of the world government. "I want to outsource all the maintenance, modification, and customization work of CP9's ships to Carrera Company." Mork threw out the bait. Ice Mountain's pupils constricted sharply. "CP9's ships. Those are directly under the world government. If they could land this contract, it would not only mean immense profit, but also establish a direct and deep connection between Carrera Company and the world government. This would bring immeasurable benefits to the company's reputation and future development." "But," Mork changed his tone, a playful expression on his face, "you also know that the funding approval for CP9 is quite troublesome, and that Spandam fellow. You understand he is quite greedy." Ice Mountain certainly understood. Spandam's reputation was notorious in the black market. "So, I want 20% of the profits from this business." Mork extended 2 fingers, smiling, "as a facilitation fee. The remaining 80% belongs to..." "How about it?" Ice Mountain quickly calculated in his mind. CP9 had a vast number of ships that often undertook dangerous missions, resulting in a high loss rate. If this business went through, the annual profit would be at least 300 million berries. 20%, that's 60 million berries. Though it stung, being able to exchange 60 million berries for a long-term income from CP9 and the protection of the world government was an incredibly lucrative deal. Ice Mountain, almost without hesitation, made the decision. "Wise choice." Mork nodded in satisfaction. "I will have Spandam send over the contract. Remember, the quality must be assured. After all, it's for the world government. If anything goes wrong, we can't bear the consequences." "Of course." Ice Mountain stood up, extending his hand. "Pleasure doing business, Mr. Mork." "Pleasure doing business." Mork shook Ice Mountain's hand, but was calculating in his heart, "This 60 million berries I will share with Spandam, and I can still net 30 million. Along with the smuggling business, the city of water is simply my cash cow." Exiting the Carrera Company, Mork immediately dialed Spandam's snail phone. "Chief Spandam, I have good news." Mork's tone was relaxed. "I've made a deal with Ice Mountain. From now on, all CP9 ship business will be outsourced to him." 300 million berries in annual turnover, I'll take a 20% kickback, the old rule 50-50 split. The phone on the other end fell silent for a few seconds, and then Spandam's greedy laughter came through. Well done. Mo, I knew you had a way. But, isn't Ice Mountain currently being watched by Lu Chi and the others? He is a key figure in the Pluton design. That's why I said I wanted to do this business. Mocha lit a cigarette. Think about it, once I become the supplier, I can legitimately send people to Carrera Company, oversee the work, or even visit Ice Mountain's home. There are places Lu Chi can't investigate, and my people can. That's called darkness under the lamp. Genius. Simply genius. Spandam exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Moku, you are truly my lucky star. By the way, what about those two secretaries you mentioned before? Jiwei and Moz2, very capable young lady. Moka glanced at the twin sisters beside him. I want to resolve their CP9 staffing with a monthly salary of 800,000 coming from the agency's budget. Small matter. I can still approve this amount. Spandam now looked at Moku like he was a money tree. Not to mention 2 secretaries, he would even approve 20 of them. Go ahead, just make sure to bring in the profits and find Pluton, and you will be a great contributor to CP9. After hanging up the phone, Moku's lips curled into a cold smile. Using CP9's budget to support his private crew, while using CP9's name to cover for Ice Mountain, and by the way, extracting information about Pluton from Ice Mountain. 3 birds with 1 stone, perfect. It's done. Moku put away the snail phone and turned to look at the 2 stunned twin sisters. Say, Chief, Moz stammered, do we have staffing now? Is it the official staffing of the CP9 agency under the world government? Not only that, but a monthly salary of 800,000 berries with meals and accommodation included 5 insurances and 1 fund. Oh no, meals and accommodation will suffice. Moku said with a smile, congratulations, from now on you are part of the system. Wow. Jiwei suddenly hugged Moz, weeping tears of joy. Moz, we've made it. 800, we are going to get rich. Long live the chief. The chief is wise and mighty. Moz blushed with excitement, looking at Moku with eyes full of admiration and fervor. Previously following Big Brother Frankie, though happy, they often went without meals and had to rely on stealing and selling scrap metal to survive. Now with this new chief, not only have they put on beautiful clothes, but they also have a decent job. Alright, calm down. Moku clapped his hands. When we get back tonight, memorize the CP9 employee manual. You'll officially start working tomorrow. The job is simple, help me organize documents, serve tea, and by the way, help me count money. Yes, chief. The 2 sisters saluted in unison, their movements synchronized and full of vigor. Back at the hotel, Moku sat by the window gazing at the drizzling rain outside, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. He had just done some calculations. Customizing the flagship cost 800,000, buying clothes and equipment for the twins cost over $1 million, and with some miscellaneous expenses the cash flow he had left now was only around 20 million berries. 20 million. Moku stroked his chin, though not a small amount in this money-burning pirate world, it's just pocket. In the future, to develop new techniques, purchase rare materials, or even prepare gifts for new friends, this amount is simply insufficient. Looks like I need to think of a way to make some quick money. Moku's gaze shifted to the sea outside. Although the city of water is a prosperous metropolis, the surrounding waters are not calm. This area belongs to the first half of the Grand Line, where pirate crews often appear. Bounty. A glint of sharp light flashed in Moku's eyes. For pirates, bounties symbolize strength, but for Moku, bounties are walking berries, moving ATMs. Since I'm idle anyway, why not take a stroll on the sea? Moku stood up, stretching, just in time to test the power of the new cloned gate fruit and string manipulation in naval battles. By the way, catch a few unlucky pirate crews and turn their treasures into my private funds. Jiwei, Moz. Moku shouted to the next room. Here, chief. The 2 sisters rushed over immediately, still holding unfinished donuts in their hands. Pack your things, prepare to set sail. Moku's lips curled into a charming smile. We are going hunting. Hunting? What are we hunting? Jiwei. Hunting those with money bags hanging from their heads. Moku pointed to the direction of the sea pirates. Moke stood on a high ground at the port, flanked by 2 twin sisters dressed in black business suits and eye-catching black stockings, Jiwei and Moz. Following Moke's gaze, a 3-masted sailboat, flying a flag depicting guns and skulls, was slowly departing the port. The flag was drawn in a hasty manner, with the skull holding a flintlock pistol emanating a vibe of a nouveau riche. Gunpowder Pirates. Moke read the name on the ship's hull. Half an hour later, off the coast of Water City, Moke piloted a rented speedboat, gliding through the water like a black fish, tracing a graceful arc on the... We've caught up. Jiwei shouted excitedly. Ahead, the Gunpowder Pirates seemed to sense the commotion behind them, and the massive ship slowly turned to block their path. At the ship's railing, dozens of pirates armed with muskets peered out, grinning menacingly. Hey, where did this little young master come from? Out for a joyride with 2 girls. A man with a handlebar mustache and a face full of flesh stood at the bow, toying with a flintlock pistol. His gaze lewdly swept over Jiwei and Moz. With outfits like that. TSK. Kid, leave the ship and the girls behind, and I might let you die a quick death. Moke stood at the front of the speedboat with his hands in his pockets looking calm. Captain Bellin, let's discuss something. I have my eyes on your ship and plan to dismantle it to sell as scrap metal. Huh? Bellin laughed uproariously as if he had heard the greatest joke. How amusing. You're provoking the gunpowder pirates. Kai, Pickford, break this kid's bones. Yes, Captain. Two figures emerged from the crowd. One was a burly man carrying a massive machine gun, and the other was a short doctor with a backpack full of bombs. Go capture them. Without looking back, Moke issued instructions to the twins behind him. This is your entrance examination. Remember, don't kill them. Injuring them is expensive in medical fees. Yes, sir. Jiwei and Mosey exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with fervent battle intent. They had long wanted to test the power of their new gear. Sisters charge. The two sisters leaped simultaneously, their massive sabers glinting in the sunlight. Moke let out a soft command, and two invisible slashing waves shot across the sea surface, instantly severing one side of the pirate ship's mooring lines, causing the ship to tilt dramatically. Taking advantage of the pirates' momentary panic, Jiwei and Mosey had already reached the deck. Die, perverted uncle. Jiwei shouted, swinging her broad-bladed saber towards Bellin. Not bad, but in front of a gun. Bellin sneered as he raised his hand and fired. Bang! Jiwei reacted quickly, rolling to the side as the bullet grazed her hair, hitting one of the masts behind her. So close. Mosey saw this and immediately fired 2 shots. Try this. Shockwave shot. Bang bang. The 2 bullets flew straight for the first mate, Kai. Kai raised his machine gun to sweep fire, only to find that the bullets hitting the barrel unexpectedly exploded, numbing his hands. What the hell? Kai was taken aback. The deck immediately descended into chaos. Although Jiwei and Mosey cooperated well, their lack of combat experience was evident. Facing more than 50 pirates armed with muskets, the two soon found themselves in a tough battle. Damn it. There are too many of these bastards. Jiwei swung her saber, barely blocking a few curved blades, but one pirate kicked her in the stomach, causing her to stagger back. Jiwei. Mosey wanted to rescue her, but was pushed back by a bomb thrown by the ship's Dr. Pickford. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion knocked Mosey to the ground. She scrambled up, her face covered in dust, and her once pristine suit was now torn in multiple places. Oh no, my skirt is torn. Mosey looked at the hole in her hem, instantly furious, unforgivable. And when too inexperienced. Moke shook his head while standing on the speedboat. Despite their excellent gear, their foundation in physical skills was too poor. In a group fight, they didn't understand how to utilize speed and terrain, relying solely on brute force. In an instant, Moke's figure vanished from the speedboat. Shave. The next second, he appeared atop the pirate ship's mast, looking down upon the entire scene. What speed is that? Bellin's pupils constricted sharply. Finger gun penetrating peak. Moke's fingers tapped the air, and several sharp bursts of chi shot out like bullets, instantly piercing through the muskets of several pirates. My hand. The gun exploded. Seizing the moment of chaos among the pirates, Moke landed on the deck, one hand behind his back, while the other waved lightly. Finger gun 100 barrage. Over 100 streams of compressed chi shot from his fingertips, precisely piercing the acupoints of each pirate. Thud, thud, thud. In just 3 seconds, except for Bellin, Kai, and Pickford, who stood far away and were slightly stronger, the remaining more than 50 pirates collapsed to the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. What kind of ability is this? Pickford was so frightened that he could barely hold the bomb in his hands. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Moke smiled as he approached the 3. I'm just here to collect a debt. Bastard, don't underestimate us. Bellin roared, holding his guns and crazily spraying bullets at Moke. Heavy shot storm of bullets. Hundreds of bullets wove into a net of death, enveloping Moke. Too slow. Moke didn't even move, just raised a hand lightly. Iron block. Cling cling. The bullets hit his skin and were all deflected. What? Iron block. Are you a Navy? Bellin was scared out of his wits. Navy? No, I'm with the world government. Moke's figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of Bellin, delivering a precise hand chop to his carotid artery. Bang! Bellin rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Captain! Kai roared, shouldering the machine gun and preparing to shoot, but Moke kicked his gun barrel. The tremendous force sent the machine gun flying, and then Moke delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. Pooh! Kai curled up like a shrimp, spitting up bile, and collapsed to the ground. Only the ship's Dr. Pickford stood trembling in the corner. Brother, let's talk it over. I'm a doctor. I can treat you. I'm very useful. Pickford raised his hands, tears and snot streaming down his face. Doctor. Moke looked him up and down, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. Target detected. Pickford. Abilities: bomb-making, basic medical skills. Cloned. Not bad. Moke nodded in satisfaction, then delivered a hand chop. Sleep now. Bang. Pickford fell to the ground. The battle ended in less than 5 minutes. The commander is powerful. The commander is invincible. Jiwei and Mosey got up from the ground, looking at the moaning pirates scattered around, their eyes filled with admiration. Just moments ago they had been beaten badly, but the commander had cleared the field in an instant. The gap was simply like heaven and earth. Alright, stop buttering me up. Moke clapped his hands. Get to work. Tie up this group of pirates, and just throw the treasure over here. Although the two sisters didn't know where the commander wanted to throw the treasure, they obediently complied. Half an hour later, the hold of the gunpowder pirate's ship was completely emptied. Mork stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the massive three-masted vessel, calculating in his heart. Although this ship is a bit old, it's made from precious wood. Atom for the keel. Dismantling it to sell the timber can still fetch a few tens of millions. Adding in the bounty for this group of pirates, he pulled out a din mushy and dialed the number of the Navy branch in Water City. Hello, is this the Navy branch? I am Mork, Vice Commander of CP9. I've captured a bunch of pirates off the coast. Please send a ship to pick them up. Oh, and remember to send more personnel, about 60. In the evening at the dock of the Navy branch in Water City, when Mork brought the twins escorting the gunpowder pirates to shore, the entire branch erupted in excitement. Oh my god, it's the gunpowder pirates. Captain Bellin, First Mate Kai, all captured. Who was that young man? He took down the entire pirate crew by himself. The head of the Navy branch personally came forward, greeting Mork with a beaming smile. Commander Mork, you've worked hard. This is a great achievement. No need to be polite. Mork waved his hand, looking nonchalant. It's all for justice. Yes, for justice. The branch chief wiped his sweat, yet his heart was bleeding. If only this bounty of over 100 million could be credited to him. After some counting, the total bounty for the entire gunpowder pirates plus the value of the pirate ship amounted to 120 million berries. As for the treasure in the hold, Mork claimed it was lost in battle. Although the branch chief was skeptical, looking at Mork's unfathomable strength, he could only hold his nose and accept it. This is your bounty, Commander. The branch chief handed over a check, totaling 120 million berries. Mork took the check, silently calculating in his heart. Previously, he had saved around 20 million from smuggling and outsourcing businesses. This time, he got another 120 million plus the 30 million in treasures from the other space. My net worth is 170 million berries. Mork whistled in his heart, striking it rich. Back at the inn, Mork sat by the window looking at the drizzling rain outside, his mood somewhat complicated. He had earned enough money, but today's battle also revealed a problem. Jiwei, Mosey, come in. The two sisters pushed the door open, their faces still bearing some bruises. So you called for us. Have a seat. Mork pointed to the chair opposite him. How did you feel about today's battle? Very exhilarating. Jiwei clenched her fists. But those pirates were so despicable, actually ganging up on us. Gang fights are the norm for pirates. Mork shook his head. Your problem lies in relying too much on weapons and brute force. Your foundation in physical skills is too poor. If I hadn't been here today, you would have been turned into a sieve. The two sisters lowered their heads, somewhat unconvinced, but they knew Mork was speaking the truth. Starting tomorrow, special training. Mork stood up, a hint of sternness in his eyes. I will teach you shave and moonwalk. These are essential skills for survival and pursuit. Shave and moonwalk. Isn't that part of the Navy's 6 styles? Mosey's eyes widened. Can we learn it? Whether you can learn it depends on your fortune. Mork's lips curled into a wicked smile. But I'm confident I can train you two into true elite agents. Yes, sir. The two sisters saluted in unison, their eyes alight with burning determination. Very good. Mork nodded in satisfaction. Get some rest tonight. We gather at the seaside at 5 in the morning. 1 minute late, and you'll be fined 10,000 berries. 10,000. The two sisters gasped in surprise. Yes, sir. The dawn in Water 7 carried an unusual tang for Mork. A faint, acrid scent of frustrated disappointment hung in the air. In the derelict shipyard behind Karura Company, a grating metallic clang echoed relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Huey and Maz, the twin sisters, unleashed furious barges upon a custom-forged steel training dummy. Iron block. In unison, the sisters cried out. Their supple waists and abdomens hardened instantly into unyielding steel, absorbing the dummy's iron block. In unison, the sisters cried out. Their supple waists and abdomens hardened instantly into unyielding steel, absorbing the dummy's retaliatory hammer strike, without flinching. Not bad. Their resistance has improved. Mork sat beneath a sunshade, sipping iced lemon tea with unruffled composure. How are your moonwalk and paper parry drills progressing? Maz attempted moonwalk, leaping into empty air, but misjudged her propulsion point. She shot off course like a cannonball, slamming headlong into a nearby tree trunk and showering the ground with trembling leaves. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Maz rubbed her sore backside as she staggered upright, eyes brimming with grievance. Sir, moonwalk is impossible. My soles feel like they're cramping. I'd rather just leap up and kick someone square in the face. Huey nodded vigorously beside her. Yes, sir. And that paper parry. All that twisting and coiling. It's like watching a serpent writhe. It lacks raw, unadulterated grit. We want moves that go boom, blasting enemies skyward. Mork pressed a palm to his forehead and sighed deeply. Was this the Frankie family's aesthetic sensibility and spiritual contamination at work? He had delivered the most orthodox Rokushiki curriculum, but deep in their bones these two still worshipped the brutal elegance of brute force confrontation. Techniques demanding supreme precision and finesse, shave and finger gun. They fumbled catastrophically, yet iron blocked the art of enduring punishment and tactical firearms deployment. They mastered them instinctively without guidance. Fine. Mork set down his teacup, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. If you insist on becoming berserkers, then forget agility drills altogether. Effective immediately, your training focuses exclusively on fortifying iron block and honing marksmanship. I expect you to evolve into mobile artillery platforms. Understood? Yes, sir. Sir. The twins' eyes blazed with sudden radiant fervor, as if they'd finally found their tribe. Suppressive fire. That's our specialty. For days thereafter, the training ground thundered with deafening gunfire and concussive detonations. Mork drew upon his newly replenished personal funds to equip the sisters' flintlock pistols with high explosive and incendiary rounds. Bang, bang, bang. Huey, gripping both pistols, unleashed a torrent of fire across the sea. Each bullet ignited miniature underwater explosions upon impact, launching towering geysers of seawater, a spectacle both violent and magnificent. Super awesome. Huey blew gently at the muzzle, smoke striking a pose unmistakably Frankie-esque. Mork watched, lips twitching faintly at the corners. Yet in the grand line, where monsters roamed freely, sometimes sheer overwhelming force truly was the wisest strategy. As long as they survived, that was all that mattered. On the afternoon of the 5th day, sunlight glared fiercely. Mork was guiding the twins through precision demolition drills when heavy, urgent footsteps approached, carrying with them a pungent cocktail of cola and machine oil. Stop right there, you predaboy scoundrel. Frankie, a towering cyborg clad in a floral shirt sporting a pompadour and mirrored sunglasses, stormed onto the field, dragging a crestfallen Eggman behind him. Brother Frankie. Huey and Maz gasped, instinctively stepping before Mork. What brings you here? Frankie removed his sunglasses, revealing bloodshot eyes, and jabbed an accusing finger at Mork. Super. Unacceptable. You two foolish little sisters. You actually let this pretty boy kidnap you. And wear this nonsensical. His gaze darted wildly between their sleek black suits and massive cleavers, his expression twisting into something grotesque. What is this? Where did your old hardboiled style vanish? Where's your soul? Brother, this is our choice. Maz retorted boldly. Commander Mork granted us official commissions and a monthly salary of 800,000 belly, plus health insurance, retirement benefits. Oh, and countless other perks. 800,000. Frankie sucked in a sharp breath, then erupted anew. Damn it. Can money buy back family? Can it purchase dreams? Come home with me. We'll build the world's greatest ship and sail the oceans. Dreams won't fill your belly, but 800,000 belly buys plenty of cola and timber. Mork interjected coolly, idly spinning a golden coin between his fingers. Shut your mouth. Frankie whirled toward Mork, fists slamming together. Since you've stolen my family, don't blame me for what comes next. Try this, Wind Blaster. Boom. A searing shockwave erupted, hurtling straight for Mork's face. Mork thought inwardly, third time, still the same move. A saint never falls twice to the same technique. Watch out, Commander. The twins cried out in alarm. Mork didn't even blink, lifting one hand with effortless nonchalance. Iron block. Bang. The twins cried out in alarm. Mork didn't even blink, lifting one hand with effortless nonchalance. Iron block. Bang. Rooted, not shift. Mork shook his head and vanished. An instant later, he stood before Frankie, delivering a flawless uppercut squarely beneath the cyborg's jaw. Bang. The once furious cyborg rolled his eyes upward and collapsed backward, rigid and unconscious. Wait, why did I say again? Brother Frankie. Eggman yelped, collapsing onto his rear. Eggman, wait here for a moment, Mork said, brushing dust from his hands before turning to the twins. Resume firearms practice. I'll have a quiet word with your brother about life's highest aspirations. 10 minutes later, beneath a crumbling lighthouse on Water 7's coast, winds howled, waves crashed against Jack. Frankie leaned against the lighthouse wall, massaging his swollen jaw, his gaze complex as he studied the slender youth before him. Just who are you? Frankie demanded, voice low and grave. Your strength far exceeds that of any ordinary CP9 agent. Mork leaned against the rusted railing, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a slow, perfect smoke ring. Frankie, or rather Tom's second disciple, Cutty Flam. At the name Tom, Frankie's pupils contracted violently, and his entire frame tensed like drawn steel. Mork waved a dismissive hand. Had I intended to seize you, that palm strike wouldn't have merely stunned you. It would have severed your spinal cord. So what do you want? Frankie ground out his hand, drifting unconsciously toward the weapon at his hip. What do I? Mork smiled, his eyes suddenly deep as abyssal trenches. I want you to safeguard the secret buried within your body, the blueprints known as the Pluton. Boom. Frankie felt his skull detonate internally. He surged upright, staring at Mork in utter disbelief. You. How could you possibly know? This was the secret he'd sworn to protect with his life, the final legacy entrusted by Master Tom himself, and the forbidden weapon coveted by the world government. How I know isn't important, Mork tapped ash from his cigarette, tone now grave. What matters is that the situation grows. CP9 has already fixed its sights on this place. Spandam may be a fool, but his agents are neither kind nor merciful. So, you've come to steal the blueprints. Frankie's voice trembled. Why would I want that thing? Mork rolled his eyes. I hold no ambition to rule the world. I'm only interested in preserving my own life. Pluton is a curse wrapped in gold. Whoever grasps it dies. Frankie froze. Gazing at Moke's languid, untroubled demeanor, his wariness inexplicably softened. Just a fraction. Then why tell me all this? Because though I find you insufferable, Moke pointed at Frankie's flamboyant shirt, and your taste in fashion utterly abhorrent. I'd rather not see Master Tom's legacy extinguished by a madman obsessed solely with forging weapons of war. Master Tom. Frankie lowered his head, voice thick with emotion. Listen closely, big man. Moke stepped forward and clapped Frankie's broad shoulder firmly. Guard those blueprints. Keep them hidden. And above all, stay alive. Frankie remained silent for a long while. Sea wind tousled his pompadour, and scattered the fog of doubt, clouding his heart. Finally he lifted his head. His gaze was resolute. I believe you. Frankie grinned, flashing brilliant white teeth. You may look like a shrewd merchant, but your eyes hold no vile, ravenous greed. You truly are a good man. I'll accept that compliment, Moke replied with a faint smile, then added, inspiration striking, since we're now friends, might I ask a favor? Name it. So long as it doesn't violate my principles, consider it done. Frankie pounded his chest with gusto. I've commissioned a single-mast sailing vessel from Karura Company. Barry and his crew are building it now. A spark flashed in Moke's eyes. The hull's sound, but I wish to integrate special propulsion. Special propulsion? Frankie raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Moke gestured toward Frankie's abdomen. A cola-powered engine. I intend for my vessel not only to sail, but to soar. Frankie's eyes blazed with sudden electric recognition, the look of a kindred spirit. You mean? Super modification. Using cola as fuel to drive compressed air systems. Achieving instantaneous explosive acceleration. Super, brilliant. Feasible technically. Absolutely. If you can afford the materials. Frankie rubbed his palms together eagerly. Once your ship's complete, I'll personally oversee its retrofit. Guaranteed to make it Water 7's fastest legend. It's a deal. Moke extended his hand. Done. Frankie clasped it firmly, shaking with vigorous, heartfelt enthusiasm. Back at the training ground, Kiwi and Maz were gathered around Eggman, seemingly exchanging notes on cybernetic enhancement. Seeing Moke and Frankie return arm in arm, the twins stared dumbfounded. Brother, you two made up. Kiwi's eyes widened in astonishment. Naturally. Frankie slid his sunglasses back on and struck a grotesquely dramatic pose. This Commander Moke, though he serves the world government, works for the world government, is nonetheless a true connoisseur of masculine romance, and a genuinely decent man. Kiwi Maz, you follow him and I'll rest easy. Really? That's wonderful. The twins burst into jubilant cheers. Moke observed them quietly, his inner amusement barely concealed. Enough idle chatter, Moke turned to the twins. How did your shooting drills go? Let me see the fruits of your suppressive fire. Yes, sir. Bang, bang, bang. Another barrage of ear-splitting gunfire tore through the air. Karilla Company's Pier No. One was currently crowded with people. Bali, Biplali, Lulu, and Daristan, the pillars of the shipbuilding industry, looked at the freshly completed masterpiece before them with a face of constipation. The ship's body was entirely pitch black, its aerodynamic design beautiful, like a poised black shark. The dragon bones crafted by the precious wood atom glimmered with a faint golden light under the sun, symbolizing power and speed. Perfect. Moke stood at the bow with his hands in his pockets, nodding in satisfaction. This is art. Lucci lowered the brim of his hat, his voice hoarse. Although the craftsmanship is impeccable, are you really sure you want to name it this? Kaku twitched at the corner of his mouth, his long nose slightly trembling. Number 1 escape. Isn't that name too straightforward? Straightforward? No, that's called pragmatism. Moke turned around, his face serious. We must always be prepared for strategic withdrawal. This ship is designed to allow me to leave the battlefield at the fastest speed and preserve our fighting strength. Kiwi and Maz stood behind Moke, dressed in new black suits, their long black stockings shining in the sunlight. The commander is right. Kiwi waved his fist. We need to preserve our strength, so we can fight better in the future. Maz Bali sighed as he tied the last rope. The ship is fine, the speed is definitely what you want. But that name, if it gets out, will Karilla Company's reputation still hold up? Don't worry, it won't have any impact. Moke patted the ship's side grandly. Settle the final payment, no need to change the rest, consider it a treat for the masters to smoke. Hearing, no need to change, Bali and the others instantly brightened. Commander Moke, take care. Welcome at the Frankie family's ship dismantling house. Super cool. Is this the ship you're going to modify for cola power? Frankie, wearing sunglasses, circled around number 1 escape, 3 times the light in his eyes brighter than the sun. He suddenly opened the hidden compartment at the ship's tail, looking at the reserved engine interface, inside trembling with excitement. This design, this space utilization, simply genius. Moke, you truly understand the romance of men. Cut the crap, get to work. Moke signaled Kiwi and Maz for a box of cola. Leave it to me. Frankie rolled up his sleeves, revealing his mechanical arm, with the welding gun in hand, spitting blue flames. Wind cannon. Propulsion system modification begins. For the next 2 hours, Moke sat under the sunshade sipping iced lemon tea, watching Frankie dart around the ship like a gorilla. Kiwi and Maz helped pass wrenches nearby, occasionally exclaiming, "Wow, big brother, this pipe is so thick. That engine sounds so sexy. Hey, You two silly sisters. Frankie shouted while tightening screws. Don't act like you've never seen any. Once it's done, this ship can fly on water, understand? Fly. Super awesome. The three exclaimed in unison. Mork watched this scene, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although noisy, the scene felt strangely warm. Done. With Frankie's loud shout, the exhaust port at the ship's tail belched out a plume of white steam, followed by a low and powerful rumbling sound. Come try this. Frankie handed Mork a cola can with a grimacing face on it. This is the special Frankie Chili Cola infused with devil pepper extract, which can make the engine explode with 200 power instantly, lasting for 3 minutes. Frankie handed Mork a cola can with a grimacing face on it. This is the special Frankie Chili Cola infused with devil pepper extract. What do you know? This is called art. Mork ignored Frankie's defense, turning to the tail of the ship. There were 10 exquisite flower pots arranged there. With a thought, he activated the ability of the flourishing fruit. Grow. As his spiritual energy infused, 10 seemingly ordinary vine seeds burst forth from the soil. The emerald vines, as if alive, quickly wrapped around the railing at the ship's tail with thick leaves emitting a faint glow. What is this? Frankie's eyes widened. Biological propulsion assist system. Mork spoke nonsense seriously. These vines can generate thrust through photosynthesis and can also automatically repair damage to the ship's hull. How about it? Doesn't it feel very high-tech? Super strange. Frankie said, though his eyes were filled with curiosity. What kind of plant is this? Can I study it? Dream on. Mork slapped away Frankie's reaching hand. This is my exclusive secret formula. In fact, he knew that this was just ordinary ivy, but it had been enhanced by the flourishing fruit. At critical moments, these vines could become lethal weapons for strangling enemies, or assist him in escaping. All right, the ship is good. Mork jumped onto the ship and started the engine. Number 1 escape emitted a cheerful roar like a black swimming fish instantly rushing out of the dismantling house's port. Let's go. Back to Judicial Island. Mork stood at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his long hair. Kiwi Eye and Maz stood on either side, holding giant machetes, their faces beaming with confidence. Yes, Commander. Judicial Island. Dark clouds loomed, and a heavy atmosphere permeated the enormous gate of justice slowly opened, and Number 1 escape glided through the calm water like a streak of black lightning, steadily docking at the pier. As Mork just jumped ashore, he felt an ill-intentioned gaze. Gabra approached, dressed in a flashy suit, a cigar in his mouth, looking lewdly at him. His gaze passed over Mork and landed squarely on Kiwi Eye and Maz. TSK Tisk, it's been a few days since we last met. Where has the Deputy Commander been training? Bringing back 2 such stunning girls. Gabra rubbed his hands together, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Little sister, what's your future with our Deputy Commander? Why not come with me? Hello, Senior Gabra. Kiwi Eye politely bowed. You look quite energetic, Senior Gabra. Huh, you have a good eye. Gabra beamed, reaching out to touch Kiwi's face. Come, let me take a look. Bang, a dull thud. Gabra's hand hadn't even touched Kiwi Eye when he was met with a heavy blow to the head. Mork withdrew his hand, still holding the half-smoked cigar. Ouch. Gabra jumped up, holding his head. What are you doing? If you don't want your hand, you can donate it to the... Mork's eyes were cold. Moreover, my secretary is not someone you can touch. You? Gabra gritted his teeth, but recalling the terrible scene of being crippled by Mork before he forcibly swallowed back the curse. They're just secretaries, not your wives. Secretaries are not allowed. Mork said lightly. They are official agents of CP9, not your playthings. If I see you getting handsy with them again, next time it won't just be a leg that's broken. After saying that, Mork turned to leave. Let's go, Kiwi Eye Maz. Yes, Commander. The 2 sisters didn't even look at Gabra, strutting with their chests out, high heels clicking behind Mork. The steps taken by their long legs wrapped in black stockings were full of confidence and pride. Gabra stood there watching the 3 retreating figures, especially those 2 dazzling long legs, stomping his feet in anger. Damn it. Why does he get to enjoy such good fortune? He kicked a nearby stone pillar hard, only to feel like he had kicked steel, grimacing in pain. Ow. Damn it. Why is the stone of Judicial Island so hard? At the CP9 base in the commander's office, Spandam was tidying his hair in front of the mirror when he heard a knock on the door, immediately putting on a fawning smile. Come in. Mork pushed the door open with Kiwi Eye and Maz following behind. Yo, Mork, my little brother back already. Spandam warmly greeted him, his gaze sweeping over the twins, swallowing hard. So these are the new agents you... Let me formally introduce them. Mork stepped aside. Kiwi Eye Maz. From now on, they will be my personal secretaries. The documentation has been processed, right? It's done. It's done. Spandam nodded repeatedly, pulling out 2 documents from his drawer. Monthly salary of 800, official CP9 status, full benefits. Oh no, a complete set of welfare. As long as my little brother Mork is satisfied, that's all that matters. He spoke while secretly winking at Kiwi Eye. Ladies, if you need anything in the future, feel free to find Commander Spandam. I will definitely. As long as my little brother Mork is satisfied, that's all that matters. He spoke while secretly winking at Kiwi Eye. Ladies, if you need anything in the future, feel... Count money. Spandam was taken aback. Exactly. Mork pulled out a check from his pocket and slapped it on the desk. This is a gift from Karela Company to you, 10 million berries. Spandam's eyes instantly turned into 10 million berries. He leaped onto the desk, grabbing the check to look at it again and again, trembling with excitement. Moke, my little brother, you are really my cash cow? I knew sending you out would never be a mistake. That's natural. Moke pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs. However, Commander Spandam, I have a request this time. You say? As long as it doesn't contradict the orders of the 5 elders, I will agree to you. Spandam now looked at Moke like he was looking at his own father. I want to use the underground training facility in the base. Moke pointed to Kiwi Eye and Maz. These 2 girls have too little practical experience. I want to set up a special training schedule for them. Special training? No problem. Spandam waved his hand grandly. You can use the underground training facility as you wish. Need sparring partners? Gabra and the others have been idle lately. No need. Moke's lips curled into a charming smile. I'll handle it myself. Upon hearing this, Kiwi Eye and Maz slightly trembled, their eyes igniting with fervent fighting spirit. Yes, Commander. Beneath Judicial Island, inside a training ground. Thud. A muffled crash echoed as Kibwe's colossal cleaver slammed violently onto Waku's metal staff, sparks erupting like scattered stars. Waku's face flushed crimson, the specially reinforced floor tiles beneath his feet fractured instantly. His body stood rooted like a timber driven deep into earth, unyielding against that monstrous force. Not bad, just sink your center of gravity a little lower. Moke sat atop the elevated observation stand, cradling a freshly brewed cup of black tea. His tone was calm and detached, as if reviewing an opera performance. Mozu, your moonwalk is too rigid. You're meant to tread on air, not crush it. Yes, sir. Mozu let out a sharp cry, her long legs sheathed in black stockings striking 7 precise steps midair. Her figure twisted like a phantom's return, and the flintlock pistol in her hand spat fire. Bang, bang, bang. Specially designed high explosive rounds arced gracefully through the air, each one striking with surgical precision at the rapidly evading owl. Wire. Owl spun like a top, using centrifugal force to dissipate the blast shockwave, yet still managed to mutter, Vice Commander Moke, isn't this training intensity just a bit excessive? My cervical vertebrae feel like they're about to snap. Silence, Owl. A lewd voice slithered from the shadows. Jabra lounged in the dim corner, half a cigar dangling from his lips, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Kibwe and Mozu. 2 little girls. No matter how flashy their moves, what good are they? Before true power, they're nothing but empty showmanship. Jabra exhaled a lazy smoke ring, sneering. Only you, Vice Commander, are soft-hearted. If it were me, I'd already have loosened their bones with Wolf Fong. Kibwe and Mozu froze mid-motion, their eyes flashing with indignation. Moke set down his teacup. Porcelain met saucer with a crystalline ding. In the cacophony of the training ground, the sound was nearly inaudible, yet every hair on Jabra's nape stood rigidly erect. Jabra. Moke's voice remained gentle, even laced with faint amusement. Since you're so idle, why not serve as their target? Huh. What nonsense is this? Jabra straightened abruptly, adjusting his tie with disdain. Let me act as target for 2 fresh recruits. Vice Commander, you insult CP9's dignity. His words died mid-sentence. A black blur vanished without trace. Then, in the next instant, Jabra felt his tie yanked taut, his entire body hoisted off the ground like a squawking chick. Ugh! Moke gripped Jabra's throat with one hand and hurled him headlong into the training ground's unyielding wall. Boom! Bricks shattered. Jabra embedded himself halfway into the stone, only his wide, terrified eyes visible. Dignity. Moke leaned close to Jabra's ear, his voice a low, infernal whisper. Before absolute power, your dignity is worth less than a puff of wind. And furthermore, my secretary is not yours to judge. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Jabra thrashed wildly, clawing at Moke's wrist, only to find it immovable like forged iron. It seems you remain deluded. Moke's gaze hardened. With his free hand, he tapped lightly against Jabra's abdomen. Finger pistol piercing peak. Uffed. Though Moke restrained his force, the explosive thrust of that single fingertip sent Jabra's internal organs churning violently. Ugh! Jabra collapsed onto the floor, curled into a trembling knot, retching dryly, his suit soaked in cold sweat. A suffocating silence fell across the arena. Owl and Waku exchanged a glance, then deliberately turned their heads aside, feigning utter ignorance. Waku even whistled nonchalantly. Kibwe and Mozu gazed upward, starry-eyed with awe. Do you still object? Moke brushed dust from his palms and looked down upon Jabra, towering and unassailable. No, none at all. Jabra clutched his stomach, face ashen, daring not even glance toward the twins. You're absolutely right, sir. I spoke out of turn. I'm a disgrace. A worthless fool. Excellent. Moke turned and strode back to the observation stand, reclaiming his teacup as though he'd merely swatted away a gnat. Resume training. And Jabra, you won't be idle either. Go spar with Mozu on speed. Should I hear one more word of complaint, I'll feed you to the giants guarding the gate. Yes, sir. Jabra jolted upright and scrambled toward Mozu. Come on, little sister. Your elder brother, no senior, is lightning fast. Mini-sketch CP9 survival code. Jabra me, self-proclaimed apex of CP9 combat strength. humiliated and plastered onto a wall by a newly appointed vice commander. This defies all logic. All logic. Even Vegapunk would need to relearn physics in front of Vice Commander Mork. Wakue men. Lay down your pride, disciple. Jabra, I want to resign. I'll join a circus instead. 1 month slipped by. A blur of grueling. The underground training ground beneath Judicial Island had transformed into a vast crucible. Kibwe and Mozu's evolution was unmistakable. Once reliant solely on brute force, they now wielded iron body diamond form with practiced mastery, fortifying their defenses while swinging their massive cleavers with thunderous momentum. Their marksmanship improved steadily. Paired with custom high-explosive rounds, they became mobile self-propelled artillery platforms. Even their most vexing techniques, shave and moonwalk, began taking shape under Jabra's unwilling tutelage as a living sandbag. They weren't yet swift, but at least no longer careened drunkenly into tree trunks. Halt! Mork snapped his. Instantly the trainees ceased movement, forming a crisp, disciplined line. Progress is commendable. Mork's gaze swept across them, lingering last on Jabra, who panted heavily. Especially you, Jabra. Your resilience has markedly improved this month. Jabra's mouth twitched. Tears welled, yet dared not fall. Markedly improved. That was beaten into him. In 30 days he'd absorbed more punishment than in the previous decade combined. Kibwe, Mozu. Mork withdrew 2 checks from his coat and tossed them to the twin sisters. Your monthly bonus, 50,000 belly each. Go treat yourselves. Wow. Thank you, sir. The sisters snatched the checks, cheeks blazing, eyes shimmering with fervent adoration. As for you two, Mork turned to Owl and Waku. Your coaching was invaluable. This month's mission evaluation, great. Thank you, Vice Commander. Relief flooded their faces. The weight lifted at last. Just then, Blubler, Blubler. An urgent din-din mushy call shattered the arena's quiet. Mork frowned slightly, pulling out the peculiar din-din mushy, its features uncannily resembling Spandam's, complete with a comical mask. Yes, Commander Spandam. Mork. Brother Mork, disaster strikes. Spandam's voice trembled with panic. Papers could be heard scattering across the floor. The world government issued an emergency directive. CP9 is ordered to deploy immediately. Oh. Mork raised an eyebrow. What could possibly prompt such urgency from the 5 elders? It's the kingdom of Rommel. Spandam's voice quavered. Lately nobles and soldiers have been slain instantly, each. No footprints. No blood. Only wounds cleanly sliced by wind blades. Wind blades. Mork's eye sharpened, piercing, incisive. And reportedly the killer is a flamboyant man with long hair, who calls himself Rommel's Tengu. Mork's grip tightened imperceptibly on the din-din mushy. Rommel's Tengu. Cavendish. The future supernova, gentleman of the sea. Torn between dual. The world government suspects either a Windlogia devil fruit user, or a swordsman of legendary caliber. Spandam pleaded urgently. Mork, you're CP9's strongest warrior. This mission falls to you. The 5 elders warned. If mishandled, we're all finished. Mork paused, silent for a breath. Cavendish. Has he even set sail yet? Or is he merely just beginning his voyage? A troublesome adversary. Though not among the elite supernovas in raw power, his second persona, Whitehorse Cavendish, was a merciless killing machine once awakened. And, let's not forget, he was profoundly narcissistic. Understood. A wry, knowing smile flickered across Mork's lips. Perfect. My 2 secretaries also require real-world experience. Rommel Kingdom, is it? I'll go myself. Wonderful. I knew Brother Mork was dependable. Spandam sighed in relief. I'll arrange transport immediately. Unnecessary. Mork cut him off. I have my own vessel. He ended the call, and turned toward the twins. Pack your gear. Huh. Where to? Kibwe blinked, still gripping her massive cleaver. Business trip. Mork adjusted his collar, his gaze gleaming with quiet intensity. To witness firsthand what true elegance truly means. 50 nautical miles off Judicial Island. A sleek obsidian black speedboat cleaved the tranquil sea like a bolt of midnight lightning. Escape vessel No. 1. Its cola-powered propulsion system rumbled deeply, white steam roaring forth as the hull surged forward with breathtaking velocity. Whoa! Kibwe and Mozu stood at the bow, wind whipping their hair as they shrieked with exhilaration. Sir, this ship is incredible. Is this the sheer might of Frankie family's cola propulsion? Super awesome. Mork stood at the helm, one hand resting lightly on his hat brim, serene, unruffled. Mork glanced at the navigation display. Rommel Kingdom, a sovereign island nation nestled in the first half of the Grand Line, renowned for its noble lineage and master swordsman. Cavendish. Mork murmured the name softly, like the whisper of a blade unsheathing. The slipaway No. 1 glided across the surface of the sea, tracing a straight white line like a black swimming fish along the first half of the Grand Line. At the stern, the cola-powered propulsion system, specially customized by Frankie, roared like a beast. Mork forcefully poured a can of Devil's Spicy Pepper Cola into the fuel intake, and the engine instantly erupted with a piercing shriek, white steam billowing like a dragon's breath, propelling the ship to its limits. Captain, this speed. My face is about to be blown out of shape. Kiwi clutched the railing tightly, the massive machete strapped to his back, while his legs wrapped in black silk quivered slightly in the raging wind. What are you afraid of? This is a man's romance. Maz was excitedly shouting, her hair blown into a wild mess. Is this what super speed feels like? Mork steadied the helm with one hand, his long hair dancing wildly in the wind, yet his gaze remained as calm as the deep sea. 5 days. In just 5 days they had crossed half a sea area and arrived at the capital of the Rommel Kingdom, Renelton. This island nation was shrouded in a layer of gray mist with massive Gothic spires piercing through the clouds, and the air was thick with an indecipherable blend of red tea and oil. Dock. Mork snapped his fingers, and the vines immediately retracted, allowing the ship to glide into the harbor with inertia. Just as they stepped onto land, the transponder snail that kept in touch with Spandam rang. Mork, my brother, have you arrived? Spandam's voice was tinged with anxiety. Things are dire, and Rommel, the head of CP6, is already waiting for you. Remember, you must uncover the truth behind that secret assassin. The 5 elders are keeping an eye on it. Don't worry, I will handle this matter, and the truth will come to light. Mork hung up the phone and led the twins through the bustling dock. The streets of Renelton were paved with blue stone slabs, and the streetlights were vintage gas lamps. Pedestrians wore tailcoats, top hats, and carried canes, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance even in their stride. Is this the capital of Rommel? It feels very retro, lacking any vitality, Kiwi muttered, tugging at her outer. Don't look around carelessly, stay alert. Mork lowered the brim of his hat. According to intelligence, the base of CP6 was located underground beneath the city's oldest clock tower. After passing through several dim alleys, Mork stopped in front of an inconspicuous iron door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 long and 2 short knocks. The iron door slowly opened, and a strong, musty smell rushed out. Welcome, Deputy Chief of CP9. A tall, thin figure stood in the shadows. Mork looked up, his pupils shrinking slightly. The man before him was nearly 7 meters tall, as thin as a bamboo pole, wearing round-framed glasses, his hair and beard snow white, holding a thick book. Fortunately, the room was high enough, or he definitely wouldn't be able to stand straight. Jelly. A vision of the future flashed through Mork's mind, the emergency summon at Judicial Island. This guy was one of the CP6 agents escorting Nico Robin to the Judicial Island. Hello, Chief Jelly. Mork flashed his signature fake smile and stepped forward to shake hands. Just as their fingertips touched, the clone fruit activated. Target detected. Jelly. Ability yoga-style boxing cloned. Mork secretly rolled his eyes. Better than nothing, at least he wouldn't need to hire a personal trainer for yoga in the future. Please come in, this isn't a place for conversation. Jelly adjusted his glasses and turned to walk down the dim corridor. The interior of the base was even more shabby than it appeared from outside. Moldy portraits hung on the walls, desks piled high with documents, and the air was filled with the smell of cheap coffee. Sit. Jelly pointed to a few tattered sofas while he sat on a rickety swivel chair. The situation is dire. Jelly spoke frankly, his voice hoarse. In the past 3 months, nearly 100 cases of assaults on nobles have occurred in the capital. Including guards, the number of victims has exceeded 1,000. More than 20 of them died on the spot. Cause of death. Mork raised an eyebrow. Windblade. Jelly slid a photo across the table. In the photo, a noble dressed in an extravagant gown lay in a pool of blood, a smooth mirror-like wound on his neck. Even the stone pillar behind him had been sliced open. No footprints, no fingerprints, not even a witness. Jelly adjusted his glasses. It was as if a gust of wind had cut him. A scythe weasel. Kiwi gasped. Could it be the legendary monster? There are no monsters in this world, only devil fruit users or sword masters. Mork gently tapped the armrest with his fingers. Chief Jelly, did anything unusual remain at the scene? Perhaps a card or a line of poetry. Jelly paused for a moment. How did you know? Some feathers were indeed found at the scene, wife. Cavendish. Mork sneered inwardly. Who other than that narcissist pirate prince would kill someone and scatter feathers? Chief Mork, you've come a long way. You must be hungry, right? Jelly suddenly stood up, forcing a stiff smile. I've had someone prepare Rommel's most famous lunch. 5 minutes later, on a small folding table, there were 3 plates. Each plate held rolls that looked like sushi wrapped in seaweed, with cold rice balls accompanied by a small pile of blackened fried potato sticks. Please. Jelly picked up a sushi roll, elegantly placed it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. This is Jella's special low-fat, healthy diet sushi, along with air-fryer oil-free whirlwind potatoes. To maintain my figure, I have to control my intake every day. Mork looked at the dry rice balls on the plate, his mouth twitching. Was this the treatment for CP6? It was quite shabby. That fool Spandam usually indulged himself. It seems CP9 was valued more by the world government. Chief Jelly is truly disciplined. That's natural. Jelly pushed up his glasses, looking intoxicated. Only by controlling desires can one control power. This is the essence of yoga. Kiwi and Maz exchanged glances, secretly taking out the jerky Mork had prepared for them from their pockets, hiding behind Mork to nibble on it. Mork restrained the impulse to stuff the rice ball into Jealous nostrils, finished his lunch in a few bites, and stood up. Thank you for the hospitality. However, I would like to take a walk outside and investigate the streets here. Do you need me to send someone to accompany you? Jelly asked. No need. Mork adjusted his collar. My secretaries and I prefer a bit of freedom. Stepping out of the dim base, the sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. Captain, my teeth are about to break. Kiwi exclaimed as soon as she stepped outside. Is that old man a reincarnation of a miser, treating us to stone like fries? And what about the spirit of yoga, huh? Maz added, I think he's just too broke to afford a proper meal. Moke gazed at the gentleman passing by on the street, his eyes deep. This is Rommel, a nation that values gentlemanly demeanor. Here, even murder must be elegant, dining must be elegant, and even being stingy must be elegant. He paused, looking towards a shop on the street called Royal Tailor. In the window, a set of deep red velvet formal attire was displayed, complete with a lace cravat and a golden pocket watch chain, so extravagant it was blinding. He paused, looking towards a shop on the street called Royal Tailor. In the window, a set of deep red velvet formal attire was displayed, complete with a lace cravat and a gold. Moke pushed the door open, the copper bell on it chiming sharply. In this country, if you don't dress like a noble, even the dogs on the street will disdain you. Moreover, the fish we are trying to catch is a super narcissist. Inside the shop, an old tailor with a handlebar mustache was holding a soft measuring tape, bowing and scraping before a plump gentleman. As soon as the tailor saw Moke and the twins enter, his eyes lit up. Moke's aura, a blend of youthful slenderness and the pressure of a strong man, along with the twins' bodies that could not be concealed even in their suits, was simply a walking belly. Welcome. You three must be nobles visiting from afar. The tailor greeted enthusiastically. I am the owner. From your aura, you must be here for tonight's White Rose Ball, right? Your eye for detail is commendable. Moke casually tossed a bag of gold coins which clinked heavily on the counter. Give me and my secretaries 3 sets of the most luxurious clothes each. The kind that makes everyone turn their heads when we walk down the street. No problem. Leave it to me. Hans caught the bag and beamed, his face shaking with joy. Please follow me upstairs. We have a special VIP room. 10 minutes later, the curtain of the fitting room was drawn aside. Moke stepped out. He had changed out of his black combat uniform and into a deep blue velvet tailcoat with a crisp white ruffled shirt underneath and a silver bow tie at the collar. Though a sword still hung at his waist, he now held a cane embedded with a ruby. The originally handsome youth now looked like a noble prince stepped out of an oil painting, exuding a hint of laziness and charm. Wow. Kiwi and Maz were stunned. Captain, you look incredibly handsome. Maz covered her face. It's like you've transformed into a different person. This is the noble mode. Moke adjusted his cuffs in front of the mirror, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What do you think? Do you feel an urge to kneel and kiss the back of my hand? Yes. Captain, please step on me. Kiwi blurted out. Shut up. Moke felt embarrassed, then turned to look at the twins' outfits. They had also donned specially made classical noble dress. Kiwi wore a Wynard night dress, the skirt slit high, revealing black lace stockings underneath with a decorative sword at her waist, exuding a heroic air. Maz, on the other hand, wore a light purple court gown, layers of lace accentuating her graceful figure, holding a folding fan, looking like a proud young lady. Perfect. Moke snapped his fingers. Now we look no different from nobles on vacation. Boss Hans, are there any places nearby suitable for noble leisure? Hans wiped his sweat, lowering his voice. You must be here for the first time, right? If you're looking for fun, you can go to the Red, but if you want to gather information, I recommend going to Old John's Tea House. It's a gathering place for information brokers. As long as you have money, you can find out even who the king dreamed about last night. Old John's Tea House. A glint of sharp light flashed in Moke's eyes. Then let's go there for a visit. The mist over Linthorn never seemed to lift. The signboard of Old John's Tea House shimmered faintly through the haze, its wooden planks thick with moss, like the weathered, age-spotted face of an elder. Moke pushed open the heavy carved wooden door. Creak. The groan of its hinges pierced the tea house's hushed stillness like a shard of glass. The clamor of conversation ceased instantly. Dozens of eyes snapped toward the entrance, sharp, unblinking, converging as one. Moke remained utterly unruffled. He wore a deep sapphire velvet tailcoat, a silver bow tie knotted precisely at his throat, and leaned upon a cane studded with a crimson ruby. His delicate features were half concealed beneath the brim of his hat, lending his countenance an unnerving depth, every inch of him radiating the icy, impermeable aura of aristocratic aloofness. Kiwi and Mose followed close behind. Welcome, gentlemen. Behind the counter stood a man in his 50s, polishing a glass with practiced ease. His neatly trimmed mustache framed sharp, calculating eyes and a smile that was polished, not warm, but professionally fixed. Moke approached the counter and tapped lightly upon its surface. 3 crisp, deliberate knocks, tap, tap, tap. 3 cups of your finest black tea, Old John, Moke murmured, inclining his head with the easy familiarity of an old acquaintance. The man's polishing hand froze, then erupted into hearty, booming laughter. Huh, sir, you've mistaken me. He gestured to the name tag pinned to his lapel, Young John. My father has gone to the Red Mill to appreciate the leg dance, a sublime art form, he insists. I am his son, Young John. Silence fell, thick, suspended, lasting precisely 3 heartbeats. Kiwi and Mose clapped hands over their mouth shoulders, shaking violently, as stifled, bubbling giggles escaped. Cook-a-cuckoo. For the first time, a hairline fracture appeared across Moke's otherwise imperturbable mask. Moke cleared his throat softly, reassembling his expression with surgical precision, restoring the inscrutable, enigmatic composure of a man who dwelled beyond mortal concerns. Ah, so it is Mr. Young John. Your father possesses remarkable vigor and most singular taste in aesthetics. Naturally, as he says, art springs from life and soars above the thigh. Young John beamed with paternal pride, then shifted tone smoothly. Pray take the window seats. They offer the finest view. The three settled in. Steaming cups of tea arrived promptly. Mork lifted his cup, gently blowing aside the delicate foam atop the brew, yet his gaze swept the room like a scanning beam, precise and relentless. The tea house teemed with contradictions. A ruined nobleman in a tattered tailcoat cursed fluently to a man with a monocle peered intently at a single tea leaf through a brass microscope, and several figures swathed in black cloaks sat motionless, only their eyes visible, gleaming like shards of obsidian. Have you heard? Last night the Marquis was attacked again. Chill. Keep your voice down. They say wind blades sliced him clean in two, chair and all, leaving nothing behind but a single white feather. It had to be the scythe weasel. Mork sipped his tea, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. This killer's bloodlust, it seemed, burned even fiercer than in the original chronicle. Captain, this tea tastes bitter, Mose grimaced. Worse than shipboard cola. Silence. Eat. And drink. With grace, Mork replied, tapping her temple lightly. This is an intelligence hub. Listen closely. At that moment, a furious argument erupted from the far corner. 30 million belly. Are you mad, Bridge? A burly man slammed both fists onto the table, sending teacups leaping into the air. This is just a lump of rock. It glows, but can it feed a family? Opposite him sat a gaunt, towering man wearing a newsboy cap, his eyes narrow and predatory. Clutched tightly to his chest was a long, oblong object wrapped in black cloth. If you lack discernment, hold your tongue, Bridge said coldly. This is celestial meteoric iron, the rarest alloy for forging divine weapons. 30 million belly. Not one coin less. To hell with divine weapons. Ideal only in antiques. The fat man roared, rising and storming out, slamming the door behind him. Bridge watched his retreating back. A flicker of frustration crossed his face, before settling once more into his trademark expression, the unflappable, shameless calm of a man who had long since stopped caring what others thought. Mork set his teacup down. Celestial meteoric iron. A spark ignited in his eyes, bright, incisive, unmistakably hungry. This was no mere rarity. It was opportunity incarnate. His ghost feather, though a fine blade, proved brittle against monsters like Wibble. With Frankie's mastery and this alloy, he could forge not just a weapon, but a true artifact of legend. Kiwi. Mose. Yes, sir. The twin sisters snapped upright instantly. Continue your tea. Observe everything. Every glance, every whisper, every shift in posture. Mork rose, adjusted his collar with languid elegance, and let his lips curl into the practiced, vacuous smile of a wealthy, dim-witted heir. I'll return shortly. Sir, might you be interested? Bridge's eyes lit up like flint striking steel. The velvet coat, the ruby-studded cane. Each detail whispered one undeniable truth: wealth. Mork pointed his folding fan toward the black-wrapped object with casual indifference. 30 million belly, Bridge declared, raising 3 fingers. His gaze locked greedily on Mork's purse. Too expensive. Mork shook his head and turned to leave. Wait, don't go. Bridge lunged forward, gripping Mork's sleeve. Sir, this is merely a sample of celestial iron. Behold its luster, its density. He peeled back a corner of the cloth. A slab of metal emerged, glowing with a soft violet luminescence, its surface etched with intricate star-like patterns, as if bearing the scars of cosmic descent. A flash of triumph flickered in Mork's eyes, swiftly masked by disdainful dismissal. Subpar refinement. Too many impurities, he sighed as though bestowing charity. 25 million. Not a copper more. Consider it a whim. 25 million. I'd be bankrupt. Bridge wailed. Minimum 30 million. 26 million. 29 million. Agreed. Mork snapped his fingers, clean, decisive. 29 million. Cash. Now. Bridge blinked, stunned. What did you say? Do you require translation? Mork withdrew a check, written boldly for 29 million belly, and waved it slowly before Bridge's widening eyes. 29 million. Now, lead me to the goods. I dislike carrying such sums through public streets. It's unsafe. Bridge's Adam's apple bobbed sharply. Yes. The cargo's in a warehouse nearby. This way. Lindhorn's streets twisted and coiled like the arteries of some vast, ancient labyrinth. Bridge guided Mork through narrow, shadow-draped alleys, finally halting before a rust-eaten iron door. Sir, the goods are inside. Bridge pushed it inward and gestured grandly. Mork stepped inside. The warehouse was dim, thick with the damp, sour scent of mildew. Where is the cargo? Mork surveyed the hollow space. Empty, echoing, barren of even dust. It's right here. Bridge's voice dropped, turning glacial. Then he clapped 3 times. Clap, clap, clap. From the warehouse's deepest shadows, over 20 armed men surged forth, emerging like specters from oblivion. They wore mismatched garb. Some brandished cutlasses, others leveled flintlock pistols, faces twisted with malice forming an impenetrable ring around Mork. Bridge retreated behind them, his servile grin vanished, replaced by a rictus of cruel, triumphant glee. 29 million belly, quite the princely sum. He moistened his lips. But now that you've entered my warehouse, that sum becomes your ransom for breath itself. Mork stood at the center of the circle, calm, unmoved, almost bored. He glanced at the motley rabble surrounding him, then at Bridge's smug, expectant face, and exhaled long and slow. Sigh. That single breath carried the weight of profound disappointment and weary resignation. What's wrong? Regretting your decision? Bridge sneered. Too late. Hand over everything valuable, or I'll grant you the mercy of a whole corpse. I was thinking. Mork lifted his gaze, his eyes sharpening into blades of glacial ice. Why does this kingdom of Lomar bear such uncanny resemblance to England in our world, populated entirely by shameless, grasping scoundrels? England. Enough talk, attack. At Bridge's command, the 20-odd thugs charged, howling like wolves, weapons raised high. Kill him. Chop him into mincemeat. Steel flashed, light blurred, death descended in a whirlwind. Then Mork moved. Or rather, his sword moved. Draw technique flash. No flourish. No war. Just a single arc of cobalt light, searing across the gloom like lightning cleaving night. Speed. Pure absolute speed. The three men in the vanguard froze mid-lunge. Their blades snapped cleanly in two, edges flawless, mirror polished. Then, thin crimson lines bloomed across their throats. Blood erupted in rhythmic geysers. Thump, thump, thump. They collapsed. The remaining assailants hadn't registered what had happened, only that the elegantly dressed nobleman had simply vanished. Where'd he go? Above you. A cry of terror tore from a throat. Mork scaled the wall effortlessly, his body tracing a surreal gravity-defying curve, ghost feather flashing once per heartbeat, each stroke claiming a life. A bandit pressed his pistol barrel against Mork's chest and fired. Bang! The bullet struck home, yet rang like metal striking metal. Flattened, it dropped to the floor. Mork didn't flinch. In one fluid motion, he reversed his grip and severed the man's head clean off. What kind of monster is this? Bridge's knees buckled. His dagger clattered to the ground. This wasn't prey. He was the Reaper himself. 10 seconds elapsed. Silence reclaimed the warehouse, absolute, suffocating. 20 bodies lay strewn across the floor, dead or bleeding, moaning in ragged, broken waves. Mork stood amid the carnage, ghost feather unsullied, not a drop of blood staining its edge. He flicked the blade once, then slid it home with a soft, resonant click, a sound that echoed like a death knell in the hollow stillness. He strode to Bridge, who now trembled uncontrollably, urine darkening his trousers, and loomed over him. Where's the celestial meteoric iron? Mork's voice was low, yet it pressed down like leaden silence. Under the floorboards. Bridge stammered, pointing a shaking finger toward a warped plank in the corner. Mork crossed the room and kicked the board aside. Beneath lay a hidden compartment, a massive slab of violet glowing meteoric iron, and a heavy sack of belly. Is this all? Mork frowned. After years of robbery, you amassed this. He activated his kin. Life signs within 100 meters flooded his awareness. Someone else hides deeper. He strode to the opposite wall and drove his fist forward. Boom. Bricks shattered. A concealed chamber yawned open, overflowing with gold ingots, antique scrolls, jewel-encrusted relics, and several sealed crates of weaponry. Now that is more fitting. Mork nodded, satisfied. He focused his will and activated his door fruit ability. Extra-dimensional storage. The meteoric iron, the sack of coins, the hoard within the vault, all dissolved into nothingness, swallowed without trace. This haul was monumental. Rough estimate, at least 20 million belly in value. Mork turned, regarding the shivering Bridge, and withdrew a silk handkerchief, dabbing his fingers with fastidious grace. You've done this before, haven't you? Bridge began to nod, then hesitated. Mork sensed the hesitation and unleashed finger pistol 100-fold barrage. Within the warehouse, only Mork remained breathing. Justice served. He walked toward the doorway and stepped out. In the old John T. house, sunlight streamed through the dusty glass window, cutting into the dimly lit hall. Kiwi and Maz were indulging in a plate piled high with blueberry pancakes, their long legs wrapped in black stockings swinging beneath the table, while they mumbled amidst a playful debate over whose shooting skills were better. Mork pushed the door open, the copper bell on the door jingling crisply. Upon seeing the sisters' eating manner, he couldn't help but sigh. Daughters need to be raised in wealth, realizing that poor education in childhood leaves little room for improvement in adulthood. Officer, you're back. Maz greeted with her mouth full, her cheeks bulging like a hamster, mumbling, these pancakes are super delicious. Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for them. Mork shook his head helplessly while a hint of fondness played at the corners. Behind the bar, the young John with a handlebar mustache was polishing glasses, his keen eyes scanning the activity in the shop. Boss, another cup of black tea, please. Mork elegantly took a seat, his fingers gently tapping on the table. Also, I have something to inquire about. Of course. Young John immediately put on a professional smile. Mork lowered his voice, feigning mystery, as he asked, is there anyone in this city exceptionally handsome, so breathtaking that people scream wherever he goes? Young John's hand froze while polishing the glass, nearly dropping it to the floor. He abruptly lifted his head, his sharp eyes scanning Mork from his deep blue velvet tailcoat to his overly handsome face, finally resting on the ruby-studded cane. The air seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. Young John's face displayed an ambiguous smile of understanding as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Sir, your taste is truly unique. However, you have asked the right person. Moke's heart sank, an ominous premonition welling up within him. In Lurton, if we speak of handsome men, it must be the exiled prince from the kingdom of Berjoya, the white horse. No. Young John's face lit up with delight. That golden hair, that figure, those melancholic eyes. Tisk, how many noble ladies are infatuated with him, even the governor's daughter. Ahem. Moke choked on his own saliva, hurriedly interrupting. What I mean is that kind of swordsman who is exceptionally skilled and self-assured. I mean confident. Oh. Young John elongated his tone, his smile deepening with meaning. Powerful. I see. Cavendish's swordsmanship is recognized as the best in Lurton. Tonight Governor Terry is hosting a private banquet for him, supposedly to showcase his skills. Moke rubbed his forehead, feeling his calmness teetering on the brink of collapse. He quickly settled the bill and turned towards the twins, deciding not to waste more words with this peculiar informant. Let's go, he patted Maz, who was still licking her fingers. Change your clothes, we're attending the banquet. Huh, change again. Kiwi looked unwilling. Isn't this the outfit we just bought? This is work, Moke stated succinctly. The governor's mansion in Lurton was ablaze with lights. A gigantic crystal chandelier illuminated the banquet hall, as if it were daytime, filled with the fragrant scent of fine clothing and clinking glasses. Nobles held their wine glasses, whispering to one another, while the air was thick with perfume, fine wine, and a veneer of hypocrisy. Moke entered with Kiwi and Maz as officials dispatched by the world government, immediately becoming the center of it. His deep blue suit shimmered with understated luxury under the lights, while his ruby cane tapped lightly on the ground, each step taken with unhurried grace. The twin sisters wore even more formal, knightly dresses, exuding an air of heroism, flanking him on either side. Is that the official from the world government? So young. I heard he is here to investigate the Scythe case. Didn't expect him to be so charismatic. The two ladies accompanying him are also very beautiful. Are they twin sisters? Whispers reached Moke's ears, but he merely smiled politely, his gaze searching the crowd. Soon he locked onto it. In the center of the banquet hall stood a golden-haired man, surrounded by a group of noble women and young ladies. He wore a pure white suit with a complex lace cravat at the collar and a flawless, charming smile adorning his face as he gracefully responded to the praises. Cavendish. Moke's gaze slightly sharpened. At that moment, a plump, middle-aged man with a shiny face entered, surrounded by servants. It was Governor Terry of Lurton. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Terry clapped his hands, and the banquet hall gradually fell silent. Tonight we are extremely honored to welcome our esteemed guest from the kingdom of Berjoya, Mr. Cavendish the White Horse. Thunderous applause erupted. Cavendish slightly bowed, his demeanor graceful, like a true prince. Mr. Cavendish not only hails from noble lineage, but also possesses unparalleled swordsmanship. Terry continued, his face plastered with sycophantic smiles. How about we have Mr. Cavendish perform a swordsmanship demonstration for us? It would be an honor. Cavendish's voice was gentle and pleasing. However, a swordsmanship performance seems a bit dull. I wonder if there are any guests willing to spar with me. His gaze swept across the room, carrying an innate pride. The male guests exchanged glances, none wanting to humiliate themselves. He'll do it. A calm voice rang out. Moke stepped out from the crowd, his ruby cane tapping lightly on the ground, producing a crisp sound. All eyes in the room immediately turned to him. Cavendish's gaze locked onto Moke, his smile deepening, but Moke caught a hint of scrutiny hidden within. Oh, this gentleman is interested. Cavendish looked at Moke with curiosity. May I ask how you are called? A passing traveler. Moke smiled slightly. I have heard that the nobleman's swordsmanship is extraordinary, and I've come to seek guidance. Good. A splendid guidance. Governor Terry was overjoyed and quickly instructed to clear the area, bringing forth 2 wooden swords for practice. Moke did not use a sword, but drew his own blade. Yonkai blade 50 craft ghost feather. The scabbard was jet black, the hilt wrapped in deep blue silk, plain, yet exuding an eerie chill. Upon seeing Moke's blade, Cavendish's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly replaced by intense interest. He took the famous sword, Durandal, offered by a servant. This western sword had a long blade with exquisite floral engravings on the guard, clearly an expensive and fine weapon. After you, Cavendish assumed a starting stance, his posture elegant. After you, Moke nodded slightly, his right thumb gently resting on the guard. Without further ado, the battle was set to commence. Cavendish made his move. His sword was swift like a flash of white lightning, with the tip tracing countless dazzling flowers in the air, beautiful, yet deadly, reminiscent of a white horse galloping across the plains. Clang, clang, clang. Moke stood firmly in place, his ghost feather acting like a rock, each swing perfectly blocking Durandal's attacks. He did not employ any flashy techniques, relying instead on the simplest moves, slicing, hacking, sweeping, and stabbing, always arriving first to neutralize Cavendish's offensive. Such swift skills. That gentleman's swordsmanship is incredible too. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the watching guests. Cavendish's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. He did not expect that this seemingly refined noble youth possessed such formidable swordsmanship. His speed increased and his strikes became more ferocious, leaving white flashes trailing in the air completely invisible. Yet Mork remained unfazed. He even had the leisure to use his observation Haki to sense Cavendish's emotional fluctuations. Pride, confidence, and a hint of anger after being provoked. But there was no killing intent. Right now he was still the white horse Cavendish, the self-absorbed nobleman. Not the merciless Rommel's scythe, the white horse. Over 40 exchanges passed in an instant. Cavendish's swordplay began to reveal a flaw stemming from his frustration after a prolonged assault. Now's the time. Mork's eyes suddenly chilled. He did not use the 6 styles or any abilities from cloned fruit. He simply sheathed his blade. An invisible killing aura erupted violently from him. The temperature in the banquet hall seemed to drop by 10 degrees instantly, and all the guests who had been laughing felt a chill surge from their feet to the top of their heads, their smiles frozen on their faces. Cavendish's movements suddenly halted as he stared at Mork in shock, a sense of impending death enveloping him. He drew his sword, sheathing the blade. A blue arc of light flashed in the banquet hall, too quick to be captured. Ding! The crisp sound of metal hitting the ground echoed. Cavendish stood, dazed, his Durandal now missing. The famous sword was embedded in the floor, 10 meters away, its blade trembling violently. Silence engulfed the room. Everyone stared in shock at the scene, as if time had frozen. Mork slowly sheathed his blade, producing a soft click sound. Without even glancing at Cavendish, he turned to leave. Wait! Cavendish's voice came from behind, trembling. Mork paused but did not turn back. You. Cavendish fixed his gaze on Mork's retreating figure, his golden pupils reflecting that handsome silhouette. What was that move you just used? In that fleeting moment, he sensed not swordplay but pure unmasked killing intent. That was not sparring, but was slaughter. Mork did not answer, only waved his hand lightly, leading Kiwi and Maz away amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd. In the banquet hall, only Cavendish remained standing alone, his face pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his. He slowly raised his hand, looking at his empty palm, then glancing at the Durandal embedded in the floor in the distance. An unprecedented sense of defeat surged within him. White horse. He murmured his nickname softly, a strange smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Truly interesting. In the night of Lunarton, the spire of the clock tower pierced through the clouds, and the cold wind howled, carrying the unique, damp mist of the distant Thames River, striking the face like a knife. Mork stood by the railing at the edge of the clock tower, his deep blue velvet tailcoat billowing in the fierce wind. The ruby cane he once held was long gone, replaced by a fine blade. Go you. Behind him, Kiwi and Maz huddled, their necks drawn in. Though dressed in thick nightly gowns, standing in this ghastly weather for over an hour was proving too much for the two girls accustomed to the warm climate of the Water City. Commander. Kiwi rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, her teeth chattering. Is that white horse noble coming or not? I'm about to freeze into a popsicle. Mork did not turn around, but slightly raised his hand, signaling them to be silent. His gaze pierced through the thick night, landing on the desolate square beneath the clock tower. He has arrived. Mork's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable chill. What? The twins were not he who has arrived. Mork's lips curled into a teasing arc, his eyes sharpening like an eagle. But it has come. Before his words fell, the streetlight in the center of the square flickered suddenly, and then exploded with a loud bang. Following that were the second and third lights. Darkness spread like a tide, instantly engulfing the entire square. Ha ha! A chilling laughter echoed from the darkness. The laughter was sharp and frenzied, carrying a nauseating scent of blood, completely unlike the gentle voice of the elegant nobleman in the banquet hall. A white figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. It was Cavendish, yet it was not Cavendish. His once meticulously combed golden hair was now wildly cascading over his shoulders, obscuring half of his face, revealing only one bloodshot eye with a dilated pupil. The pure white formal attire still looked splendid, yet it felt utterly out of place against his frenzied demeanor. He held the famed sword Durandal, its tip dragging on the ground, sparking with brilliant light. I found it. I found it. The white horse raised his head, that single eye fixed intensely on the top of the clock tower, his mouth splitting into an exaggerated grin that nearly tore his face apart, revealing his stark white teeth. A delicious prey. Is watching me. Is waiting for me. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing Durandal at Mork, his voice hoarse like nails scraping across a chalkboard. Hey. The pretty boy up there. Stop hiding like a coward. Come down. Come down to die. I will rip your intestines. Kiwi and Maz turned pale at the murderous intent that hit them like a wave, instinctively gripping their massive cleavers and flintlock guns tightly. Is this Rommel's weasel? Kiwi's voice trembled. No. Mork gently removed his heavy top hat, tossing it into the air, letting it fall into the abyss. This is the white horse. A creature that can even kill itself. Mork turned to face his two secretaries, his gaze eerily calm. You both, this level is insufficient for me to unleash my full power. With that, he stepped over the railing of the clock tower. Without hesitation, the youngest deputy commander of the world government leaped into the howling night wind from a height of 100 meters. Commander! The twins' cries were torn apart by the wind. During the fall, Mork's body stretched out in the air, his long hair dancing wildly. The white horse in the square looked up at the figure descending from the sky, his madness intensifying. Ah, what a wonderful fall. like a swan with broken wings. Draw cut flash. Mork silently recited in his heart. Clang. A blue arc of light suddenly appeared in the darkness, more dazzling than lightning, more tragic than a meteor. Mork's figure pivoted in midair, utilizing the momentum of his descent, transforming into a streak of black lightning aimed directly at the white horse's head. So fast. The white horse let out a strange cry, his body bending backward in an unnatural posture, Durandal positioned across his chest. Clang. The tremendous sound of metal clashing exploded in the open square, shockwaves overturning the surrounding rubble. Mork landed steadily, kneeling on one knee. Guayu angled towards the ground. Across from him, the white horse slid back a full 10 meters before coming to a stop. The cobblestones beneath him plowed into deep trenches. He. The white horse straightened up, not only unperturbed, but rather excitedly trembling. What a great sword technique. Such a fast blade. Are you here to kill me? Or to be killed by me? I am here to send you to meet God. Mork slowly stood up, adjusting his breath. The observation Haki fully activated. In Mork's senses, the white horse was no longer a person, but a frenzied red storm. His emotional fluctuations were at a peak, devoid of fear or hesitation, only pure destructive intent to annihilate everything. Then let's dance. The white horse let out a strange cry and instantly vanished from sight. Beautiful sword bluebird. A white afterimage skimmed the ground, moving with astonishing speed like a bluebird gliding just above. Durandal transformed into countless stabbing strikes, blocking all of Mork's escape routes. Clang, 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 clang. Mork stood his ground, not moving an inch, while the Guayu transformed into an impenetrable wall, accurately blocking each deadly blow of Durandal at the critical moment. Too slow. Too slow. The white horse laughed maniacally while attacking. That's because your sword is too frivolous. Mork's eyes turned cold as he seized upon a tiny opening in his opponent's defense and retaliated with a kick. Raging foot breaking peak. A compressed slash shot forward, targeting the white horse's lower body directly. Wow. It's like a little dog that still spits. The white horse let out a strange cry, unexpectedly leaping into the air, spinning like a ballet dancer to evade the slash. Beautiful sword swan lake. He stretched his body in the air, wielding Durandal to trace an elegant, yet deadly arc, countless wind blades swirling like snowflakes descending upon Mork. Mork took a deep breath and activated Iron Block Diamond. Poo 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 poo. The wind blades sliced against Mork, producing the sound of metal clashing. Though they could not breach his defense, the immense impact still forced him back a few steps. Such powerful wind pressure. Mork was inwardly astonished. In this state, Cavendish's swordsmanship had transcended mere technique, transforming entirely into an instinctual art of slaughter. Every move he made contained astonishing brute strength, and his speed had increased at least threefold from before. Why aren't you dodging? Are you scared dumb? The white horse landed, licking his lips. The next move will be my masterpiece. He leaped high, raising Durandal aloft as the sword began to gather terrifying wind pressure. The surrounding air seemingly drained, forming a massive vortex. Beautiful sword / Stardust Prince. With this swing, it seemed as if he aimed to sever the entire star. A massive crescent-shaped slash howled forth, plowing through the ground and creating a trench half a meter deep, rushing directly towards Mork. Is this the power of a future supernova? Mork felt unprecedented pressure. This strength reminded him of that monster he fought on the deserted island, Edward Weevil. Though the white horse was not as strong as Weevil's raw power in the intricacy of swordsmanship and the purity of killing intent, he seemed to be on the verge of surpassing Weevil. If it were the old me, I would probably die here. Mork's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. But the current me is a man who can replicate even the moves of a general. Facing the world-destroying strike, Mork did not retreat. He gripped his blade with both hands, raising Guayu high above his head, as the armed color Haki instantly enveloped him, black lines coiling around his arms, and the blade like venomous snakes. Boom! The tremendous slash struck fiercely against Mork's Guayu. The earth cracked and rolled. Amidst the billowing dust, Mork's figure swayed precariously, the ground beneath him collapsing into a large pit, yet he still stood firmly, the Guayu in his hand, cried a mournful sound under the strain, but ultimately did not break. What a... The madness in the white horse's eyes wavered for the first time. You actually caught it. You actually caught my Stardust Prince. This is your full strength. Amidst the smoke and dust, Mork slowly raised his head, a trickle of blood oozing from his forehead, but his eyes shone brighter, more dangerously than before. If that's the case, then the game is over. Mork suddenly stomped the ground, causing it to crack instantly. Shaved. His figure vanished in an instant. The white horse was taken aback, frantically swinging Durandal. Where? Behind you. A cold voice whispered near his ear. The white horse spun around abruptly, only to see Mork's Guayu already inches away, the tip aimed at his throat. Beautiful sword defense, white shield. In a critical moment, the white horse instinctively used beast-like intuition to block his throat with Durandal. Clang. The immense force sent the white horse flying, tumbling through the air several times before barely stabilizing himself, sliding over a dozen meters after landing. The two once again created distance, standing 10 meters apart, facing each other. Moke slowly sheathed his sword, adjusting his breath. Though that last strike seemed effortless, it had consumed a tremendous amount of his haki. This white horse was indeed troublesome, not only fast, but also difficult to predict due to his chaotic sword. On the opposite side, the white horse was in a more disheveled state, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, the previously frenzied gaze now containing a hint of clarity along with a trace of fear. You? The white horse's voice was no longer sharp, but rather hoarse and deep, as if two personalities were contending for control of the body. What exactly are you? Monster? Moke did not answer, merely holding his blade, quietly waiting for his opponent's next attack. He knew that this battle had only just begun to heat up, and the real white horse noble seemed to be trying to awaken from this frenzied, killing persona. Interesting. Moke muttered softly, this is truly fascinating. The night wind swirled the fallen leaves on the ground between the two. The great clock atop the tower suddenly chimed, the muffled sound echoing in the night sky of Lunarton. The moment the bell struck, both figures vanished from sight once more. The night sky of Lunarton was torn apart by the sound of the bell. The dull tolling was like a heavy hammer striking brutally at Cavendish's chaotic consciousness. At the top of the clock tower, the man who had been completely occupied by the white horse persona suddenly stiffened. It's too noisy. The bloodshot eye of White Horse suddenly contracted, and the previously frenzied, beast-like aura instantly froze. The Durandal in his hand emitted a mournful cry, as if resisting its master's loss of control. Return the body to me. A weak, yet resolute voice squeezed out from the depths of Cavendish's throat. Moke stood 10 meters away, the ghostly feather in his hand slightly drooping, a drop of deep red blood dripping. His observation Haki was fully activated, clearly sensing the two entirely different souls within the man before him fiercely battling. One was a pure, brutal, bloodthirsty red storm, White Horse. The other was an elegant, proud, and somewhat neurotic Golden Light, the young master. Is this your plan, eh? Moke smirked with a hint of amusement, mocking the night sky of Lunarton, which was torn apart by the sound of the bell. Shut up. Cavendish suddenly lifted his head, his previously vacant pupils refocusing, restoring his former narcissistic and arrogant demeanor. How dare you make me look so disheveled? Cavendish gasped for breath, his left hand pressed against his forehead, seemingly trying to suppress the murderous intent that wanted to break free from its cage. Are you ready to commit seppuku and apologize? Moke did not waste words. There was only one chance. The moment when White Horse receded and the young master had not completely taken control of the body was the moment of victory. Slash. Moke's figure instantly vanished. Cavendish's pupils shrank in shock, instinctively swinging his sword to block. Beautiful sword defense, white shield. Clang. The tremendous impact caused Cavendish's palms to split, and he flew backward like a cannonball, crashing hard against the thick stone wall of the clock tower. Cough. Cavendish spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could strike a handsome pose, a black afterimage was already right in front of him. Moke did not stab with the ghostly feather. Instead, he struck fiercely at Cavendish's carotid artery with the back of the blade. Sleep now, superstar. Thud. The White Horse young master of Lunarton collapsed completely to the ground. Moke sheathed his sword, exhaling a long breath. The burst of energy from earlier had nearly drained all of his remaining haki. He looked down at the unconscious Cavendish, his expression complex. Clone. With a thought, two massive streams of information surged into his mind. Superhuman system ability duplication successful, acquired White Horse swordsmanship used by Cavendish's main persona ability framework, a swordsmanship system that is glamorous, precise, and focuses on technique and posture, including techniques such as Bluebird and Swan Lake. Acquired White Horse swordsmanship instant kill version used by Cavendish's second persona White Bird ability framework, a killing swordsmanship that abandons all defense, maximizing speed and power, including techniques such as Stardust Prince. Moke attempted to swing his arm, and countless trajectories of sword strikes flashed through his mind. They possessed both the elegance of a galloping white horse and the coldness of a scythe cutting through the throat. However, just as he prepared to digest these abilities, an unprecedented chill suddenly shot up his spine. Moi. Moke suddenly covered his head, and the world before him began to blur. In the depths of his consciousness, where only he had existed, there unexpectedly appeared another person. It was a Moke in a black tailcoat with a charming smile on his face. Hello, main body. This Moke winked at him, his voice filled with temptation. I am your deepest desire. Since you have duplicated the ability of a dual personality according to the rules of duplication, you should also possess your own second persona, right? Moke broke out in cold sweat. What kind of logic is this? I don't need a second persona. Moke coldly responded in his consciousness. Don't be so heartless. Black Moke licked his lips, greedily scanning his surroundings. I can help you deal with the dirty work you don't want to do. For instance, killing this unconscious man on the ground. We're going to deal with those two female secretaries upstairs who still somewhat admire you. Get lost. Moke shouted angrily, and a powerful mental force surged out like a tsunami, instantly scattering that Black Moke. His consciousness returned to clarity. Moke gasped, heavily, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Damn, can this clone fruit be used this way? Moke wiped his sweat, glancing nervously at the unconscious Cavendish on the ground. In the future, I need to be more cautious when using the clone fruit against characters with such mental instability. I don't know how much time has passed. Cavendish let out a painful groan and slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was Lunarton's gloomy night sky and a face that was overly handsome. Awake. Mork crouched beside him. How do you feel? Does your head still hurt? Cavendish instinctively reached for his sword only to find that the Durandal was stuck in the ground several meters away. He struggled to sit up, warily looking at Mork. It's you. The official from the world government. It's me. Mork stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. That madman, just now was it you? Cavendish fell silent. He lowered his head, his golden bangs covering his eyes, his once proud shoulders slightly trembling. Yes. That was my other side. A monster. That only knows how to kill. Rommel's scythe. Mork casually uttered, "Hey, it seems my reputation has spread to this extent." Cavendish chuckled self-deprecatingly, his smile uglier than tears. I desperately want to become a beloved hero, but this monster always comes out to cause trouble. I can't control him. You can't control him because you are too weak. Mork's words struck Cavendish's heart like, what did you say? Cavendish suddenly looked up, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. I said you were too weak. Mork met his gaze fearlessly, not only in swordsmanship, but also mentally. Your spiritual power cannot suppress the beast within you, so it will backfire against you. Cavendish was stunned. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Listen, Cavendish. Mork turned around, facing away from him, his voice resonating clearly in the night wind. I am Mork, the vice commander of the world government's CP9. CP9. Cavendish's pupils constricted, his face instantly turning pale. That was the legendary Dark Justice Organization, and being targeted by them meant no good outcome. The recent scythe incident has already attracted the attention of the world government. Mork pointed to the sky. If I hadn't intervened, the one standing here would not be you and me, but the Demon Slayer fleet. Cavendish clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Why? He croaked. Since you are CP9, why not arrest me? Or kill me? Because killing you is too easy, and Mork turned back, revealing a meaningful smile. Your swordsmanship is quite interesting. That white horse, although a madman, indeed possesses some skill with the sword. Are you mocking me? I am offering you. Mork walked over to the Durandal, drew the famed sword, and casually tossed it back to Cavendish. Leave the Rommel kingdom. Cavendish caught the sword, looking bewildered. What? Set sail. Mork crossed his arms, striking a pose as if pointing out the world. This world is vast, crazier than you can imagine. Staying in this small country, you will eventually be erased by the world government. But if you set sail. Set sail. A glint of confusion flashed in Cavendish's eyes, which soon turned into fervor. Yes, set sail. I want the whole world to go crazy for me. Good to have such ambition. Mork nodded. However, before setting sail, you must first deal with that guy in your head. How to deal with it? Become stronger. Mork raised a finger. Not just in swordsmanship. You need to learn meditation, train your spiritual power. You must defeat him in the spiritual world, enslave him, and make him your sword rather than let him treat you as a puppet. Defeat him in the spiritual world. Cavendish pondered. Exactly. When you can freely switch to that madman's power, you will truly be the white horse. Mork turned and walked toward the edge of the clock tower, where Kiwi and Maz were peering out with worried expressions. Remember, next time we meet, if you still can't control him, I won't hold back. Mork smiled mysteriously, leaning back and directly plunging into the darkness. I'm leaving. Looking forward to our next meeting. The wind carried only Mork's teasing voice. Cavendish stood dazed at the top of the clock tower, staring in the direction Mork had vanished, remaining silent for After a while, he slowly raised the Durandal, striking an elegant pose toward the void. Mork, is it a hint of a narcissistic smile crept onto his lips, but his eyes were more resolute than ever. If you got lucky, I will remember you. When we meet again, I will definitely defeat you. Below the clock tower, Mork caught Kiwi and Maz, who had jumped. Commander, you are so handsome. Maz's eyes sparkled. Of course, just look at who I am. Mork straightened his bow tie, returning to his aloof demeanor. Let's go find a hotel to shower and sleep. This place is unlucky. We need to get rid of the bad vibes. What? About Cavendish? Kiwi looked back. Him. Mork shrugged, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. A good chess piece. As long as he can survive to the new world, the future will be very interesting. At this moment in Mork's mind, the sealed black Mork suddenly let out a low, cold laugh. An interesting soul. I really want to taste what it feels like. Mork's expression darkened as he roared in his consciousness. Shut up. If you talk any more nonsense, I'll throw you in the toilet. TCH boring. Mork strode into the most luxurious Golden Rose Hotel in Lunarton, accompanied by Kiwi and Maz. The crystal chandeliers in the hall refracted lavish light, and the waiters bowed deeply at the sight of these three elegantly dressed nobles, almost pressing their faces to the floor. 2 rooms. Mork snapped his fingers and casually tossed a small pouch of gold coins into the air, tracing a perfect parabola. They should be quiet with good soundproofing. Yes. Please, esteemed guests. The manager caught the gold coins, his smile so broad that the wrinkles on his face seemed capable of trapping flies. We have the finest velvet suites in all of Lunarton guaranteed for you. 1 for me and 1 for them. Mork pointed behind him. Kiwi Eye and Maz exchanged glances. The sisters' sharp business attire accentuated their graceful, yet powerful curves. Chief, Kiwi Eye blinked, her voice soft like freshly made cotton candy. I heard this hotel is haunted. I'm afraid of the dark, could we? I'm afraid too. Maz immediately interjected, even dramatically clinging to Kiwi's arm. And we want to report to you about our insights from watching your battle tonight, for an in-depth exchange. Mork thought to himself, goodness, is this the in-depth exchange I can hear without paying? Women, only slow down I won't touch you unless we're both over 18. A harmonious society is what we build together. Mork cast a half-smile glance at them, as if seeing through their little thoughts. Reporting insights. Sure. Mork pointed to the adjoining room. Tomorrow morning at 5 with a 50-kilogram load, run 20 laps around the Lunarton city wall. While running, report back, miss a lap, and he'll deduct 10,000 berry. The flirtatious expressions on the sisters' faces instantly froze, and they cried in unison, Chief. We were wrong. Good night. With that, the two of them dashed like startled rabbits, grabbing the keys and rushing into the corridor, slamming the door shut with a loud bang, even locking it from the inside. Mork chuckled softly and turned to enter his own room. Inside, the scent of sandalwood mixed with the aroma of aged wood wafted toward him. Mork locked the door behind him and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the clock tower of Lunarton still stood tall in the night, like a silent giant overlooking the city's sins and desires. He loosened his bow tie and casually tossed his coat onto the sofa. After freshening up, Mork stood bare-chested, revealing a physique with perfect muscle lines reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. He picked up the snail phone from the bedside table. The snail phone yawned, looking at him with bleary eyes. Connect to Judiciary Island CP9 Chief's office. Who is it? If this is about debt collection, I'm not available right now. It's me. Mork's voice was as calm as still water. Mork, my dear brother. Kane, who is it? If this is about debt collection, I'm not available right now. It's me. Mork's voice was as calm as still water. Mork, my dear brother. Spandam's voice instantly shot up 8 octaves as if a cat had stepped on its tail. It's so late. What's the matter? Is it because the mission failed? I told you that scythe is difficult to deal with. The mission is complete. Mork interrupted his incessant chatter, walking to the window, gazing at the pitch-black Taiwushi River in the distance. Rommel's scythe has already been repelled. He's seriously injured and will likely find a hole to hide in and lick his wounds. He won't come out to commit crimes again in the short term. He ran. Spandam's tone clearly dropped in disappointment, tinged with a hint of complaint. Oh Mork, how could you let him escape? The world government has issued a strict order: alive, see the person, a dead, see the body. This makes it difficult for me. Difficult? Mork let out a cold laugh, lightly tapping the windowsill with his fingers. Chief Spandam, you need to understand. I have fought with that scythe. He is at least a threshold-level combatant in the new world. I drove him away, preserving the city's security and maintaining the world government's face in Lunarton. Isn't that sufficient to meet expectations? Which of us in CP9 can go to the new world and flaunt power now? If not, then let the world government send CP0 over. This. Spandam was at a loss for words. Moreover, Mork shifted the conversation, his tone turning enticing. I heard that the world government recently allocated a special fund targeting CP9. If this incident is classified as resolved, then wouldn't that money arrive faster? At the mention of money, Spandam's eyes instantly lit up, as if he could see Barry fluttering. Ahem, Mork, you're absolutely right. Since the hidden danger has been eliminated, it's a great achievement. I will immediately report to the 5 Elder Stars stating that Scythe has been heavily injured and fled, and Lunarton is restored to peace. Deal. Mork hung up the phone and tossed the snail phone back onto the bed. The snail phone grumbled in dissatisfaction, gulu gulu, over time, before retreating into its shell to sleep. Mork walked to the edge of the bed, but did not lie down immediately. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His breathing became long and subtle at that moment. His consciousness sank as if diving into the deep sea. The surrounding world instantly transformed. The originally luxurious hotel room disappeared, replaced by a gray, boundless spiritual space. There was no sky or earth, only endless mist. Come out. Mork's voice echoed in the empty space. A cringe-inducing laughter emerged from the depths of the fog. As the mist dispersed, a figure slowly emerged. It was another Mork. He wore a black tailcoat, his collar open, revealing a pale chest. A sinister and wild smile hung on his face, his gaze betraying unmasked greed and brutality. Body, why are you still awake at this hour? Are you thinking of me? Black Mork licked his lips, his gaze roaming over Mork. Or do you want to invite those 2 girls in so I can take control of the body and help you have an in-depth exchange? Shut up. Mork's expression remained impassive as a massive wave of mental power surged forth, instantaneously compressing the surrounding mist. I brought you here to tell you something. Oh. Black Mork showed no fear, instead spreading his arms to relish the pressure of the mental power. I'm all ears. You need to disappear. Mork raised a finger, a palpable killing intent gathering at its tip. The dual personality clone of Cavendish is an accident, but I will not allow another monster to reside in my mind. Once I find the opportunity to clone Big Mom Charlotte Linland's soul fruit, I will personally extract your soul and crush it. Black Mork's smile stiffened for a moment, then became even more twisted and mad. Crush me. Ha ha ha. Mork, you are too naive. I am your innermost desire. I am your repressed darkness. Killing me is equivalent to killing half of yourself. You will become a boring saint, and then this damned world will eat you alive, leaving not even bones. That's still better than raising a tiger to harm me. Mork's gaze turned cold. My mental power is stronger than yours. As long as I want, I can grind you to death anytime. Grind me to death. Black Mork suddenly ceased his laughter, his gaze becoming profound and eerie. Then give it a try. Just now, when you used mental power to suppress me, did you not feel your mental power flowing away, eh? Mork's pupils slightly constricted. Indeed. During that moment of outbreak, although he suppressed Black Mork, he felt as if his sea of consciousness had sprung a leak with strands of mental power irreversibly devoured by Black Mork. I am the product of your cloning of dual personality. Black Mork approached step by step, his voice filled with seduction. As long as you still have this ability, I can never be killed. The more you use mental power to suppress me, the stronger I become. This is the rule of cloning body, did you forget? He had indeed forgotten this point. While the clone fruit was overpowering, facing a rule-based ability that involved the soul and the essence of the mind seemed to present a logical paradox. So killing me is useless. Black Mork stood in front of Mork, their faces nearly touching. Why don't we make a deal? A deal, eh? Mork looked coldly at him. Let me out. Black Mork spread his arms as if embracing the entire world. I don't need to occupy your body, I just need an independent vessel. You can forcibly push your mental power combined with your door fruit to open a door between the spiritual world and the real world. As long as that door is opened, I can go out, have my own body, and live my own life. The door fruit connects to the spiritual world. Mork's brows furrowed tightly. This was an extremely bold, even mad proposition. Mork activated the clone fruit's ability, contemplating the door fruit in his mind. Superhuman type, door fruit, cloned ability, framework, space manipulation, any door, alternate space, storage space, traversal space, cutting. Deep development theoretically can connect to any space with coordinates, including the spiritual space. Mork's brain raced. The essence of the door fruit's ability is to manipulate space. The human spiritual world can indeed be viewed as an independent alternate space on a certain high-dimensional level. If he forcibly uses mental power as coordinates and the ability of the door fruit as a key, aren't you afraid that once I go out, it'll reverse and devour you? Black Mork tempted, or after I go out, I'll kill, burn, and loot, ruining your reputation. You won't. Mork replied calmly. You exist in dependence on me. If I die, the foundation of your existence will also be shaken. Moreover, Mork's lips curled into a mocking arc. Your current power is merely a projection of my mental power. Without me, you'd at most be a conscious spirit, without power, a lonely ghost. Unless you can find a host. Black Mork's expression changed. Are you deceiving me? You are too impatient. Mork turned around, facing away from Black Mork, preparing to sever the mental connection. Do you think you can trick me into opening a passage to the spiritual world? Think again. Until I find a way to completely eliminate you, you should honestly stay inside. Mork, you will. Black Mork roared from behind, his voice sharp and piercing. Without me, you will never master the power of darkness. You will always be a hypocrite. Let me out. I can help you do all the dirty work you don't want to do. I can help you kill that fool Spandam. I can. Mork suddenly opened his eyes. His consciousness returned to reality. In the hotel room, the candlelight flickered. Mork gasped for breath, a layer of cold sweat beads forming on his forehead. In the dimly lit hallway of the Golden Rose Hotel before dawn, the gas lamps emitted a faint buzzing sound, flickering intermittently. Mork stood before the door of the twins' room, facing a gamble to trust these two girls who had only followed him for a few months, or to eliminate potential dangers for absolute safety. Warm light seeped through the crack of the door, illuminating the unfathomable cold pool in his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. The soft knocking sounded like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of Kiwi and Maz. The two sisters were huddled on a huge velvet soft bed, clutching pillows with a lingering blush on their faces. Just moments ago, they were enacting a restricted drama titled The Vice Commander's Wife of CP9 in their dreams, even planning their honeymoon to Fishman Island to see the corals, casually making the Sea Kings their wedding carriage. Who is it? Maz frantically adjusted her nightgown, her voice trembling as she instinctively grabbed the flintlock pistol on the bedside. It's me. Mork's voice came through the door, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet carrying an unsettling calm. The door opened. Mork leaned against the doorframe, backlit by the dim hallway light, his handsome face half in shadow. He did not enter the room, but merely cast a serene glance over the two startled faces. Get ready, come with me. Now. Kiwi glanced outside at the pitch-black night, swallowing hard. Commander, while we don't mind being outdoors, this is too sudden. Besides, this is a high-end hotel with a great environment. Why not just stay here? Quit filling your heads with nonsense. A few beads of cold sweat formed on Mork's forehead as he helplessly replied, You have 3 minutes. Dressed in combat gear and armed, they had to pay a penalty of 10,000 berries for every minute they were late. 3 minutes later, at the hotel's back door, an inconspicuous black carriage had been waiting for a long time as the three boarded one after another. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was suffocating. Mork sat opposite them, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee, a habitual gesture he made when deep in thought, each tap sounding like a countdown. Do you think you are trustworthy? Mork suddenly broke the silence. Kiwi and Maz exchanged glances, instantly straightening their backs. Blood is thicker than water, boss. Kiwi patted her chest, her prominent assets jiggling with emotion. We've sold our lives to you. Through fire and water, boss. Maz chimed in, her eyes ablaze. Whoever dares to leak your secrets, I'll blow them away with my gun. Shut up, crude. Mork rubbed his temples, interrupting the duo's oath. He chose to trust them after all. The twins had been around Frankie, who held the design of Pluton for so long without being bought off by CP9. This inquiry was merely a final confirmation for himself. He took a deep breath, leaned slightly forward, lowered his voice, and tossed out a bombshell that could drive the entire world government into madness. I'm not eating the clone fruit. The twins immediately fell silent, their eyes wide, even their breathing seemed to halt. It's the cloning fruit. Mork fixed his gaze on their pupils, observing even the slightest fluctuation in their emotions. As long as it's been seen, whether it's martial arts, swordsmanship, Haki, culinary skills, or even, he pointed to his head, the powers of devil fruits can be replicated. Once this secret leaks, even if the world government does not kill me, they will dissect me, extracting my bloodline factors to create countless Morks for mass production. The air seemed to freeze. Kiwi's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg, while Maz instinctively covered her mouth, letting out a muffled sound. Are you scared? Mork sneered, a hint of Haki subtly flowing between his fingers, making the air around them feel viscous. If you're scared, get out now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. But you know dead men keep secrets. Scared my ass. Kiwi suddenly blurted out a curse, then switched to a fawning smile. Boss, you're treating us like outsiders. We are your dedicated mobile artillery. Whoever dares to touch you, I'll make their head the target. Exactly. Maz clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking. Telling us this kind of secret shows you really consider us family. Rest assured, if we dare leak even a word, you won't have to lift a finger. We'll jump into the sea to feed the sea kings. Really, I swear. Mork looked at their determined expressions, and the tension in his heart eased a bit. Good. Mork leaned back against the chair, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Remember what you said today. Otherwise, while my blade may not harm women, my clones have no such reservations. At dawn, on an unnamed deserted island off the coast of Lindleton, waves crashed against the black rocks, producing a monotonous roar. Mork docked the sleek black speedboat, sail away no. One on the shallows. The vine-assisted system at the boat's tail unfurled its leaves in the morning light, as if breathing in fresh air. You two step back 500 meters. Mork jumped off the boat, retrieving a piece of meteorite that emitted a faint purple glow from an alternate space. Without my command, do not approach, even if the sky falls. Understood. The twins, though filled with doubts, obediently retreated to the edge of the woods, one wielding a knife, and the other a gun, vigilantly watching their surroundings. On the beach, only Mork remained. He sat cross-legged, placing the massive meteorite before him. The surface of this stone was covered in peculiar patterns resembling the trails left by falling stars, subtly exuding a sense of loneliness and ferocity from deep within the universe. Come out, let's heat things up. As Mork focused his thoughts, a wave of scorching and violent energy erupted within him. Natural system magma fruit, great fire. Mork shouted, his right arm instantly transforming into a scalding magma giant arm. He didn't attack anyone, but pressed that molten hand directly onto the meteorite. A sizzling sound echoed. The purple meteorite began to soften and melt under the intense heat of the magma, ultimately transforming into a pool of terrifyingly hot purple liquid, emitting a heart-pounding wave. The surrounding sand quickly turned to glass, becoming black crystals. Mork retracted his magma arm, unsheathing the sword from his waist. The good blade, 50 crafts demon feather. This beloved sword that had accompanied him for long seemed somewhat fragile before the scorching lava. The sheath groaned under the strain of the heat. Whether we can go further now depends on your fortune, old friend. Mork took a deep breath and slowly thrust the demon feather into the pool of purple lava. The blade was instantly engulfed, leaving only the hilt visible. Following that, Mork closed his eyes. His consciousness began to sink, passing through the mist of reality, entering that grayish mental space. There was no sky or land here, only endless fog and oppressive silence. Come out, I know you are awake. As the mist dispersed, the black Mork, dressed in a black tailcoat with a sinister smile on his face, was seated in a chair made of condensed spiritual energy, shaking a glass of crimson liquid. Body, looking for me this early? Have you come to a realization? Black Mork licked his lips, his gaze greedy. Planning to hand your body over to me, so I can properly cherish those two girls outside.